In the year 2023, the world was irrevocably changed as a potent energy known as Reiki returned. The very laws of nature were rewritten, and humanity was no longer the sole master of the earth. By 2029, civilization had been fractured into fortified human settlements. In a forgotten corner of one such city, a young man named Hang Shang lay motionless on the floor. But then his eyes snapped open. A consciousness, ancient and powerful, struggled to understand its new reality. A sharp pain radiated from his neck, a critical injury that should have been fatal. But within these eyes burned a crimson light, a power not of this world. He sensed faint traces of energy in the air and decided he would absorb this Reiki to mend his broken vessel. An ancient technique, the Emperor Spirit Heaven Cure, activated instantly, converting the ambient energy into a healing force. The regeneration was slow but steady, mending bone and sinew. The Reiki in this place was far too thin. He focused his mind, trying to recall how he had arrived in this state. Fragments of memory surfaced, a life of immense power and suffocating boredom as the prince of a different realm. Then, a terrifying presence appeared at the door. His father. Fear gripped him as he tried to remember what came next, but the memory was a gaping void. He was back in the present, adrift in a strange room, his past an enigma. But the immediate crisis was over. His neck was fully restored. He examined his hands, feeling an unsettling softness to this new form. His gaze fell upon the floor, and the reality of the situation began to dawn on him. A mirror confirmed his worst fears. This was not his body. His horns, his power, all gone, replaced by the frail form of a human. His mighty soul was now shackled to this pathetically weak vessel. There was only one way to understand. He would access the host's memories. The life of Hang Shang flashed before his eyes. A 20-year-old with no talent, no prospects, and a history of failure. The boy had been swindled out of his savings and in a fit of despair, slammed his own head against a wall. The final pathetic moments played out, a fall, a fatal neck injury, and the indignity of a cockroach crawling into his mouth as he died. He had been reborn into the body of a complete and utter fool. A slow, cruel smile spread across his new face. It did not matter. He had finally escaped his emperor father. Inheriting the throne was a prison sentence he would never serve. For the first time in centuries, he was his own person. He was finally truly free. Now, his first priority was to adapt to this new world and formulate a plan. But his moment of peace was shattered as the door to his apartment was kicked from its hinges. Two loan sharks barged in, demanding repayment with blades in hand. He tried to process their words, but before he could organize the foreign language, one of the thugs lunged forward. A vicious kick sent him flying across the room. The men laughed, believing him to be an ordinary, unawakened human they could easily dispatch. But as they approached to finish the job, a terrifying crimson energy erupted from his battered form. He spoke, his voice an alien sound that chilled them to the bone. "Is this how you humans talk?" An image of a cosmic horror, a being of immense and ancient power flooded their minds. They froze, paralyzed by an aura of pure predatory malice that was anything but human. His eyes glowed with a predatory hunger. He touched his lips, a gesture of profound menace. "If this is how you say hello, this will be much easier." The subordinate insists he's not hallucinating. He felt a monstrous aura from their target. Ammon considers the report. This Hang Shang might possess strength equal to his own. Suddenly, the Emperor's perception reveals the immense sacred power radiating from the boy. The system analyzes the source of his strength. Spiritual energy is concentrated in the cells for devastating attacks. Ammon is questioned about his hesitation. An old master had claimed their target was unevolved. Deciding to test this himself, he unleashes his signature technique, the Big Ammon Cannon. The two forces collide with explosive power, sending a shockwave through the room. His men watch in disbelief. The boy blocked Ammon's strongest attack with ease. But he didn't just block it. He perfectly mirrored Ammon's power, meeting every single strike. The onlooker realizes the terrifying truth. Ammon is an awakened being, yet this boy matches him. Seized by panic, he draws a hidden blade. This threat must be eliminated immediately. The strike is impossibly fast, but it is stopped. The blade is caught just millimeters from his eye. The assassin freezes in shock. The knife is trapped in an unbreakable grip. The assassin's terror intensifies. The boy prepares to unleash Ammon's own technique against him. He strikes with the stolen power, hitting him point blank with the force of the cannon. The impact is absolute. Back in the present, the man recounts his total defeat. He was crushed by his own allies' power. He describes the sensation as instant oblivion. His face was shattered before he even registered the pain. Ammon listens, his expression grim. The memory is one of complete and utter destruction. It was a humiliating and total defeat. He remembers the boy wielding the Big Ammon cannon perfectly. Ammon tries to check on his pulverized subordinate. The protagonist calmly states their power levels were equal. Ammon's rage begins to boil. He then warns Ammon not to feel bad when he's defeated next. Ammon realizes the danger and signals a retreat. The protagonist is merely confused by their sudden fear. He stands alone in the wreckage he created. He calmly examines the wound on his hand. This mortal body is far too fragile for his needs. A minor inconvenience, but a lesson learned. The blood loss is significant. He feels the weakness of a normal human physique. He activates a healing art to mend the wound, noting this shell's severe limitations. In this new era of Reiki recovery, humanity is no longer the dominant species. It is a backward race. His meditation is interrupted by a repairman. He pays the man for fixing the door he destroyed. The man offers his contact for future work, a mundane interaction in a chaotic world. He glances at the contact information he was sent. The profile picture immediately catches his attention. It's a girl he seems to recognize. He analyzes the photo of the previous owner's childhood sweetheart. From his cold perspective, she holds no strategic value. Suddenly, a phantom pain assaults his mind. This isn't a physical attack, but the residual emotional data left by the previous host. The psychological impact of human attachment is a bizarre and potent force. He finds these creatures fascinating. But this emotional vulnerability is a critical weakness. Power is the only true foundation. The current directive is clear: accumulate strength while remaining unseen. He begins to acclimate to his new life in the city, a metropolis built on decades of crushing debt for its citizens. All the modern comforts serve as a gilded cage for the masses. To him, this mundane existence feels like a strange form of captivity. He arrives at the Green Training Camp, a facility for cultivating the awakened. In this new era, those who can't awaken are left powerless. Immediately, he is confronted by insignificant thugs from the past. They mock his repeated failures to awaken. Their taunts about his financial status are irrelevant background noise. He ignores their meaningless provocations. The host's residual anger flares, but he easily suppresses the useless emotion. These awakened are pathetically weak. Their insults are nothing compared to the trials he has already endured. An unexpected physical assault. He's sent sprawling from a surprise attack he hadn't deemed worthy of attention. The aggressor, Cao Meng, boasts about his awakened superiority. The onlookers identify the bully as someone with powerful connections, a local tyrant. But then, a new variable enters the equation. It's the girl, Zhang Yuqiang. She moves to protect him, a foolishly sentimental action. Her presence triggers a severe biological reaction in the host body. It's a system malfunction caused by the previous owner's deep-seated emotional programming. His vitals spike, a flood of hormones overwhelming his senses. This is a critical vulnerability that must be purged. He must sever this connection now, decisively and permanently. He addresses her directly, his voice devoid of all warmth. The bystanders misinterpret his action as a desperate, foolish confession. He informs her that the Hang Shang she knew is dead. Live a happy life, he commands, erasing their past in a single sentence. His gaze is cold and final. She stands frozen, unable to process his complete transformation. With the emotional liability neutralized, he feels a sense of satisfaction. The enraged bully, his posturing ignored, lunges forward in a mindless rage. A vicious kick sends the protagonist flying. A brutal and public assault. A woman tries to intervene, but the aggressor dismisses her pleas entirely. An official issues a stern warning. Fighting is forbidden within the training camp. The bully, Huang, scoffs at the rules and proposes a formal duel instead. She rushes to the protagonist's side, blaming herself for his injuries, but he merely tells her to forget him, his mind already calculating his next move. Her genuine concern only enrages his opponent further. Huang explodes, accusing him of manipulating the situation to gain her sympathy. He throws down the gauntlet, a public duel in the ring for all to see. The protagonist remains silent, analyzing the rapidly escalating scenario. She warns him of Cao Ming's sadistic nature and his history of crushing opponents. The taunts continue, painting him as a coward hiding behind a woman. A look of pure malice fills the aggressor's face, certain of his victory. She tries to lead him away from the confrontation, but he has other plans. To everyone's shock, he calmly begins climbing into the ring. He accepts the challenge, his voice laced with a chilling confidence. The crowd gasps, unable to comprehend his decision. They whisper amongst themselves, certain this unawakened boy is marching to his doom. The woman screams for him to get down, fearing the worst, but others watch with glee, anticipating a public execution. Inside the ring, his opponent reminds him of his powerless, ordinary status. He arrogantly offers the first blow, believing it to be a pointless gesture. This was a fatal miscalculation born from pure ego. In a flash, a single fist connects with devastating force. The impact resonates like an explosion, silencing the entire arena. The crowd watches in stunned silence as their champion collapses to the mat. The arrogant bully was felled by a single strike, unconscious before he even hit the ground. A terrifying realization dawns on the spectators. This was the power of an awakened. The protagonist stands over his fallen foe, utterly unfazed by the outcome. The onlookers are paralyzed with fear, their mockery turning to dread. Slowly, the defeated fighter begins to stir from his forced slumber. Consciousness returns along with the cold memory of his utter defeat. He tries to save face, pretending the blow was insignificant. The protagonist coldly asks if he is ready to continue the fight. The spectators dare not speak, terrified of the man in the ring. In a panic, Huang grabs a phone to see what happened. The humiliating truth is displayed on the screen, a one-punch knockout. His only thought is whether she witnessed his complete and utter disgrace. But her reaction is not one of pity or disgust. Instead, she seems entirely captivated by the unexpected turn of events. Seeing this, Huang's mind shatters. shatters, his reputation is destroyed. He erupts in a storm of pure rage, his energy flaring wildly. The protagonist simply observes the meltdown, his plan having unfolded perfectly. Enraged, Cao Meng unleashes a savage flurry of kicks on his target. He is determined to obliterate Hang Shang completely. The onlookers are stunned by the sheer ferocity of the one-sided assault. They remark that this isn't even Cao Meng's true power. Seizing a momentary imbalance, he delivers a perfectly targeted strike. He then launches into the air, preparing his signature finishing move. The crowd recognizes the stance of his most devastating technique, a kick fabled to fell a two-thun mutated beast with a single blow. The attack connects with unimaginable force. The very ground beneath them shatters from the impact. The crowd murmurs in horror, certain that Hang Shang is finished. Cao Meng stands over his victim, confident the fight is concluded. He walks away, absolving himself of any responsibility for the outcome. But then, a terrifying glare meets his back. Hang Shang rises to his feet, completely unharmed. The spectators are paralyzed with shock. That attack should have been crippling. Cao Meng feels a chill run down his spine. Something is fundamentally wrong. Hang Shang calmly explains the lethal force was nullified by his aura. He then offers to demonstrate true power. In a terrifying display, he perfectly mirrors his opponent's stance. Cao Meng recognizes the flawless muscle control and energy flow. It's an exact perfect copy of a technique he spent years mastering. Hang Shang unleashes the stolen ultimate move against its creator. The devastating kick lands with absolute precision. The arena floor fractures once more, but the roles are now reversed. Cao Meng is left broken and defeated in the crater's epicenter. The audience can only stare in stunned silence at the impossible reversal. Meanwhile, at the main training facility, an urgent report is being delivered. An official is briefed on the incident, labeling Hang Shang a troublesome element. A panicked subordinate rushes into the office. He reports that it's Cao Meng who requires immediate medical aid. Hearing the name, a high-ranking official's interest is suddenly piqued. With his opponent neutralized, Hang Shang coldly assesses the outcome. The crowd is stunned by his overwhelming power as he departs without a word. He lands softly outside the ring, his objective complete. His former adversaries tremble, expecting brutal retribution. But he simply glides past them, his mind already on other matters. He offers a calculated goodbye, a gesture to maintain his unassuming cover. His performance was a success. They suspect nothing of his true capabilities. An unknown observer watches his exit, her gaze filled with intrigue. He continues on his path, leaving the chaos of the training grounds behind. Meanwhile, within the Academy's command center, a critical meeting is underway inside the director's office. The institution's most powerful figures are gathered. The skill development department has taken a special interest. The subject of their intense discussion is Hang Shang himself. An officer confirms the unbelievable report. A key class prodigy was seriously injured by an unknown. The defeated student, Cao Meng, now floats in a regeneration tank. The director can barely recognize the elite warrior beneath the swelling. According to every official record, Hang Shang is an unawakened nobody. Intrigued, the director issues a new command: monitor the boy and grant him access to the key classes. Later that evening, Hang Shang makes his way home. An unexpected message arrives from the training camp administration. He pauses for a brief moment, his attention diverted to the screen. From the darkness, a vehicle strikes with lethal intent. The devastating impact sends his body hurtling through the night air. This was no accident, but a carefully orchestrated assassination attempt. The orchestrators of the attack step from the shadows. They used the thugs he defeated earlier to confirm their target's identity. The leader, a kingpin of the city's underworld, gives a chilling order for his disposal. His subordinates celebrate their perceived victory, mocking the fallen student. But even as he lies bleeding, Hang Shang's focus remains unbroken, his mind analyzing the new data on his phone. The man known as Daddy was intrigued. Surviving that impact meant his fighting power was formidable. He extended an offer of employment, a chance to serve him and clear his debts. His underlings were stunned by the immediate acceptance. But it was a feint. The protagonist held up a hand, stopping the proceedings. He calmly refused the offer. His goals were different, and he preferred to remain unseen. The sheer audacity of rejecting the old man's invitation sent his subordinate into a rage. But he remained resolute. Coercion would never work on him. His will was absolute, an unshakable foundation. Enraged, another man lunged with a knife, only to be met with a brutal, disabling blow. He coolly declared it was merely self-defense. The old man finally gave the order. His enforcer, Wei Chu Wu, was given permission to act. The man revealed his true nature, activating a high-tech prosthetic arm. He had been waiting for this moment. Wei Chu Wu was a technology awakened, and being underestimated was his greatest trigger. His pride was fragile, masking a deep-seated insecurity about his strength. He had a reputation for making examples of those who misjudged his power. The protagonist's dismissive words only fueled his simmering fury. Wei Chu Wu's anger reached its breaking point. He activated his weapon's core, vowing to dismantle his opponent piece by piece. Using a powerful jet propulsion, he launched himself across the pavement at blinding speed. He reappeared instantly behind his target, confident in his technological superiority. authority. A high-pressure jet erupted from his arm, aimed to tear through flesh and bone. But the protagonist was faster, intercepting the attack and delivering a counter that sent the cyborg flying. The immense exertion took its toll, forcing blood from his lungs. Wei Chu Wu rose from the wreckage. His own power level was far beyond initial calculations. He was stunned. How could his opponent be standing there, completely unharmed? His master's voice boomed, furious at his failure to secure a quick victory. Suddenly, the protagonist unleashed a flurry of concussive strikes, a technique called the Big Amon Cannon. The old man considered calling his trump card, but Wei Chu Wu frantically refused the help. He absorbed another devastating blow, promising he could handle this alone. He redirected all remaining energy into his prosthetic. This would be his final attack. The high-pressure jet punch descended, shattering the very ground beneath them. The aftermath was brutal. The protagonist lay broken and bleeding in the crater. Wei Chu Wu stood over the body, confident that the battle was finally over. His systems, however, were flashing critical warnings. His power was nearly depleted. The boss was livid. His prized enforcer had proven to be unreliable and inefficient. Wei Chu Wu revealed a critical error. His power cells had been drained for his boss's trivial affairs. Despite his immense power, he was still just a subordinate, forced to obey. But in the crater, a figure sat up. The mission was simple: defeat the enemy in front of him. He looked up, his eyes clear and focused, much to his opponent's confusion. Wei Chu Wu descended into sheer panic. This should have been impossible. The entire group watched in disbelief. The boy's resilience defied all logic. Terrified by this undead foe, the old man finally made the call. He needed his strongest asset. He desperately called for a man named Lu Guanzhang. Far away, his trump card answered, already en route to the battlefield. Elsewhere, a young woman paces her room, filled with a sense of unease. She picks up her phone, a decision weighing on her mind. She hesitates to contact Hang Shang, concerned he might have been injured. A moment of distraction, and the message is sent against her will. A single notification cuts through the silence. The alert appears on Hang Shang's phone, his hand bloodied. He recognizes the sender's name immediately. Surrounded by the wreckage of his apartment, he only considers how to push her away for her own protection. Meanwhile, the battle outside is not yet over. The enemy is completely drained of power, stunned that his opponent is still standing. Consumed by rage, he bellows his intent to end the fight now. He lunges forward, but his foot gets caught in the debris. His power completely spent, he tumbles helplessly from the building. The onlookers watch as the exhausted fighter falls from the sky. But a new threat is already approaching. Speaking calmly on the phone, this imposing figure takes the elevator, ascending to the protagonist's floor. The doors slide open, and he proceeds down the hallway with lethal purpose. He introduces himself as Lu Guanzhang, shattering the remnants of the wall. Hang Shang looks up, his expression cold and analytical. The crowd believes this new challenger will be his end. Without a word, the battle begins. The sheer force of their collision sends shockwaves through the room. Lu Guanzhang unleashes a furious storm of punches. Under the relentless assault, Hang Shang feels his consciousness begin to slip. The enforcer prepares one final decisive blow, but the protagonist expertly evades and launches a devastating counterattack. His own fist connects with explosive impact. The force sends Lu Guanzhang flying backward through the building's exterior wall. Hang Shang is left standing, having sustained unprecedented damage but emerging victorious. The underling screams for the fight to stop, fearing the consequences of a fatality. But for our protagonist, this is merely a calculated state of near death. The enforcer, known as Fist, saw this as simple entertainment. He clenches his hand, ready to continue his brutal game. Suddenly, a notification chime breaks the silence. Fist narrows his eyes, intrigued that the boy has outside connections. The protagonist's hand trembles, seemingly broken and useless. The enforcer watches closely, waiting for him to finally break. But then an impossible green light envelops the wounds. The enforcer's disbelief is absolute. He cannot comprehend what he's witnessing. While his body regenerates, the protagonist calmly answers the message, unfazed. Fist's men are stunned, and he berates them for their uselessness. An unbreakable toy. The enforcer grins, his amusement growing. The protagonist maintains his facade, feigning a desire for a peaceful life, but his opponent isn't interested, delivering a brutal strike that sends the phone flying. Even as the beating continues, the boy pleads for it to end. Fist mocks his apparent terror, questioning his pathetic display. The act finally drops. With cold certainty, the protagonist declares, "You won't be able to kill me." The taunts continue, but the boy remains stoic and unmoved. The enforcer tries to provoke him again, but gets no reaction. Another powerful blow lands, a test of his opponent's impossible durability, but this time the enforcer has a new idea, picking up the discarded phone. A cruel smile forms as he scrolls through the device. He has found a weakness, a person to be used as leverage. He confirms her name, the perfect pawn for his game. For the first time, a flicker of panic appears in the protagonist's eyes. The enforcer reveals his twisted plan: summon the girl to this very location. His philosophy is simple and brutal. The weak have no right to choose. He stands over him, holding all the power, but he has made a critical miscalculation. The protagonist's eyes ignite with crimson fury. Don't involve her. The enforcer smirks, finally getting the reaction he wanted. He scoffs at the idea, mocking such a trivial reason for fighting. He questions the very need for a reason to enter battle. For him, the answer is a resounding no. Chaos is its own reward. In a blur of motion, the protagonist shatters his composure, kicking the phone from his grasp. He follows with an explosive counterattack, a blast of force that rocks the enforcer to his core. His expression is ice. He despises involving others in his conflicts. The enforcer, bloodied but exhilarated, only smiles. Now that's an interesting look. Hang Shang had sent his location a silent invitation. She understood the implications immediately. This was no ordinary request. She gave the driver the destination, her heart racing with anticipation. The driver's casual question caught her off guard, a blush rising to her cheeks. But elsewhere, a far more brutal confrontation was reaching its climax. He was cornered, facing an opponent whose raw power was overwhelming. His internal analysis was grim. His aura reserves were at their absolute limit. Worse, he lacked the energy to copy his enemy's moves. His usual strategy was useless. The colossal man named Lu Guanzhang taunted him, demanding he rise. From a distance, the scientist frantically ordered his subordinate to stand down. He envisioned them as an unstoppable force, but the protagonist saw only a cage. Liu Guanshang, however, flatly refused the order. He served his own agenda. He spoke of a unique opportunity, one he had waited for his entire life. His power had awakened at age 5, a curse disguised as a gift. Everything he touched was destroyed, every interaction ended in ruin. His immense strength alienated everyone, casting him into a deep isolation. Even his own family could offer little comfort against a world that feared him. For 20 years, he was utterly alone, his power a source of endless misery. But now, facing the protagonist, he had found something unbreakable. He saw not an enemy, but the answer to a lifetime of searching. He unleashed a barrage of attacks, reveling in the glorious combat. This battle was the fulfillment of a desperate childhood wish. For the first time in his life, Lu Guanzhang was truly happy. With bloodied fists, he gave his thanks for this momentous clash. The protagonist absorbed the blows, his mind calculating every impact. Dazed and concussed, his opponent's relentless assault continued. The brute demanded more, hungry for the thrill of the fight. The protagonist obliged, manifesting a new, monstrous creation. The colossal dinosaur dwarfed the skyscrapers, its scale utterly terrifying. His eyes now burned with a crimson light, his patience exhausted. He faced the monster he was fighting, his expression one of pure contempt. He recognized the same selfish desire he saw in his own father. But Lu Ganshang was lost in his own euphoria, oblivious to the insult. The protagonist realized his opponent was a simple creature, incapable of understanding. As the man offered his thanks one last time, he decided to end the conversation permanently. He channeled all his remaining power into a single decisive strike. The resulting explosion tore the ground asunder, shocking the observers. His opponent fell, a look of serene satisfaction on his face. The battle was over. One of the men desperately tries to rouse his fallen comrade. From the shadows emerges their leader, his rage palpable as he vows to avenge his subordinate. He reveals himself as the father of the man just defeated, his pride wounded. But his words only awaken a dormant monster. The leader's bravado vanishes, replaced by primal fear as he feels an overwhelming murderous aura. An illusion of a terrifying entity manifests before him, its only desire to consume. The man sees himself served as a meal, a victim in a predator's world. Pushed to the brink, he realizes there's only one path to survival: complete and utter submission. His demeanor shifts entirely, now offering wealth and allegiance to appease the being before him. While putting on a facade, he signals a tactical retreat for his men. The protagonist is left standing alone amidst the wreckage of the confrontation. The battle is over, and he hopes there were no witnesses to his true power. But a lone figure appears from the darkness, calling his name. He recognizes her immediately. She is paralyzed with fear, swearing she saw nothing and pleading for her life. She tries to convince herself it was an ordinary fight, but she knows the truth. Her eyes fall on the gang leader's profile, realizing who he just crushed. The knowledge terrifies her, and she vows to erase the memory of this night forever. He explains calmly that his location was tracked, forcing his hand. He turns away, stating the fight was unavoidable. His final words are a simple warning for her to be careful. She is stunned by his unexpected concern, a flicker of humanity in the monster. The night grows quiet again, but inside him, a storm is brewing, as the events have triggered dark memories. The selfish actions of his own father burn in his mind. He recalls the man's unforgivable crimes, a legacy he refuses to accept. He walks a solitary path, defined by his own choices. He will never become the monster his father was. His eyes burn with cold resolve, a promise forged in blood. Wounded but unbroken, he carries the weight of his past and his future. The Demon King introduces his son to a complex simulation of aerial warfare. The objective is simple: survive the onslaught and eliminate all rivals. He questions why his son's ally, the pink ship, refrains from attacking. The ally is revealed to be Princess Zhenyi, but a moment of hesitation proves fatal. The Demon King misinterprets this failure as a deliberate provocation from another royal house. Consumed by rage, he launches a full-scale invasion, annihilating the entire Butterfly Kingdom. An entire civilization erased from existence over a simple mistake. The son vows to never repeat his father's catastrophic impulsiveness, but he recognizes the immense power gap. His current human form is fragile. He must leverage his new status and find a way to accelerate his evolution. Humanity, through constant conflict, has developed countless methods to break their limits. He analyzes his own unique traits, perception beyond mortal limits, and unparalleled regeneration. His opponent's strength lies in concentrating all his power into a single devastating instant. An exploitable weakness, he can absorb that kinetic energy, turning the attack into his own power. However, this ability has its own critical flaws that he must account for. To reach the apex, one must master their environment and force their own evolution. The resolve is set in stone. He must acquire absolute strength. His physical form must be honed to perfection to contain such power. The new day begins, and with it, a new stage for his plans. Rumors of his victory over Cao Meng already circulate through the school halls. Petty students confront Yu Qiang, accusing her of being the cause of the conflict. Their taunts are baseless and designed only to provoke a reaction. Their laughter echoes, a testament to their immaturity. A stern voice cuts through the noise, demanding silence. This newcomer, Zhou Guangjian, analyzes the situation with a cold, tactical mind. He scoffs at the significance of the key classes, deeming them irrelevant. He issues a final, chilling warning to the gossiping girls. They immediately fall silent, intimidated by his overwhelming presence. Suddenly, he is struck by an unseen assailant, his composure shattering. Cao Meng appears, consumed by pure rage and an insatiable thirst for vengeance. His mind has completely fractured, leaving only a ferocious beast. Zhou is paralyzed by fear, sensing a power that defies all logic. He can only watch as the situation spirals out of his control. The ambient spiritual energy around Cao Meng condenses into a volatile, explosive state. The berserker screams Huang Shang's name, his only target visible in a crimson haze. He lunges forward, swinging a heavy pipe with lethal intent. Huang Shang recognizes his previous opponent, noting the pathetic display. To demonstrate his superiority, he feigns distraction, creating a deliberate opening. A bystander cries out in alarm, but her warning is unnecessary. The pipe descends, aimed to crush his skull in a single blow. With minimal movement, he dodges the attack, simultaneously shielding the girl beside him. In the same fluid motion, he counters with a single perfectly placed kick. The onlookers can only stare in disbelief as their reality is shattered. He defeated his attacker effortlessly, without even looking, a calculated display of dominance. The fallout from his display of power spreads throughout the camp. Onlookers believe this is the standard for the elite, but one observer sees only weakness. To him, they are nothing more than a group of fools. He knows the true standard for the key classes is impossibly high, a barrier for the unworthy. When he overhears our protagonist asking for directions, he scoffs at the commoner's audacity, but the mention of a tuition exemption changes his entire calculus. Our protagonist calmly notes that the system sometimes elevates the lucky, not the truly worthy. Just then, chaos erupts as intruders breach the perimeter. The elite student identifies the threat as a triad, ordering everyone to fall back immediately. Yet one student, the defeated Cao Meng, smiles with pure malice. He proudly admits he summoned this force. They are here for him. The other students are aghast at this reckless escalation. Cao Meng screams a direct threat at Huang Shang, who remains entirely unimpressed by the tantrum. He places a call to his powerful contact, his arrogance quickly fading. The facade shatters, revealing a pathetic child crying to his father for aid. With his backup secured, he points at Huang Shang, declaring his demise is now certain. The situation deteriorates, and the elite student orders everyone to create distance from the target. Huang Shang simply agrees, telling the others to seek cover. An urgent report arrives. The camp's security has already been neutralized. A notorious figure appears, flanked by his entire organization, Cao Leo Cao, the region's most feared gang leader. He is known as a killer, commanding an army of high-level masters. The gang leader's voice booms, demanding to see the one who harmed his son. His son crawls forward, pointing an accusing finger directly at Huang Shang. But upon seeing our protagonist's face, the gang leader's rage instantly evaporates into pure terror. One of his men breaks rank, his voice trembling as he addresses Huang Shang with utmost reverence. Then the unthinkable happens as the entire gang, including their feared leader, bows in perfect submission. The students are frozen in disbelief, but none more so than Cao Meng, his face a mask of horror. The powerful gang leader can only stammer, his voice cracking with a primal fear he has never known. The others observe him, recognizing his immense power and mysterious background. But his sudden emergence raises critical questions. Why hide such strength until now? The protagonist's calm demeanor is deeply unsettling to his peers. Suddenly, the deputy squad leader appears, her expression severe. She questions their tardiness. She warns them that their instructor, Coach Feng, is enraged by their lack of discipline. The coach himself steps forward, his gaze dripping with contempt. He despises lateness. He dismisses the others, but singles out the protagonist, demanding to know who he is. The instructor arrogantly waves him away, declaring the conversation over. He asserts his absolute authority over the elite class. In his eyes, the protagonist is unworthy refuse, unfit for this training. Unfazed, the protagonist makes a single phone call, calmly relaying the situation to a higher power. The coach is incensed by this blatant defiance. The deputy leader believes the newcomer has just sealed his own fate. But then, the coach's personal device begins to ring. His expression shifts. His entire demeanor changes to one of utter panic and subservience. He grovels to the voice on the line. The protagonist hangs up, his objective complete. The coach stares, his face pale with dread. Through gritted teeth, the humiliated coach grants him entry. In a petty display of power, he orders the protagonist to stand by the door. The other students can feel the instructor's murderous aura intensifying. Just as he tries to regain control, another student arrives late. The class watches in horror. This poor soul is about to face the coach's full wrath. The instructor's rage finds a new target, accusing the boy of being worthless. But the protagonist intervenes, calmly explaining the true reason for the delay. The student he defended is paralyzed with shock. The other students are certain this act of defiance is a death sentence. The coach turns his venomous glare back to the protagonist, challenging his decision to protect the weak. He expels the student on the spot, a clear message to all who would dare oppose him. He threatens to blacklist the boy, ensuring no other training camp will ever accept him. The desperate student begs, but the corrupt coach shows no mercy. He savors this moment of cruelty, believing he has re-established his dominance. He gives the protagonist one final chance to bow his head and submit. But the protagonist's judgment is absolute. Playing with another's freedom, you're just junk. His words echo through the silent room, a declaration of war against a corrupt system. His eyes were cold, observing the unfolding challenge. The new coach, a supposed ace, immediately singled him out as worthless. He publicly called Hang Shang to the ring, intending to make a spectacle of him. The other students knew this was not a simple practice, it was an execution. The coach tried to pit him against the class's most violent fighter, Cao Meng. They knew Cao Meng was infamous for hospitalizing his opponents. But to everyone's shock, the fearsome fighter flatly refused the order. The reason was simple. Hang Shang was his uncle, a fact that stunned the arrogant coach. Hang Shang stepped forward, stating he had no interest in petty squabbles. The coach's ego was wounded, sneering that he was still vastly superior. He escalated the situation, threatening expulsion if Hang Shang didn't face him directly. Unfazed, Hang Shang flipped the script, asking what the prize for his victory would be. The coach erupted in fury at the sheer audacity of the challenge. Hang Shang laid out his terms, an end to the coach's tyranny over the students. The onlookers were speechless at his unyielding defiance. Blinded by rage, the coach sealed the deal, a decision he would soon regret. He revealed the trial, a machine designed to test raw defensive power. The other students were captivated by the advanced technology. The coach boasted that this was his personal training device, a clear intimidation tactic. He confidently set the impact force to a staggering 2 tons. He began to channel his energy, preparing a grand display of his power. But Hang Shang's perception saw through the facade, sensing no real spiritual depth. The coach activated his golden shield, enveloping himself in a brilliant aura. The students were in awe of the immense spiritual power on display. Yet Hang Shang's analysis revealed it was just a crude gathering of aura for defense. Realizing his own reserves were low, he began drawing ambient energy into himself. The machine's countdown began as the massive fist prepared to strike. The final second ticked away. It was time to demonstrate true power. The entire confrontation was being recorded by a stunned onlooker. The screen captured a moment that would shatter everyone's perceptions. The coach smirks through the blood, unfazed by the blow that sent his subordinate flying. He turns his attention to the true challenger, issuing a final warning. The coach is internally perplexed. His defensive arts should have nullified any attack completely. He offers an escape route, a chance to surrender, but the protagonist's silence is his only answer. Without hesitation, he steps onto the activation plate, escalating the challenge. The machine recalibrates to a devastating 3-ton strike, a death sentence for any normal student. His eyes flare with cold resolve. Don't forget our bet. The challenge begins, a trial of pure power. As the countdown starts, the protagonist assumes a familiar stance, shocking the coach. It's an exact replica of his own secret technique. A brilliant golden aura erupts around him, a sign of perfect execution. He has manifested the legendary Admiralty Golden Shield. The coach is horrified. A technique that took him years to master was stolen in a single moment. He frantically screams at the operator not to stop the sequence. He sees the potential for a miracle, betting everything on this newcomer's impossible talent. The 3-ton fist descends like a meteor. The impact shatters the reinforced floor beneath him. He feels his internal structure failing, but this physical pain is insignificant. It cannot compare to the trials he has already overcome. With sheer willpower, he holds his ground against the crushing force. He lands, battered but standing, leaving the entire room frozen in absolute silence. A profound stillness hangs in the air. He looks at his trembling hands, the victor of an unwinnable fight. The spectators can only stare, their minds unable unable to process what they have witnessed. The coach erupts with excitement, declaring him the undisputed champion. He immediately promises him unlimited resources, seeing not a student, but a prodigy. This preferential treatment defies all academy regulations, but the coach asserts his absolute authority, silencing all dissent. The protagonist rejects the offer. He fought only for what was rightfully earned. He then turns his attention to the boy with glasses. A promise must now be kept. The coach, now fully invested, asks for his name. He assures the protagonist that the boy is safe, as a winner's demands are absolute. His mind drifts to a core memory, a lesson burned into his soul about the cruelty of the world. A voice from his past warns against naive altruism. He remembers his father standing amidst an inferno, teaching him that weakness is the ultimate sin. His father's cruel philosophy echoes through time. Those who sacrifice for others are destined for destruction. But he has chosen a different path. He will act because he despises the regret of inaction. The memory of his father's twisted smile surfaces, an incurable idealist, yet possessing a will of iron. The world changed with the Reiki revival, turning ordinary people into superhumans. This new reality was presented as an infinite opportunity for glory and power. But Reiki's influence was not limited to humanity. All life began to evolve. Awakenings manifested in three core paths: physical power, mechanical aptitude, and the rare, potent supernatural abilities akin to magic. Society was now stratified into zones of escalating danger. This revelation of the world's harsh new structure shocked the unprepared recruits. The sheep zone was a sanctuary for the weak, while the wolf district was a proving ground for the strong. He immediately sought the requirements to enter this more dangerous, rewarding tier. His peers, still trapped in their ignorance, scoffed at his question. The coach explained the hierarchy of power, a ladder leading to the fusion period. A single warrior at this level possessed the power of 10,000 men. He cut through the noise with a single direct question: how does one attain such power? The answer lay not in brute force, but in understanding the nature of aura itself. Reiki is divided into 4 primary attributes, with each person resonating with 2. The specific ratio of these attributes determines an individual's innate strengths and weaknesses. These elements exist in a delicate balance, each one holding dominance over another. A water attribute user, for example, holds a tactical advantage over a fire user of equal strength. This was the fundamental law of combat in this new era. While others struggled to grasp the concept, he saw the strategic implications immediately. He acknowledged the coach's tactical insight, a valuable piece of the puzzle. Others had relied on brutal, inefficient training methods in the past, a flawed philosophy of hardening defense through mindless punishment. The protagonist's rare, unspoken approval had a profound effect on the instructor. The other students were oblivious to the intellectual exchange that had just occurred. Meanwhile, another figure observed the class from a distance. She questioned if the protagonist was suitable for the elite class under such an unstable instructor. She resolved to maintain her observation, intervening only if absolutely necessary. The instructor, overwhelmed, expressed his gratitude in an unorthodox manner. The observer was taken aback by this unprofessional display. Her thoughts were interrupted by an incoming communication from a higher authority. The battalion commander's message was urgent, though his state was compromised. She had no patience for incompetence, regardless of rank. The instructor dismisses the class, singling out Hang Shang to remain. He is escorted to a high-tech chamber for a special evaluation. The observers watch with keen interest, particularly focused on his latent power. They confirm his psionic abilities are on the verge of awakening. Hang Shang feigns ignorance, asking about the test's purpose. A senior explains that the initial value measures raw talent, the very foundation of a warrior's potential. With the explanation complete, the machine activates and seals him inside. 10 minutes pass with no results, causing the observers to grow anxious. A technician then points out a critical error. The activation switch was never pressed. Elsewhere, a high-ranking officer arrives at the battalion commander's office to report. Her expression is cold steel as she demands the reason for the summons. She finds the commander in his lavish office, projecting an aura of casual power. His attempts at small talk are met with silence. The commander continues his charade, feigning a gentle demeanor with his pet. He offers her a pair of walnuts, a bizarre and condescending gesture. She sees through his act immediately, finding his very presence repulsive. He finally reveals his agenda, the upcoming training camp league. She remains unimpressed, demanding he state his purpose for wasting her time. He shamelessly asks her to relinquish a student spot for his unqualified son. The commander offers her a bribe, a reward far greater than the prize for winning. He moves closer, his attempt at persuasion turning into a veiled threat. His presence is utterly revolting to her. Her patience finally snaps. Disgusted, she turns to leave, his offer rejected. As a parting gift, she unleashes a particle slash, shattering his prized aquarium. He screams in feigned anguish, but she knows it's just a performance. His pet mantis seems to mock his outburst. In a sudden, horrifying display of rage, he crushes the creature in his fist. Back at the testing center, the trial is finally underway. Hang Shang steps out, his expression unreadable. A senior attempts to explain the mechanics of the awakening. He boasts that his score and his peers are at the peak of human potential. Hang Shang listens intently, absorbing every piece of data. The senior senior smugly reveals his own initial value was 30, a score considered a once-in-a-century prodigy. Suddenly, the machine roars to life, projecting a blinding golden number, 99. The senior stares upward, his face a mask of pure shock. The number is impossible, a value that defies all known limits of human potential. The lingering psychic residue of the battle still haunts the puppet master's mind. Yet for Hang Shang, the incident is already a distant memory as a new message arrives. Elsewhere, Cao Meng sits contemplating her next move. She hesitates, weighing the consequences of contacting him. A slip of the thumb sends an unintended message, and her composure shatters instantly. The awkward exchange is now permanently recorded. Hang Shang's companions see the message, their expressions a mixture of shock and intrigue. For Cao Meng, this simple mistake has created a catastrophic social scenario. She spots them leaving the building, her anxiety peaking. The lack of a reply only deepens her panic as his companion misreads the entire situation. Seeing the tension, the other girl wisely excuses herself, leaving the two of them alone. They walk in a deafening silence, the air thick with unspoken words. Cao Meng nervously reads from a prepared script, desperately trying to clarify a past misunderstanding. Hang Shang's reply is chillingly simple, plunging the atmosphere to a freezing point. Their tense moment is interrupted by another student, Zhao Qiang. He has been waiting to express his family's gratitude and quickly invites them to his home. But as they walk, their path is suddenly blocked. Two hostile figures emerge from the alley, their intentions clearly malicious. Hang Shang denies knowing who they seek and orders an immediate retreat. The pursuers realize his deception and give chase instantly. Zhao Qiang deploys a small device, creating a clever diversion. An illusory wall materializes, momentarily halting their enemies. The trick is quickly broken, but it bought them precious seconds. The pursuers find the alley empty, their prey having vanished without a trace. They confirm their orders. Hang Shang has become a major obstacle for their organization. If he cannot be controlled, he is to be eliminated without question. The group escapes through the winding streets. Zhao Qiang explains his reliance on tactical gadgets, admitting his lack of combat prowess. They finally arrive at a humble noodle shop, his family's home. As thanks, his father offers them his specialty dish. For a brief moment, they enjoy a peaceful meal. Zhao Qiang reveals the gravity of the situation Hang Shang saved him from. He speaks of his determination to grow stronger through rigorous spiritual practice. When he mentions the concept, Hang Shang's knowledge of the subject shocks him. To Hang Shang, however, such practice is a trivial matter, an answer that leaves his companions speechless. After the meal, Zhao Qiang and his father bid them a grateful farewell. His friends are now accustomed to his cold, unreadable nature. Zhao Qiang sees it differently, viewing him as a silent guardian of justice. Later, he kneels before a memorial for his late mother. He tells her he is safe, rescued by the very teenager he now hopes to befriend. He views their meeting as a turning point in his life. His father then calls to him, realizing Hang Shang left his phone behind. Zhao Qiang rushes to return it, but then he sees them. The two pursuers have found their way to his family shop, their presence a dark omen. His father, unaware of the danger, serves the two men. A moment later, Zhao Qiang is beaten and bleeding on the ground. The old man begs for his son's life, not understanding what they've done. The man in the sunglasses coolly states he is only looking for Hang Shang. He grabs the father, using his son as leverage to extract the information he needs. Miles away, Hang Shang finally realizes his phone is missing. To save his son, the father debases himself completely. The villain mocks the boy, relishing the family's despair. But their torment has drawn unwanted attention. The father holds his son back, pleading for him not to resist. Zhao Qiang observes the grim reality of this world. Survival often requires abandoning one's pride. The tormentor laughs, amused by the father's desperation. But the father remembers his wife's death, a failure he cannot repeat. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the tension. The villain presents a final twisted game. Step on your father, or you will both perish. The father, having already lost his wife, cannot watch his son die too. He begs his son to do it, to choose life over dignity. He insists the boy's mother would want him to survive. The son hesitates, trapped in an impossible choice. He thinks of his mother's memory and what she stood for. He makes his decision. He will not live in shame. He would rather die with honor. Enraged by this defiance, the villain attacks with a fiery fist. The boy is thrown back by the sheer force of the blow. The villain is shocked that he even dared to fight back. He declares the boy's fate sealed with no hope of rescue. The boy's final attack fails, and the villain lands a fatal blow. In his final moments, he apologizes to his father. He remembers his mother, a gentle soul stolen by a world without gods or fairness. The system is broken. Power is the only rule. He prepares to leave this disgusting world behind. With his last breath, he utters a final prayer to any entity listening, a plea to obliterate the wicked who thrive on suffering. Suddenly, a devastating kick shatters the villain's face. The attack is impossibly fast and powerful. The true protagonist, Hang Shang, has arrived. His presence commands the entire scene. Elsewhere at a testing facility, officials are in an uproar. They review the results of Hang Shang's evaluation in disbelief. Back at the scene, the broken villain demands to know why. Hang Shang demands a reason for his cruelty, a justification for his actions. The test results are absolute. 100% affinity with every known element. The villain's pathetic answer, it was simply for his own amusement. The dying boy tells Hang Shang to flee, but it's too late. For that answer, the protagonist declares he will pay the ultimate price. Two figures emerge from the shadows, introducing themselves as emissaries from a powerful organization. They've heard of Hang Shang's activities and present a chilling ultimatum: submission or annihilation. Hang Shang observes their arrogance, completely unmoved by the threat. His opponent's calm demeanor enrages the thug who brandishes a heavy cleaver. He lunges forward, aiming for a swift and brutal execution, but the blade clangs against an impenetrable golden shield, stopping it dead in its tracks. The onlookers are stunned. He can replicate the techniques of others perfectly. The thug laughs, believing he has analyzed Hang Shang's weakness, a fire and wind attribute. He mocks his opponent, convinced of his elemental advantage and imminent victory. But Hang Shang's gaze remains cold, calculating a future his enemy cannot comprehend. A memory surfaces, a test result showing an impossible reality: 100% mastery over all four elements. This anomaly, this perfection across all disciplines, had never been recorded in history. It was a power that defied all known logic and limitations. Back in the present, the ignorant thug unleashes his fire technique. Hang Shang counters with a simple wind shield, effortlessly neutralizing the fiery assault. The thug celebrates the shield's destruction, failing to see it was a meaningless victory. He immediately launches a powerful water-based attack to exploit the supposed weakness. Even his ally believes the battle is over, certain that no defense can stop this next blow, but they operate on flawed data. The full scope of his power is still unknown to them. With perfect elemental affinity, he can counter any opponent and suppress any martial art. Just as the water attack is about to land, Hang Shang reveals his third affinity, Earth. His eyes narrow as he prepares to deliver a swift, decisive judgment. A barrage of stone-hard fists impacts the thug's face with overwhelming force. The observers cry out in shock. A third attribute was thought to be impossible. The blows are relentless, each one shattering the thug's confidence and his bones. His own taunts and threats echo in his mind as his world comes crashing down. He recalls the innocent lives he destroyed, the very people he deemed weak and pathetic. But now he is the weak one, and judgment has finally arrived. As the final blow connects, the victim's pleas for justice are answered. The thug is launched through solid stone, his body broken by the overwhelming power. He lands in a heap, a testament to the fatal miscalculation he made. The witness stares at the bloody fist, seeing the power of a demon, but through the dust and light, he sees the silhouette of a savior. Hang Shang's expression is devoid of emotion, his duty fulfilled. He despises conflict, but he despises those who prey on the weak even more. The hooded figure regarded Hang Shang with cold, calculating eyes. His affiliation was now confirmed, the Shadow Organization. With the objective secured, he turned to leave. His business here was concluded. The captive, though beaten, spat threats with unearned confidence. He invoked the name of his powerful organization. His foolish rage echoed through the quiet street. The protagonist, however, remained utterly unfazed. The man continued to promise retribution and torture, empty words from a powerless position. A single precise kick silenced the pointless noise. The blow was swift and decisive. As dusk settled over the city, the confrontation reached its climax. A muffled scream was the only sound that broke the silence. The hooded man made his intentions clear. He was here only for the asset. The captive was now unconscious, his threats extinguished. The operative effortlessly slung the man over his shoulder and began to depart. He left with a final chilling warning. The organization does not forget. They watched the shadowy figure disappear into the growing darkness. He vanished into the fading light, another pawn removed from the board. Hang Shang, still processing the events, expressed his gratitude. He owed him his life again. But the protagonist offered no comfort. He stated his true intentions were not sentimental. His cold words cut through the relief, leaving only confusion. He delivered a brutal lesson on the nature of their world. The weak are not saved, they are consumed. The path to survival was not through reliance, but through power. He turned his back, leaving the boy with a final ultimatum: evolve or perish. In that moment, a fire was ignited within Hang Shang. He would not remain weak. Later that night, the city slept, unaware of the battles waged in its shadows. The protagonist analyzed his own progress. The martial arts were changing him, forging him into a weapon. He recalled the tangible impact of his abilities, each strike a calculated application of force. He mentally cataloged his combat arts, categorizing them by elemental affinity. A strategic overview was necessary. He replayed the previous battle, realizing his rage had blinded him to a crucial water-based technique. It was a critical error. Calmness was paramount. Impulse was a fatal flaw he had to eliminate. His train of thought was broken by a trivial, yet irritating, oversight. The city buzzed with life, a world of connections he was momentarily severed from. Elsewhere, a powerful man made a call, setting new pieces into motion. His son received the news with decadent celebration, oblivious to the true stakes of the game. The elite Green Shade training camp was the next stage in the grand plan. A classmate approaches, handing him the phone he supposedly left behind. but the screen reveals a classified message exposing his true fire attribute. In class, the instructor announces the upcoming district league selections. The top students, Jo Yuan and Misu, are chosen as expected. Then, the substitutes are named, with Hang Shang being one of them. The class murmurs in confusion, questioning why someone so powerful is a mere substitute. The instructor is evasive, simply stating the final slot is reserved. Suddenly, a campus-wide alert summons all students to the assembly field. Thousands gather, completely unaware of the event about to unfold. A commotion erupts as a shadow falls over the crowd. A colossal evolution raptor descends, its wings generating a terrifying vortex. The monstrous beast lets out a piercing cry. As students scatter in panic, one of the top recruits tries to organize an evacuation. From a brilliant light, a lone figure emerges from the chaos. He calmly addresses the panicked crowd, calling the terrifying entrance a simple greeting. The ferocious raptor is revealed to be his tamed beast. He announces his identity, Ma Lu, son of the battalion commander. With his introduction complete, he declares every student present to be utter garbage. The crowd is stunned into silence by his incredible arrogance. He doubles down on his insults, laughing at their perceived weakness. They whisper among themselves, believing his audacity stems only from his powerful father. Ma Lu smirks, having anticipated their exact reaction. Meanwhile, his father watches the proceedings from a remote command center. The commander observes his son's display of dominance with immense satisfaction. Ma Lu then throws a microphone into the crowd, challenging anyone to refute him. A terrified student catches it, frozen by fear. In a moment of desperation, he shoves the microphone towards Hang Shang. All eyes turn to our protagonist, thrusting him into the center of the conflict. The instructor watches with a malicious grin, eager to witness the confrontation. Hang Shang's response is a simple, disarming acknowledgement. His calm demeanor instantly shatters the tense atmosphere, confusing everyone. In the command center, the commander notes the abrupt shift in the field's energy. He turns to the instructor, who has just arrived, stating his timing is perfect. The instructor presents a gift from the commander, a blood jade pendant. It is a B-class treasure, an artifact capable of autonomously enhancing a warrior's power. But alongside the priceless treasure is a crude note, a dead gold paper. The commander explains it is his own creation. He calls it a death-free gold medal, an absolute guarantee of survival within the trial's borders. The instructor is stunned. Such a guarantee over a vast, dangerous territory is thought to be impossible. The commander's attention returns to the monitors, ready to watch his son's debut. The crowd senses a clash is imminent. To get a better view, the commander orders the 9 monitors to merge into one massive screen. On it, he witnesses a shocking premonition, his son being utterly decimated by an unseen force. He watches the vision unfold, his expression hardening. The raw display of power is beyond anything he had anticipated. His shock gives way to a grim understanding of the new variable on the field. The camp is buzzing with rumors about Hang Shang's fate. Even those who dislike him hope he survives the commander's wrath. A woman presents a death-free medal to the enraged battalion commander. She reminds him of his promise. This paper now belongs to Hang Shang, but the commander's rage is absolute. He roars, "I don't care." Unfazed, Hang Shang stands before the academy's most powerful figures. The entire high command is present, desperately trying to restrain him. They plead for him to spare the promising student for the future. But his grief and fury are all-consuming. "Unforgivable," he cries. A primal scream escapes his lips. Hang Shang must die. A warning cuts through the air. The commander's attack is coming. His eyes burn with crimson light as a phantom tiger manifests around him. He unleashes his ultimate technique, Tiger Roar Mountain. The force of the blow obliterates everything in its path. The elite instructors are thrown back like dolls by the sheer force. The room is devastated by the shockwave. The red haze of fury begins to fade from his eyes. He blinks in utter disbelief, his attack having met empty air. The commander turns, only to see Hang Shang completely unharmed. He hadn't dodged, he had simply projected a horrifying mental assault. Trapped in the illusion, the commander demands to know why he attacked his son. Hang Shang's reply is cold and logical. He provoked the attack. He calmly explains his simple code of conduct, unbothered by the commander. The onlookers are bewildered. They cannot perceive the psychic battle taking place. The commander sneers, believing it's all a foolish act. But the pressure of Hang Shang's mental dominion intensifies. He demands the truth, his bravado crumbling under the immense spiritual pressure. Hang Shang simply confirms it. This is the unvarnished truth. The instructors realize something is deeply wrong. Hang Shang shows no reaction. Suddenly, the commander's demeanor shifts completely, offering a B-level treasure. This generosity stuns everyone, but he privately vows to kill him later. He invites Hang Shang to name any price, feigning goodwill. Hang Shang's request is as simple as it is audacious. "I want your position as battalion commander." The entire command structure is frozen in absolute shock. He didn't just survive the commander, he challenged his very authority. The coach warns him against provoking the moody and worthless Hang Shang. He felt the commander's murderous power, questioning why the protagonist showed no fear. Hang Shang simply stated his own father's aura was on an entirely different level. Stunned, the coach demands to know the identity of this powerful figure. The protagonist recites a list of legendary names, a calculated mockery. Word of his defiance spreads like wildfire throughout the training camp. Students whisper about how he emerged unscathed after humiliating the battalion commander. His true background is now a subject of intense speculation and mystery. Some even believe he has the power to replace Commander Ma entirely. The other students are desperate for new leadership, seeing the current commander as a failure. He listens silently, the seeds of chaos he planted beginning to sprout. After class, the instructor gathers the 4 students selected for the league. The elite team assembles, a mix of anticipation and rivalry in the air. Their first training exercise is to complete nearby monster clearing tasks via an app. However, the app is malfunctioning. All the low-risk missions have mysteriously vanished. The only available quests are located in the dangerous border territories. The coach decides to investigate the anomaly at the Task Union headquarters directly. On their way, fellow students cheer for Hang Shang as their new camp leader. His influence is growing exactly as he predicted. They arrive at the Green Shade Town Task Union, the center of all mercenary activity. The coach presents his credentials, looking to secure a mission for his team. The receptionist notes the app shows all city tasks, but confirms something is amiss. He reveals all nearby low-rank missions have been cleared in a highly unusual pattern. He asks if students of their caliber can handle more advanced assignments. The coach selects a relatively simple task: clearing flamingo eggs. The mission is far from the city, in an isolated and vulnerable location. Meanwhile, a conspiracy brews in the battalion chief's office. The chief's son questions his father's failure to deal with Hang Shang. A dark, calculating expression settles on the battalion chief's face. The son falls silent, understanding the unspoken threat in his father's gaze. He storms out of the room, consumed by his own need for vengeance. His eyes burn with a cold, murderous fury. The team gathers at the high-speed rail station, ready to depart for their mission. They prepare to leave, completely unaware of the trap ahead. Suddenly, the commander's son appears, demanding they include him in the mission. The team is baffled by his sudden and unwelcome intrusion. He insists on joining them, forcing his way into their operation. A secret message confirms his own ambush is ready and waiting. He smiles, believing his plan to eliminate Hang Shang is foolproof. Back in his office, the battalion chief receives an update on his own scheme. He takes a call to confirm the final arrangements for the ambush. His subordinate reports that 5 E-class monsters are in position. The chief angrily overrides the plan, demanding a far deadlier D-class monster. He gives a single chilling order: ensure there are no survivors. He leans back, imagining the look of gratitude on his son's face. Aboard the train, the team travels toward the border, unsuspecting. Their journey is now a path to a double ambush, a fatal surprise. A rare prodigy appears, his latent psionic value measured at a staggering level. On a train to the borderlands, this very prodigy sits across from a rival. The rival's true objective is revealed in his thoughts: a covert assassination mission. Suddenly, the protagonist's head snaps around, his senses detecting the hostile intent. The would-be assassin is caught off guard by the piercing gaze, but the protagonist's focus is elsewhere. He's analyzing the boy's rare water elemental affinity. This intense scrutiny is deeply unsettling, a predator studying its prey. The protagonist applies silent pressure, a non-verbal challenge that terrifies his opponent. Their coach diffuses the situation, separating the two before it can escalate. The train arrives at Green Shade East Station, but their journey is far from over. They proceed on foot into the desolate outskirts where there are no witnesses. Their mission location lies on the border of the Wolf area, a dangerous, untamed land. The group reaches a heavily fortified checkpoint, the last bastion of civilization. Guards deny them entry, stating their power levels don't meet the requirements, but the coach simply presents his high-level credentials, proving their authority. The massive gates grind open, permitting their passage into the Forbidden Zone. They step out into the vast, barren wasteland beyond the city's protection. The harsh desert landscape is a stark contrast to the city they left behind. The coach explains that while the most powerful monsters have been cleared, danger still lurks. E-level threats can appear at any moment, so they must follow their combat protocols precisely. As if on cue, a beast attacks, and the team executes a flawless counter-maneuver. They move in perfect coordination, a synchronized strike against the charging enemy. The formation breaks the creature's momentum, leaving it vulnerable. Their coach is impressed, acknowledging their exceptional teamwork. But for the elite duo, mere praise is an insult. They demand a much higher standard. Their companion is baffled by this relentless drive for perfection. Nearby, they discover the corpse of a recently slain monster. The coach explains the economic value of harvesting materials from fallen beasts. A new directive suddenly appears. A D-class hunter has been dispatched to their location. The assassin panics. He has only 10 minutes to plant the monster bait on his target. He turns, but the protagonist is already staring, anticipating his every move. The protagonist offers a simple challenge to fight, which the assassin hastily rejects. Every attempt the boy makes to get closer is met with an unnerving stillness. The protagonist can feel the hostile energy. He will not miss this chance to acquire the water arts. His focus is absolute, his eyes locked on the assassin, waiting for the critical moment. The assassin's bizarre approach is a desperate attempt to close the distance unnoticed. The constant, predatory gaze is breaking him. This psychological warfare is unbearable. He knows if he fails to plant the bait, the incoming hunter will claim him instead. The plan required a specific catalyst, the Blood Witch airfighter. My system confirmed the assets were converging on the target's location. The fool finally realized his fatal miscalculation, but it was far too late. In his desperation, he switched to a crude contingency plan. He believed this simple diversion would somehow grant him victory. As the shadow blotted out the sun, my enemy celebrated his own demise. While his allies preached caution, Malu screamed my name, oblivious to the truth. He deployed his flash bullet, aimed at my turned back. A classic error. The world was consumed by a blinding white light. In his haste, he had marked himself with the very bait meant for me. The team was thrown into chaos, completely disoriented. Ignoring all others, the beast descended upon its true marked target. Malu was seized and dragged into the sky, his cries for help unheard. His protectors attempted a futile rescue, but the second phase of my plan had already begun. The ground erupted, revealing an ambush of D-class monsters. His team's leadership was swiftly incapacitated. The remaining students were no match for the beasts. Their coach could only buy them a few precious seconds. A desperate call for reinforcements went out, detailing their utter defeat. The message reached the Green Shade training camp. An officer reported the emergency to the battalion commander. He initially treated the report with dismissive arrogance. Then, a flicker of concern, believing this was a simple training exercise gone awry. He was assured a team was being dispatched. His concern immediately dissolved into perverse amusement. He was convinced this danger was his son's elaborate scheme for glory. The commander went to his son's room, expecting to congratulate him. Instead, he found only a note promising a big surprise. He read the message, still chuckling at his son's perceived audacity. Just then, the call from the front lines came through. He listened to the dire report of casualties with a smug grin. He condescendingly asked for the names of the victims. The voice on the line delivered the devastating truth. "It's your son." Suddenly, the words on the note took on a horrifying new meaning. The surprise was real, and the commander's world shattered into a million pieces. Reinforcements were dispatched via high-speed rail. The elite operatives discussed their mission parameters. They knew the situation was unusual, but not the full extent of the chaos. Suddenly, their sensors detected an immense power approaching from behind. It was the commander, his rage propelling him faster than the bullet train. A father's fury had been unleashed upon the world. An ordinary training exercise erupts into chaos. 2D-class monsters ambush the unsuspecting students. Ma Lu is captured by the beasts. The team leader orders an immediate retreat to save the others. But Hang Shang refuses to abandon a comrade. He will save Ma Lu, no matter the cost. His teammates protest, knowing a D-class monster is far beyond his current power level. But one ally, Huang Ling, offers her support. Her flight gear will allow them to track the target from a safe distance. The instructor reluctantly agrees. Their lives now hang on a razor's edge. The remaining students hold the line, engaging the second beast to buy precious time. Huang Shang and Huang Ling begin their pursuit. Every second is critical. She affirms her readiness for the mission. He remains silent, his mind already calculating variables. With a burst of energy, they launch into the sky, closing the distance. A stray blast alerts them to the danger ahead. Huang Ling immediately broadcasts an emergency signal. The signal reaches the main training camp. A grim report begins. The monitor relays the ambush and Huang Shang's solo pursuit of the captured student. The entire camp is thrown into turmoil. They understand this is a potential death sentence. Elite reinforcements are dispatched via high-speed rail, but their arrival is 5 minutes away. The instructor knows the grim truth. The slightest miscalculation will result in 3 fatalities. Far from safety, the monsters drag their prey deeper into the desolate wasteland. The captured student, Ma Lu, faces his imminent demise. But just as hope fades, a brilliant beam of energy strikes the beast from nowhere. The initial threat is wounded, but from the smoke emerges a far greater menace. Ma Lu stares into the eyes of a creature whose power is off the charts. Huang Shang and his companion finally arrive, spotting the dire situation below. Huang Ling's scanners fail to detect the D-class monster. Instead, they scream warnings of a C-class entity. This new enemy is exponentially stronger. She realizes engaging it is absolute suicide. Huang Shang calmly processes the new data. The mission parameters had just changed. The massive beast holds Ma Lu's life in its hand, ready to crush him. Huang Ling desperately tries to restrain him, to stop him from making a fatal mistake, but he breaks her hold and leaps from the cliff, a calculated dive into the jaws of death. As darkness closes in, Ma Lu hears a familiar voice cut through his despair. Huang Shang descends like a meteor, unleashing a devastating energy strike upon the monster. The creature recoils in agony, stunned by the sheer force of the unexpected assault. He lands perfectly, shielding Ma Lu. The report is updated. Huang Shang is engaging a sea-level threat. The reinforcement team arrives just in time to witness the impossible confrontation. Hang Shang stands firm before the colossal threat. His presence alone calms the terrified victim. For Ma Lu, this isn't just a rescue. It is the arrival of a true hero. The beast roared, preparing to crush its newly found prey. Cornered and out of options, the team hid in a small crevice. Panicked voices suggested waiting for rescue, but he was already analyzing the creature's weaknesses. It was hunting by scent, and it was closing in fast. Suddenly, the monster locked onto their position, charging a sphere of pure energy. He yelled a warning, but it was too late as the blast detonated their cover. The explosion decimated the cliffside, leaving them completely exposed. His companions were injured, but he took the brunt of the attack. Vision in his right eye was gone and his arm was useless, but his mind remained sharp. The girl's mech was damaged, but its flight systems were still operational. It was their only way out, but she couldn't carry everyone to safety. Even if she could, the monster's long-range attacks made escape impossible. He made the only logical choice. He would stay behind as a diversion. They protested, knowing it was a suicide mission against a sea-level monster. But he silenced them with cold reason. His sacrifice was their only path to survival. Emotional outbursts were a liability they could not afford. As the beast located them again, he ordered them to prepare for extraction. She asked if he would make it back alive. He turned to face the monster, his expression unreadable. "Trust me," was all he said, his voice devoid of fear. The spectators watched the monitor, unable to believe what they were seeing. He charged forward not to fight, but to create the perfect opportunity. The monster unleashed a furious roar, focusing all its attention on him. This was the opening they needed. She grabbed their companion and fled. He met the monster's energy blast head-on. From a distance, she could only watch as he faced certain annihilation. He was consumed by a blinding vortex of destructive energy. The light of the explosion filled her vision with horror and despair. The blast tore through the landscape, leaving nothing but a crater. She screamed his name into the smoky abyss. Amidst the silence, droplets of blood began to fall. From the dust, a battered figure emerged, a smirk playing on his lips as he whispered, "Interesting." The team scout locks onto the protagonist's coordinates. Hang Shang is facing a sea-level monster alone. An urgent request for first aid is broadcasted immediately. Reinforcements travel at maximum velocity. Thanks to his diversion, 2 key students are now out of danger. The commander demands a status update. Their arrival is 5 minutes out. The rescued student struggles to report the grim news. He can barely describe the brutal scene he witnessed. The commander listens with cold, unwavering focus. The devastating report comes in. Hang Shang has lost his right arm. A desperate plea is sent across the comms. No matter the cost, you have to save him. The news sends a wave of despair through the other students. The commander makes a solemn promise to rescue Hang Shang. Back on a different battlefield, the situation is just as dire. Coach Feng is about to be overwhelmed by a reptilian beast. Suddenly, a figure unleashes a devastating fist technique, obliterating the monster. The students can only watch in absolute shock. The powerful man is consumed by a singular furious thought. He roars into the chaos, searching for his son. He ignores the wounded around him. His only concern is his own bloodline. He finally spots the boy lying motionless on the ground. The commander rushes to his son's side, disregarding everyone else, but the injured girl pleads with him to save Hang Shang first. The commander refuses, his duty forgotten in favor of his son. His son awakens, not with relief, but with sheer terror on his face. He frantically screams at his father to rescue Hang Shang now. Meanwhile, at the true epicenter of the crisis, an eerie calm hangs in the air. The massive sea-level beast stands amidst the desolation. Its vicious eyes scan the battlefield for its opponent. Strange glowing orbs of pure energy float all around it. Hang Shang sits calmly, analyzing the immense purity of the aura. He begins to gather this raw power, preparing a countermove. A wave of golden, restorative energy emanates from his hand. His focus is absolute as his eyes glow with crimson light. This system confirms the technique's success. His right eye and arm are 100% healed. The search party arrives at the designated coordinates. They expand their search grid, calling out for the missing student Hang Shang. As dusk approaches, their calls go unanswered. Their worst fears are realized. They only find bloodied scraps of his uniform. The other students are paralyzed by the horrific discovery. Despair washes over them as they cry out his name. Despite her injuries, one refuses to abandon the search. A senior student tries to reason with them, warning they are in no condition to proceed. But she remains resolute, refusing to leave a comrade behind. Another student is crushed by overwhelming guilt. He pleads to continue the search, unable to accept his friend's fate. The director makes a command decision, requesting aid from nearby rescue forces. They will extend the search, racing against the encroaching darkness. Elsewhere, the protagonist executes his own plan, luring a colossal beast across the plains. He effortlessly outpaces the creature, taunting its failing stamina. The time for games is over. His eyes flare with crimson light as he prepares the final final blow. The monster freezes, suddenly sensing a power that defies all logic. His gaze is cold, his power absolute. He unleashes a fraction of his energy. The beast roars, demanding the return of the spiritual power he stole. The protagonist simply scoffs, manifesting a dozen more orbs with ease. Miles away in the desolate region known as the Wolf Area, a vehicle traverses the sands. It is the Lone Wolf Sandboat, a massive desert war machine. Inside, the ship's captain is absorbed in a trivial video game. She dismisses her subordinate, Hu Xiaoyu, demanding to be left alone. He complies without a word and exits the room. She believes she has finally earned a moment of peace. Her entertainment, however, is short-lived. Hu Xiaoyu immediately returns with an urgent report that cannot wait. A sea-level monster, the golden pupil ape, has escaped its territory and is being pursued. Astonishingly, its pursuer is registered as someone from the basic period, a realm 2 tiers weaker. The captain is incredulous, certain the detector is malfunctioning. Her subordinate presents the visual data. One silhouette is the monster, the other is its hunter. The second image is a bizarre, cartoonish mouse, an impossible entity. She stares at him, questioning the absurdity of this report. 5 days have passed since the official disappearance of Hang Shang. A memorial service is now being held for the student they presume is dead. The battalion commander's son nearly perished searching for him, but with no body found, doubts linger. Based on the severity of the incident, his death was all but certain. A thorough search of the area and all nearby hospitals confirmed the worst. His classmates are forced to accept the grim reality of their loss. The camp officially honors him as a hero who fell in the line of duty. The commander's son, Ma Lu, appears utterly devastated by the loss. He prepares to deliver a long eulogy for his friend. The entire student body watches in somber silence, but as he attempts to read, the words catch in his throat. He is completely overwhelmed by grief. The crowd watches as the young man breaks down. He tries to regain his composure, but it is a futile effort. The memories are simply too much to bear. His eulogy dissolves into incoherent wails of sorrow. Seeing this, his father, the battalion commander, steps forward to speak instead. He addresses the students, his voice heavy with the weight of the tragedy. He speaks of a promising life cut short, a star that never had the chance to shine. The students are moved to tears by his solemn words. This, he declares, is the harsh and unforgiving reality of their world. A world where they must simply forget the pain and continue onward. But suddenly, the crowd's expressions shift from sorrow to utter disbelief. A figure appears perched atop the memorial sign, a ghost returned from the grave. His classmates stare in absolute shock. It's impossible. The commander continues his speech, completely unaware of the impossible sight behind him. The entire audience is frozen, their eyes locked on the impossible apparition. The media instinctively begins to record the unbelievable event. The figure speaks, his voice cutting through the commander's speech with his own declaration. As cameras flash, the commander's meticulously planned memorial becomes a spectacle. The commander slowly turns, his mind refusing to process what he's seeing. His world shatters as he lays eyes on the boy who was supposed to be dead. Hang Shang announces his return with a triumphant salute. He lands gracefully on the stage, confirming he is very much alive. The instructors are baffled. He's uninjured and wearing the pelt of a C-class monster. He simply smiles, asking if he will be marked absent for his lateness. The crowd erupts in disbelief as Hang Shang reappears. His companions are relieved to see him alive. The commander asks if he defeated the sea-level monster. The onlookers are stunned by his claim that the beast fled. Hang Shang offers a cryptic explanation for his survival. He states the beast ran first, a detail that defies all logic. A sea-level monster fleeing from a weaker opponent is unheard of. One of them recalls seeing the beast grievously injured, but Hang Shang dismisses their questions with a confident smile. The commander, seizing the moment, brings up a promotion. Hang Shang immediately questions his vague promise. The crowd records the conversation, putting the commander on the spot. He tries to laugh off the commitment. He lists several reasons why the promotion is impossible. Sensing the crowd's dissatisfaction, he changes tactics. He makes an unprecedented offer, a direct advancement to the opening period. The students are shocked. Such a promotion is nearly impossible. Hang Shang processes the term, opening period. The commander confirms his monumental offer. He explains this level unlocks one's true potential and status. It is a realm few ever reach, requiring more than mere effort. The true key he reveals is the awareness of death. One must overflow their limits to break through to a new realm. This requires a mental and spiritual breakdown, a brush with true despair. He claims his experience can guide Hang Shang through this painful process. A legendary B-level treasure will also be used to aid the breakthrough. He guarantees a 100% success rate in under 30 minutes. The crowd is speechless at this display of immense resources. The commander declares that only he can grant this power. He frames it as a benevolent act, a gift from the strong. It is a demonstration of his absolute authority. The others others begrudgingly accept that he is the only one capable. Hang Shang remains silent, calculating his next move. The commander warns him not to refuse such a generous offer. He quietly agrees to the procedure. They immediately begin, connecting him to a spiritual detection instrument. The skeptics watch, eager to witness this impossible feat. Breaking the barrier of 99 is a legendary challenge. The commander activates the machine, a smirk on his face. The entire crowd freezes in absolute confusion. Their minds cannot process what they are seeing. A wave of silent shock washes over everyone present. The impossible number is displayed for all to see. The commander stares in horror. The reading is 112. Before the process even began, he had already been promoted. The academy is in an uproar. Hang Shang has been promoted during the opening period. He feigns surprise, masking his true intentions. The others watch in envy as he dismisses his own monumental achievement. The instructor is baffled, knowing the promotion process is a trial by fire. He recalls the battle, a moment where his will to dominate ignited his dormant power. He faced an entity of pure malice, its aura suffocating. The instructor scoffs at his humble description of the event. Hang Shang remembers channeling his energy, preparing to shatter the beast's attack. In that critical instant, he broke through his limits, achieving a legendary promotion mid-combat. The other students are deluded, believing such power is easily obtained. Seizing the opportunity, Hang Shang makes a calculated request of the stunned instructor. He demands the Holy Jade Pill, an artifact reserved for the highest echelons. Flustered by this display of talent, the instructor immediately surrenders the prize. Hang Shang accepts the tribute as the man flees in a panic. The remaining students are left bewildered by the entire exchange. They swarm him, desperate to understand the source of his power. Elsewhere, a keen observer documents Hang Shang's return, sensing a shift in the balance of power. This young analyst recognizes him as a star of freedom, an unpredictable force of nature. Suddenly, Hang Shang appears behind him like a phantom. He criticizes the boys' lack of security, a subtle reminder of the dangers they face. He warns that the shadows are always watching, and protection is paramount. Having established his dominance, he reveals the true purpose of his visit. He requires a custom device, a machine to store vast quantities of spiritual power. His friend asks for the required capacity, unaware of the scale of the request. Hang Shang states a number that shatters his friend's perception of what is possible. A storage of 500 spiritual power is a monumental task, equivalent to a mid-level warrior's entire reserve. The young inventor is intrigued by the challenge. But while Hang Shang's ambition is limitless, he demands 10 of them. Their quest for materials takes them to the city's most exclusive district. They arrive at the prestigious Green Shade Store, a hub for the wealthy and powerful. The staff are occupied, fawning over a rich client. An arrogant employee glances at their simple attire and immediately dismisses them as vagrants. His friend confirms this is the only place with the necessary components. They approach the dismissive employee, who looks down on them with contempt. She rudely orders a junior attendant to deal with them. The younger girl, Xiaoyan, politely greets them. She agrees to show them the rare metals section, much to her superior's annoyance. Once in the secure vault, she asks what specific material they need. Hang Shang's companion requests fully extended and refined spiritual copper. The attendant freezes in shock. This is a legendary material of immense value. She excuses herself and rushes to get the manager. The senior employee scoffs, certain they are merely jesters wasting her time. She decides to summon the duty manager. Hoping to see the two humiliated, she eagerly awaits the spectacle, knowing the manager is infamous for his explosive temper. This man, known as the Golden Lion King, is notoriously volatile. He storms out, furious at being disturbed over what he believes are peasants. He roars at the junior employee, threatening to fire her on the spot. The senior employee smugly points toward Hang Shang. The manager's eyes lock onto him, and his fury instantly evaporates, replaced by sheer terror. He rips a sofa from the ground, frantically carrying it over for them to sit. He bows deeply, welcoming his distinguished guests with the utmost respect. He introduces himself, his voice trembling as they take their seats. The senior employee is speechless as the Golden Lion King screams at her to serve them. He recognized the cloak Hang Shang wears, a priceless artifact made from golden pupil ape fur. Its value is astronomical, easily over $500,000. Hang Shang casually remarks he simply found it, a statement of such immense power it leaves the manager breathless. Inside the exchange, the staff offers a perfunctory greeting, but the protagonist has a specific target in mind, demanding the other receptionist. The young woman with glasses looks up, startled by the request. The first attendant is visibly annoyed, but has no choice but to comply with the client's wishes. He immediately confronts her, exposing her earlier refusal to serve them. He then addresses the new girl, Xiaoyan, commending her professional attitude. She quickly scurries over, ready to assist them. Without a word, he presents his first item, a bar of fully refined spiritual copper. He follows it up with a large exotic fur, demanding an immediate appraisal. The appraiser's eyes widen in shock. It's a golden pupil ape fur worth $500,000. The rude attendant is stunned, unable to comprehend the sum. The protagonist is offered a barter of 5 purified spirit copper for the valuable fur. The attendant scoffs, certain that this is the limit of his wealth. He then unveils 2 more artifacts, an ominous eye and a mysterious potion. The attendant laughs condescendingly, mocking their seemingly worthless trinkets. But the appraiser freezes in terror. He recognizes the B-level treasures, worth millions. The sheer value overwhelms him, his mind reeling with the possibilities. The protagonist coldly asks if 4 million is a sufficient display of his resources. The transaction is completed instantly, his immense wealth securing the materials he requires. He calmly signs the necessary paperwork for his new treasure account. He then poses a piercing question about the nature of their service. The appraiser is left speechless, sweating under the intense scrutiny. Suddenly, the glass behind him shatters as a projectile rips through his chest. He collapses in a heap, and the room erupts into chaos. Armed intruders storm the building, taking the kind receptionist hostage. Security forces attempt to intervene but are immediately neutralized by advanced weaponry. His companion recognizes the modified firearm, a product of a technology awakener. While everyone else drops to the floor in fear, the protagonist remains standing, unbothered. He instead directs his attention to the groveling attendant on the ground, questioning her hypocrisy. She can only stare in disbelief at his detached analysis during a life-or-death situation. The lead assailant screams at him to get down, threatening the hostage's life. The protagonist simply states that the ground is a bit cold. His absurd comment leaves the hardened criminals completely bewildered. The enraged leader presses the barrel of his weapon against the protagonist's temple. Staring directly into his assailant's eyes, he issues a simple challenge, "Then you can try it." He follows with a chilling command, asserting his dominance over the entire room. A low-level thug presses a gun to his head, believing he holds all the power. His accomplices grow nervous, urging him to end this quickly. The fool makes his decision, choosing a path of no return. But his bullet meets an impenetrable golden barrier, a power he cannot comprehend. The sheer kinetic force of the deflection sends the attacker flying backward. Confusion spreads through the criminals' ranks as their simple robbery descends into the unknown. They demand an explanation, but the protagonist is processing the event himself. His silence only fuels their panic and disbelief. A second attacker opens fire, but the result is the same. The shield holds without effort. He calmly analyzes the new development. His defensive skill has become an automatic passive ability. His recent awakening has unlocked latent powers, allowing him to reuse his most potent techniques. While he documents these findings, the thugs waste their ammunition against his flawless defense. The leader resorts to a different kind of weapon, hoping technology can succeed where ballistics failed. He unleashes a high-voltage electrical blast, confident it will bypass the physical shield. But the protagonist has already finished his analysis, identifying the shield's limitations. He also discovers a new application of his power, the ability to control spirits within a 1-meter radius. This close-range spiritual dominance means he is untouchable in close-quarters combat. The electrical attack dissipates before it can even reach him, leaving the thugs utterly defeated. They finally grasp the truth. He is not a victim, he is a master beyond their understanding. He gives them one chance to surrender. "Let the girl go," he commands. The thug laughs, a desperate sound. He still believes the hostage gives him leverage. The protagonist's expression remains cold. The girl is an irrelevance in this equation, but the criminal's mind is broken, focused only on a payday. He observes the pathetic display, a man trading his life for mere currency. The thug continues his pointless threats, his desperation growing. To accelerate the outcome, he offers a B-level treasure, an item worth millions. The lure of immense wealth is too much for them to resist, their greed overriding all caution. His eyes narrow. The moment of distraction is all he needs. He moves with blinding speed, his legs striking like a thunderclap. In a single fluid motion, he secures the hostage and removes her from the conflict zone. She is safe. The board is now clear. He gives her a simple instruction: don't get caught again. As the criminals turn to flee, they see a colossal aura of killing intent manifest behind him. He unleashes a devastating technique, striking them all down simultaneously. Their technological awakenings were fragile, meaningless before true power. The battle is over. He calmly returns to his device, the incident already forgotten. The bystanders, including the rescued girl, can only stare in utter disbelief. They witnessed a boy dismantle a team of dangerous fugitives as if they were nothing. He turns to the crowd, his expression unreadable. He has a question. The onlookers brace themselves for some profound declaration. His only concern is a dead battery. The fight was so trivial it didn't even warrant his full attention. His ally marvels at his recent triumph over 3 high-bounty criminals. Intrigued, he watches as Hang Shang continues his work, trying to comprehend his methods. He questions if this is some advanced technique, but Hang Shang dismisses the notion entirely. The ally attempts a complex technical explanation, but Hang Shang reveals a critical weakness. His awakening has severed his connection to technology. Suddenly, an overly eager student appears, offering to demonstrate his own unique abilities. He performs a bizarre water martial art technique, which amounts to little more than a trick. He then offers a specially prepared drink, claiming it can restore lost energy. Hang Shang, utterly unimpressed by these theatrics, turns and walks walks away without a word. Alone, he analyzes his current skill set, identifying a fatal flaw in his defenses. He concludes that his current abilities are insufficient against truly powerful awakened beings. He gazes over the city, steeling his resolve. The memory of his powerlessness against his father fuels his determination. He knows he must seize every opportunity to grow stronger. His path leads him to the Green Shade training camp. As the instructor concludes the class, Hang Shang raises a critical question. He inquires about the ultimate prize for winning the upcoming training camp league. The instructor reveals the rewards, rare treasures, and advanced missions led by experts. This information immediately captures Hang Shang's full attention. His mind races, formulating a plan to exploit this opportunity for maximum growth. The instructor notices the raw, unconcealed fighting spirit burning in his eyes. 3 days later, the time for preparation is over. While another student boasts to his father about their departure, the man seems entirely despondent and uninterested. The son misreads the situation, offering a hollow word of encouragement before leaving. The father's facade of excitement crumbles the moment his son is gone. Elsewhere, Hang Shang meets with his technical specialist. The engineer delivers 10 custom-built tools designed for storing vast amounts of spiritual power. With these, Hang Shang can now harness the immense energy of the golden pupils he previously controlled. On the day before the tournament, the atmosphere is tense. Students rally, attempting to build morale for their notoriously weak camp. The main contenders observe the commotion, a familiar sight for their team. Their instructor wonders if this year, they finally have a chance to avoid last place. The chosen team assembles, their expressions a mix of determination and anxiety. The crowd cheers, offering their support. When the time comes to choose a leader, the decision is instantaneous and unanimous. Without hesitation, everyone nominates Hang Shang as their captain. The tournament bracket was revealed, positioning them as the first sacrifice. Their previous failure had earned them the lowest seed, a path designed for elimination. They departed their home district, heading into the heart of hostile territory. The Nanchi district was a metropolis of steel and glass, a world away from their own. The coach issued a stern warning. This was enemy ground, and any misstep would be fatal. One of the team members boasted, oblivious to the danger they were in. Immediately, they were met with scorn from the local participants. The crowd openly jeered, hungry for their humiliation. Their coach advised them to ignore the psychological warfare. The only true response would be a decisive victory in the ring. But from the shadows, a far more sinister threat emerged. The team's expressions hardened, the weight of the intimidation pressing down on them. They were escorted to their lodgings, a gilded cage in the center of the city. Even within the team, petty squabbles erupted over room assignments. The protagonist remained isolated, focused solely on the mission ahead. He coldly dismissed his teammates' foolish attempts to distract him. A moment later, his phone rang with an unknown caller. Outside, a hostile mob had gathered, laying siege to their hotel. The crowd's taunts were a coordinated effort to break their morale. Their psychological assault quickly turned physical. Projectiles rained down on the team. The mob leaders denied everything, mocking their pleas for calm. The true orchestrator watched from the shadows, giving a chilling order: let them suffer more. He wanted to escalate the chaos, to push them past their breaking point. A man took aim with a heavy stone, targeting the defenseless students. But before it could find its mark, a hand shot out, catching it with ease. The mastermind smiled. His trap was sprung. If they fought back, he had evidence to have them disqualified and eliminated. A sniper took aim, preparing to neutralize the protagonist with a non-lethal round. The crosshairs settled directly on Hang Shang's unblinking eye. With imperceptible speed, he flicked a pebble into the air. The sniper's high-powered scope shattered into pieces. The mastermind watched in disbelief as his asset was blinded. The entire mob fell silent, stunned by this impossible feat. Hang Shang then raised his hand, pointing directly at the mastermind's hidden location. It was a direct warning. The prey knew exactly where the hunter was hiding. The mastermind, shaken, ordered an immediate retreat. His subordinate delivered the intel report on their target. The report was a fatal miscalculation, listing the protagonist as a low-level fighter. Convinced it was a fluke, the villain's fear turned to arrogance, vowing to crush him in the ring. The next day, the arena buzzed with energy. The tournament was set to begin before a massive crowd. But just before the match, Hang Shang's entire team collapsed. Victims of food poisoning, the enemy had resorted to sabotage, crossing a forbidden line. Even their designated seating area had been tampered with, a petty and insulting gesture. The Nanchi captain entered the ring, delivering a hypocritical speech on sportsmanship. He immediately recognized Hang Shang from the night before. Believing Hang Shang was defenseless, he prepared for a public humiliation. The captain seethed with rage, promising a slow and agonizing defeat for his opponent. The tournament rules were announced for the final match. Suddenly, the protagonist's team collapses, clutching their stomachs in agony. Their coach realizes what's happened, crying out that his players have been poisoned. The opposing leader simply sneers, mocking their incompetence for falling into such an obvious trap. From the sidelines, Coach Lu's top fighter watches, unimpressed by these crude tactics. Her killing intent flares, but the coach restrains her, warning that any interference means disqualification. The enemy captain, Tui, openly taunts Hang Shang, promising retribution for a past humiliation. Huang Shang's expression remains cold, but his friend notices a dangerous anger brewing beneath the surface. On the stage, the first fighter is pale and terrified, weakened by the poison. The corrupt referee starts the match instantly, giving no time to prepare. The fighter immediately tries to forfeit, begging for a substitution. Even his opponent is stunned by the blatant attempt to withdraw, but the referee declares a new rule: no substitutions are allowed in the first 5 minutes. With the rules twisted against them, the opponent lunges, striking the defenseless fighter down. Ma Lu is instantly knocked unconscious, and the enemy team laughs at their easy victory. As the next fighter steps up, she viciously attacks Huang Shang's teammate, but just as she strikes, she suddenly falters, collapsing to the ground. Her teammate rushes to her side only to fall as well. They both writhe in agony, a delayed poison taking effect. Tui's team is horrified, realizing Huang Shang reversed their own underhanded tactic against them. Their last standing member attacks in a rage, screaming about his advanced awakening. Tui remains unbothered, laughing at the accusations of foul play. He boasts that in this world, only the results matter. The methods are irrelevant, only power grants one the right to speak. He declares that history will only remember him as the winner, backed by his powerful uncle. The manipulated crowd roars in approval of his dominance. He continues his speech, claiming the powerful rewrite the rules to their liking. He is the king and his victory is absolute. The coach's fighter can't stand it anymore, ready to slaughter them all. But a calm voice cuts through the noise. Huang Shang steps forward, informing his coach that the 5-minute restriction has passed. The coach warns him against this reckless path, but Huang Shang is only interested in the final reward. He simply turns and says, "Trust me." With no emotion, he tosses his fallen teammates from the stage. Tui scoffs, mocking the idea that one person could challenge his entire team. Huang Shang simply agrees with their philosophy, stating that history only cares for the victor. The enemy charges, swinging a bat at his head. A brilliant golden shield materializes, blocking the attack completely. The attacker smirks, confident his own wraith shield is unbreakable by someone of Huang Shang's level. But then he feels it, an overwhelming surge of power radiating from his target. Huang Shang's energy has shifted, now burning with the attribute of fire. The wraith shield shatters like glass upon impact. The fighter is sent flying, the entire arena stunned by this display of force. He is left spinning helplessly in the air, utterly defeated. Huang Shang closes the distance, unleashing the golden pupil app Big Cannon Fist. The blow connects with devastating force, sending a shockwave through the stadium. The attacker is left embedded in the far wall, neutralized. Huang Shang turns to face the remaining opponents, his expression unchanged. He calmly lists their crimes, poisoning his team and colluding with the officials. He understands they did this for victory, but now they must understand his anger. His eyes glow with crimson light as he issues his final challenge. Together, he states, "I will tear up your selfish pride." Tui laughs, still blind to the danger he is in. But a moment later, his face twists in pure terror as he finally comprehends the abyss between them. Bai Tong, renowned for his impenetrable defense, is neutralized with a single strike. The spectators are in an uproar, but Huang Shang remains entirely unfazed by the commotion. Even the expert observers are stunned, questioning the level of power he just displayed. The man realizes Huang Shang altered the attack's properties mid-strike, a truly masterful technique. Enraged, the enemy captain orders his next fighter, Huang Tao, to enter the ring. He believes Huang Shang overextended himself, seeing a prime opportunity to strike. Huang Tao eagerly accepts, ready to seize this moment for his own fame. He rockets towards Huang Shang, confident in his technological advantage. A massive golden construct materializes, its fists poised to pulverize the target. It unleashes a furious barrage, a storm of metallic fists aimed at overwhelming him. The opposing team celebrates prematurely, certain of their victory, but his expression shifts from triumph to absolute disbelief. Huang Shang stands untouched, having evaded the entire onslaught with impossible ease. The captain watches in horror. He was toying with his opponent. Before Huang Tao can react, Huang Shang appears directly behind him. The impact sends the cybernetic fighter flying across the arena. He's ejected from the ring, landing near his stunned captain. Huang Shang points out the chilling precision of his attack, a calculated display of dominance. The audience roars with approval, while his enemy can only tremble with fury. His gaze falls upon the remaining fighters. He gives them a choice. The captain is paralyzed by the sheer audacity of the challenge. In a desperate move, he orders his last two subordinates to attack simultaneously. They protest, knowing full well they are no match for the monster before them. Their captain threatens them into compliance, his authority crumbling into desperation. He demands to know if their fear of the enemy outweighs their fear of him. The two men reluctantly enter the ring, abandoned by their cowardly leader. The captain resorts to empty threats, invoking the name of his powerful uncle. Huang Shang's response is cold and dismissive, shattering his bravado. The simple question leaves them utterly speechless, their threats rendered meaningless. He desperately plays another card, revealing a connection to a powerful organization. Once again, the information is met with chilling indifference. He reveals his final gambit. An assassin is already en route to eliminate his friend's family. The threat is real. The agent is already closing in on his target. A crimson light glints in Huang Shang's eye. His patience is gone. The captain finally realizes he has made a fatal miscalculation. If there is nothing else to say, he begins. Then it is my turn. He calmly deduces that sparing them now won't stop the assassination. His logic is flawless. Cornered, the captain's mind snaps, screaming for the death of Hang Shang and his family. It is the last mistake he will ever make. His desperate gambit has sealed his fate, and the consequences are absolute. On the phone, Master He confirms his plan to eliminate the little fat family. But a chilling voice intercepts the call, delivering a final stark warning. The line goes dead. He has given them one chance to reconsider their foolish path. In the arena, his opponent, Lu Yao, is broken and bleeding on the floor. He concedes defeat, acknowledging Huang Shang's overwhelming power. A spectator screams a warning, but Huang Shang approaches his defeated foe, unfazed. Suddenly, Lu Yao springs up, laughing. The surrender was a meticulously planned deception. He activates a sea-level treasure, the Ring of Spirits, binding Huang Shang's arms for 3 minutes. The crowd erupts, shocked at the shameless tactic employed to trap their champion. The artifact's power forces Huang Shang's arms into uncontrollable motions. Lu Yao seizes the opportunity, gathering immense spiritual power for his ultimate attack. The spectators recoil in terror, realizing the blast radius is large enough to incinerate them all. He unleashes the noise burst bomb, a devastating sphere of raw energy. Lu Yao's victory seems absolute as he laughs at his helpless target, but with a single command, Huang Shang freezes the cataclysmic attack in midair. The entire stadium falls into a state of stunned disbelief. Lu Yao panics, trying to force his attack forward, but it remains motionless. He pours every last ounce of his power into the technique, yet it won't budge an inch. The enraged crowd screams for blood, demanding he finish the job. As the attack hurtles forward again, Huang Shang simply juggles 2 coins, utterly bored. The blast freezes once more, leaving his opponent in a state of complete confusion. He casually tosses the coins, demonstrating his absolute control over the situation. Then he effortlessly removes the sea-level treasure meant to restrain him. He mimics Lu Yao's stance, a calculated insult to his foe's martial arts. An identical sphere of destructive energy forms in his own hand. Lu Yao stares in horror. Huang Shang has perfectly copied his ultimate technique. His mind fractures under the weight of this impossible reality. The absolute certainty of his own defeat begins to set in. A forgotten feeling resurfaces from his past, pure, undiluted despair. His entire philosophy of power and control shatters before this inexplicable being. He is once again a helpless child facing an unbeatable force. His spirit is completely broken. He has lost everything in this single exchange. Huang Shang looks down at the broken man and offers 2 simple words, "Thank you." The words echo in Lu Yao's mind, confusing him even further. Huang Shang reveals the truth. He needed Lu Yao's attack to awaken a part of himself. The final revelation is too much. The arrogant fighter begins to weep. With cold indifference, Huang Shang returns the sentiment. He then unleashes the copied noise burst bomb, ending the match decisively. Lu Yao's subordinates immediately announce his resignation, sealing the victory. The master was ejected from the building with devastating force. Suddenly, a strange cube materialized in the sky, broadcasting a message to the entire district. It was a monitoring device from headquarters, which quickly dematerialized after its transmission. The defeated warrior struggles to his feet, a malevolent grin on his face. The others are unnerved by his demeanor, sensing that the true threat has yet to reveal itself. On screens across the city, a new figure appears, announcing a live broadcast of a hunt. Huang Shang's eyes narrow, processing the new variable with cold detachment. The fallen master cackles, revealing his ally's masterstroke. All communications have been severed. His team confirms the signal is dead. They are completely isolated. The man on screen coerces a terrified child, forcing him to act as his personal cameraman. With his reluctant witness in tow, he prepares for his grand performance. The broadcast begins, heralded as a showcase for one of the organization's most ruthless killers. But as the assassin revels in the spotlight, the ground gives way beneath him. He's fallen for a crude trap, much to the astonishment of his allies. He emerges from the foul pit, enraged and humiliated by the primitive tactic. Huang Shang watches the spectacle, entirely unfazed by the killer's predicament. The crowd reacts with disgust, shocked by the crude nature of the trap. The killer, now free, begins his pursuit of a fleeing family. Huang Shang reveals he had given them instructions, simply telling them to trust his plan. As the family runs, a secondary device detonates behind them. The killer easily brushes off the minor explosion, his rage growing with every failed attempt to stop him. When questioned, Huang Shang calmly states he didn't arrange the pitfall. It was a simple misdirection. The killer's foot snags another trigger, sending a heavy log swinging into him. He is then caught by a tripwire, crashing violently to the ground once more. He screams in fury, declaring these simple traps will only make his retribution more severe. Finally, he corners one of his targets, a young boy cowering in a room. But the boy follows Huang Shang's final instruction, revealing a customized power storage device. He hurls the object, which the killer dismisses as a mere trinket. The boy stands his ground, determined to protect his home and its memories. The device detonates with unimaginable power, consuming the entire structure in a blinding flash. The boy and his father are thrown clear by the shockwave, stunned by the sheer scale of the explosion. Far away, an official reports the incident to his superior. The mayor of Nanchi district gives a single, chilling order: Do not interfere. The broadcast feed cuts to static, the public spectacle abruptly terminated. His teammate turns to him, asking if this was all part of his intricate design. He simply affirms it was. The others can only stare, realizing the boy's calm demeanor hides a truly visionary mind. Overwhelmed by his strategic brilliance, she makes an impulsive declaration. The woman makes a bizarre proposal which Hang Shang dismisses without a second thought. Her confusion is irrelevant. His will is absolute. They reach the border of Nanxi district, the final checkpoint of their tour, but Lu Xiaoyan's advanced sensors detect a hidden presence. The leader of Nanxi's organization, Ji Shengyu, emerges from the shadows. His forces are analyzed instantly, revealing a mix of fusion period experts and lesser warriors. Shengyu warns them, invoking the name of Yongle City and the threat of war, but his superior is resolute, declaring that war is preferable to failure. The order is given, and his soldiers move to capture their targets. The enemy forces swarm them from all sides, believing victory is assured, but they failed to account for one critical variable as a monstrous shadow falls over them. A massive blue raptor descends, scattering their ranks with a powerful beat of its wings. The enemy leader panics at the sight of a sea-level monster and makes a desperate lunge for Hang Shang. He grabs the boy, thinking he has secured a hostage. A fatal miscalculation. A crimson blur flashes behind him as Lu Xiaoyan moves with blinding speed. She unleashes her signature technique. Her blade arcs through the air, effortlessly intercepting the attack. The man is stunned by her immense power. Realizing she is far beyond his level, she issues a chilling ultimatum. To touch Hang Shang is to invite death. Her declaration leaves the enemy forces completely bewildered. Ji Shengyu attempts to regain control, posturing about their numbers, but his bluff is transparent. The outcome of this fight is already decided. Just then, Hang Shang steps forward, calmly deconstructing the enemy's flawed logic. He points out their strategic disadvantage. It was never a 3-on-3 engagement. Capturing them would cost more than they could possibly gain. The enemy commander is speechless, while Lu Xiaoyan approves of the cold analysis. But Hang Shang's true gambit is yet to be revealed. He opens his coat, displaying an arsenal of explosives capable of leveling the entire station. The choice is theirs: surrender or face total annihilation. Enraged, the leader believes it's a bluff, refusing to be intimidated. Suddenly, his communication device rings with a priority call he cannot ignore. He argues with the voice on the other end, stunned by the order he's receiving. The true power behind the call is revealed. A higher authority has intervened. The message is clear, reinforced by the scene of devastation around the operative. With the situation resolved, she departs, leaving the man to face the consequences. He watches her leave, unable to comprehend the power he just witnessed. She pays him no further mind, her mission complete. Meanwhile, her superior tries desperately to contact her, but he has other plans, having discovered an intriguing new variable in the field. His attention is fixed entirely on one person. He sees the potential in Hang Shang to completely alter the balance of power in the district. A new player has entered the game, and the board is about to change forever. The Green Shade camp celebrates their overwhelming victory. A subordinate reports that elite forces intervened, securing their escape, but the commander is unconcerned with such details. He seeks out Hang Shang. He presents a bizarre and unexpected challenge to the young prodigy. Hang Shang ignores the strange display, instead demanding a promotion he has earned. The commander departs as Hang Shang is debriefed on the aftermath of the explosion. The noodle shop's destruction was a necessary, albeit complicated, part of the plan. Hang Shang confirms that the underworld leader, Cao Laokao, has been dealt with. The Shadow Organization's operatives were captured and swiftly interrogated. Back at the academy, the instructor dismisses the class for spiritual practice. Hang Shang's ignorance of the concept shocks his classmates. The instructor arranges for a private lesson to resolve this knowledge gap immediately. That night, he is introduced to the cultivation of Reiki. His tutor explains the fundamentals of circulating spiritual power through the body's meridians. She prepares to demonstrate the technique, urging him to observe closely. The process requires absolute focus to manifest one's elemental attribute. She ceases her explanation, beginning the deep concentration required. An intense aura of energy immediately radiates from her form. Her power manifests as a tangible warmth, astonishing the onlookers. This is imaginary spiritual practice, a method that accelerates growth exponentially. His companion, a water attribute user, asks if the technique is universal. It is. He would visualize water evolving from a droplet to a vast ocean. She dismisses the other student, clearing the way for Hang Shang's attempt. He casually mentions his psionic power has already risen dramatically through combat alone. To ensure his concentration is absolute, his classmates decide to leave him in solitude. They exit the room, allowing him to begin the trial. He closes his eyes, focusing on the flow of energy within. His two classmates wait outside, observing from a distance. They contemplate what could possibly be happening inside. They recall the recent battle where he single-handedly saved them from certain death. She knew even then that Hang Shang was operating on an entirely different different level. He has a history of shattering every known limitation and expectation. They speculate on what a prodigy like him will manifest on his first attempt. Even for someone extraordinary, manifesting a simple flame would be a great achievement. But she raises the stakes, predicting he will manifest an immense firestorm. They quietly peek inside, preparing to witness his first spiritual practice. What they see is not a flame, but the birth of entire galaxies. He is meditating at the center of a cosmos he created in an instant. His elemental affinity isn't fire, it's the universe itself. Their minds shatter, unable to comprehend the scale of his power. Within his meditative state, he could feel the universe itself swirling inside him. The observers were stunned by his mastery of 4 separate attributes. Later that night, the city fell silent. But for Hang Shang, there would be no peace. He collapsed, his consciousness dragged into a recurring nightmare. In this dark realm, a desperate escape was underway. A figure ran through a corridor, panting in terror. But a shadow loomed, its voice dripping with malice. The entity promised a punishment for this attempted defiance. A desperate scream echoed through the darkness. He awoke with a gasp, the dream's cold grip still on him. Was it merely a memory, or a premonition? This was the first true rest his new body had experienced. He clenched his fist, the power of his father a chasm he could not yet cross. Meanwhile, at the development department's headquarters, a subordinate reported to the director. The director considered reassigning a task due to an operative's temper, but a fiery presence manifested, demanding to continue the mission without delay. Back at the academy's key class, an instructor reviewed the team's progress. He noted Hang Shang's immense spiritual value, but also his exhausted appearance. Hang Shang concealed the truth. Every night, he was tormented by visions of his father. The instructor announced their next challenge, the players from Fujiang district. The enemy's power levels were dauntingly high. The instructor tried to lower the pressure, focusing on participation over victory. But Hang Shang refused to accept mediocrity. His eyes burned with resolve. He would win every match, even if he had to fight alone. The instructor was speechless at his sudden intensity. He realized Hang Shang was a man who yielded to no one on his path to power. This unyielding will ignited a fire in the others. The team's fear was replaced with a unified desire to fight. Inspired, the instructor realigned their objective from participation to absolute victory. The entire team roared, their fighting spirit reaching its peak. The day of the match approached. Hang Shang knew his time was limited. The suffocating power from his nightmares was a constant reminder of the stakes. He would become stronger, no matter the cost, until he could overthrow the tyrant of his past. The team arrives in Fujiang, a district blending ancient architecture with advanced technology. His companions are immediately suspicious of the local food, remembering a previous attempt on their lives. They correctly surmise that their enemies could use poison to eliminate them before the competition even begins. Their paranoia has led them to bring their own secure provisions, a necessary precaution. A local official emerges, attempting to placate them with false assurances of safety. He then extends an invitation from the region's 2 most powerful families, the Jiang and the Dong. Hang Shang immediately analyzes the situation, questioning the motives behind this sudden grand welcome. They are escorted away in palanquins, a clear display of the family's wealth and influence. The procession is a public spectacle, designed to intimidate any and all observers. They arrive at a magnificent royal dining hall, the stage for the coming confrontation. A servant announces their arrival to someone who has been waiting patiently. Young Master Jiang and young Lady Dong, the heirs of the ruling families, greet them personally. The old servant directs them to a preparation area before the meal can begin. They are subjected to an obsessive and unusual cleansing ritual under the guise of local custom. One of his teammates voices his annoyance, but the servant dismisses it as mere tradition. This is clearly a psychological tactic, a way to establish dominance from the very start. They are finally seated, but the power dynamics are already made clear by the seating arrangement. His teammates whisper about their hosts, recognizing them as the titans of Yongle City. The Jiang and Dong families control critical industries and possess immense hidden power. They are a dangerous force, and any interaction with them is fraught with peril. The team's concerns about the upcoming match grow, but they are told to simply enjoy the meal. The young Lady Dong breaks the silence, her focus solely on one individual, Hang Shang. She acknowledges his growing reputation, feigning a polite interest in his famous deeds. Then she makes her move, an audacious request designed to be an insult. She demands he change his name, claiming it conflicts with the title of their supreme ruler. Hang Shang sees through the facade. This is not a request, but a test of submission. His allies erupt, unable to tolerate such a blatant act of disrespect. Hang Shang calmly interjects, his words cutting through their anger with calculated precision. He silences his own team, taking complete control of the negotiation himself. The young master seizes the opportunity, feigning outrage at their outburst to escalate the pressure. Their supervisor attempts to mediate, but he is hopelessly out of his depth. The hosts reveal their true objective, a thinly veiled threat to withdraw from the competition for a reward. Hang Shang dismisses their supposed powerful fighters as insignificant, a truth that shocks the arrogant nobles. His team is thrown into a panic, believing he has just sealed their doom. The young lady's smile vanishes, replaced by a cold analysis of her opponent's strength. She predicts he can only win a single match out of 5, a severe underestimation. Her brother adds that even if Huang Shang wins, his weaker friends will surely be defeated. Huang Shang's confidence is unshaken. He states plainly, "They will defeat your friends." The nobles are stunned into silence by his absolute certainty. The young master's shock turns to amusement. He has finally found a truly interesting adversary. Unbothered by the rising tension, Huang Shang calmly states he was only speaking the truth. The challenge is set. The young master declares he will make Huang Shang regret his arrogance. With the pleasantries concluded, he furiously orders his guards to throw them out. But Huang Shang delivers the final blow, completely ignoring the command. He calmly asks a waiter to pack up the uneaten food, a calculated act of ultimate disrespect. The young master's rage reaches its peak while the team's supervisor despairs at the chaos Huang Shang creates. The city's power structure is a carefully constructed web controlled by the Jiang and Dong families. Their influence is absolute, enforced by the figurehead known as Emperor Li. This emperor demands unwavering obedience, with any sign of disrespect met with severe punishment. His very name is a taboo, a symbol of his untouchable authority. On the eve of the tournament, the enemy makes their move. A broadcast airs featuring the Dong family's heiress, Dong Li. She speaks with immense arrogance, mocking her future opponents as a disappointment. She declares their actions unforgivable, vowing to personally eliminate them for their transgressions. Watching the broadcast, Huang Shang remains unfazed by the threats. He simply announces he will formulate a counter-strategy. Meanwhile, at the Dong family estate, news of his movements arrives. A servant reports to Dong Li in her private chambers. The report states Huang has purchased a large quantity of Shanshui Zengling pills. Dong Li smirks, recognizing the elixir's properties. She knows the pill is useless for anyone whose power is already at the promotion threshold. Confident in her assessment, she dismisses him as a fool, eagerly awaiting his failure. Back at the base, Huang Shang returns to his team with the elixirs. He reveals a handful of pills worth millions, stunning his comrades with the casual display. He states he needs a volunteer to test a dangerous theory for breaking through the limit. One of his teammates steps forward without hesitation, her trust in him absolute. He hands her a pill, repeating the common knowledge that it is useless before promotion. He insists she consume it, and she obeys without question. He then activates his unique perception, identifying critical energy blockades within her body. He moves to manually adjust the flow of her spiritual power. A sudden jolt of energy courses through her as the process begins. He explains he has merely located the meridian points that are restricting her growth. From a distance, his team can only watch, completely baffled by his methods. The other members are equally perplexed by the unconventional technique. To prevent involuntary movements from disrupting the delicate procedure, he has her restrain her arms. He pinpoints the final blockage, preparing to shatter it. With a precise application of force, he channels his energy into the critical point. The resulting surge of power is immense, shocking the distant onlookers. They cannot comprehend the violent nature of his breakthrough method. He instructs her into a new position to target the final, most stubborn blockage. Focusing his power, his eyes glow with an intense light. He strikes with a concentrated burst of psionic energy. She feels the raw power overwhelming her senses. This is the final critical step. The blockage shatters completely. The explosive release of her pent-up energy sends her flying, but the procedure is a success. The team rushes over, horrified by the brutality of his methods. But their instruments tell a different story. Her power levels are surging. Against all logic, she has successfully been promoted to the next stage. They look on in disbelief. He has achieved the impossible. The immense effort leaves Huang Shang drained, but his plan has worked perfectly. Now seeing the results, his other teammates plead for him to use the same method on them. He can only sigh at their eagerness to endure the ordeal. The two men were desperate, begging for a promotion they could not earn. He offered a priceless Zengling pill to the first candidate. The young man's spiritual energy was critically blocked, a fatal flaw. To clear it, he initiated a brutal and unorthodox method. He spun the man at impossible speeds, generating a massive centrifugal force. The onlookers could only watch in horror at the cruel display. He saw the man's wrist reaching its absolute limit. Releasing his grip at the perfect moment, he sent the warrior flying. The impact against the solid rock was immense, but as the stone shattered, the man's spiritual power broke through to the next level. The others could only stare in awe. This was the work of a true master. The second warrior now stepped forward, ready to endure any trial for this power. The protagonist diagnosed his condition as far more complicated. A dangerous spiritual blockage was spiraling downwards from his upper body. He instructed the man to assume a precise, calculated posture. This would align his energy channels for the violent procedure to come. He warned the warrior to brace for a series of percussive spiritual shocks. The first blow sent a wave of force directly into the blockage. The pain was beyond anything the warrior had ever conceived, but the protagonist was relentless, pushing him past his limits. The warrior screamed as his spiritual pathways were forcibly torn open. He prepared for one final decisive strike. He channeled his energy into a single critical impact. The spiritual blockage was instantly shattered. A unique imprint was left, a sign of the technique's success. He demonstrated the residual unrivaled power by obliterating a massive tree with a single touch. The second warrior had also been promoted, but the ordeal had shattered his will. Our protagonist's shadow fell over him, his voice like ice. He assured him the trial was almost complete. The warrior steeled his resolve, trusting the master's plan completely. He prepared himself for whatever came next, but the final trial was not what he expected. To truly awaken his power, he would have to face a monster. Hang Shang returns to find his team defeated by a spiritual power assault. The manager is stunned by the cost of the elixirs and the trainee's sudden promotions. One of his loyal subordinates offers her assistance, but is quickly silenced. Night falls over the training grounds. The next day, the Fujiang district competition is set to begin. The crowd roars with anticipation for the brutal contest where anything goes. As the first contestants enter, a scanner reveals their spiritual realm to all. A grand fireworks display erupts, but it's for the rival team. The announcer is baffled, as he has already used the entire supply of fireworks. This was a psychological tactic. The rival team enters to absolute silence. Their leader is enraged by the move and notices a critical flaw in the registration data. Hang Shang reveals her assumption is incorrect. He was the only one who falsified his report. She calls him a fool, believing he has just revealed a fatal weakness. The woman vows to make him pay for his perceived arrogance on the battlefield. The tournament is a best-of-5 contest between the two teams. One of his allies foolishly volunteers to fight the most unassuming opponent, but the scholar-like fighter reveals a monstrous physique, shattering all expectations. The challenger immediately loses his nerve, forcing Zhou Qiwan to take his place. The battle begins with Zhou Qiwan facing a significant power deficit. The rival master watches with contempt, certain of her warrior's triumph. With a roar of determination, her champion charges forward at blinding speed. He lands a powerful strike, launching Zhou Qiwan into the sky. The brute pursues him, seeking to press his advantage in the air. But this was the plan all along. Zhou Qiwan unleashes a blinding sword technique. He knows that raw power is meaningless against superior strategy. A precise strike incapacitates the muscle-bound fighter, securing the first victory. Qi Guanyin realizes he was manipulated and lured into a perfectly executed trap. Zhou Qiwan demands his opponent's surrender, as the wound is too severe. However, the rival master intervenes, threatening the fighter's family if he concedes. With no other choice, the warrior resorts to a desperate life-threatening measure. He consumes a lethal cocktail of enhancement drugs, pushing his body past its limits. His power explodes uncontrollably, his muscles distorting into a monstrous form. Zhou Qiwan warns him to stop, but the berserker is now beyond reason. The enraged fighter tells him the only way to help is to die by his hand. He unleashes a final earth-shattering blow, overwhelming his opponent completely. Zhou Qiwan is thrown back, critically wounded and defeated. The enemy leader gloats, mocking Hang Shang for his subordinate's sacrifice. She expects to see despair, or perhaps even a trace of fear. Instead, she finds him completely unfazed. The mastermind had fallen asleep. Driven by desperation, the brute pushes his body past its absolute limits. He unleashes a giant rock smash, but his overloaded body is clearly failing him. The assault is completely futile, his attack slicing through nothing but an afterimage. From the moment he consumed the enhancers, his fate was already sealed. Defeated, he questions what future could possibly remain for him now. Refusing to accept this reality, he consumes even more of the dangerous pills. His ally screams, knowing this path leads only to his self-destruction, but their opponent coldly states this was his own choice to make. She turns for help, only to find her captain utterly unfazed by the chaos. The brute coughs violently, his body beginning to reject the overload. A distorted voice echoes a chilling ultimatum in his fractured mind. His sanity broken, he turns his terrifying power on his own squad leader. She evades the mindless assault with practiced, effortless ease. The captain's eyes narrow. He cannot allow such a hollow victory. His teammates watch in horror, knowing his body is reaching its critical point. Resolving to end it, his leader decides to stop this senseless self-harm. She quickly prepares a binding technique to restrain the berserker. Energy chains erupt, completely enveloping the rampaging warrior, but he still struggles, roaring that he cannot admit defeat. Apologizing, she prepares a final blow to end his suffering. In a last desperate move, he reveals yet another vial of enhancers. He forces the last of the dangerous pills down his own throat. She screams in fury, knowing his meridians are now permanently destroyed. His body is on the very verge of total and utter collapse. The enemy sponsor simply smiles, goading her to finish the job. Her face contorts with rage at the woman's sheer cruelty. Fueled by the final dose, the brute rises for one last attack. Seeing the emptiness in his eyes, she prepares to grant his death wish, but at the last second, she stops her attack, seeing him falter. Instead of a fatal blow, she unleashes a controlled, non-lethal strike. The impact sends him flying out of the arena for a knockdown. The match is over. Qi Guanyin is declared the victor. His body begins to shatter, a final thank you escaping his lips. He dissolves into dust, the price for his temporary power paid in full. Our protagonist approaches his injured teammate with a healing elixir. He tells her to rest, assuring her he will handle the rest of the match. Across the arena, the sponsor callously mocks the fallen warrior's state. She dismisses his sacrifice, asking where the trash can is for his remains. The protagonist turns, calmly stating that both of them are correct. The true flaw was never his allies, but the corrupted rules she designed. Therefore, he concludes, she is the problem that needs to be corrected. Unfazed by the threat, the woman simply smirks, daring him to try. The announcer calls for the second match of the game to begin. A new opponent enters, disrespectfully kicking the fallen player's remnants. A teammate shouts an unusual nickname, eager for the next battle to start. The odd monikers leave both the opponent and his friend completely bewildered. The captain's energy channels are shattered, his future as a fighter now uncertain. While the team despairs, Ling Lan's response is unsettlingly cold and devoid of empathy. The second match begins instantly, pitting Lu Wuyi against the formidable Cao Meng. They clash in a furious exchange of high-speed martial arts. Their expressions are grim, each combatant determined to overpower the other. Lu Wuyi finds an opening, landing a powerful strike against his foe. He presses his advantage, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. But something is wrong. Each impact sends a jolt of pain through his own body. The power difference is immense, and he is thrown back by a brutal counterattack. His opponent smirks, impressed by his skill but aware of his own superiority. Suddenly, the opponent halts the fight, revealing a personal locket. He opens it, showing the image of a young woman inside. Lu Wuyi is taken aback, admitting a similar woman is his own motivation for growth. The mention of her name triggers a dangerous reaction from a spectator in the crowd, but the man's expression twists into something monstrous. He confesses he murdered the woman he claimed to love, his ideology utterly twisted. An inferno of rage ignites within Lu Wuyi, who vows to execute this monster. He lunges forward, channeling all his fury into a single devastating kick. The blow is caught effortlessly, and a sickening crack echoes as his leg is shattered. He looks down, realizing his opponent is empowered by a powerful artifact on his feet. His enemy mocks his powerlessness before moving in for the final blow. Despite the grievous injury, Lu Wuyi spits defiance at his tormentor. With casual cruelty, Cao Meng shatters his other leg. The match is over. Lu Wuyi is completely incapacitated and defeated, but he struggles back to his feet, clutching a strange device he won previously. He knows the gap in raw spiritual power is insurmountable. His opponent scoffs, stating that leg techniques are now useless against him. Desperation sets in as he knows conventional tactics are doomed to fail. From the sidelines, Ling Lan's calm voice offers a cryptic piece of strategy. Lu Wuyi is confused by the order to abandon common sense in battle. He faces his tormentor, his spirit unbroken, vowing to avenge the fallen. The villain laughs, eager to crush his hope and his life. Suddenly, his smug expression vanishes, replaced by pure confusion. The artifact Lu Wuyi held has now bound itself to Cao Meng's legs, locking him in place. Lu Wuyi consumes a power-enhancing pill, preparing his final gambit as his enemy begins to plead. But there will be no mercy for him, only retribution in the depths of hell. He forces the monster to remember his victim's final moments. He asks a simple question, can you restore what you have destroyed? Then he unleashes the full might of his ultimate technique. The impact is absolute, completely annihilating the villain where he stands. Cao Meng secures victory for his team, leveling the score. With a final brutal assault, he leaves his opponent unconscious on the arena floor. The tournament is now a draw, placing immense pressure on the final match. From the stands, the elite watch with growing concern. The defeated fighter isn't just carried off, he's taken by ruthless enforcers. The protagonist realizes the horrifying truth. Defeat means being taken by the Ministry of Punishment. He tells his injured ally to rest, his expression cold and calculating. Their next opponent enters the field, the formidable Dong Lamao. The crowd roars, but the protagonist's gaze is sharp, analyzing his new foe. His teammate Misu steps forward, determined to face this challenge herself. She knows this is a strategic play, as the enemy's leader is still being held in reserve. Acknowledging her resolve, he provides her with 2 spiritual storage units, a calculated gambit. The third match begins. Dong Lamao versus Misu. An immediate analysis reveals a terrifying disparity in power. Misu knows she is facing an opponent with more than double her own strength. Dong Lamao approaches, her eyes filled with predatory confidence. She moves with impossible speed, a blur across the arena. Misu can barely react to the blinding velocity. The assault is immediate and overwhelming. Dong Lamao's kicks are precise, easily bypassing Misu's defenses. She acknowledges her opponent's skill with the mecha, but knows it is ultimately futile. Misu unleashes a hail of fire, but Dong Lamao dodges effortlessly, appearing behind her in an instant. The spectators understand, the gap in speed is simply too great. Misu is already showing signs of damage, struggling to keep pace. Dong Lamao mocks her, stating that neither speed nor strength can save her now. She lands a crushing blow, driving her opponent back. Standing over her fallen foe, she begins her psychological assault. She preaches that only strength can maintain one standing. Misu realizes with dawning horror that none of her techniques can even touch this enemy. Dong Lamao's words are designed to shatter her will to fight. While the crowd cheers, a brutal dismantling is taking place. Pushed to her limit, Misu refuses to break. She activates the device the protagonist gave her. A massive surge of energy is unleashed in a final desperate attack. The smoke clears, but Misu is stunned to see her opponent completely unharmed. Dong Limao reveals her internal strength protects her from such ambushes, but the blast had an unintended consequence that leaves the crowd speechless. Dong Limao looks at her reflection, seeing her pristine hair has been destroyed. Her composure shatters, replaced by incandescent fury. A terrifying aura erupts from her as Misu realizes her opponent had not even been trying until now. The opponent rages, furious at being ignored during the match. She questions Misu's worth, only to receive a powerful blow to the face. Misu unleashes a relentless barrage of kicks and rocket-powered punches. The impact sends her adversary reeling backwards, completely off balance. Dong Limao is thrown across the arena, unable to recover from the assault. Believing she has the upper hand, she taunts Misu, who simply launches another devastating kick. The spectators lose hope, seeing Misu completely suppressed by her opponent's power. With the mecha's arm destroyed, Dong Limao demands Misu reveal any final desperate moves. But Misu remains composed, stating that true beauty lies in the appearance of hard work. Her opponent scoffs, slicing off her hair with a beam, but the result is stunning. The crowd murmurs in surprise, captivated by her unexpected new look. The audience's attention shifts entirely to Misu, their admiration growing. Dong Limao's fury builds, unable to comprehend why the crowd favors her enemy. The praise for Misu's new style echoes through the stands, fueling her opponent's rage. Consumed by jealousy, she lunges forward for the final blow. Her attack shatters more of the mecha's armor, a desperate show of force. She declares victory, believing Misu has nothing left to fight with. She poses for the crowd, expecting their adoration for her supposed triumph. Misu calmly points out her opponent's pathetic need for external validation. She can see the fragile, empty world behind Dong Limao's arrogant facade. The psychological blow sends Dong Limao into a blind rage. On the sidelines, the team captain remains eerily still as Misu faces the onslaught. The berserker charges, but Misu's expression remains one of perfect control. She pulls the pin on a device, deploying a classic misdirection tactic. The smoke clears to reveal an empty battlefield, leaving her enemy utterly confused. Misu reappears from above, dropping a second device into the arena. A massive explosion rips through the stage, shattering the very ground they stand on. Her opponent thinks the attack was aimed at her, but Misu's target was far grander. With the arena floor gone, Dong Limao has nowhere left to stand. Misu hovers effortlessly while her opponent dismisses her strategy as mere tricks. Dong Limao activates her own flight ability, matching Misu in the air. But Misu unleashes her true weapon, a single perfectly chosen word. The psychological attack shatters her opponent's focus, causing her power to vanish. As Dong Limao falls, Misu delivers her final lesson on the nature of beauty. True beauty, she declares, is the shining light of wisdom in one's eyes. The match concludes with a single overwhelming strike. The victor offers no comfort, only cold disdain for the vanquished. Humiliated, the loser demands a rematch, her composure completely gone. Her tantrum summons Hang Shang, whose gaze is utterly chilling. The crowd murmurs, sensing the situation is spiraling out of control. From the opposing faction, a new champion emerges. A teammate tries to step in, but Huang insists on facing this foe himself. His ally warns of the massive power disparity, a futile gesture. Huang's quiet words carry such weight they shatter his comrade's spirit. A new arena materializes for the final confrontation. Huang's opponent, Jiang Ming, is a renowned genius with unprecedented growth. His psionic power is already at a level most never achieve. Huang's allies see only an impossible gap between the two fighters. But Huang remains unfazed, his expression a mask of pure calculation. Suddenly, the entire venue stills as the emperor himself arrives. Every person present immediately kneels in deference to the supreme ruler. He claims to be a mere passerby, intrigued by the competition, yet his eyes burn with a hidden agenda, seeking out the one who caused the disturbance. His immense spiritual pressure falls upon Lu Xiaoyan. The emperor's simple greeting feels like a death sentence. The whispers are true. His power is rumored to be in a completely different dimension. He speaks of fairness, but his words are laced with menace. He asks for Huang's power level, which is reported as a paltry 170. The emperor sneers at the pathetic figure. He orders his champion to lower his power to the same level. This is not a gesture of fairness, but a strategy for ultimate humiliation. Jiang Wenming reveals a C-class treasure designed to limit one's own power. He equips the beam ring, feigning an even match, but it is a calculated deception. He knows the ring's lower limit is 300, nearly double Huang's supposed strength. With the scheme in place, the emperor orders the match to begin. The two fighters take their positions. The emperor commands his champion to end it with a single, crushing blow. But just then, his scout screams an updated reading. Huang's power isn't 170, it's 450. The emperor's arrogant smirk vanishes, replaced by pure shock. The predator had just become the prey. The Emperor's retainer attempts to center himself, ignoring the provocations. But our protagonist scoffs at the notion of fighting for such a master. The retainer explodes with fury, enraged by the disrespect shown to his lord. From his throne, the true Emperor Li takes notice of this insolence. Suddenly, the retainer clutches his face in agony, his nose inexplicably broken. The protagonist feigns ignorance, watching the man's pathetic display. The crowd murmurs, shocked at his unbelievable increase in spiritual power. The Emperor's rage finally boils over. He will not tolerate a pretender. He glares down at the young man who dares defy his authority. The onlookers can only laugh, seeing the Emperor's fury as mere theatrics. But the Emperor is not playing games. An insignificant insect must be removed from his path. He unleashes a torrent of destructive energy from the sky. The students brace for the inevitable impact, shielding each other from the blast. The ground erupts in a massive explosion of fire and rock. The Emperor turns away, satisfied that the unworthy have been purged. But a new, commanding voice echoes through the clearing, questioning his judgment. The Emperor whirls around, searching for the source of this new challenge. A simple chair materializes from thin air, followed by a powerful silhouette. The newcomer is revealed to be a battalion commander, much to his son's shock. He sits with an aura of absolute dominance, utterly unimpressed. The commander reveals he blocked the Emperor's attack, warning him not to overstep. He knows the Emperor's nature all too well and has come to intervene. The Emperor is rendered speechless, finally meeting a power that rivals his own. The onlookers are stunned. This commander can make the mighty Emperor Li back down. The commander then humiliates his own son, forcing him to kneel and apologize. Infuriated by this entire spectacle, the Emperor orders his retainer to eliminate the protagonist. The retainer powers up, eager to carry out his master's command. But the commander stops him, calling the plan an act of foolishness. He mentions a special training session, a detail that confuses everyone. A flashback reveals the protagonist had challenged the commander the night before. The battle was short and brutal, ending with a single devastating blow. The so-called invincible commander was utterly defeated. Back in the present, he reveals the protagonist's impossible growth. An increase of 280 spiritual power in a single night is beyond comprehension. They finally understand the terrifying truth. He is a genius beyond all measure. The Emperor's retainer decides to use a secret weapon, a powerful treasure. But before he can act, the protagonist intercepts the artifact with impossible speed. He then moves in a blur, neutralizing the surrounding guards in an instant. The C-class treasure is now his. The retainer can only watch in agony as the commander sees his plans completely dismantled. The old master explodes in a fit of rage, ordering his champion to eliminate the threat. But our protagonist flatly refuses the command. The young master taunts him, claiming that even with equal spiritual power, his martial arts are superior. He steals his resolve, declaring that words will no longer affect him as he prepares his full power. A simple insult is all it takes to shatter that resolve, causing the genius to bleed from pure indignation. Then, without even being touched, the young master suddenly collapses, spitting blood. Utterly humiliated, he screams out a death threat, his composure completely gone. He lunges forward, channeling all of his energy into a single desperate attack. But our protagonist moves like lightning, unleashing a flurry of soul-destroying strikes. He is a phantom, weaving through the attacks with impossible speed. The spectators can't believe their eyes. His velocity is simply on another level. He appears behind his foe, asking a simple question about his wasted potential. He explains the flaw in his opponent's power, a vast reservoir with only a minuscule outlet. Driven mad by the lecture, the young master creates two spiritual clones to attack from all sides. They unleash a combined assault, trapping their target in a pincer movement. The onlookers observe that his strikes are not just fast, they are devastatingly powerful. Even under a three-pronged assault, our hero remains untouched, a testament to his true genius. He launches a single counter fist, a blur of golden light. The impact is absolute, a devastating hammer strike that connects perfectly. His opponent is sent flying across the arena, defeated by one clean blow. The elders are certain the fight is over, that no one could recover from such an attack. The young master tries to save face, but he can barely breathe from the impact. Meanwhile, our protagonist activates a healing spirit, his own minor injuries vanishing instantly. The crowd is stunned by this display of a high-level technique or a priceless treasure. He acknowledges his opponent's talent, stating it's finally time to become serious. He probes deeper, questioning if his foe is hiding other abilities out of fear. He offers the first move, a gesture of paramount dominance that pushes the young master over the edge. Ignoring a casual comment, the enraged fighter lunges forward mindlessly. He screams, consumed by his own fury. A 20-hit combo is unleashed, a storm of spiritual energy meant to annihilate. Yet his opponent stands there, blocking every single strike with contemptuous ease. The truth of the moment shatters his mind as he sees the impossible reality. Watching from the sidelines, the princess feels a cold dread wash over her. She understands now. He is not a fighter, he is a monster. The crown prince seethed with rage, his pride completely shattered, but but our protagonist merely explained his goal was self-improvement, not arrogance. The prince lunged, enraged by this calm lecture, but he was met with his own signature technique executed flawlessly. A devastating blow landed, cracking bone and shattering his confidence. The prince envisioned his own bleak future, chained in a dungeon for his failure. It was all part of the plan. He had been tricked into teaching his enemy. The emperor's advisors confirmed the impossible. The technique was a perfect replica. Desperate, the prince revealed his hidden power, a fire wind attribute. He unleashed a storm of fire meteors, certain of his elemental advantage, but a defensive cocoon of energy materialized, nullifying the entire barrage. The protagonist revealed his own secret, a water-based art, the perfect counter. The emperor was stunned. The boy had concealed his true abilities all along. He launched into the air, initiating another stolen technique. A flurry of kicks overwhelmed the prince, leaving him utterly defenseless. An advisor whispered the terrifying truth. He wasn't copying, he was learning instantly. The defeated prince was blasted out of the arena. The emperor roared, accusing him of an unforgivable crime, but the young man calmly denied the accusation. This was not a copy. He explained that true mastery is about improving what is learned. His eyes narrowed. He would demonstrate what he had truly absorbed. He directed a cold stare at the prince's master. Your subordinate forced my hand. With a flicker, he activated another of the prince's signature skills, the clone technique. The prince's mind fractured. A skill that took him months to learn was stolen in minutes. As the emperor raged about another's betrayal, our protagonist prepared the final blow. His clones mirrored his movements, gathering immense energy. They unleashed a low version of the dragon ceremonial cannon. The spectators watched in awe at the incredible display of power. 3 beams of concentrated energy descended upon their target. The resulting explosion rocked the entire imperial palace. When the smoke cleared, the prince stood defeated, his power and dignity stripped away. He fell to his knees, utterly broken by the overwhelming difference in strength. His spirit was crushed, forced to acknowledge a power beyond his comprehension. The emperor watched on his monitor as the defeated prince was flung into the sky. His view glitched, unable to process the sheer magnitude of what he had just witnessed. His combat analysis reveals a frightening array of abilities he can master instantly. The elders are stunned by his rapid comprehension of multiple martial disciplines. An emperor extends an offer, promising unparalleled resources to recruit him, but a new contender arrives, staking her own claim on the prodigy. The powerful men are taken aback by her sudden interference. The emperor erupts in fury, his plans now contested by the battalion commander. But the commander stands his ground, calling the emperor incompetent. The insult strikes a nerve, and the emperor's killing intent fills the air. He silences his men, having already summoned his ultimate weapon. A colossal war machine materializes, its cannons casting a shadow over the field. The onlookers recognize the high-level awakening of a cardiac period expert. They realize this mech isn't for show. It's here to eliminate all witnesses. The emperor's face twists with rage. If I can't have him, no one will. The machine's core glows as it prepares to unleash a devastating attack. The emperor and the commander launch their own ultimate techniques simultaneously. 2 apocalyptic beams of energy collide with world-shattering force. Yet the commander stands firm, facing the epicenter of the blast without fear. He endures the full force of the cataclysm, his body absorbing the impact. The emperor's own machine is caught in the devastating crossfire. The protagonist and his allies are barely shielded from the lethal shockwave. The emperor's aide questions what level of strength the commander possesses. Everyone is in disbelief. He blocked the combined assault with his physical body alone. As the smoke clears, the commander stands defiant and victorious. But his triumph is momentary as blood erupts from his face. His body gives out and he collapses onto the shattered ground. The emperor roars with laughter, mocking his rival's arrogant overexertion. With his opponent neutralized, he gives an ultimatum, join him or die. But the farce is over. A new figure steps onto the battlefield. Let them go, she commands, her voice cutting through the tension. The emperor scoffs at her audacity, threatening her life. But she reveals her leverage with chilling precision, detailing the location of his family. She describes the agent's position to strike his wife, and his arrogance shatters. Terrified, the emperor immediately concedes and begs for his family's safety. The emperor flees as the mysterious girl dismisses the entire confrontation. She informs the wounded commander that their leader is furious with him. He simply states that he is staying behind to train new talent. Her eyes flare, revealing the colonel's rage at his insubordination. The protagonist interrupts with a cryptic warning about fire and water. She is not amused by his words, but another voice expresses intrigue. A new challenger appears, brandishing a massive chainsword and issuing a deadly threat. He challenges the coach directly, questioning her awareness of his true power. The camp leadership is stunned by his audacity, questioning his sanity. Lu Xiaoyan notes his current rank, labeling his challenge as pure recklessness, but he possesses a unique ability to master even the most dangerous impulses. His instructor, however, is left to deal with the fallout of his provocative actions. A fierce negotiation begins over his return to the group. A 1-month grace period is settled upon, a deal she quickly accepts. With the terms set, the disruptive individual finally departs. He travels to his next destination, moving on to a new phase of his plan. Meanwhile, his former teammates are celebrated as heroes for their unprecedented success. The commander addresses the cheering crowd, acknowledging their recent triumph. The protagonist analyzes the tournament bracket, realizing he has 1 week to consolidate his power. His teammates engage in specialized one-on-one spiritual training to prepare for the finals. His quiet contemplation is interrupted by an incoming call. The call is from a significant figure, Director Shuei. He arrives at the facility, where his purpose is immediately questioned. But the man reveals that he was the one seeking the protagonist out. He delivers a surprising directive: withdraw from the competition immediately. The protagonist refuses, explaining the prizes are a necessary part of his strategy. The man counters with an offer of triple the rewards, revealing the league's true purpose. This revelation piques his interest, demanding further explanation. He is being scouted for a far more dangerous battlefield, a place where his talents truly belong. He instantly deciphers the man's intent. This is a high-level recruitment. He tables the offer and meets with Director Shuei to discuss the upcoming final match. She provides intel on their formidable opponents, a duo with complementary elemental attributes. The director reveals a trump card, a clandestine feed to observe their rivals in real time, but the signal is unstable, flickering between static and chaos. A horrifying scene of pure destruction flashes on screen, confirming a severe casualty. The results are in, but the shocking outcome raises more questions than answers. The distorted footage reveals the source of the devastation. A contestant has achieved mind awakening. Both of them are stunned by this impossible development. This is a legendary state of power, rarely ever witnessed in history. The raw, untamed energy radiates from her, warping the very air around her. Just before the feed cuts out, a glimpse of a crimson eye appears on screen. The director concludes her surveillance was not only detected but deliberately destroyed. Suddenly, the recruiter from before barges into the room unannounced. He declares his intention to witness this mind awakening firsthand. The protagonist's eyes burn with intensity, recognizing this as a critical learning opportunity. The instructor warns him about the power of an awakened mind. It is a dangerous and extremely rare phenomenon. 5 days later, the team showcases their enhanced combat readiness. Each member has pushed their limits, developing new skills. Their spiritual power has climbed significantly in preparation. One member even developed a special concoction to boost his abilities, but Hang Shang's power level leaves them speechless. He reveals he earned 2 million by completing missions. In fact, he single-handedly cleared every available contract in the city, crashing the mission server. New higher-stakes missions are now available for their journey. The Academy's elite instructors will accompany them to the finals. The students are relieved, unaware of the true dangers ahead. An enigmatic commander receives a critical report. Their route to the capital is complicated by hostile territories. The masked commander declares he will handle any obstruction personally. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Nanchi district face a grave threat. A menacing ultimatum arrives from a powerful rival, Li Di. They recognize it as a predatory offer from a master manipulator. His terms are nothing short of extortion. They are trapped, admitting they lack the power to defy him. Li Di's influence spans 3 districts, making him an unstoppable force. Just then, an unexpected envoy arrives with a proposition. He claims to represent the Green Shade district, who are now his allies. Instead of torturing him, Green Shade's leader offered friendship. He was given millions and priceless artifacts to secure his loyalty. This was merely a prelude to a formal proposal for cooperation. The offered trade terms are vastly superior to Li Di's. The deal includes a pact of joint defense. The Nanchi leaders are stunned by the bold strategic move. A new alliance is forged, shifting the balance of power in the region. As the new allies celebrate, Hang Shang's team travels by high-speed train. Elsewhere, the formidable Emperor Li learns of the Nanchi Green Shade alliance. He immediately declares the Nanchi district an enemy of the state. His advisors pivot the conversation to a new threat: a child with an awakened mind. The Emperor's interest is piqued. He will observe the finals himself. His subordinates reveal their plan to assassinate the boy during the competition. Their target is Hang Shang, and they intend to eliminate him. They deploy a $10 million miniature surveillance drone. As they watch the live feed, Hang Shang looks directly at their hidden camera. The operators are frozen in disbelief, wondering if he detected them. The Emperor scoffs, certain his technology is infallible. Suddenly, Hang Shang reaches through the screen, his hand lunging for the drone. The feed cuts to static as he effortlessly crushes the device. The Emperor erupts in fury, realizing he has been completely outplayed. A final, taunting image appears on the static screen, a message from Hang Shang himself. The tournament rules are laid out, a 3-on-3 battle of attrition. Combatants are classified by their awakening: physical, science, or the rare awakened mind. But the awakened mind is on an entirely different level. It allows for the direct manipulation and materialization of spiritual power, akin to magic itself, a power he now intensely coveted. Their train arrives in Hongyu district, the heart of Emperor Li's territory. As they approach the border, a foolish distraction appears, but the team pays it no mind. Above them, Emperor Li's personal beast soars through the sky, a symbol of his authority. Within the opulent transport, the Emperor entertains his sycophantic advisors, yet, despite their flattery, his mood is clearly sour. A call comes through, and his simmering rage is barely contained as he discusses a critical commission. Elsewhere, a lone operative accepts her new assignment. She is unconcerned with her destination, focused only on the mission and its payment. This is Hu Xiaoyu, the infamous lone wolf sand captain, a specialist in lethal force. Her deputy confirms their orders are in place. She redirects their entire convoy, a new target acquired for a buy-and-sell operation. The massive land crawler changes course without hesitation. Later that night, the strategist sits with his mentor. He asks why their opponent, the girl, weeps even when she wins. His mentor suggests tears of joy, but he knows the truth is far darker. He envisions her agony, the source of her tears. He understands now. Her victories are forged in pure pain. The grand arena erupts with energy as the tournament begins. In the stands, the Emperor's men watch with cold calculation. The coach gives his team one final instruction: face their fear head-on. They stand united, ready for the confrontation. Then, their opponents arrive, a group of slaves led by a small, shackled girl. She is brutalized by her handler, dragged forward in chains. He threatens to kill her if she doesn't put on a good show. The team can only watch in silent fury at the horrific display. The handler whispers his vile command: eliminate all of them without mercy. He offers her a sliver of hope: win the championship and she will be free. Her eyes, empty and broken, hold a universe of suffering. She stands alone in the arena, a broken weapon waiting to be unleashed. The heavy shackles are a grim reminder of her enslavement. The match is about to begin, and the team prepares for the worst. From his seat, Emperor Li spots the protagonist and his face contorts with rage. His advisor smirks, eager to see the power of the boy who angered an emperor. A nearby spectator attempts to taunt the protagonist. With a mere thought, the man's drink erupts in his face. A silent and chilling warning: the final battle of the training camp league is about to begin. Powerful spectators watch from the shadows, their investments on the line. High above, another faction waits for the perfect moment to intervene. The stadium erupts as the final match is declared underway. Her supposed teammates make it clear she is to fight alone. Our protagonist immediately senses a powerful, unstable energy emanating from the girl. He sees flashes of her traumatic past, the source of her immense power. Her eyes flare with a chaotic spiritual force. He understands the trigger. Her power surges when she closes her eyes. She attacks without moving, unleashing a devastating psionic wave. Her opponents are instantly trapped within a psionic prison. They struggle against the invisible walls, completely powerless to escape. One of them attempts to shatter the psychic barrier with raw force. Her efforts are utterly futile against the girl's absolute defense. She begins to rotate the very energy within the prison itself. A psionic siphon drains their strength, leaving them incapacitated. She then channels their own power into a devastating psychic explosion. Their allies scream warnings, but it is far too late. The energy is transferred, converted into high-pressure force against her second target. In a single overwhelming display of power, both are instantly neutralized. The Emperor is pleased with his new weapon and orders her to execute them, but she defies the order, refusing to take a life. Her handler furiously reminds her of her duty to her new master. Sensing this injustice, our protagonist decides to intervene from the stands. The handler attempts to manipulate her with a false promise of freedom. She rejects his disgusting promises, knowing the truth. She understands her role, a disposable tool, never to be free. With newfound resolve, she declares she will no longer fight for them. Enraged, the handler reveals a remote, a device for punishment. He activates it, and a spike erupts from her shackle, torturing her. He sadistically threatens to cripple her permanently for her defiance. She can only endure the excruciating pain, but even in agony, her will does not break. The handler hesitates, realizing a broken tool has no value. He changes tactics, ordering her own teammates to threaten her instead. One of the brutes delivers a vicious kick, demanding her obedience. He prepares a lethal blow, his own survival tied to her compliance. But before the strike can land, our protagonist intervenes with blinding speed. He effortlessly blocks the attack, saving her from her own team. His eyes burn with cold fury at the sight of this injustice. The psychic backlash of his interference strikes the handlers from afar. "Isn't that too much for a little girl?" he asks, his voice cutting through the arena's noise. The crowd murmurs, sensing an unexpected shift in the game's power dynamic. But a powerful figure dismisses him, claiming even her death is his right. The girl pleads with him to stop, but her cries only fuel his rage. The man explodes. "You're just a student. Who do you think you are to order me?" His friends watch in horror, knowing he just challenged a city official. She tries to warn him of the man's power, but he cuts her off. "This is my own business," he states coldly. "Stay out of it." He then turns to the official with a disarming smile. "Actually, I can understand you, but your personal humiliation is no reason to harm other humans," he declares. Shocking the crowd, the official snaps, his composure shattering. "You don't understand anything. You're the monster." Hang Shang offers a mock apology, a calculated move that only enrages the man more. "You're a human?" he asks with feigned shock. landing a brutal psychological blow. The targeted words strike like a hammer, and the mayor suddenly coughs up blood. In the stands, other powerful figures watch with detached amusement. The mayor trembles with fury, unable to form a single coherent word. The girl beside him lets out a small laugh, pushing the man over the edge. He pulls out a small device, his eyes promising retribution. A noise-burst bomb detonates, unleashing a powerful sonic wave, but the mayor is caught in his own blast. Screaming in agony, Hang Shang remains untouched, his gaze piercing. If you were human, you would feel her pain. The official roars, "This competition is mine. I will kill that kid." He orders his guards forward, but they are dispatched before they can even move. He stares in disbelief. His elite guards were neutralized instantly. A mysterious figure in a horse mask suddenly appears, intervening. "Let the children take care of their own affairs," the stranger warns. Others in the stands recognize the newcomer, advising the mayor not to start a conflict. Defeated for now, the mayor seethes, his eyes finding a new target for his anger. He screams at the fighters on stage, "Kill him! If you can't, you will die." The brutes advance, their killing intent focused on the small group. Hang Shang's eyes glow with a crimson light. "You've never felt true pain. I will let you feel it now." An immense pressure descends upon the arena. The mayor is struck by a wave of pure psychic terror. His mind shattering, he collapses to the floor, convulsing from the mental assaults. The spectators are frozen, unable to comprehend what just happened. On the stage, all is silent around the two of them. The girl finally speaks. "Are you trying to help me?" She looks up at him, her eyes devoid of all hope. "If you really want to help me," she begs, "please, kill me." Her mind flashes back to a raging inferno, a memory of absolute despair. She remembers lying amongst the ruins of her life, with nothing left to live for. A memory of a simpler time, learning combat from her father. But those days are long gone, replaced by a bitter, lonely winter. The child is forced to return to an empty home. She walks alone, leaving the only footprints in the fresh snow. Her path leads to a desolate, forgotten corner of the city. Inside, she performs the mundane rituals of survival, entirely on her own. Suddenly, a sound from the outside awakens her from a deep sleep. Her mother has returned from a long shift, weary and cold. A framed photograph serves as a painful reminder of a complete family. The child asks the question that haunts her. Why did her father have to fight? Her mother offers a fragile reassurance, promising it won't be long. The girl asks for a hug, seeking a moment of warmth in the cold reality. For a brief instant, she feels safe in her mother's embrace. With her energy restored, she prepares to sleep, but a deep-seated fear of abandonment surfaces once more. She clings to her mother, terrified of being left alone again. The next morning, the inevitable farewell arrives. Her mother offers advice on making friends, but the child is already isolated. She insists that companionship will make life better. With one last hug, she promises that everything will be fine. But that promise is shattered as her mother suddenly collapses. In the sterile confines of a hospital, their final hope drains away. The mother, knowing her time is short, asks for forgiveness. The child can only watch as the life support machine sustains her last moments. Her mother tells her to never give up on finding happiness. She places a hand on her daughter's head, a final fading gesture. Her last breath is a whisper, a final lie to protect her child. The girl tries to believe her, clinging to the last words she will ever hear. Far away, on a desolate battlefield, another life is extinguished. A blood-soaked hand clutches a shattered photograph of the family that will never be whole again. In a life before the tragedy, she wondered if things would truly be okay. She called her mother, overjoyed with the news of a full scholarship, but as she celebrated, an ominous letter arrived on her desk. It was an obituary for her father, who had fallen in battle. She tried to hide her pain, lying through tears that everything was fine. After the call, she collapsed, alone with the devastating truth. Her world spiraled into a nightmare of grief and hospital corridors. Her own mother's health was now failing rapidly. Despite her illness, her mother said her daughter was her greatest source of happiness. She only wished her daughter could feel that same joy. But fate intervened with a violent explosion. The hospital was engulfed in flames, and she knew her mother was trapped inside. Bystanders tried to restrain her, warning her of certain death. In a torrent of pure despair, her latent power awakened, blasting everyone away. She plunged into the inferno, screaming for her mother. The heat was agonizing, but she pushed onward, fueled by desperation. The hallway collapsed around her in a shower of fire and debris. Through the smoke, she finally found her, lying motionless on the floor. She rushed to her mother's side, begging her to wake up. Her pleas grew more frantic, trying to deny the horrifying reality before her. She cried out that she was wrong, that she didn't want the scholarship anymore. Her world ended in a single soul-shattering scream of loss. A figure appeared through the flames. She asked if he was a doctor. He was no doctor. He was the awakener who destroyed the hospital for his own amusement. The man laughed, gloating about the insignificant lives he had just extinguished. Her sorrow instantly calcified into pure rage, and her power froze him in place. He finally understood his fatal mistake. Her eyes glowed with lethal intent. The man's arrogance evaporated, replaced by a pathetic plea for his life. He tried to use her mother's memory against her, a desperate gamble, but there was no mercy left in her heart. A dark energy erupted and consumed him. As she collapsed, mysterious agents appeared, firing a tranquilizer into her neck. In her final moments of consciousness, she reached for them, begging them to save her mom. Her world went dark with a final desperate plea. The memory ends. She now stands before our protagonist with a simple request: kill me. She has lost all hope. Her eyes are completely empty, but he rejects her plea, telling her she is being far too careless. She calls him a devil, but he simply states she doesn't comprehend his true power. Her past is a tragedy. An awakening caused a disaster that killed hundreds, including her own mother. Framed for the crime, she was imprisoned while the true culprit walked free, protected by bribes. Her torment continued as corrupt guards tried to assault her in the dead of night. She knew they were inhuman demons, and her awakened ability was her only defense. The mastermind behind it all interrogated her, intending to steal her power for himself. He made his intentions clear, threatening to torture her to death if she defied him. To prove his cruelty, he crushed her hand, her screams echoing in the cold darkness. Her will was broken. She tells the protagonist that she is utterly powerless. Unfazed by her story, he simply asks to see the injury. He examines the cruel, heavy shackles locked onto her wrists, a symbol of her torment. He identifies her tormentor, the corrupt mayor, and vows to eliminate him personally. A flicker of hope ignites within her eyes. She can't comprehend it. Is he truly going to help her? The protagonist turns to the cowering official, his cold gaze piercing the man's pathetic facade. He tells Chuya that she will be the one to show this man what true powerlessness feels like. He reveals the man's pathetic scheme to get him disqualified by provoking an attack. His intricate strategies leave everyone, including her, completely bewildered. Fearing for his safety, she tries to refuse his help, unwilling to drag him into her nightmare. He cuts through her hesitation with a sharp, demanding question. Her resolve finally shatters. She begs him to strike down her oppressor. With her consent secured, he calmly makes his move. I declare that I surrender. His teammates had already been defeated, a calculated sacrifice in his grander strategy. With his surrender, the match is over. Her team is declared the victor by default. The tournament now concluded. He focuses on the true objective, demanding the results be announced. When the corrupt official hesitates, the mysterious figure in a horse mask seizes the opportunity. He takes the microphone, preparing to make an official declaration to the entire stadium. In his capacity as the true mayor, he announces Greenshade District as the champions. The corrupt official's allies are outraged, realizing they have been completely outmaneuvered. The protagonist signals that his part is done. His own forces have arrived to handle the rest. Cornered, the official activates a shield and reveals a detonator. Taking Chuya hostage, the vice mayor is stunned, realizing the official would sacrifice anyone to escape justice. The villain mocks the protagonist's attempt at heroism, believing he holds the final card, but another of the protagonist's allies makes their move, launching a surprise attack. A powerful jet of water slams into the official, drenching him and the detonator. The remote circuits spark and die. The protagonist reveals the flaw in his plan. Enraged, the villain screams empty threats as the protagonist summons a sphere of immense energy. He states that death holds no fear for one who has already experienced it countless times. In a final desperate act, the official orders his personal guards to attack, but it's too late. His guards are already being effortlessly dismantled by an elite team. He finally understands. He wasn't fighting a boy. He was challenging a shadow organization. Chuya remembers a promise that one day she too would have friends to protect her. A vivid memory of a powerful and kind figure surfaces in her mind. A promise that no one would ever dare to harm her again. The mayor's elite reinforcements finally arrive, and he commands them to eliminate his foe, but the protagonist's allies form a line, blocking their path completely. One of them taunts the guards with bizarre, unpredictable behavior. Before they can react, the mayor is struck down by an unseen force. He activates a powerful defensive artifact, a shield that repels all spiritual attacks. From within his barrier, he attempts a psychological assault on the protagonist. He tries to sow discord, claiming the hero is only using the girl for her unique abilities. But the protagonist ignores the pathetic taunts. Turning to his companion, he tells her that he did this for her freedom. Only by defeating the mayor can she truly choose her own path. She looks at her own hands, understanding what must be done. With newfound resolve, she declares her intent to defeat the tyrant herself. The protagonist agrees, but the mayor laughs, confident in his impenetrable shield. He boasts that his defense can negate even the most advanced technique. In response, the girl unleashes her own power. Psionic Siphon, a sphere of condensed energy, hurtles towards the barrier. The so-called perfect shield shatters into a million pieces. The mayor's arrogance instantly evaporates, replaced by pure terror. The high official watching from above roars, ordering them to cease their assault. But the protagonist simply states that not even the immortals can intervene now. He unleashes a devastating flurry of blows. The relentless assault cracks the very arena floor. The force of the impact is absolute. The mayor is launched into the air, utterly broken by the overwhelming power. The protagonist stands calm, his work complete. The result is a grotesque display of punishment. The girl thanks him, smiling for the first time. She feels the warmth of having a true partner by her side. They stand victorious over their fallen enemy, but their defiance has enraged the supreme authority. He summons his most powerful assets to the field. Elite geniuses from every major district descend upon the arena. They surround our heroes, promising a swift and brutal end. His allies realize the scale of the forces arrayed against them. The protagonist warns the girl to be careful as a new figure appears beside him. An old debt is about to be repaid on the battlefield. The blade sinks deep as the assassin whispers her apology. Hang Shang collapses, his lifeblood spilling onto the arena floor. His sister rushes to his side, her cries echoing in the silence. The enemy leaders celebrate their victory, believing their primary target is eliminated. With rage in her eyes, Xiaoyan desperately tries to fend off their advance, but as her brother lies motionless, all hope seems to be lost. From the stands, observers confirm the fatal blow. His heart was pierced, yet a faint green light begins to emanate from the sister's hands. The assassin looks on in disbelief. This healing is impossible. Spiritual power begins to surge back into the lifeless body, defying all logic. Enraged, the enemy commander orders his subordinates to attack and ensure his death. 4 elite warriors unleash their ultimate techniques simultaneously, but they are frozen in place, caught in the sister's psionic grip. A terrifying power awakens within her as the very air begins to freeze and burn. She unleashes a torrent of pure energy, a thunderstorm of judgment. The bolts of lightning crash down upon the helpless assassins. The crowd is stunned by this overwhelming display of psychic force. She had just defeated 4 mid-level masters in a single devastating move, but the effort has left her vulnerable, and the first assassin now closes in for the kill. Another enemy lunges forward, aiming a finishing blow with his mountain tiger fist. His attack is intercepted by an unknown figure. Makuanya, the powerful warrior, is thrown back, his attack completely nullified. His comrades watch in horror as their captain is effortlessly defeated. Even the coaches are shocked. The technique used was a master-level counter. The captain lies broken on the ground, utterly incapacitated. Makayani unleashes another devastating blast of energy, striking a second opponent with a blinding kick. Seeing the chaos, an enemy guard breaks formation, intending to eliminate Hang Shang himself. The sister continues to channel her healing energy, her focus absolute. Hang Shang's loyal friends create a human wall to protect him, their eyes filled with unwavering resolve, but their bravery is not enough as the guard swats them aside like flies. The enemy commander confronts Makiani, demanding to know why he has broken their pact. Another fighter attacks the masked man, who simply sidesteps the blow. Unfazed by the taunts, the commander fires a massive energy cannon. Makiani dodges with impossible speed, admitting he is no ordinary fighter. He is something far more dangerous. Suddenly another master appears, his aura exploding with golden light. One by one, 4 cardiac period experts reveal themselves, their power shaking the arena, but Makiani simply smirks, revealing an even greater power as the 5th master on the field. His vision fades as his sister's desperate cries echo in the distance. The battle rages on, and one of the commanders is struck down with immense force. Makiani is sent flying, his opponent mocking his inadequate power level. He ignores the taunt, instead charging toward a massive combat mech. A suicidal gambit. The enemy leader roars, infuriated that his prey dares to defy him. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Lu Xiaoyan moves like a phantom, dispatching foes with lethal precision. Suddenly a powerful new combatant arrives on the scene. The remaining fighters are stunned by his overwhelming spiritual pressure. With eyes glowing with malice, he delivers his verdict. He unleashes a devastating area of effect attack, a maelstrom of fire and energy. The weaker combatants are instantly vaporized in the inferno. He then turns his attention to the commander, unleashing a specialized technique. A comrade intercepts the fatal blow, but the cost is severe. At the same time, the mech unleashes its main cannon, engulfing Makiani in the blast. The enemy leader laughs, preparing to execute another wounded defender, but then a terrifying transformation begins. Makiani has entered the pupil blood rage, a state of uncontrollable power. Consumed by instinct, he strikes an ally by mistake. The raw, untamed energy overwhelms his senses. He challenges all combatants, friend and foe alike, to face his wrath. His allies realize he can't control this state, and his power will soon be exhausted. Taking advantage of the chaos, a new team of assassins emerges from the shadows. The exhausted defenders see the fresh wave of enemies approaching. One of the assassins effortlessly carves a path through their lines. He targets the downed protagonist, dismissing the girl's defensive shield. His psionic attack shatters her barrier in an instant. He lands a series of brutal blows, but she refuses to fall, protecting the one behind her. Watching his friends be brutalized, a young boy's mind snaps. He screams that the protagonist is his benefactor, and his own blood begins to boil. He unleashes a forbidden life-draining technique, a torrent of corrosive blood. The assassins cry out in agony as the acid melts their flesh and blinds them. The boy is sacrificing his own life force to create this opening, but one of the assassins recovers and moves in for the kill. He brings his weapon down on the girl, protecting the protagonist. The other combatants combatants watch in disbelief. She's still fighting despite her catastrophic injuries. With her last ounce of strength, she declares that none shall pass. Just then, a lone figure appears on the horizon. Observing the battle, the enemy leader's blood runs cold. This is not the reinforcement he expected. The newcomer reveals her mission: to personally eliminate a disobedient subordinate. The leader pleads for his life, but she unleashes her power without hesitation. She is merely an instrument of her master's will, devoid of mercy, but the boy stands firm, erecting a shield to protect his friend. The remaining survivors rally together, forming a final desperate line of defense. The assassin declared her mission to eliminate Hang Shang. She noted the immense power gap between them. Their efforts were utterly in vain. A defender lunged, activating twin chainsaws in a desperate attack, but the assassin parried with ease, drawing first blood in an instant. She analyzed her opponent's weakness. A body based on technology is inherently fragile. Her gaze was cold, calculating, and devoid of emotion. Another guardian intervened, projecting an Admiralty golden shield to halt her advance. She merely whispered dark matter string burst, and the barrier shattered into 1,000 pieces. She noted his power was a physical awakening specializing in defense, but it was not enough. The first defender renewed her assault with a flurry of kicks. The assassin simply walked through the attack, her presence sowing terror among the protectors. She acknowledged their training was adequate, but their coordination was flawed. They defiantly stated their skills were their own, not from Commander Ma. She dismissed the thought, stating she had no more time to waste on them. With a single gesture, she activated dark matter position, rooting them to the spot. She gathered dark energy, preparing another attack while they were immobilized. With no one left to block her, the blast sent them flying. She placed a hand on the last conscious defender, ending her struggle. The girl collapsed, and the assassin acknowledged her as a worthy opponent before moving on, but their coach stepped forward, becoming the final line of defense. He apologized, knowing he would have to unleash a forbidden technique to stop her. He formed his strongest defensive triangle, but it was shattered in an instant. The assassin unleashed a colliding ion explosion, an attack beyond what mere effort could stop. Her one attack neutralized every remaining fighter in the arena. Now only her primary target was left. She stood over the boy, the very center of the entire conflicts. The leader's order was absolute, and it was time to end this. Suddenly, an immense force intercepted her strike. The coach, now radiating a terrifying power, unleashed a devastating punch. For the first time, the assassin's expression shifted to one of surprise. The blow connected with overwhelming force, shaking the very ground beneath them. Onlookers knew this power was temporary. His red-eye state was already fading. An enemy commander seized the opportunity, firing a massive cannon at the weakened coach. He made no attempt to dodge, absorbing the blast with his own body. The enemy commander watched in disbelief, unable to comprehend his durability. Steam poured from the coach's skin as the enemy's will to fight evaporated. He stood bloodied, laughing in the face of certain death. An observer finally understood the legends about this man. He was more than a coach. He was a human fortress, a one-man army, built to fend off all enemies on the front lines. The battered warrior roars in defiance. He will not yield this ground. His allies watch in horror. His body cannot sustain this level of combat. Onlookers are stunned. He single-handedly held back 4 masters of the cardiac period. The enemy commander gives a vile order. He will break the warrior's will by targeting his son. A mechanized unit taunts the father, promising to pulverize the boy into dust. Enraged by such dishonorable tactics, the warrior unleashes a furious, desperate assault, but the commander simply smirks, charging a forbidden art. The Dark Dragon crude cannon, he unleashes a torrent of pure destructive energy across the battlefield. The blast engulfs the warrior in a cataclysmic explosion. His enemy laughs, certain of his victory. From the smoke, a figure still stands. The commander is shocked he survived. Suddenly, an unknown combatant appears, restraining the exhausted warrior with an energy lock. Her gaze is ice. One step closer, she warns, and she will flay them alive. The sheer killing intent radiating from her paralyzes the other fighter. Seeing his opening, the commander prepares a second, decisive blast. The woman ignores the warrior's pleas. She only obeys her leader's commands. The Dark Dragon cannon fires again, a beam of absolute annihilation. Incomprehensibly, the attack is blocked once more. The energy dissipates, revealing the defenders have somehow survived the onslaught. The commander's spiritual power is dangerously low. His focus begins to waver. He fights off the exhaustion. This is his only chance to end it. Desperate, he pulls out a vial of power-enhancing pills to fuel one final attack. He consumes the entire bottle, forcing his body beyond its limits. He roars, channeling every last drop of his life force. A final terrifying sphere of energy forms. This attack will erase everything. This is the price for opposing me, he screams in triumph. Spotting another target, he adjusts his aim to eliminate both threats simultaneously. The ultimate Dark Dragon cannon is unleashed upon the battlefield. A blinding light consumes the entire area, shaking the very foundations of the world. The commander pants, utterly spent but confident in his total victory. When the smoke clears, only a massive, desolate crater remains. His subordinates are certain no one could have survived that explosion. The commander's relief disbelief turns into a fit of insane, unrestrained laughter. The warrior can only watch in absolute despair, his hope extinguished, but the commander's laughter dies in his throat. A new power signature emerges. From the epicenter of the blast, the protagonist appears in a flash of psionic light. He lands without a single scratch, completely unfazed by the chaos. The warrior stares in disbelief. He had survived. How could he have recovered so quickly from a direct hit? The commander freezes in terror. He recognizes the legendary technique, psionic flash and flashes. The protagonist calmly explains this is the power of his spiritual martial art. He raises his fist, preparing his counterattack. Psionic siphon. A violent impact rocks the commander. His own energy is being torn from his body. The protagonist redirects the stolen power, creating a devastating psionic siphon blast. Everyone is horrified. He wields two different types of awakening martial arts. It was a power thought to be a myth. The double awakening. The commander is utterly broken, his power and pride stripped away in an instant. The protagonist identifies his foe's true nature. He is an evil spirit. The onlookers are stunned. He possesses 4 attributes and masters martial arts instantly. The assassin hesitates to strike, recognizing his immense talent. But her commander is resolute. Such a threat cannot be allowed to grow. The other aggressor agrees. This potential must be extinguished immediately. Realizing he is the sole target, he pushes his companion to safety. His opponent mocks him, boasting of a power gap between their realms. He unleashes a blinding technique, a powerful but draining martial art. But our protagonist responds with a cloning technique, creating perfect duplicates. All 3 clones execute a synchronized attack, baffling the enemy. He swiftly dispatches 2, believing them to be simple illusions. With a cry of victory, he strikes what he assumes is the final real target. But it's another feint. All 3 were decoys, a strategic misdirection. The enemy's composure shatters, replaced by pure rage. He unleashes his psionic flash again, targeting the one who spoke. But once more, he is met with 3 identical copies. The same coordinated assault begins anew, draining the enemy's stamina. Even his allies are stunned by this flawless execution of psychological warfare. The repeated high-level techniques are depleting his opponent's energy reserves. But she worries his own spiritual power won't last much longer either. Seeing their comrade falter, the other assassins decide to intervene. His foe declares he will simply destroy all the avatars simultaneously. But as they rush in, a powerful barrier erupts, repelling one of the attackers. He calmly reveals it's a treasure acquired from a previously defeated foe. The enemy is shocked that he possesses an item capable of blocking their attacks. Inside the barrier, he feels his power expanding. It's time to ascend. The leader scoffs, knowing the defensive treasure has a 5-minute time limit. Our protagonist smirks. 5 minutes is more than enough. He closes his eyes, gathering the immense spiritual energy around him. Intrigued by this display of confidence, his enemies watch and wait. He opens his eyes, a new, overwhelming power radiating from within. The ground cracks as his spiritual energy surges uncontrollably. They can't comprehend this sudden explosive ascension in power. He knows this rapid growth is pushing his meridians to their absolute limit. His companions watch in awe and terror at the impossible phenomenon. In an instant, his power erupts, shattering his former limits completely. But it doesn't stop. His spiritual power continues to climb at an alarming rate. He reaches the peak of his current stage, yet the energy continues to build. A colossal pillar of pure energy erupts into the sky, shaking the arena. The sheer force of the breakthrough blasts his enemies backwards. When the light fades, he stands transformed, his presence entirely different. He has broken through to an entirely new realm, the fusion period. Silence falls over the ruined battlefield. His opponents are utterly speechless. They struggle to process what they just witnessed. A promotion in the midst of battle. They can only wonder at the true depth of his potential now. He opens his eyes. I'm ready. I told you it wouldn't take 5 minutes. To them, he seems less like a man and more like a mythic hero. For the first time, they understand the true magnitude of the threat before them. Any one of these abilities would forge a legend. But together, they create something far greater, the King of Kings. My promotion to the fusion realm has vastly increased my spiritual reserves. Even while unconscious, my mind was absorbing and learning new techniques. This new level of power unlocks a higher tier of martial arts. It is time to reveal my latest acquisition, Different King's Replication. My energy has stabilized. The test can begin. The enemy charges forward, utterly oblivious to the trap being laid. I manifest a perfect duplicate, instantly dividing his focus. My replicas unleash a synchronized assault, overwhelming his senses. He dismisses it as a mere trick, convinced every technique has a flaw. I remain perfectly still, observing his predictable reaction. He strikes a replica, only to trigger a blinding flash of psionic light. While he is disoriented, I create another. My allies are unable to comprehend the strategy. These replications are intangible, designed only for misdirection. She finds the display amusing, completely underestimating its tactical value. I clarify for her. This is not simple division, it is replication. The technique allows me to copy anything I have physically touched. The Emperor arrogant and impatient, strikes one of my clones. A fatal error. As planned, he is immediately incapacitated by the resulting psionic burst. Even blinded, he is forced to acknowledge the technique's brutal effectiveness. He rages against the illusion, but I calmly correct him once more. To demonstrate, I turn the technique on him, creating perfect replicas of the Emperor. His imperial pride is shattered. He cannot tolerate this mockery. The copies perfectly imitate his every move, a reflection of his own powerlessness. They even replicate his injuries, a direct assault on his psyche. Enraged, he attacks his own images, blinding himself with each desperate strike. The spectators are stunned by the sheer brilliance of the humiliating tactic. The Emperor's fury reaches its absolute peak. For years, none have dared challenge his authority. This is an unforgivable insult. But the situation shifts. The enemy reveals their true leverage, holding an ally hostage. She warns me that any further action will result in Mokyani's immediate execution. Simultaneously, her partner prepares a devastating attack to annihilate my friends. Refusing to be a pawn, Mokyani begins channeling a suicidal technique. Even his own allies are terrified. He would sacrifice them all for his pride. He screams for me to stay hidden, intending to take everyone to the grave with him. His partner tries to stop him, knowing their efforts will be wasted if they all perish. In his final moments, Mokyani acknowledges my potential, urging me to survive. He unleashes the full force of his life energy in a final desperate act. My allies and I watch as the situation escalates beyond control. But I will not abandon someone who fought for me. I reveal myself. The enemies are shocked, but the Emperor smiles. I understand the logic of sacrifice, but I do not accept it. My decision to face these impossible odds shatters his hardened resolve. The enemy laughed, gathering a cataclysmic sphere of dark energy. He vowed to obliterate them all. A torrent of destructive power erupted from his hands. Hang Shang was blasted back, the ground cracking beneath him. The villain mocked his ranged abilities, preparing to detonate his own power to end the fight. "Let them go," Hang Shang stated calmly, offering himself as the sole target for his enemy's wrath. But the man sneered, revealing he was sacrificing a decade of his life for this final inescapable attack. A sinister sigil burned in the air, channeling forbidden energy. Hang Shang's aura exploded into a manifestation of pure killing intent. He gave one last chilling warning. The elder froze, paralyzed by a murderous pressure he had never experienced before. He knew this threat had to be eliminated now, or it would grow into an unstoppable disaster. The sphere of annihilation descended upon Hang Shang. His allies could only watch in despair. "This is the price for opposing me," the man shrieked, his power reaching its zenith. But Hang Shang's eyes glowed crimson. There was no fear, only cold calculation. Suddenly, an unseen force intervened. This path was leading to mutually assured destruction. A higher power decided this outcome was unacceptable and moved to stop the conflict. Out of nowhere, waves of pure light slammed into the dark energy sphere. Onlookers recognized the energy signature with a sense of dread and confusion. The two opposing forces collided in a spectacular, world-shaking explosion. Enraged, the villain searched the skies, demanding to know who dared interfere. His ultimate attack, fueled by his own life force, was being systematically dismantled. "Which coward is attacking from the shadows?" he bellowed in fury. A massive portal of swirling energy began to materialize in the distance. Everyone felt the immense spiritual fluctuation of a B-class entity approaching. From the vortex emerged a colossal ancient frost dragon, its presence freezing the air. But it was not alone. An army of golden pupil demon apes stood upon its back. The students recognized the monsters immediately. This was Hang Shang's reinforcement. Dozens of sea-level monsters had arrived, led by a legendary B-class beast. The dragon let out a deafening roar, its gaze locked on the enemy. Atop its head, a figure of immense power began to manifest from pink light. A woman of otherworldly beauty appeared, surrounded by ethereal lotus blossoms. Her name was Hua Jianlei, a being of immense stature and power. She looked down at the battlefield, her eyes finding their target. "Hang Shang," she asked with concern, "are you all right?" A new figure emerges, radiating immense power that stuns the onlookers. She stands before Hang Shang, an enigmatic and overwhelming presence. "You don't know who I am," she states coolly. "Just remember the name Hua Jianlei." Hang Shang remains silent, his gaze fixed on this unexpected adversary. A local guard challenges the newcomer, declaring her presence illegal in this restricted zone. Enraged, she demands her captain eliminate the intruder immediately. The captain complies, channeling fiery energy into his fists. For a devastating blow, he unleashes his signature technique, a storm of explosive energy projectile. To their astonishment, Hua Jianlei makes no move to evade the attack. The entire barrage passes through her as if she were a phantom, leaving her untouched. He realizes his mistake. She's standing in the attack's only geometric safe zone. "You cannot beat me," she says calmly, "and I don't want to fight you." She knows they are too proud to stand down, despite the impossible odds. Therefore, a small demonstration of power is required as she summons an ancient frost dragon. The colossal beast unleashes a torrent of absolute zero energy from its maw. The attack deliberately misses the pirates, soaring towards a target in the distance. The group is stunned, wondering about her true objective. It's too late to go back now, she states, revealing her true intention. The pirates panic as they realize the blast was aimed at the sails of their sandboat, crippling it. Of course I know, she confirms with a serene smile. That was precisely my target. The small guard, consumed by fury, launches herself forward for a suicidal attack. She unleashes her ultimate technique, a desperate final gambit. A vortex of raw power converges on Hu Jianlei's position, but the target remains utterly still, a portrait of tranquility amidst the storm. Once again, the attack seems to phase through her harmlessly. The guard watches in utter disbelief. She didn't evade, the attack simply missed. The other pirates are frozen in terror, realizing this woman is on a different plane of existence. In an instant, she reappears directly beside Hang Shang, ignoring everyone else. He senses no murderous aura, yet he cannot predict her intentions. She leans in close, her words meant only for him. It doesn't matter what happens in the end, she whispers, her touch gentle but firm. A strange energy flows between them, a connection that transcends the current conflict. This time, she concludes, you must live a wonderful life. The mysterious entity known as Jiang leans in close to him. She whispers that while he may not understand her motives, his survival is paramount. His allies watch in stunned silence, still reeling from the brutal battle. Jiang declares the confrontation over, warning him against pursuing Hang Shang for now. The remaining factions concede defeat and retreat from the field. Only a ruined arena remains as a testament to the devastating power unleashed. She turns her attention to the disgraced judge, issuing a final chilling ultimatum. The judge can only gasp, paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure of her aura. Staring at his broken reflection, he sees not a man, but a monster. He realizes he was merely a pawn, blinded by rage and manipulated by a greater power. His ambition shattered, he accepts his failure and awaits the rise of a new power. But our protagonist steps forward, his voice cold as ice, promising to remember this treachery. Forced into submission, the judge declares the protagonist team the victors. Though the battle is won, the spoils of war are a grim reminder of the larger conflict. His ally questions him about the girl who single-handedly shifted the balance of power. Jiang evades the question, leaving them with a cryptic message about their true enemy. She reveals she has been dormant for ages, her words shocking his companions. The protagonist processes this new, impossible variable in his calculation. Suddenly, one of her monstrous guardians appears, demanding the return of a stolen artifact. He casually reveals he repurposed the legendary C-class treasure as a mere floor mat. Ignoring the beast, he directs a piercing question at Jiang about a past incident. He confirms his own deduction, proving his intellect is always one step ahead. She smiles, impressed by his ability to connect the disparate pieces of the puzzle. He silences the others with a single command, asserting his absolute authority. Jiang's attention then shifts, speaking directly into the mind of the brute, Makiani. She plants a seed of doubt, warning that betrayal often comes from the most trusted sources. The man's eyes glow with a sinister red light as paranoia begins to consume him. Her voice echoes in his mind, a final plea to his weakening will. But the poison has taken root. He brands her an enemy for concealing her identity. Within his mindscape, he confronts her projection, ready to eliminate the perceived threat. Overcome by the dark influence, Makiani unleashes a furious assault. Yet, Jiang remains perfectly serene, entirely unfazed by his primitive rage. The brute lunged forward, unleashing the full force of his mountain tiger fist. But the attack met only empty air. She hadn't blocked it, she simply wasn't there. As he landed, flowers bloomed from the ground, a sight completely alien to this battlefield. He was utterly bewildered by her impossible movements. She calmly revealed her secret, the ability to predict his every action. Enraged, he unleashed a storm of blows, creating countless after-images. Yet she weaved through the assault like a phantom, untouched by his rage. He was left panting in frustration, unable to comprehend the nature of her technique. "This is prediction," she stated again, her voice unwavering. "I know your future." He roared that it was impossible, that even he didn't know his own next move. He devolved into chaotic, unpredictable motions to prove his point, but she remained completely unfazed. Suddenly, a massive beam of energy erupted nearby. Hang Shang had struck the sea dragon. She then handed him a sealed letter, meant for the training camp's director. He took it, still reeling from the implications of her power. As the dragon prepared another devastating attack, she decided to offer him proof. "Look at this," she commanded. Her gaze pierced. She revealed a rare anti-shock spirit stone, an artifact that reflects physical damage. She instructed him to use his copy technique on her, positioning the clone directly on the stone. A sneak attack launched from the dragon's head, targeting the clone from above. The man believed this unpredictable assault was beyond her foresight. The attack made a direct impact, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Smoke and debris filled the air, obscuring the aftermath. When the dust settled, only a massive crater remained. Hang Shang stood alone, watching the sun set on the ruined landscape. From the crater's center, she emerged unscathed. "Do you believe me now?" she asked. She then gave him a new mission: find Makiani in the wolf area. She warned him that he was still too weak, that he would be captured easily. The word captured stopped him cold. Seeing his confusion, she decided to be more direct. "Your father is looking for you," she revealed. "My dear different royal prince." The title hung in the air, a revelation that shattered his understanding of himself. He was speechless, the weight of her words crashing down upon him. Her message delivered, she offered a mysterious smile and a simple goodbye. Before he could demand answers, she dissolved into a vortex of swirling petals. He was left standing alone, her final words echoing in his mind. He picked up a single petal, the only evidence of their encounter. Just then, his companions arrived, calling his name in the distance. They found a bizarre scene. Their massive opponent was half buried in the ground, locked in a strange, unmoving posture. After the intense battle, the team was granted a brief period of rest. He liquidated the rare monster pelt, converting it into immediate capital. But even in rest, his mind was a whirlwind of calculation. His rapid power progression had come at a cost, severely damaging his meridians. His thoughts drifted to the enigmatic girl, Hua Huanlei, the one who sees the future. Her manipulations were too precise, her plans too intricate to be mere chance. More critically, she possessed forbidden knowledge of the various royal families. She was a complete unknown, a dead end in his investigation. Seeking a different angle, he opened the diary of this body's original owner. The pages revealed a young man with an unrelenting drive for self-improvement. Every entry was a testament to a meticulous and unbreakable will. He decided the mystery could wait. Amassing more power was the only logical priority. The previous owner's determination was etched into the very walls of the room. Looking out at the dawn, his own resolve hard. Even in this bleak environment, the original soul had never surrendered. "Your efforts were not wasted," he vowed silently. "I will achieve the strength you sought." The following day, news of a major command shakeup spread through the barracks. Inside the director's office, a tense meeting was already underway. The former commander Ma spoke with his successor, Director Su Yi. She refused his resignation, insisting his unique skills were still required. She thanked him for his clandestine work against the former governor and Emperor Li. His ruthless efficiency, she noted, was a necessary evil in their shadow war. The conversation then shifted to the next high-risk operation in the Wolf Zone. Commander Ma nominated only 2 operatives, his son and Hang Shang. He could sense her true motive, a deep anxiety pushing him back into the field. She erupted, demanding he stop the delays and focus on dismantling Emperor Li's power base. Her anger faded, replaced by a quiet question. Was he afraid he wouldn't return? They both understood this was a final farewell. A letter from the Oracle, Hujian Lei, dictated their next moves with chilling accuracy. Su Yi was hesitant, questioning the girl's true power. Commander Ma admitted her physical strength was mediocre, but her strategic mind was flawless. He entrusted Hang Shang's future to her before preparing to leave. A final silent acknowledgement passed between them. The commander then walked out into the raging storm, his fate sealed. He planned to leave at first light, hoping the boy had no lingering attachments. He took a final moment of calm, sipping his tea. Suddenly a figure appeared at his window, moving like a phantom through the storm. It was Hang Shang, anticipating his every move, ready for what was to come. With preparations complete, the team departs for the perilous Wolf Zone border. The leader is eager for the mission, and his companion is ready for the challenge. Suddenly a young girl intercepts them. She declares she has no one else and pleads to join their party. He grants her request, though her familiarity with him is unexpected. The blue-haired subordinate reveals his habit of assigning bizarre codenames to his comrades. This earns him the immediate ire of their new member, followed by swift retribution. The team leader interjects, reminding them of the gravity of their situation. They are entering the Wolf Zone, a lawless territory where the old rules no longer apply. It is a crucible that forges the strong and breaks the weak. A new world of peril awaits. The grueling journey begins, and already one member is reaching his physical limit. His lack of stamina earns him a sharp rebuke from the leader. Consulting the map, they find they are nearing a key location, a mystery store. However, a critical error is discovered. They have been moving away from their objective. The leader is stunned by this severe navigational failure. He attributes the mistake to his headgear, a fatal flaw in his disguise, but he quickly reframes the blunder as an opportunity to complete a secondary task. The store requires specific monster parts for trade, not currency. A new hunt begins. Their first target is the Hell Scorpion, a highly aggressive and territorial creature. The team engages, dispatching the swarm with coordinated efficiency. Next, they face the vicious monkey-eating finches, which immediately swarm their weakest link. Though the objective is nearly complete, the relentless combat has taken its toll. But the protagonist raises a crucial question about their mission's parameters. The horrifying realization dawns on them. They failed to collect any of the required materials. The sun begins to set, their window of opportunity rapidly closing. By the time they finish the task correctly, the entire day has been squandered. Finally, under the cover of dusk, they arrive at the mysterious outpost. He trades their hard-won materials for a vehicle, their only means of transport. A moment of doubt arises. Can their leader even operate this machine? The leader dismisses his concerns with a sharp command, ordering them inside. Their journey resumes in a terrifyingly chaotic fashion. Meanwhile, back at the Green Shade area, others have noticed their absence. His former comrades are shocked to learn he has entered the Wolf Zone alone. Their commander states that his path is his own. They must focus on their own growth. She delivers a stern warning against any who would recklessly follow him. While command believes the battalion commander is reliable, the reality is far more calamitous. The driver finds the chaos exhilarating, much to his passengers' terror. Their team composition is unbalanced, lacking critical technical skills for survival. He lectures them on the true nature of the Wolf Zone, where naivety is a death sentence. The fallout from Hang Shang's departure was severe. It triggered a cascade of resignations, including a key coach, Lu Xiaoyan. Meanwhile, far from the city, our protagonist's group is stranded, their vehicle is disabled, and morale is plummeting. Tensions flare as the son blames his father for their predicament. The father retorts, revealing this detour was not part of the original plan. Their bickering is cut short by an unsettling presence. He senses a powerful spiritual energy approaching rapidly. Out of the darkness, a figure emerges on a high-tech vehicle. It's the former coach, Lu Xiaoyan, a 2-star maintenance specialist. The desperate children immediately plead for her to rescue them, but her attention is fixed solely on our protagonist. He calmly confirms she was part of his calculations all along. His foresight leaves her momentarily stunned. He states his purpose clearly. She is here to lead them. However, the horse spirit immediately challenges her authority. A swift vote is held, and she is overwhelmingly chosen as the new leader. With the leadership dispute settled, the new day begins. Lu Xiaoyan proves her worth, repairing the vehicle and driving them to the Wolf Zone's border. They reach a massive defensive wall meant to contain monsters. The younger members question the wall's effectiveness against airborne threats. A border guard warns them against proceeding, explaining the dangers that lie beyond. He mistakes their determined group for naive children on a field trip. Lu attempts to assert her qualifications but lacks the official documentation. The guard dismisses her claims, mocking their unpreparedness. Just then, our protagonist reappears, holding a newly forged weapon. Suddenly, an alarm blares as a Class C armored beast breaches the wall. The guards frantically command their forces to open fire, but their conventional weapons prove useless against its thick hide. Seeing the defenders overwhelmed, Lu decides to lend her aid. She issues a precise command to one of the spirit user. He launches a water attack which is then infused with psionic energy. The combined technique strikes true, exposing a vulnerability in the beast. With the opening created, they unleash a concentrated barrage of fire. The creature recoils, heavily wounded by the coordinated assaults. Its massive body topples from the wall as the guards watch in disbelief. The horse spirit rushes towards the fallen beast, not content to let others claim victory. He leaps into the air, unleashing a devastating finishing blow. He claims his only motive was to prevent damage to the wall's infrastructure. Their strength now proven, the team is granted passage into the lawless Wolf Zone. They drive into the untamed territory, ready for the trials ahead. The guards watch them depart, sensing an undeniable aura of power. It is the unmistakable presence of the truly strong, a force they cannot deny. The team flees in their truck, questioning their leader's erratic behavior. Suddenly he erupts in a panicked frenzy, screaming for them to drive. The vehicle tears away into the wilderness at maximum speed. They are forced to escape into the hostile and untamed Wolf Zone. The driver detects an incoming spiritual power signature approaching fast. A Class C bone armor pig intercepts them, ramming the truck head-on. A team member deploys a powerful energy shield, deflecting the monster's charge. Her counterattack barely scratches the beast, which flees in terror. It wasn't running from them, but from a far more dominant predator. The Class B Tyrannosaurus Rex emerges, its roar shaking the very earth. The colossal beast gives them a passing glance before moving on. The team is left trembling, barely comprehending their narrow escape. As night falls, the need for a secure shelter becomes critical. Their leader forbids any retreat, ordering them to make camp in the dangerous territory. He insists they must conserve their strength for the trials that await them. They set up a perimeter and rest through the uneasy night. The next morning, their leader's loud celebration risks exposing their position. He has found a rare, nutrient-rich fruit to sustain them. Despite its repulsive smell, they are forced to consume it for survival. As evening arrives once more, a heavy downpour begins. The strategist returns, having found a cave that can serve as shelter. However, the path is guarded by Class D monsters known as calling beasts. A direct assault is too risky, as their screams will attract larger threats. The protagonist devises a plan to sneak past them undetected. They move with absolute silence, carefully bypassing the small creatures. He and the strategist lead the way through the treacherous, rain-slicked path. Without warning, the beast begins screaming in unison. He realizes they weren't detected. This is a cry of mortal terror. The sonic assault intensifies as the Tyrannosaurus Rex returns for its prey. He observes that the creature's attention is focused entirely on him. He moves decisively, snatching one of the calling beasts. protagonists. The creature struggles furiously in his grasp, its cries unabated. He sprints into the forest, drawing the apex predator away from his team. The Tyrannosaurus gives chase, its full attention now on him. The protagonist analyzes the sonic attack, realizing it's a spiritual assault. He prepares his countermeasure just as the dinosaur closes in. The colossal beast suddenly stops, its senses completely scrambled. He reveals a specialized bag that isolates all spiritual power and sound. The gambit worked, but now he is alone and lost in the storm. His teammate foolishly shouts his name, risking exposure. The others quickly silence him before he can attract the beast again. The team leader focuses his senses, attempting to locate the protagonist. He demands complete silence to concentrate on this delicate task. His unique ability allows him to pinpoint heartbeats through the storm. He quickly zeroes in on the protagonist's position in the deep woods. As the leader arrives, the protagonist opens the bag. The amplified sonic attack hits the leader at point-blank range, incapacitating him instantly. The team's exhaustion is reaching a critical breaking point. Constant vigilance is wearing them down, but a single mistake in this territory is fatal. They consider hiring a local watchman, but the risk of betrayal is too high. An outside hire could easily sell their location to predators lurking in the wilderness. These predators are ruthless bandits who hunt other explorers for their resources. Faced with no other choice, the team's morale continues to plummet. Their vehicle desperately needs repairs, forcing them to a cliffside market. This outpost is a chaotic hub of hunters and merchants, all bartering for survival. They quickly discover the local economy is hyperinflated. Their funds are almost worthless. Our protagonist splits the team to scout for parts and assess the market's dynamics. Even basic canned food is sold at an extortionate price. In the Wolf Zone, survival itself has become the most expensive commodity. A merchant mocks their poverty, offering a treasure they could never afford. This was a calculated lesson in humiliation from the merchant's father. The entire marketplace operates on this brutal principle of exploiting the weak. Meanwhile, Hang Shang discovers that even scrap car parts are priced astronomically. The local vendors sneer at them, seeing only easy targets. As his team endures the ridicule, his eyes lock onto a critical vulnerability. A plan begins to form. His teammates are still focused on the insult, but he is already calculating his next move. Suddenly, Hang Shang takes the stage and commands the crowd's attention. He addresses the exhausted night watchmen, highlighting their miserable, low-paying work. His rivals believe he's simply trying to undercut their prices, but then he reveals an invention that will make them obsolete. He demonstrates its simple operation, a single button press before sleep. The device is a biological alarm, a caged creature that emits a piercing shriek at any sign of danger. It offers perfect security, eliminating the need for untrustworthy outside guards. He announces the price, with a steep discount for the first 50 buyers to create a frenzy. Immediately, a man cries out, his health destroyed by the stress of constant guard duty. He is only 23, but the sleepless nights have aged him beyond recognition. His plight ignites the crowd, and a wave of demand surges forward. The marketplace erupts into chaos, as everyone fights to buy his product. The lesson in humiliation was just turned into a masterclass of economic warfare. The arrogant merchant can only watch, utterly defeated by the protagonist's gambit. The team celebrates their recent success around a campfire, but Ling advises they depart soon, as their wealth is attracting unwanted attention. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes from the darkness. It's a calling beast, but our protagonist sees this not as a threat, but as an opportunity. Hang Shang presents his part of the strategy. The protagonist immediately recognizes the plan's genius and agrees to execute it. While the others are left in the dark, the two masterminds set their trap into motion. The next day, they arrive at a bustling bazaar. Two merchants are selling cheap imitations of their nightwatch technology. Ling is furious at the blatant plagiarism, but the protagonist remains unfazed. The crowd, lured by the low price, eagerly buys the counterfeit goods. The merchants count their gold, oblivious to the fact they've walked into a snare. Hang Shang casually strolls into the crowd. He dons a simple disguise, preparing for the next phase of the operation. He approaches the merchants, loudly complaining that the beast he purchased refuses to eat. He then reveals a critical flaw. The creatures only eat camphor leaves, which grow exclusively in District B6. Panic erupts as the buyers realize they've been scammed and demand their money back. Just as chaos peaks, the protagonist takes the stage, presenting himself as the sole solution. He reveals their proprietary method for processing the rare leaves into a sustainable food source. He unveils the final product, a highly concentrated food cube that can last for a week. He then offers a complete care package, turning their problem into his profit. The crowd, once hostile towards the merchants, now desperately flocks to buy his product. A buying frenzy ensues as he completely dominates the market he just created. His team can only watch in awe at his business acumen. The original merchants, now bankrupt and humiliated, plot their revenge. They attempt to turn the crowd against him, exposing his role in the earlier scam, but the protagonist is already steps ahead, revealing the next stage of his plan. Market expansion. The crowd ignores the desperate merchants, continuing to purchase from the only reliable supplier. As the day ends, the operation is a resounding success. The very merchants who tried to copy him are now his employees, having generated a staggering 120,000 gold. He explains that mutual benefit is the only path to true power, securing their loyalty. They are so grateful they even gift him a modified vehicle. The team marvels at their newfound fortune, but a warning comes too late as a vehicle barrels towards them. An ambush. The enemy's power levels are dangerously high. A monstrous armored truck thunders into view, kicking up a cloud of dust. The merchants recognize the vehicle with dread. It belongs to the infamous predator, Wang Dani. A brutal-looking gang disembarks, their leader stepping forward with menace. It is indeed the Predator, a warrior at the absolute peak of the fusion periods. His men size up the group, their intentions violently clear. While his team sees a fight for survival, the protagonist sees only his next acquisition. The market manager attempts to enforce order, warning the intruders to leave. The brute leader simply tells him to look behind him. A devastating strike sends the manager flying through the wall, instantly neutralized. The gang laughs at the display of overwhelming force. His companion recognizes the threat. Their enemies are all at the fusion period level. The leader gives his orders, sees everything of value in the bazaar. Suddenly, an old acquaintance of the brute appears, trying to intervene. The leader recognizes the man, telling his subordinate to stand down for a moment. The old man pleads for mercy, offering all his money to spare his son, but the brute isn't interested in gold. His gaze is fixed on a far greater prize. He issues a final chilling ultimatum to the old man. His aura explodes with killing intent, revealing the terrifying power of a peak fusion period master. Just then our protagonist steps forward, seemingly offering to surrender his possession. In a flash, he scoops up his companion, a move that confuses everyone. He orders his friend to gather their valuables, feigning complete capitulation. He calmly states that survival is more important than any treasure. He then tosses everything they own towards the gang, a perfect display of cowardice. The brutes mock his pathetic surrender, completely underestimating their target. But their leader is no fool. He reveals his true plan to execute them all, regardless. He analyzes the protagonist's cowardly actions as a sign of a treacherous nature that must be eliminated. However, the protagonist reveals to his friend that this is all part of a much larger strategy. The brute leader believes he has already seen through the boy's plan. He is confident that he is thinking several moves ahead of his opponent. He scoffs, believing the boy's cleverness is no match for his raw power. The gang agrees to play along, luring their victims into a false sense of security before the final blow, but the protagonist unleashes his true gambit, activating the different king's replication techniques. The gang stares in disbelief at the sudden appearance of a perfect clone. Before they can react, the protagonist and his duplicate launch a synchronized aerial assault. The attack creates an impossibly bright flash of light. The brute leader screams, his vision completely overwhelmed. The entire gang is blinded, falling for the diversion perfectly. Enraged by the trickery, the leader unleashes his full power, vowing to crush them. But as his vision clears, he realizes the battlefield is empty. They've stolen his vehicle. On the ground lies a pittance of gold and a thank you note, the ultimate humiliation. As they drive off, the brute leader bellows with pure, unadulterated rage. He screams that they can't run, but it's too late. The protagonist knows that in the face of overwhelming impulse, a simple trick works wonders. He proves that an effective tactic can be used as many times as necessary. He activates a high-level technique, creating a perfect combat clone. Simultaneously, they unleash a barrage from their moving vehicle. The bandit leader is shocked by their sudden, overwhelming firepower. He leaps through the air, enraged by the audacious counterattack, but a new player enters the field, intercepting him with a powerful blow. The bandit leader is neutralized in a single decisive strike. His subordinates rush to the scene, stunned by their leader's defeat. The leader rises, acknowledging he underestimated his opponent's true power. They decide on a tactical retreat to regroup and plan their revenge. He issues a new command, return to headquarters and prepare a full-scale assault. Suddenly the leader collapses, his legs buckling from the previous blow. At that moment, another mysterious figure appears before the bandits. His calm demeanor and ordinary appearance mask an unknown level of threat. The bandit leader, ever aggressive, immediately confronts the newcomer. The boy calmly states his purpose, revealing a notorious affiliation. The name Red Rip Regiment sends a shockwave of fear through their ranks. Meanwhile, Hang Shang and his team continue their journey, unaware of the new developments. Inside the vehicle, they discover a cache of valuable spiritual elixirs. Hang Shang knows he cannot use them. His own spiritual channels are severely damaged. His recent power-up came at a terrible cost, shattering his internal energy pathways. Repairing these intricate networks is a monumental task, requiring immense resources. His companions, oblivious to his condition, consider using the treasures themselves. The sea-level pill can rapidly increase spiritual training speed for a short time. After a successful test, they offer one to Hang Shang, hoping to aid him. He knows the risk but decides to test the limits of his broken system. The attempt backfires catastrophically, causing immediate internal hemorrhaging. As they try to help him, a strange signal flare illuminates the sky. Their unique companion identifies the skull as a secret signal from the Red Rip Regiment. He reveals his past connection, confirming a dangerous operation is now underway. The captain of the regiment's 5th team grows impatient, his primary target having vanished. Hang Shang's team travels onward, heading directly into a brewing conflict. A transmission comes through, an operator attempting to contact Wang Danny's team. She proposes a joint mission with a reward that can repair meridian damage. This is the exact solution Hang Shang needs. He accepts the mission without hesitation. Their journey to the mission rendezvous point begins with extreme urgency. The team's tactician lays down the harsh reality for the newcomers. He calmly reveals his meridians were damaged in a previous battle. She swiftly punishes her comrade for his lack of empathy. To participate in the joint mission, they must first form an official squad. An unusual ally appears, expressing interest in the team's formation. The elder insists on his own importance to the group's success. He arrogantly proposes a name for their new squad. The suggestion is met with universal disdain from the others. An argument erupts over the ridiculous name proposal, but Hang Shang cuts through the noise, his aura flaring intensely. His suggestion is immediately met with resistance. The team remains fractured, unable to agree on a unified identity. He senses the discord and offers a new solution, a name connecting them all. The result, however, is an amalgamation of their individual flaws. As the disastrous name is about to be spoken, Hang Shang silences him. They wisely abandon the idea and proceed with the mission. At the mission rendezvous, they witness a crude display of authority. The leader, a high-stage fusion period expert, enforces brutal discipline. He demands his subordinate learn the true nature of their profession. Just then, their transport vehicle arrives on the scene. The squad leader observes the newcomers with a critical eye. Hang Shang's team presents themselves, ready for the joint operation. The man is unimpressed, scanning them for any sign of weakness. His tactical overlay reveals their varied but underwhelming power levels. He realizes the liability they represent in this high-stakes mission. The mission parameters are displayed, an assassination contract. The gravity of the task sends a shockwave through the new recruits. All eyes turn to Hang Shang for the final decision. He accepts, seeing an opportunity to test his predictive abilities. The others struggle to recall the target's identity, a fatal error. The mission leader reveals the full scope of the operation. He isolates Hang Shang, separating the strategist from his support. The protagonist is assigned to guard the vehicle's valuable cargo. Inside, the leader begins his inspection of the supplies. He discovers a cache of treasures, considering them an unexpected bonus. He feigns disinterest, but his greed is palpable. Hang Shang directs his attention to a different container, a subtle test. The leader arrogantly commands him to open it, but inside lies an unexpected and hostile entity. The horse-like ally strikes, neutralizing the treacherous leader in an instant. He reveals his true purpose, to protect their resources from scavengers. Hang Shang calmly reveals the contents of the box, a simple medical kit. The leader is left stunned, outmaneuvered and utterly humiliated. He struggles to comprehend how he was attacked without warning. He finally understands. This recruit is not prey, but a predator in disguise. Meanwhile, the leader's subordinate is being re-educated by the team's tactician. Back in the truck, a new hierarchy has been established. The once arrogant leader now displays complete submission to Hang Shang. His subordinate can only stare in disbelief at this sudden shift in power. The mission briefing was taking place on a desolate shore. 5 elite teams had been assembled for a single high-stakes objective. A temporary coalition was formed, led by the heads of the Wanyan and Haiyun teams. However, the true commander of this united front was Chang Siye, a peak-stage powerhouse. He made it clear this was an alliance of convenience, to be dissolved after the goal was met. The other leaders accepted the terms, impressed by the clarity of the command structure. Chang Siye prided himself on his grand vision, seeing himself as a predator ruling from above. Just then, his metaphor was made literal as a military truck soared through the sky. It plummeted from the cliff, crashing directly into their meeting point with immense force. From the wreckage, our protagonist and his team emerged completely unscathed. The other teams were stunned by such a reckless and powerful entrance. Chang Siye's eyes narrowed with fury, perceiving this as a direct threat. His subordinate quickly identified them as the Green Shade team, another participant in the mission. A tense negotiation began, with Chang Siye questioning their intentions and abilities. He declared himself a man of honor who would never betray an ally for personal gain. To prove his point, he presented a box of A-class treasures to be shared among the teams. The protagonist took one of the orbs, a spiritual root strengthening pill, to inspect it. The moment he held it, Chang Siye's men moved to seize it back, revealing his true nature. As the others laughed at the failed deception, Chang Siye's subordinate noted the protagonist's unnerving calm. The commander silenced his men and began the official briefing. Their target was Hu Xiaoyu, the ruthless king of the Lone Wolf Sandship, located in Sector B-16. She was a legendary figure, known for her merciless nature and terrifying power. As he spoke, a massive beast erupted from the ground. A Class B Tyrannosaurus Rex, Chang Xie scoffed at his team's fear, dismissing the creature as a minor obstacle. He launched himself forward, meeting the monster's charge with a single devastating blow. The battle was over in an instant, a display of overwhelming force meant to intimidate his new allies. Meanwhile, the target herself, Hu Xiaoyu, was far from unaware. An aide brought her urgent intelligence, a restored photograph from a recent incident. The image clearly showed Hang Shang, revealing his identity as the infamous Me Mouse. Learning he had entered her domain, a predatory smile crossed her face. She anticipated their inevitable confrontation with immense interest. She wondered what would happen when they finally met, just as the joint team began their assassination mission, but the path was far more dangerous than they knew. The team found themselves in a desperate fight for survival. Chang Xie, the self-proclaimed eagle, was caught in a torrent of fire, his arrogance leading to his swift and brutal downfall. The mission directive was clear: eliminate the target and rendezvous at the designated coordinate. As night fell, the convoy halted, with the leader calling for a rest until dawn. But under the cover of darkness, a far more intricate plan was already in motion. One of Hang Shang's inventions ensured his team would be well rested for the coming chaos. While others slept fitfully, his allies found perfect peace. Suddenly, the entire camp was jolted awake by a piercing sound. A mysterious figure emerged from the shadows, announcing he was there for business. He presented a hidden message, intended only for a select few. The proposal was audacious: betray the joint team and seize the treasures for themselves. The team was stunned by the sheer gravity of this new variable. The broker laid out the cold logic: eliminating their current allies was the most profitable path to victory. An agreement was reached in the shadows. With a new alliance ready to strike at dawn, the broker vanished, leaving them with a final chilling warning. His teammates were oblivious, but Hang Shang simply told them to conserve their energy for the battle ahead. He had already seen through every layer of deception and knew exactly what had to be done. His allies could only guess at the true depth of his strategy. The sun rose on the day of betrayal. The convoy resumed its journey, each faction believing they held the advantage. The enemy leader pressed his forces forward, desperate to reach his objective. But just as planned, a critical vehicle ground to a halt. Feigning concern, the broker stepped forward to offer his assistance. He gave Hang Shang a subtle signal. The counterplan was a success. The broker made contact with the unsuspecting target, sealing his fate with a handshake. A surge of energy crippled the operative instantly. The trap was sprung. The convoy's commander erupted in fury, attacking his supposed ally. He brutally subdued the man. Believing his own treachery was still a secret, the commander revealed his twisted intentions: to kill everyone and claim all the glory. He had allied with a clan notorious for preying on other criminals, a fatal miscalculation. His team finally saw the truth, but Hang Shang remained unburdened by the chaos. He revealed his own purpose: to dismantle this entire network of thieves. The enemy commander realized he'd been completely outmaneuvered. Hang Shang launched himself into the fray, a whirlwind of calculated violence. The commander's desperate counterattack was nullified by an impenetrable energy shield. With the enemy in disarray, the exfiltration began. Hang Shang had already secured the objective, even taking key assets hostage. He was bundled into the getaway vehicle. As the plan reached its climax, they sped away from the scene, leaving their former allies to their fate. Enraged at being so thoroughly defeated, the commander ordered a full pursuit. The enemy vehicles closed the distance with unnatural speed. They were using spiritual energy as a propulsion system, a powerful and rare technique. His panicked teammates pleaded for assistance from their own specialist. Their pleas were useless. They had already alienated their most powerful asset, but the specialist's arrogance was his weakness, a flaw Hang Shang was about to exploit. He handed over his communications device with a simple yet devastating instruction. The enemy driver gloated, utterly confident in his superiority. Hang Shang's agent uttered a carefully chosen insult, a single psychological trigger. The taunt landed perfectly, shattering the driver's focus with pure rage. He lost all control, pouring his energy into a blind, vengeful acceleration. The sheer force of his own rage overloaded his vehicle, which began to tear itself apart. The convoy is brought to a violent halt, ambushed in the desolate wasteland. The bandit leader issues his ultimatum, threatening total annihilation. His forces surround them, demanding they surrender their cargo, but Hang Shang makes a strange request for a single elixir. The leader is enraged by this audacity, forcing them all to line up. He denies the bargain, asserting his absolute authority. He turns his attention to the other captives, reminding them of their mortality. To survive this world, he preaches, one needs a cruel and unforgiving heart. His ambition is to occupy the pinnacle of the food chain forever. He reveals that this ambush was a perfectly designed trap to ensnare them, but Hang Shang's mind recalls an ancient strategy, a legendary tale of deception. The bandits inspect their prize, a large wooden horse. One of the raiders senses a strange power emanating from the object. A quick scan confirms his suspicion, detecting a massive spiritual response. The energy signature is off the charts, indicating an incredibly powerful entity. The wooden horse begins to transform, revealing a Class B monster. The bandits are oblivious, continuing to unload the cargo. Their leader issues a final warning, threatening death for any sudden moves. Hang Shang's seemingly foolish question is met with immediate dismissal. As his men move the cargo, the leader notices something is wrong. The Trojan horse is now placed directly beside him. He turns to his men but doesn't recognize their faces. They tell him to run, pleading for him to save his own life. The construct declares its deception is over. It stands before the bandit leader, a silent, imposing figure. It raises a single powerful arm. Then, it casually twists its own head with a sickening crack. It feigns injury, toying with its prey one last time. Its eyes glow with crimson light. The time for games is over. With a single devastating blow, the bandit leader is obliterated. His body is launched into the sky, a final flight toward the heavens. As his consciousness fades, he soars among the clouds. He finally meets the eagle he always dreamed of becoming. The true master of the sky simply claims its prize. With the threat eliminated, the team secures their new resources. The priority is Hang Shang's recovery, but he seems entirely unfazed. He casually juggles the potent meridian pills with impossible dexterity. His allies can only watch, astonished by his composure. He holds the box containing the elixirs, vital for his recuperation. Then he consumes the entire supply at once, a lethal dose for any normal person. His team panics, desperately trying to intervene as the sun sets on his latest victory. The team finds a temporary safe house to rest and consolidate their power, but one of them notices the protagonist's aura is growing at an unnatural rate. His cultivation speed is beyond anything she has ever witnessed. She calculates that by morning, he will achieve a new level of power entirely, a feat that took her half a year. He is accomplishing in a single night. His allies are stunned by his methods, which accelerate their own growth through intense pain. The sheer agony of his power transfer technique is a terrifying experience. Such a brutal method is effective, but few would willingly endure it. Suddenly, an alert flashes across their screens. It warns of a predator team known as the Green Shade Group, spreading misinformation to create chaos. Elsewhere, a rival gang leader organizes his forces to hunt this very group. His men question if he can even locate their targets. The leader smirks, revealing a hidden tracker on the vehicle they stole. He burns with a desire for absolute vengeance against them. His true goal is to seize the advanced mechanical technology their operative possesses. As they mobilize, orbs of pure energy materialize in the air. A devastating explosion obliterates their vanguard in an instant. From the smoke and fire, mysterious figures emerge unscathed. An immense war machine looms over them. Its message clear: surrender or be annihilated. The thugs recognize the infamous Lone Wolf Sandboat and its fearsome commander. Our protagonist steps forward, his presence silencing the battlefield. The gang leader immediately capitulates, claiming it was all a ruse to draw out their common enemy. The masked warrior demands information on the Green Shade Group. The terrified thugs reveal everything they know about their target's assets. He orders them to hand over the tracker, then delivers a chilling warning. This operation is entangled with the notorious Red Rip Syndicate. The name alone strikes fear into the hearts of these hardened criminals. The Red Rip Group controls a vast territory, operating like a sovereign nation. Their power is absolute, led by 7 ruthless captains of immense strength. The target they are hunting is none other than Red Rip's second captain. Having extracted the necessary information, the protagonist dismisses them. His companion leaves the thugs with a final menacing glare. The gang is left paralyzed, frozen in a state of utter shock and terror. They stand in silent awe of the power they just witnessed. The encounter has fundamentally changed their perception of the world. Deep in the wilderness, the target of the hunt continues its journey under the full moon. A new player enters the field, having tracked down the captain's location. He is a high-ranking operative, confident he can retrieve the asset alone. The forest night conceals the movements of multiple factions. Meanwhile, the protagonist concludes his meditation. He has successfully broken through to the next stage. His power reserves overflow and now he needs a worthy opponent to test the limits of his new ability. Unbeknownst to him, 2 deadly assassins are already closing in on his position. The board is set, and all pieces are converging on a single point for the final confrontation. His allies are stunned by his impossible rate of advancement. He tells them this is not a promotion, but merely his meridians recovering from the strain. His teammates can only look on, struggling to comprehend the power he wields, but his mind is on a greater threat. His father is searching for him, and he must grow stronger. A foolish challenge from a teammate is dismissed without a second thought. Elsewhere, a new combatant barrels through the desert wasteland. She cackles with excitement, looking forward to the chaos she will cause. This entire region is her domain, and she operates by her own brutal rules. Deciding it's too dangerous for her subordinates, she proceeds alone with a secret plan. As her vehicle vanishes into the distance, a tracker is left behind in the dust. A native bird curiously inspects the strange device. Suddenly, a sleek sports car appears from nowhere, crushing the tracker under its wheel. The driver is a young man with cold, calculating eyes. He has already acquired his target, spotting her vehicle just ahead. He smirks, preparing what he calls a welcome gift for their reunion. A blinding orb of energy forms in his palm as he unleashes an aura wave shot. The energy beam strikes the Jeep, causing a catastrophic explosion. He stands back, admiring the destruction he has wrought. He taunts the burning wreckage, demanding his opponent show herself. He continues his mockery, assuming she is cowering in the flames. But as he plays his game, a shadow materializes directly behind him. A hand pierces through his chest from behind. He gasps, recognizing the assassin. She is Hu Xiaoyu, the 5th captain of the Red Rip group, and she declares him doomed. She unleashes a vortex of phantom energy to finish the job. He retaliates, accusing her of a dishonorable attack, but she reminds him he struck first. She launches another relentless assault, giving him no quarter. He dodges and unleashes his own aura wave in a desperate counter. He channels his remaining power into the 7-star of the explosive wave. The technique lands, a 7-hit combination of pure force, but the cost was too high. He coughs up blood as the wound in his chest widens. The spiritual power he just used only worsened the damage from her initial strike. His vision begins to blur from severe blood loss. His carelessness has sealed his fate. With his last bit of strength, he radios for backup, reporting his critical injuries. He stumbles into the woods to hide from any pursuers. He laments his terrible luck, believing his situation cannot get any worse. It is then that he sees a figure observing him from the trees. In his desperation, he begs the stranger for medicine to stem the bleeding. The protagonist turns, revealing he has a large supply of priceless remedies. The injured man's mind, clouded by pain, misreads the situation entirely and lashes out in anger. Where is Hang Shang? The team wonders. Unaware he's on a critical mission, he's ventured deep into a secluded forest, a place brimming with latent energy, but he's not alone. An injured opponent senses his presence, demanding he reveal himself. His wounds are worsening. He knows he must act quickly or fall to his pursuers. Hang Shang steps into the clearing, completely unfazed by the confrontation. "Get out of here," the wounded man snarls. Hang Shang simply complies. His opponent is bewildered by this obedience. He activates his ocular technique, tripling his focus. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts from Hang Shang's position. The technique backfires. His enhanced vision is overwhelmed, leaving him momentarily helpless. He counters with his own sensory art, Earth Breath Insight. Scanning the entire area, "Your tricks are useless," the man declares, pinpointing what he believes are multiple targets. From a tree branch above, Hang Shang calmly commends his opponent's skill. His enemy is baffled. "Why are you happy about it?" he asks, confused by the lack of fear. Hang Shang's smile is unnerving. "Since you're so strong, I can test my new techniques." A flicker of doubt crosses his opponent's face. He leaps into action, explaining this is a perfect opportunity for a combat trial. He gathers immense energy, forming a dual-attribute sphere of pure destruction. The attack detonates, unleashing a torrent of raw power across the battlefield. Before the dust even settles, he follows up with a second, high-velocity spinning assault. The enemy recognizes the signature style. This is Hu Xiaoyu's martial art. Despite the surprise, the man manages to evade the devastating blow, but Hang Shang has vanished. His opponent is left bleeding and disoriented. He concludes this must be an accomplice. He resolves to eliminate this new threat. Hang Shang's voice echoes through the trees, taunting him with a new strategy. He reactivates the Earth Breath Insight, a perfect replica of his opponent's own ability. Concentric rings of energy expand, mapping every detail of the terrain. The enemy is stunned. "How is this possible? He's using my own technique." Hang Shang begins throwing rocks with pinpoint accuracy, forcing him out of hiding. The relentless barrage proves his senses have been completely compromised. His wound reopens under the strain. Enraged, he decides to end this now. As Hang Shang prepares another attack, his opponent suddenly disappears from sight. He reappears in an instant, lunging forward with a devastating strike. He counters with a powerful kick, recognizing the move as Makiani's signature art. "I know who you are," he declares. "You're not real, just a hallucination." He claims all of this is a clever deception, meant to hide a low-level fighter. Confident in his analysis, he prepares to deliver the final decisive blow, but just then, a third figure appears. It's the real Makiani, looking for his salesman. The man's face contorts in absolute disbelief and terror. Makiani recognizes the assailant and explodes with righteous fury. He unleashes his true power, a shadowy beast of pure force. The man is launched through the air, completely overwhelmed by the assault. The blow lands with catastrophic force, shattering his defenses instantly. Reports indicated the Green Shade Group's involvement, known for their blinding tactics. The name is instantly recognized. It must be Makiani's group. This news brings a manic grin to the rival leader's face. He indulges, savoring the moment before the inevitable storm. His laughter echoes, a prelude to the conflict he has orchestrated. Prepare a grand welcoming ceremony, he declares with theatrical flair. Shen Tu Quan, leader of the Red Rip group, is ready to make his move. He smirks, inquiring about a special message he sent. His subordinate confirms its delivery with feigned enthusiasm. But the message was a chilling threat disguised as a pleasantry. The recipient is panicked, realizing the gravity of the warning. Shen Tu Quan's true intentions are revealed. He orders an assault on the Ghost Flag group. Once my forces assemble, he sneers, we will bury them all. Meanwhile, across the city, a different plan is set in motion. Xiao Jun awakens within his regeneration chamber. His consciousness returns, his mind already processing the unfolding crisis. His eyes snap open, filled with cold, calculating fury. An explosion rocks the command center. The enemy has struck first, but Xiao Jun is already 5 steps ahead, declaring Ma Qianyi a traitor to the entire fleet. The base is engulfed in flames as the internal conflict erupts. In the sky above, his personal flagship, a colossal war machine, descends. Its shadow falls over the city, a testament to his overwhelming power. Shen Tu Quan observes the chaos, intrigued by Xiao Jun's decisive move. On the bridge, Xiao Jun wastes no time. He designates the target area for his crusade. His subordinate is horrified. Attacking an internal command is the ultimate taboo, but Xiao Jun is beyond such rules. His warship unleashes a devastating barrage. Shen Tu Quan watches with utter glee. The two captains are finally at war, far from the urban warfare, deep within a secluded forest. A small squad is on a routine reconnaissance mission. Their leader urges them to stay focused on their objective. One operative, Hang Shang, remains deep in tactical thought. Suddenly, their leader senses a massive energy signature. Everyone, take cover now. Xiao Jun's warship descends from the clouds, blotting out the sun. His voice booms from the vessel, an ultimatum delivered with chilling calm. The ship's primary weapon begins to charge. The countdown to annihilation has begun. The squad is paralyzed by the overwhelming show of force. From the bridge, Xiao Jun's gaze is unwavering. He will purge all threats. A warrior bursts from the forest, challenging him directly. Fight to the death. A second, smaller ship appears, moving to intercept the colossal flagship. It strikes with surprising force in a calculated tactical assault. The squad on the ground can only watch the aerial battle in disbelief. Xiao Jun's suspicion is confirmed. So Ma Qianyi has allied with the Red Rip group. The battle begins in earnest, a cataclysm of fire and steel. Observing from the ground, Hang Shang analyzes every move, formulating a counter-strategy. Team 5's vessel is obliterated in a surprise attack. The culprit, Hu Xiaoyu, taunts them from above, promising their demise. She descends like a whirlwind, effortlessly cutting down their forces. Her rampage is a blur of calculated destruction. The team's captain can only watch as his squad is annihilated. His defeated men point him toward her last known position, but suddenly another unseen force throws more of his team into the air. Enraged, he demands his opponent face him directly. Hu Xiaoyu ignores his challenge, continuing to dismantle his subordinate. Simultaneously, a second, more powerful enemy emerges, unleashing devastating explosions. The remaining soldiers are thrown into chaos. Unable to withstand the two-front assault, Hu Xiaoyu continues her own attack, unfazed by the new arrival. The captain realizes he has been played. He unleashes his ultimate technique, Mother Earth's Wrath. The very ground cracks and shatters under his command. Both attackers are caught off guard, their footing lost in the violent earthquake. Miles away, the true mastermind is revealed, calmly observing his plan unfold. The captain's ability traps everyone in a massive seismic field, paralyzing them completely. With his enemies immobilized, he declares the battle concluded. He vows that none of his targets will escape judgment. Using his Earth Breath insight, he pinpoints every combatant's location. He unleashes his power not at the attackers, but at Hang Shang's vessel. Hu Xiaoyu is stunned, unable to comprehend the apparent betrayal. The captain fires a condensed energy blast directly at the protagonist. The sandboat erupts in a massive explosion. Hang Shang is thrown from the wreckage as the crippled vessel begins to fall from the sky. The massive husk of the ship plummets directly towards his position. The others can only watch in horror as it crashes down upon him. His allies scream his name, certain of his death. Darkness. Hang Shang awakens, finding himself pinned down and immobilized. He deduces his location and prepares a small fire spell to see. The light reveals not wreckage, but the injured face of his enemy. He realizes Hu Xiaoyu had shielded him from the impact. They are trapped together beneath the debris. The opposing captain is left staring in disbelief at this unexpected outcome. Trapped beneath tons of rubble, Hang Shang steadies his companion. As she regains consciousness, her confusion is palpable. She panics, but he warns her to remain still. The slightest vibration could trigger a complete collapse. He tells her to hold on. His focus absolute. Her composure breaks, but he remains unfazed by her reaction. He coldly assesses her condition, mistaking her panic for a fever. Suddenly, a communication link opens with his team on the surface. The rising heat and distorted audio causes a critical misunderstanding among his allies. They misinterpret the dire situation, assuming the worst. While some panic, others grow impatient with the rescue effort. Above ground, a relentless assault begins. One of their own, Luo Yan, unleashes a storm of blades against the strange sandboat. She attacks again and again, determined to carve an entrance. A new strategy is formed. One will teleport in to locate the entrance. Luo Yan agrees, but her patience is clearly wearing thin. Another ally uses a unique psionic ability, tracing the flow of water. He perceives the hidden inner space through the infiltration patterns. Luo Yan continues her destructive barrage, ignoring the sandboat captain's pleas. Just as his crew is about to break, their leader makes a dramatic return. The psionic user shouts. Having pinpointed an entrance, he leads them to a hidden hatch in the ground. But as he descends, Luo Yan's continued assault triggers a fatal vibration. The ceiling gives way entirely, burying Hang Shang deeper within the wreckage. The team member can only watch in horror, realizing his tactical error. He falls into the darkness below. He lands directly in the grasp of an unknown individual. He is stunned to recognize the face of his target, Xiaojun. His immediate reaction is a swift, desperate punch. The attack is effortlessly blocked by the green-haired strategist. Xiaojun claims to read minds, revealing he knows their true objective. The boy is frozen with terror at this impossible ability, but it was a calculated bluff, a simple deduction from his reaction. Xiaojun then activates a powerful sensory technique. He scans the earth, pinpointing Hang Shang's exact location. He looks on, only to see an unbelievable sight. Hang Shang is not only alive, but shielding multiple allies from the collapse. The strategist is completely blindsided by this unexpected development. The sheer shock of the scene overloads his senses, leaving him staggered. The protagonist finds himself ambushed by allies. Their leader demands to know how he arrived. His proximity sends one of them into a state of utter distraction. He remains unfazed, processing the tactical situation with cold indifference. The woman is completely captivated, her combat focus shattered. Their petty squabbles are beneath his notice. She sees a fleeting opportunity in the chaos, but hesitates, knowing his power is superior. A strategic retreat is proposed to protect the target, but the red-haired woman refuses, clinging to him as a shield. She defies the order, enjoying the chaos she is creating around him. Elsewhere, a new conflict is brewing. An operative is paralyzed by a sight he cannot comprehend. He is immediately threatened, reminded of a debt that could cost him his life. He retaliates instantly, striking his captor with decisive force. Suddenly, their chamber begins to flood. The trap has been sprung. They are submerged in seconds. The situation escalating rapidly. He struggles for air, realizing his opponent possesses specialized abilities for this environment. To his shock, his target is completely unaffected by the water. The blue-haired man mocks him, revealing a mind-reading capability. Enraged by the taunt, he attacks, only to be neutralized by a precise counter technique. His opponent apologizes, having only meant to disarm him. He knows all his enemy's tactics. He moves in for the final maneuver. He forcibly expels the water from the man's lungs, a brutal but effective method. The rescue is performed with cold, calculated efficiency. The confrontation ends. An uneasy truce forms in the silent chamber. The green-haired operative is left defeated, contemplating his adversary's superior skills. Far away, the vessel carrying the protagonist has crash-landed. A hardened commander addresses his elite unit, demanding a report. He deduces that such destruction could only be the work of their primary target. His soldiers are unsettled. The commander's reputation for ruthlessness is well known. His eyes burn with lethal intent. He will let nothing happen to his son. The sheer pressure of his aura terrifies his subordinates. An operative approaches, questioning the commander's orders. He demands an explanation, suspecting betrayal within his ranks. The operative clarifies there was no malicious intent. The commander realizes the message was simply misinterpreted. Just then, a call comes in from the Grand Leader himself. The leader commends his choice of new assets for the operation. The commander humbly accepts the praise, though he remains on edge. He tells the leader they've acquired visual confirmation of the targets. On the screen is the protagonist, flanked by two unknown women. The image is clear, providing perfect intelligence on the situation. The leader's expression shifts from amusement to pure fury. He grips the phone, his composure utterly shattered by what he sees. With the conflict resolved, the teams are officially integrated under Lu's command. But one of Lu's men warns Hang Shang to tread carefully. The leader himself finds Hang Shang's demeanor unsettling, questioning its origin. Hang Shang feigns ignorance, further provoking the man's suspicion. Meanwhile, Zhang Bianyue apprehends the operatives who previously attacked Xiaojun. Xiaojun's battleship is heavily damaged, forcing a portion of their forces to remain for repairs. She delivers a veiled threat, ensuring the remaining soldiers' absolute compliance. Taking command, she orders the unified group to begin their journey back. They commandeer the remaining escape vehicles, forming a convoy toward Area A03. Their progress is steady, traveling by day and setting up camp by nightfall. Around the fire, they discuss their proximity to the rendezvous point. Their target is Area A03, where they will join the crusade against the Ghost Flag group. The leader's son expresses frustration, revealing a strained family dynamic. The captured operative, bored in her cage, makes a strange request. Her companion is suddenly punished with a high-voltage shock for his insolence. The guard then turns the weapon on the girl, asserting her dominance. The agonizing punishment serves as a brutal warning to the prisoner. The next morning, morning, a video call interrupts the quiet camp. It's from a flamboyant captain, boasting about preparations for a grand celebration. He proudly displays the luxurious tables reserved for the returning captain. The scale of the event is immense, an epic party meant to welcome them back. Lu is delighted, but the other captain's attention shifts to Hang Shang. He's heard rumors of Hang Shang's provocative nature and is intrigued by it. Hang Shang downplays the captain's expectations, claiming he wishes to avoid conflict, but the captain is insistent, demanding a demonstration of this rumored talent. Hang Shang immediately complies, calling the man's extravagant party stupid. The captain is momentarily stunned, forcing a disbelieving laugh, but Hang Shang presses on, questioning the tactical wisdom of such a public announcement. The captain's confident facade shatters as the implications sink in. He tries to dismiss the concern, claiming the ghost flag is too weak to retaliate. At that exact moment, a massive explosion erupts behind him. The ghost flag has launched a full-scale assault on the celebration venue. His last words reveal the attackers used the party invitations to infiltrate before the line goes dead. Lu's team is thrown into chaos. Unable to comprehend the sudden attack, a final, garbled message appears, but its meaning is lost in the confusion. Hang Shang simply states the obvious truth he had already deduced. His prediction was flawless, another step in his grand design. The enemy's trap, however, was far more insidious than a simple ambush. From the shadows, the true masterminds watch the chaos, finding human fallibility fascinating. A frantic report comes through from the front lines. The connection is suddenly severed, leaving only an ominous silence. On the battlefield, a victorious enemy gloats over the ashes of his conquest. He unleashes a final devastating attack to erase all survivor. One of their top captains is instantly vaporized, shocking his comrades. The man smirks, unimpressed by the lack of resistance. But a far greater presence looms over the city, holding the man's own companions hostage. The true mastermind looks down, utterly bored by these petty displays of power. Meanwhile, our protagonist convoy speeds towards the conflict zone. Inside, the less experienced members are tense with anticipation. Hang Shang, however, is perfectly calm, his mind already calculating the possibility. As night falls, the team makes a temporary camp. Some are concerned about resting in hostile territory, but they agree to take shifts. One member lies down, but his senses remain on high alert, scanning the entire area. His mind processes the myriad of potential threats lurking in the darkness. A sudden sound jolts him awake. An enemy has been detected. The team, now unsettled, decides to press on through the night. They finally arrive at their destination, City A03. What they find is a wasteland of smoldering ruins and debris. This level of destruction is far too recent and methodical for a simple monster attack. An entire city was annihilated in just 2 days. Amidst the rubble, they discover hundreds of strange, pulsating eggs. The sheer quantity of them is unnatural, a clear sign of artificial deployment. This was not a monster nest, it was a man-made infestation. Without warning, an egg hatches, releasing a vicious creature. It lunges at a team member, but is intercepted just in time. He reminds her that in this zone, a moment of hesitation is death. The creature's fangs sink into his arm, but he feels nothing. He obliterates the worm, but realizes the sound was a trigger. All around them, the ground begins to churn as the entire swarm hatches at once. These C-class worms are drawn to sound and vibration. The team prepares a ranged assault to thin the horde. This bioweapon is unmistakably the work of the Ghost Flag group. They formulate a plan to attack from a distance and control the swarm, but the ground suddenly collapses beneath them. The worms were merely bait for a much larger predator. A colossal maw rises from the earth, consuming its own brood. This is a B-class overlord monster, capable of inducing psychic terror. The team realizes it was deliberately planted here as a trap. Panic begins to set in as they face the overwhelming threat, but Hang Shang steps forward, silencing their fear with a single command. The creature's relentless assault batters the young warrior. His allies question why a Class B monster possesses such overwhelming power. They fail to grasp that this beast's strength is innate, not cultivated like an awakened human's. It launches another devastating attack, forcing the squad to scatter. A desperate counterattack barely grazes the monster's hide. Suddenly, another entity of the same type appears, confusing the defender. The protagonist calmly explains this is his own split, a technique he's recently mastered. His teammates are incredulous, but he remains entirely focused on his objective. He orders his split to execute a precise flying kick, a seemingly absurd command. The strike connects, but another smaller creature emerges from the chaos. The main beast unleashes a blinding light, disorienting everyone. With his injuries healed, the protagonist is ready to rejoin the fight, but his teammates, enraged by his unorthodox methods, order him to stand down. The monster screams in agony from the previous attack, spewing blood. A torrent of highly corrosive fluid follows, forcing the team on the defensive. One of them deploys a force field, trapping the beast and slowing it down. Their energy blasts, however, deflect harmlessly off its hardened shell. Ignoring the plan, the brawler leaps in with a Tiger Mountain fist. The reckless attack connects, shattering the monster's external armor. Seeing the critical opening, the team prepares a combined energy assault. Their coordinated strike obliterates the now vulnerable creature. With the immediate threat neutralized, they celebrate their hard-won victory. Immediately, the bickering begins, with blame being thrown for the chaotic fight. The brawler, enraged by their lack of gratitude, storms off, but a glint of light signals a new unseen threat. A high-velocity projectile pierces through one of the warriors. The team is stunned, unable to identify the assailant. The brawler catches his falling comrade, a look of horror on his face. The attack came from outside their sensory range. A sniper, a smoke bomb is deployed instantly, providing cover for a tactical retreat. They fall back into the ruins of the industrial complex. The wound is critical, the warrior's back is broken. This was no ordinary soldier, but a high-level cadre from the Ghost Flag Regiment. From a high vantage point, the assassins confirm their 3 hits. Their hunt has just begun. The enemy is a 3-man cell, each a specialist in their deadly craft. The 2 consecutive strikes to the same wound were catastrophic. The injury was spiraling out of his control. Hang Shang extended his hand, channeling a healing aura. He urged his companion to remain still. But the radiant light only healed Hang Shang's own hand. His unique ability was useless for others. As his allies argued, he was already focusing on the next threat. He had a plan to locate their hidden enemies. They stood exposed, searching the horizon, but he knew exactly how to draw them out of hiding. From a distant tower, an enemy sniper took the bait. A specialized soundwave bullet was fired. The projectile struck a cluster of dormant pods, its sonic burst triggering a mass hatching. His ally immediately understood the enemy's gambit. They were using sound to awaken their forces. The plan was twofold: hatch an army and pinpoint their location. A scout bug had already found them, but before they could engage the swarm, a figure descended from the sky with devastating force. The newcomer sneered at them with contempt. He identified them as the Red Rip Group, unimpressed by their power. The group's youngest member cried out in terror. The enemy had arrived. The enemy leader unleashed his power, trapping Hang Shang in a force field and launching a string-based attack. The blow was aimed to kill, but a massive figure intercepted it, taking the full impact. Makiani, the team's bulwark, blocked the attack and furiously demanded the enemy back off. His raw power was impressive, a testament to his formidable defensive capabilities. A warning cry rang out. They had another sniper. Makiani's head was caught in the crosshairs. The shot landed true, striking him in the leg and forcing him to his knees. The sniper mocked him from afar, but Makiani simply looked annoyed by the interruption. In an unbelievable display of fortitude, he had caught the high-velocity round between his teeth. He began to channel his own energy into the bullet. The sniper watched in horror, realizing he was about to retaliate. With a flick of his thumb, he sent the projectile rocketing back towards its origin. The returned bullet struck the sniper's perch with the force of a cannon shell. She stared at the gaping hole in her cover, utterly stunned by his power. She recognized his technique as pupil blood rage. He was truly worthy of his title. He was Makiani, the strongest warrior known to exist below the Golden Core period. Suddenly, a voice spoke directly behind her. It was her own leader. A beam of pure energy, a particle fixed-point strike, materialized out of nowhere. It pierced Makiani's chest, a perfect, instantaneous kill shot. The mighty warrior collapsed, blood erupting from his mouth as his life faded. His son screamed in despair while the sniper stared, questioning her leader's sudden appearance. The true mastermind finally revealed himself. He found predictable battles to be utterly boring. This was Dong Guoba, the head of the Golden Flag Regiment, a being of the Golden Core period. A chilling smile spread across his face, revealing a mind that delighted in chaos. He confessed his greatest pleasure was subverting expectations and surprising his opponents. The strategic overview confirmed the horrifying truth. This new enemy was on a completely different level of existence. Dong Guoba and his kind resided in the Golden Core period, a tier of power so immense it was beyond comprehension. Makiani lies broken amidst the rubble, his body torn apart. With his final breath, he warns his comrades to flee from the Golden Core cultivator. The enemy simply observes from a distance, a cold, calculating smile on his face. The protagonist shatters his restraints. Preparing to act, he orders the others to run, knowing there is no time for pleasantries. The villain descends from the sky like a fallen angel, closing the distance instantly. He savors his newfound power, enjoying the thrill of the hunt. Hovering above them, he declares that there will be no escape from this place. The group stares up in abject terror as their hunter closes in. He unleashes a devastating particle beam, forcing a defender to intercept. The blast disintegrates the man's arm, his scream echoing through the ruins. The villain prepares another focused burst, aiming to finish them all. A colossal explosion erupts, leveling what little cover they had left. 2 more captains are caught in the shockwave, their bodies thrown aside. New arrivals appear, only to find their allies already defeated. A young girl summons a nullification field, attempting to neutralize the threat. The villain scoffs at their futile struggles, preparing to execute another survivor. One of the boys pushes his comrades away, choosing to face the blast alone. He is consumed by the explosion, sacrificing himself to buy precious seconds. The remaining survivors are battered, and their hope begins to fade. The predator lands before them, ready to end the pointless resistant. A young woman makes a final stand, unleashing her elemental power. She conjures a psionic cage, momentarily binding the entity in a storm of lightning, but he is far beyond her realm, firing death lasers through her technique. She falls, and another warrior charges forward in a blaze of desperate glory. His attack is utterly meaningless as the next lamb approaches the slaughter. Suddenly, a massive impact sends the villain flying backwards. He is stunned, disgusted by the sensation of his own blood. The force of the blow sends him reeling, completely caught off guard. The blue-haired boy presses the attack, ramming the enemy with everything he has. Cornered, the villain grins through the pain and asks for any last words. The boy smirks back, his mission complete. His sacrifice guarantees their escape. The villain glances up, confused, only to see multiple aircraft taking to the skies. He realizes the deception instantly, and orders his forces to intercept the decoys. His subordinates confirm target lock on the 4 fleeing vessels. But far below, a lone truck speeds away, unnoticed through the dust. At the wheel is the true mastermind, his expression calm and controlled. The real survivors were never in the aircraft, they were with him all along. His captured allies, however, believe their comrades have been taken. They are bound by spiritual power suppressors, unable to fight back. Yet even in defeat, they place their absolute faith in one person. They know that as long as their leader escaped, he is their one true hope. His reckless escape maneuvers are risky, but they are finally clear of the battlefield. Yan unleashes a devastating kick, his arrogance on full display. He revels in his newfound power, leaving his defeated enemies for dead. The team finds temporary refuge in the skeletal remains of a forgotten city. His allies are grievously wounded, and a deadly fever has set in. Without medicine, their deaths are not a question of if, but when. The infection is spreading rapidly through their bodies. Surrender is not an option. He will find the antibiotics himself. Their only hope lies within a derelict hospital, now a den for high-level monster. He will not allow his comrades to perish on his watch. She understands the mission's gravity and agrees to protect the others. With a final warning, she watches him leap into the dangerous unknown. The clock is ticking. His friends only have hours before the infection consumes them. He has defied impossible odds before, but this challenge is different. He now stands alone in the flooded ruins, ready to orchestrate a miracle. Wading through the desolate landscape, he begins his search, but he is not alone. Yan and his hunting party have entered the area. An anomaly catches his eye, flower petals floating where none should exist. Yan recognizes a submerged vehicle, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He orders his subordinates to move in and investigate the wreckage. Suddenly, the water erupts as a monstrous fin slices towards them. An aquatic beast lunges from the depths, its jaws wide open. It strikes with lethal force, dragging its victim into a bloody torrent. The thugs are frozen in terror before the B-class monster. His second-in-command urges a tactical retreat, but Yan's ego refuses. Drunk on his power, he openly defies the direct orders of his own leader. The subordinate desperately tries to reason with him, but his pleas are ignored. Yan answers the insubordination with a single brutal strike. The rest of the crew watches in horror as their comrade is executed. His bloodied fist makes his message perfectly clear. He stares down his remaining men, challenging anyone else to question him. Fear ensures their total obedience. Dissent is a death sentence. He coldly orders them to loot the body for supplies. His words are a chilling reminder of this world's unforgiving nature. From the shadows above, the protagonist watches the entire scene unfold. He remains perfectly concealed, analyzing their every move. His eyes glow with cold calculation. The enemy has just revealed a fatal weakness. The girl struggles to breathe, her body racked with pain. She's trying to save 2 others, but without proper medicine. Their wounds fester. As the leader of her unit, this responsibility falls entirely on her. She remembers her debt to Hang Shang, deciding to see this mission through. This act of aid is also a calculated move, a future asset to be leveraged. Suddenly, a sea-level monster emerges from the shadows. It was not alone. An entire pack of dire wolves materializes, surrounding the lone girl. The odds are insurmountable, yet she stands her ground, ready to fight. Meanwhile, another group ventures into the desolate ruins. The team's dynamics are fractured, with the leader using his subordinates as pawns. He forces the youngest member forward with a threat, using him as bait. The boy is cast out, a disposable scout for their selfish expedition. He ventures into the suffocating darkness, utterly alone. From the depths, a horrifying creature ambushes him. He reacts instantly, striking the monster with a powerful kick. His supposed allies watch in terror from a safe distance. As he tries to retreat, a new figure blocks his path. Hang Shang appears, his eyes glowing with cold intensity as he demands the medical supplies. The boy complies, wondering if this man is the true master of the dark. Hang Shang examines the advanced medicine, unfamiliar with its application. His former comrade emerges from the cave, recognizing him instantly. Blinded by rage, he executes his own subordinate for failing him. The man's cruelty knows no bounds. Hang Shang closes the distance in an instant, unleashing a devastating blow. The impact sends the man flying. He's disoriented by a psionic flash, a clever diversionary tactic. He screams into the darkness, unable to locate his assailant. His threats are empty, a sign of his growing desperation. Then the man sees an exact copy of himself. Hang Shang has perfectly replicated his form. Using the leader's own voice, he commands the remaining underlings to drop the supplies. They comply without question, placing the medical kit on the ground. The replica walks away, completing the flawless deception. Once they are gone, Hang Shang emerges from the shadows to claim his prize. Having secured the medicine, he races back to the makeshift infirmary. He finds the girl exhausted but victorious against the wolf pack. She knows the scent of blood will draw more predators to their location. The poison from an earlier fight begins to take hold, her vision blurring. Her consciousness starts to fade. She's in critical danger. Just then, a new threat emerges from the rubble. Her strength gives out, and she collapses before the creature. But before it can strike, Hang Shang intercepts with a powerful blow. The fishman is annihilated instantly. She's stunned to see him. He confirms the mission was a success. Their location has been compromised by the battle. They must move immediately. Elsewhere, the dupe leader seethes, finally realizing he's been masterfully played. Without flinching, she sterilizes her own wounds. The pain is immense, but her resolve is unbreakable. With the procedure complete, she informs him their position has been compromised. He responds by summoning a massive spiritual beast as a diversion. He gives a simple command, preparing for the impending conflict. The spectral entity roars, drawing the attention of their unseen enemies. He provides a final contingency, leaving no room for failure. The beast attacks, sowing chaos and confusion among the enemy ranks. Together, they unleash a perfectly synchronized and devastating strike. Meanwhile, the architect of this chaos observes from a safe distance. His scouts report locating the monster wave he orchestrated. The very idea of retreat is absurd. This is all part of his grand design. He reveals his true strategy. The monsters are merely bait to lure out his real target. A manic grin spreads across his face. He is consumed by the thought of revenge. He orders his pawns forward, eager to witness the carnage unfold. Using heightened senses, he pinpoints his target's exact location and gives chase, but his pursuit leads him directly into a trap filled with ravenous beasts. His subordinates watch in horror as he leads the entire wave back toward them. Panic erupts as they realize they have been sacrificed by their own leader. In the desperate scramble, one of the men stumbles and is left behind. The beasts show no mercy, immediately descending on their helpless prey. His agonizing screams for help are swallowed by the horde. Suddenly, a blinding flash of psionic energy erupts as our protagonist intervenes. The monsters are stunned for a moment before being utterly annihilated. He stands calmly amid the destruction, confirming the threat is neutralized. He offers the survivor a first aid reagent, a calculated act of false generosity. His rescue was not without purpose. He immediately begins his interrogation. His questions center on the man who so easily abandoned his own team. He probes for weaknesses, seeking to understand the methods of this new enemy. The young combatant, Sun Guangji, is grievously wounded after the recent ambush. An unexpected figure approaches, offering to treat his wounds. The boy is wary, as he knows this man is his enemy. Despite being saved, his loyalty to his organization is absolute, and he refuses to leave with him. He even offers his life as repayment, but our protagonist has no interest in such gestures. As he turns to leave, the boy throws a small object toward him. It is an intricately carved wooden dragon. He calls it a VIP invitation to a sculpture exhibition he plans to hold one day. It's a promise he made to his mother, a dream of a future without war. He reveals his parents were casualties of the conflict, but taught him to live without hatred. His goal is not to be a soldier, but a sculptor, just like his father. Our protagonist is silent for a moment, processing the boy's unexpected conviction. He then makes a solemn promise to attend the exhibition, should that day ever come. A deal is struck between the two unlikely individuals. The pact is sealed. Meanwhile, the other survivors cower in a ruined building, wounded and desperate. Their leader, Yan, reveals a rare spatial storage ring. His subordinates are stunned by the priceless artifact. He retrieves a first aid spray, using it only for his own injuries. The others plead for him to share the medicine, their wounds growing critical. He coldly denies their request, showing his true nature. Just then, Sun Guangji stumbles back into the hideout. His supposed allies immediately blame him for their near-fatal encounter. Ignoring their accusations, the boy offers them his own limited medical supplies. Their gratitude is cut short by the sound of a gunshot. Yan has destroyed the boy's offering, wasting the precious medicine. He points his weapon directly at Sun Guangji, his intentions clear. He demands all their supplies, threatening to execute them if they refuse. But his foolish outburst has attracted unwanted attention. The gunshot has drawn nearby monsters directly to their location. In the chaos, Sun Guangji flees for his life with beasts in hot pursuit. He escapes into a small room, barricading the door with help from one of the others. The monsters outside begin tearing through the barricade. The sounds of slaughter echo through the hallway. As they look on in terror, a lone silhouette appears in the doorway. Yan offers them a chilling ultimatum: eliminate Sun Guangji for him, or be thrown to the beasts. From a nearby building, our protagonist witnesses this ultimate act of betrayal. He had decided not to interfere, but some lines cannot be crossed. A promise had been made, and now a debt must be paid in blood. An overwhelming killing intent erupts from his very being. He has seen enough of this world's cruelty. Now it is time for retribution. Mr. Yan frantically tries to call for backup. His composure shatters. His pride won't allow him to show weakness. Even as his men lay defeated, a dark memory begins to surface, twisting his perception of reality. He remembers the humiliation, the feeling of being utterly powerless before a greater threat. He channels that rage, screaming that no one will ever look down on him again. His mind fractures under the pressure of his past trauma. This dark history has twisted him into a monster. His internal monologue is interrupted by a terrifying roar from the shadows. He sees his true target and immediately gives chase. But the mutated beasts of the city are relentless. Blocking his path, he effortlessly obliterates the creature, yet the swarm is endless. He smirks, realizing his power far exceeds these lesser monsters. A wave of euphoria washes over him as he revels in the slaughter. This is the feeling he has craved: absolute dominance. He crushes the last remaining creature under his boot. He kicks the corpse aside, utterly disgusted by its weakness. With the distractions cleared, his focus returns to his primary objective, but a cold voice cuts through the air. Don't bother. His target hasn't fled. He was waiting for him all along. Yan's expression shifts from surprise to a twisted manic excitement. An electrifying thrill courses through him. This is the prey he has been hunting. His bloodlust boils over, a predatory instinct taking complete control. Suddenly, a crimson thread of energy grazes his neck, drawing blood. The protagonist stares back, his own killing intent matching Yan's. The time for strategy is over. The final battle begins now. Yan charges his own power, preparing to meet the assault head-on. A blinding flash of energy erupts as their fists collide in a furious exchange. The impact shatters the man's arm, sending a spray of blood across the battlefield. Yet the madman simply sneers at the insignificant damage. He mocks the protagonist, questioning how a mere fusion-level fighter dares to challenge a master. The thrill of battle sends a wave of euphoria through the antagonist, but the protagonist's eyes glow with a cold, predatory light, relishing this hunt. Elsewhere, his allies worry about his absence in the high-danger wolf zone. His friend dismisses their concerns, stating they should pity his opponent instead. They know the wolf zone is a realm far deadlier than anything they faced. One worries his inherent kindness will be his downfall, but his friend clarifies a chilling truth about his philosophy. He isn't a mere helper, his presence is that of an overwhelming savior. He recounts a time when the protagonist's aura was not human, but that of an absolute king. He had declared that those who commit heinous acts are unworthy of forgiveness. They both understand he is the hidden weapon of their class. Back in the destroyed city, the battle rages on. The antagonist laughs, unleashing a torrent of spiritual power that overwhelms the protagonist. He declares this the dawn of his revenge, standing over his fallen foe. To add insult to injury, he pulls out a spiritual detector. He scoffs at the initial power reading, a seemingly trivial number. He boasts that his own spiritual value is nearly double that of his target. But as he glances at the device again, the number has already started to climb. His arrogance shatters. This should be impossible. The reading continues its relentless ascent. A flicker of fear appears in his eyes as the numbers accelerate uncontrollably. The device beeps frantically, struggling to keep up with the exponential surge. A terrifying dark energy erupts from the protagonist's body. The antagonist loses all composure, screaming in rage and disbelief. He lunges forward, launching a desperate all-out assault. The protagonist effortlessly dodges the furious blows. He counters with a single perfectly executed strike that sends his enemy reeling. The antagonist retaliates with a powerful kicking technique, but the protagonist simply parries the attack, sending him crashing into the ground. The detector suddenly displays the maximum value, the absolute peak of the fusion period. Broken and terrified, the man charges forward, his mind consumed by a singular, desperate thought. The protagonist watches the pathetic display with cold indifference, simply asking, "Is that all?" He unleashes a final desperate gambit, a meteor shower of pure energy, but the backlash is immediate and severe. He coughs up blood, his body failing. Forcibly elevating his power has shredded his meridians. The damage is irreversible. He analyzes the situation. His fire techniques are a poor match for his opponent's wind attributes. As the smoke clears, the two combatants face each other across the desolate landscape. The enemy smirks, barely fazed. He mocks our protagonist's futile struggle. He lectures on the vast chasm between their power levels. The cardiac period is absolute. His dominance is not a matter of skill, but of fundamental law. But the protagonist reveals the true nature of of his power. He strikes with blinding speed. The cardiac period doesn't just grant raw energy, it strengthens the mind and martial arts. Every blow from our protagonist now carries immense weight. The spiked knuckles connect with devastating force. He unleashes the blast wind fist, shattering the very ground beneath them. The technique drains him completely, leaving him gasping for air. His opponent rises, laughing maniacally at the pathetic display of power. Suddenly, reality itself seems to warp behind the villain. A new challenger enters the field. A red-haired warrior bursts from the portal, blade swinging with lethal intent. Her surprise attack is flawless, severing the antagonist's arm in a single motion. But he notices her own critical wounds. She is fighting on borrowed time. He retaliates instantly, unleashing his own devastating blast wind fist. The injured warrior is no match for the direct assault and is sent flying. He seizes her by the throat, recognizing Captain Hu Xiaoyu of the Lone Wolf Sandboat. He taunts the protagonist, preparing to execute his ally right before his eyes. The villain relishes the thought of their despair, but a blinding light erupts from our protagonist's fist. The enemy screams in agony, his vision completely scorched by the solar flare. Taking the opening, he drags his disabled foe into the water. He forces his head beneath the surface, cutting off all escape with cold precision. He whispers his final promise, "I told you I would kill you. You must die." Submerged in the depths, he holds his opponent in a death grip. The thug struggles, mocking the seemingly foolish move, but he is the one losing consciousness, sinking into the abyss. Our protagonist remains unmoved, pulling him ever deeper. He then unleashes a concentrated blast of pure energy. The underwater shockwave throws them both back. The assailant reels, stunned by the impossible attack, but there is no reprieve as a storm of blows connects instantly. His power originates from a source his enemy cannot comprehend. Panic sets in as the thug's lungs burn for air. He makes a desperate attempt for the surface, but he is dragged back down into the crushing pressure. A horrifying realization dawns upon his enemy. His opponent can breathe underwater. This is an execution, not a fight. This ability is absolute, a fundamental advantage in this domain. He continues the relentless assault without pause. The thug's world dissolves into pain and oxygen deprivation. Every strike is calculated to inflict maximum damage. Despair finally breaks his will to fight. In a final desperate move, he activates a hidden artifact. He offers it as tribute, begging for his life. A flicker of consideration appears in the protagonist's eyes. He appears to loosen his grip, a sign of mercy. The item is secured, the transaction seemingly complete. He inspects the prize, a relic of significant power, but the opponent's relief turns to pure, undiluted terror. A powerful current forms, a prison of swirling water. He is propelled upwards, away from his executioner. He breaks the surface, finally able to breathe. For a moment, he believes he has been spared, but the protagonist emerges, his gaze promising only doom. A lesson learned long ago dictates this outcome. Show no mercy. He seizes his target one last time. The thug doesn't understand what's happening. A crimson aura bleeds from the point of contact. This is not an attack, but an offering. The scent of fresh blood fills the water around them. His expression is devoid of all emotion. He realizes this is not a pardon, but a far crueler fate. His thoughts are a silent, chilling sentence. He has summoned the true predator of these depths, a hunter drawn by the promise of an easy meal. The jaws of the Leviathan become his tomb. Locked in a fatal embrace, their blood now summons the ocean's true predators. His opponent chose a path of mutual destruction, a final, desperate gambit. But even facing certain death, his mind remains unnervingly calm. His foe's resolve crumbles, choking on his own rage in the unforgiving sea. The shark strikes without hesitation. The water erupts in a crimson cloud. He surfaces victorious but severely wounded. His spiritual power is dangerously low. He drags himself from the water, every step an exercise in pure will. His companion is waiting, wounded but alive. He supports her without a word. She stares at the bloodied water, asking the obvious. He offers no reply. Her safety is now the primary objective. He offers to carry her back. She expresses his gratitude but insists on walking, a gesture of strength, but her injuries betray her words. She collapses in pain. He analyzes their position. They are close to Qian City, a potential sanctuary, but sanctuary is a fantasy. Qian City is a war zone. Invaders from the Wolf area are terrorizing the populace, killing indiscriminately. They revel in the chaos, viewing the slaughter as mere entertainment. Simultaneously, a broadcast overrides all channels. A hostile takeover is announced. The Red Rip Regiment has been annihilated. The Ghost Flag Group claims dominion. He turns to a caged prisoner, the former leader of the Red Rip, but Shentu Yuquan is not broken. He greets his captors with defiant laughter. His bizarre theatrics only serve to enrage the Ghost Flag members. The new regime issues its first decree. All symbols of the old guard are to be purged. This entire coup is being broadcast live, a masterclass in psychological warfare. The leader of the Ghost Flag, Dongguo, appears before the cage. Shentu remains unimpressed. He declares this territory will always be his. Dongguo scoffs at the claim. The transfer of power is already complete, but Shentu is merely stalling, hinting that other players are yet to arrive. He begins a tactical breakdown of their forces, a veiled threat. Dongguo counters with his own intelligence. The numbers are not in Shentu's favor. Shentu's confidence is unshaken. He implies this capture was intentional. He reveals the truth. His capture was a calculated move to test his subordinates. His captor dismisses it as a bluff, but the challenge hangs in the air. Just then, an aide reports a significant discovery, a large cache of supplies. The man is forced to leave, abandoning the interrogation for now. Alone, Shentu's demeanor shifts, his frustration barely contained. The commander enters the control room seeking a status report on a key operative. Xiaoma, a high-ranking cadre, delivers grim news about the operative, Yan Shou. Her analysis indicates a disastrous outcome. All evidence points to a critical failure. The commander cuts through the speculation, declaring Yan Shou dead. He dismisses another suspect. The culprit is the boy who escaped the ocean. A new kill order is issued. Find the survivor and eliminate him immediately. Unaware of the new manhunt, he rests, observing the city's descent into chaos. The girl asks if this is the first life he has taken. He reflects, realizing he has walked the same path as his father. A flicker of doubt crosses his mind, but she sees no issue with his actions. He avenged the fallen and protected the innocent. It was a necessary execution. In this chaotic world, eliminating such a threat is the highest form of justice. He contemplates her words in silence, his expression unreadable. A moment later, his resolve returns, a weight lifted from his shoulders. She smiles, knowing her words have steadied his spirit. She reminds him that morality is not a simple matter of black and white. In nature, survival is the only law. Predator and prey follow their destiny. She tells him to act on his convictions without hesitation. Her wisdom provides a crucial anchor in the storm of his thoughts. Her logic is simple and brutal. Meet lethal force with lethal force. He processes this grim but necessary truth. His spirit solidifies. He now understands the path he must walk. With his internal conflict resolved, his power resonates with a new clarity. His focus shifts to the next objective, his determination now absolute. A mysterious entity watches over him, pleased with his development. She smiles, knowing the true trial has only just begun. As dawn breaks, a new phase of his plan is set into motion. The battle's aftermath surfaces as a severe fever, his body reacting to the strain. While tending to his partner, he discovers an object from his fallen foe. It is a spatial storage ring, an invaluable piece of equipment. The ring is an exceedingly rare artifact, a massive tactical advantage. He finds it stocked with vital medical supplies and elixir, but their exhaustion is overwhelming. Rest is the immediate priority. He transfers some of his remaining energy to accelerate her recovery. She quickly falls into a deep restorative sleep, but as he moves them to safety, he detects a hostile gaze from the darkness. A vengeful entity has locked onto them, its killing intent palpable. She demands an answer, her voice laced with suspicion and urgency. He simply confirms it, his gaze unwavering as he inspects their escape vehicle. Their transport is completely destroyed, leaving them stranded in hostile territory. With enemy cadres eliminated, their superiors will soon descend upon this location. He suggests a rapid promotion for the girl, but it's dismissed as a trivial power-up. The process requires time and immense focus, luxuries they no longer have. Unfazed, he decides to personally initiate her advancement. A surge of power ignites between them. His eyes narrow, analyzing the complex procedure ahead. He perceives the blocked meridians within her body, a problem he can easily solve. His own energy is low, but his calculations account for this. The plan will proceed. He gives the signal to begin. She braces herself for the unknown. He channels his spiritual power directly into her system. Her body reacts violently to the foreign energy, a torrent of overwhelming force. An instinctive rejection occurs. Her spiritual power repels his own. He calmly instructs her to lower her defenses and fully accept his energy. They try again, but her body still resists the immense pressure. The energy flares out of control, throwing her backward. She is overwhelmed, unable to consciously control her body's defensive reaction. Acknowledging the difficulty, he prepares for a third attempt. This time, there will be no failure. Their hands connect once more, a conduit for immense power. She finds her resolve, determined to accept whatever is necessary for this promotion. The energy transfer stabilizes. He asks if she is prepared for the final, most intense stage. The initial surge of his true power floods her senses. Her entire being is racked with agony as the power purges her system. He focuses his will, shattering the obstructions within her meridians one by one. He commands her to synchronize with his power flow, lest all their effort be for nothing. He forces the process onward, demanding her complete cooperation. He uses her true name, a psychological anchor, to break through her final resistance. A blinding light erupts as her potential is finally unlocked. The breakthrough is achieved, her power ascending to a new level. Their companion watches in disbelief. A forced promotion of this magnitude was thought impossible. The girl collapses, the strain of rapid advancement having completely drained her. Seeing the success, the other woman immediately requests the same procedure. He warns her that her own promotion is a far more dangerous and complex affair, but she is resolute, instantly entering a state of full acceptance, ready to face any risk. He extends his hand, ready to initiate the dangerous power transfer. She steels her resolve, knowing the immense trial that awaits her. The moment their hands connect, the process begins. A torrent of spiritual power floods her system for the first time. The energy surges violently through her meridians, testing her limits. He intensifies the flow, warning her that the true ordeal is just beginning. An overwhelming force slams into her consciousness, pushing her to the brink. She screams as the purification process becomes an agonizing trial by fire. Her mind, unable to cope with the overload, fractures into a bizarre illusion. This strange vision is merely a symptom of her consciousness breaking down. But the hallucination shatters as the harsh reality of her situation returns. Her own spiritual power is depleted, threatening to cause a catastrophic failure. He immediately forces potent elixirs into her system, a high-risk maneuver. The raw energy of the elixirs ignites within her, a desperate gamble for more power. But her will is absolute. She glares back, unafraid of the agonizing pain. He acknowledges her resolve. He will no longer hold back his true power. He unleashes the full, unrestrained torrent of energy directly into her core. Through the agony, she begs him not to stop, demanding he push her further. Her body is at its breaking point, but her spirit refuses to yield. Her meridians have reached their absolute limit. The very peak of the fusion period. A memory surfaces, a past filled with scorn for her ambition. She was constantly told that her pursuit of strength was improper. Every dismissive word only forged her will into something unbreakable. Their doubt became her fuel, driving her obsession to become the strongest. He asks if she's afraid of destroying herself from this overwhelming power. "Take me to the top," she demands, her ambition eclipsing all fear of death. He grants her wish, pushing her beyond the known boundaries of cultivation. To achieve the impossible, one must risk complete and total annihilation. The final surge of power is unleashed in a cataclysmic wave. There is no hesitation, no regrets, only the singular goal of transcendence. A pillar of pure energy erupts as she shatters her former limitations. She has seized a new level of existence through sheer indomitable will. She collapses, reborn in the early stage of the cardiac period. He observes coolly. Her determination was indeed impressive. Then, he feels a powerful shift within his own spiritual core. The resonance from her breakthrough has triggered his own, a legendary double promotion. The young woman finally awakens, asking how long she was unconscious. Lingering pain and hunger are her first sensation. She then questions why the others haven't woken up yet. She's bewildered by their peaceful expressions, wondering if something happened while she was out. Meanwhile, miles away, a high-speed transport cuts through the sky. Its destination is the ruined city, carrying agents of the Ghost Flag. On board, Gong Li is consumed by grief and frustration. He can't accept that his comrade Yan Shu Sha was eliminated by the enemy. His partner remains cold, stating that mourning won't bring the dead back to life. All they recovered was a shattered phone, evidence of a fierce struggle. Gong Li explodes, accusing her of having no feelings for their fallen ally. He reminds her that they shared life and death situations together. She cuts through his rage with cold logic, offering two paths: useless grief or calculated revenge. Her words strike a nerve, forcing him to confront his emotional turmoil. She understands his feelings but knows a calm mind is essential for the coming fight. Bravery is not recklessness, she states, warning that anger only creates vulnerability. Her gaze is piercing, a silent judgment of his lack of composure. Defeated by her logic, Gong Li concedes, admitting he has much to learn. She then reveals her core principle: she is the one who eliminates threats, without emotion. He realizes he has never seen her display a hint of anger. She is the perfect killing machine, maintaining absolute calmness and aggression simultaneously. Their transport arrives at the designated coordinates in the desolate city. Standing atop a ruined structure, Gong Li asks for his assignment. Her command is simple: protect her from any monster interference. He sits fidgeting impatiently and creating a distracting noise. Her focus is immediately broken, and she coldly tells him to stop. An hour passes, and he is astounded by her unwavering concentration and stamina. Her spiritual power integrates with the environment, spreading like an invisible net across the city. He is struck with admiration, aspiring to earn the same level of trust she commands. Having located her target, she orders him to prepare a report for headquarters. They will inform them that the mission is nearing its conclusion. Far below, the protagonist is completely unaware he's in her sights, marked for retribution. The report reaches the Ghost Flag's leader, who is informed of the good news. He decides to share this news with his prisoner, taunting him with the impending demise of his comrade. Back on the rooftop, the sniper has a clean shot. The mission is over. She pulls the trigger and a blinding flash of light erupts, but the light is not from her rifle. A sudden spiritual force overwhelms Gong Li's senses. It is the protagonist's own ability, a 15-fold sight enhancement. The feedback is so intense, it shocks the Ghost Flag leader through the comms device. Miles away, the true protagonist notes that his decoy has been attacked, just as he planned. With his promotion, Hang Shang activated a potent new technique. By activating Breath of Earth Insight, his martial arts were instantly amplified threefold. His senses sharpened, detecting two hostiles 2 kilometers away. His companion was stunned by his perception, but he was already formulating a plan. She questioned his sudden surge in power. The sniper offered an apology, but he reassured her, his focus unbroken. Their enemy's location was unknown, so he deployed miniature drones to expand their vision. The sniper correctly deduced the enemy's strategy: divide and conquer. The hostiles agreed, knowing a one-on-one fight was their only chance. Suddenly a drone relayed a target's location. The sniper locked onto her prey, preparing for the kill, but through the scope she saw the impossible. Her target was waving directly at her. Her composure shattered. Their position had been compromised. He then made a clear, provocative gesture, a calculated psychological assault. The taunt worked perfectly, enraging the sniper beyond reason. He then fired a signal flare, a firework revealing his exact location to the world. This blatant move baffled his opponents. Consumed by rage, the sniper abandoned all strategy and charged forward alone. She overruled her partner with sheer aggression, shattering their coordinated plan. Using rocket-powered boots, she launched herself toward her target, but the protagonist fled in the opposite direction, a move she mistook for cowardice. He unleashed a burst of energy, rapidly increasing the distance between them. Her partner was left behind, completely disoriented and alone. The battlefield was now perfectly divided, just as he had orchestrated. The brute's erratic movements rendered all pre-laid traps useless. He wandered the urban labyrinth, completely lost and panicking. From a rooftop, he surveyed the desolate city below. He resorted to a primitive method, using his weapon to choose a direction. By sheer chance, his path led him to a ruined structure. There, he stumbled upon the injured members of the Red Rip group. He celebrated his incredible luck, unaware he was being led into a trap. This forced his companion into a direct confrontation. She descended from above, a blur of motion aimed at the brute's back. She unleashed a devastating whirlwind attack. He barely managed to parry the surprise assaults. She pressed her advantage, her attacks a relentless storm of steel. The two combatants faced each other as she gave a final ultimatum: surrender or perish. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued his high-speed maneuver across the city. The sniper closed in, but found an impossible sight. A dozen identical figures. They descended from the sky in a perfectly synchronized aerial assault. The sniper screamed, her mind unable to comprehend this terrifying unknown technique. The opponent launches a volley of energized projectiles, his power overwhelming. The girl is thrown back by the sheer force of the blow. He taunts her, demanding she surrender, but she responds with pure defiance. Her counterattack is effortlessly swatted aside. His defense is absolute. He stands over her defeated form, a cold reminder of the power gap between them. She's pushed to her limit, realizing she cannot win this fight alone. Suddenly, a sniper's voice cuts through the silence, issuing an ultimatum. The sniper reveals she has a hostage, forcing his hand to retreat. The captive, Yan Shusha, is paralyzed by fear. The sniper is stunned to see him alive and immediately moves to secure her ally. Despite her irritation, she expresses relief that her teammate is safe. Back on the main battlefield, the man is struck by a blinding flash of light. He issues a final warning to his downed opponent: surrender or face annihilation. A new challenger suddenly appears on the field, shifting the entire dynamic of the fight. The newcomer gives a single chilling command: attack him now. The injured girl unleashes another energy wave. He moves to block, utterly confident it will fail. A fatal miscalculation. The energy coalesces into blades, bypassing his guard and slicing him open. He reels back in pain, infuriated by her unpredictable abilities. Enraged, he channels his full power into his weapon for a finishing blow. He unleashes a strike meant to obliterate everything in its path, but the newcomer grabs her ally and teleports them to safety in an instant. She immediately counters, trapping their pursuer in a high-pressure water prison. Razor-sharp tendrils of water lash out, shredding him before he can react. Barely surviving, the man reports the unexpected development. Intrigued by this new variable, his call is cut short as a crippling psychic assault overwhelms his senses. From a remote location, Gong Li unleashes his fury, targeting the man's mind directly. The man's consciousness is flooded with humiliating and bizarre hallucination. It's a targeted mental attack designed to shatter his will and break his spirit. To obscure his position, the enemy operative deploys a smoke bomb, but his every move is already being tracked. The blast erupts, offering no concealment. Liu Xiaoyan's perception has transcended normal limits. His detection skills are absolute. While the enemy is distracted, his comrade on the ground frantically calls for backup, but their reinforcements are preoccupied, making excuses over the comms. The situation on the ground is dire. The fused warrior is facing an overwhelming threat alone. His patience exhausted, the ally vows to end his own fight within 5 minutes. A new combatant arrives on the scene with blinding speed. He immediately locks onto his target, unleashing a devastating strike. The fused entity stands her ground against the imposing foe, but the strain of their fusion is beginning to show. They are reaching their limit. Their opponent smirks, sensing their exhaustion. He has identified their weakness. Their coordinated attacks are impressive, but they lack the power to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, a new challenger emerges from the shadows, confirming his assessment. She declares she will take the lead, ordering the others to provide cover. The fused warrior protests, believing this new ally is no match for their powerful enemy. But but she reveals a terrifying modification to her personal weapon. Her body ignites with a volatile energy, coursing through her entire being. Wielding a massive psychic chainsaw, she proclaims her own invincibility. She lunges forward, her power erupting with an intensity that stuns her adversary. He desperately parries the relentless assault, thrown completely off balance. The screech of psychic energy echoes through the battlefield. The man is thrown back, realizing her power far exceeds that of the fusion period. Just as a final blow is about to land, a voice calls for a halt. The 5 minutes are up. Over the comms, Liu Xiaoyan calmly states that he has a plan. Their ally, however, is now in a desperate situation of his own. Overwhelmed by 3 powerful opponents, his equipment has been destroyed. Even the ground soldier is in peril. Blaming the entire operation's strategy, Liu Xiaoyan takes command, instructing his frantic teammate to activate his locator. As enemy reinforcements swarm the area, he reassures his panicked ally. From his sniper's nest, the mastermind prepares to eliminate all threats. But the soldier on the ground has attracted some unwanted attention. He screams in terror as the endless tide of clones closes in around him. Within the system's analysis, Yan Shusha is a high-level threat, but his arrogance and lack of discipline are fatal flaws to be exploited. The plan is therefore absolute. After rendezvousing with Xingyu, he will activate the nuclear device. The objective is to raze the entire sector, leaving nothing but dust and ash. Meanwhile, at a remote command center, a new figure monitors the escalating conflict. His tactical AI, Xiao Ma, materializes to deliver a critical battlefield update. The report is illogical. Their asset Gong Li is being pursued for dozens of kilometers. The enemy commander finds this absurd, bursting into derisive laughter, but the leader is not amused by this chaos, as the objective remains incomplete. The AI clarifies that Xing Yuyu was also suppressed by 3 of Huang Shang's elite operatives. He processes the data, realizing he gravely miscalculated his opponent's strength. He openly admits his tactical error. His rival commander seethes, unable to comprehend Huang Shang's bizarre success. The outcome defies all battlefield projection. Back on the streets, the engagement continues. The target is still fleeing, moving at maximum speed. He is vexed that his pursuers are operating with such flawless coordination. He forces himself to remain cold and logical. They are combatants, nothing more. Using the environment, he launches a wave of debris to halt their advance. The sudden powerful assault catches the operatives by surprise. He uses the resulting cloud of dust and rubble as cover to vanish. For a moment, they've lost him. He has successfully broken contact. From a concealed position, he observes their search patterns, planning his next move. With the martial artist defeated, he believes he has the advantage. His strategy is simple: wait for the psionic user's ability to enter its cooldown phase. He is certain his counterattack will be flawless. The moment the psionic energy flashes, he sees his opening and strikes, but it was a feint. He walks directly into a far more dangerous trap. An entirely new combatant has entered the field, blocking his path. The target is paralyzed, his mind unable to process the sudden appearance. The powerful stranger neutralizes him with a single devastating blow. The man looks down on his defeated foe, mocking his confusion. The familiar energy signature reveals the truth. Makiani's agents are awake. Gong Li recalls his past, a time when his innate talent first manifested. His perception and reflexes were far beyond those of an ordinary human. He soon realized this unique skill set had a name, Sniper, and he resolved to become the most formidable marksman in existence. In a world of revived spiritual energy, he became an elite, only to be humiliated by Huang Shang. Now, with his comrade's life on the line, he prepares to unleash devastating power. He acquires a target's location, but his instincts scream that it's a trap. Through his scope, he sees not his ally, but the very man who disgraced him. The target turns, his gaze seemingly piercing through the lens, directly at the sniper. Impossible. The enemy has pinpointed his concealed position. The target simply points, and from the shadows, a new challenger emerges. A palpable killing intent radiates from this bizarre new foe. Gong Li recognizes the oppressive aura. It's the martial artist, Makianye. A direct confrontation is tactical suicide. He must retreat, but escape is not an option. His pursuer shatters concrete with sheer force. The distance is closed in an instant. A flurry of devastating strikes descends upon the sniper. The battle is over before it began. The marksman is neutralized. Elsewhere, the rest of the team awaits news of the operation. They monitor the channels, but there is only silence from Gong Li. Suddenly, a message appears. It's a photo upload to the group album. The image is a declaration of failure. Their top assets have been captured. Disbelief and rage ripple through the command center. Their plan is in ruins. Their captor demonstrates his dominance, silencing any attempts at communication. Huang Shang receives the enemy's proposal, a simple hostage exchange. He analyzes the terms, recognizing their strategic value to the enemy. But instead of negotiating, he makes a bold declaration, claiming the hostages as his own. The message is relayed back. The exchange is refused. He's recruiting them instead. Instead, the enemy leader is infuriated by this unprecedented audacity. He questions their loyalty, unable to comprehend such a betrayal after a single defeat. Back at the scene, Hang Shang addresses his new recruit directly. He presents a small, intricate golden dragon, an object of immense significance. This artifact belonged to a member of the Red Headband, an agent he once tried to recruit. That agent refused his offer. Hang Shang then forced him to watch his own gruesome end. This isn't a bluff. His allies know the chilling truth of his methods. He delivers a final, unspoken threat. Join him, or suffer the same fate. The captive understands immediately. Defiance is not an option when facing this monster. Their former leader scoffs, believing their loyalty is absolute. Then he receives the final proof, a picture of his men, now wearing the enemy's colors. The Red Rip captain makes his position clear. The hostage exchange is non-negotiable. He roars that his son's life is his only priority, a personal quest above all else. Hang Shang dismisses this emotional plea, stating his own partner's life is equally valuable. His supposed ally is confused by this sudden display of loyalty, questioning his motives. He ignores her, covertly communicating a new plan to the other captive. The man warns her of Hang Shang's sadistic nature, recounting how the last man who defied him was mutilated. He reveals that Hang Shang himself told him the story of a man called Red Headband. The name is unfamiliar. She finds no record of such a person in their database. They conclude he must have been an insignificant, undocumented target. Suddenly, she freezes as a horrifying realization dawns on her. She tells her partner to think about the name not as a title, but as a description. They understand the grim meaning. Red Headband refers to a man who was decapitated, now gripped by terror. They agree that feigning surrender is their only path to survival. Hang Shang's companion asks about the cryptic story he just told. He simply notes how effective the psychological threat was in securing their compliance. The captain, however, is driven by a singular purpose and ignores their scheming. Hang Shang stands firm, refusing to exchange his partner for certain death. The two leaders are locked in a tense standoff, neither willing to concede. His companion proposes a more direct solution: pretend to trade, then seize all assets by force. To everyone's shock, both Hang Shang and the captain instantly agree to the violent plan. The captives are aghast, realizing their lives are being discussed with utter contempt. Hang Shang then taunts them, asking for their tactical advice on the matter. The stage is set for the deadly encounter. The enemy's terms are relayed, a two-person exchange, with any extra personnel triggering the hostage's immediate execution. A high-ranking commander scoffs, confident that two of her elites are more than enough to annihilate the enemy. The operative in the cage taunts her superior, asking to be unleashed. The commander merely smirks, enjoying the power she holds over her subordinate. Two specialists are chosen for the mission, Suo Wan and Wang Mengmeng. Despite her appearance, the younger operative assures them she is a seasoned killer. She stands ready, completely unfazed by the life or death stakes of the operation. One of the leaders is asked if the Red Rip group should be kept alive for negotiation. He gives his chilling reply, authorizing lethal force under the guise of an accident. The commander's smile widens. She has received the order she was waiting for. She issues a final threatening command to her own cadre, establishing her absolute authority. The operation commences as a vehicle speeds through the barren wasteland. Su Wuhen and Wang Mengmeng head towards the exchange point. Meanwhile, their target has arrived at the designated location, securing the perimeter. Hang Shang's team is also en route, confirming the enemy has honored the two-person limit. The tactical map shows the two forces on a direct collision course. The driver's focus is shattered by the sheer pressure of operating alongside the infamous Hang Shang. She desperately tries to distract herself from the unnerving presence beside her. She knows that for everyone involved, there is no turning back now. Hang Shang calmly plays along, his composure remaining perfectly, unnervingly intact. The strategic overview reveals the power levels of the key combatants on the field. While each faction fields formidable operatives, the two primary leaders exist on an entirely different plane of existence. The old man imparts his wisdom. The more you desire, the easier you are to break. He remembers a time when he was young, driven by a foolish and reckless obsession. That burning desire became a fatal weakness, leading to a catastrophic and irreparable failure. Even after achieving unparalleled strength, the scars of his past remained. True invincibility, he concludes, is a state of wanting nothing at all. The girl internalizes the lesson, her resolve hardening. Their focus shifts to the mission as intel arrives. The enemy has 4 operatives in the area. With 2 of their own, she believes victory is mathematically certain. The old man unsheathes his blade, its edge gleaming with deadly purpose. He calmly states that he might accidentally eliminate them all. Suddenly, the aircraft is rocked by severe turbulence. The jolt causes the old man to bite his tongue, a moment of weakness he cannot afford. They arrive at the desolate exchange point, a barren wasteland. Our protagonist and his ally stand ready, awaiting the enemy's move. The terms are simple: a hostage exchange in the open. The enemy's subordinates find the plan suspiciously straightforward. The old man, despite his injury, begins the negotiation. His companion demands to see the hostages, who are promptly revealed in a cage. She notes their strangely calm demeanor, but her superior confirms their vitals are stable. unstable. The exchange commences. The freed hostages are greeted, their concerns quickly brushed aside. The enemy strategist questions why the transaction was so simple. As if on cue, the girl springs their trap, encasing our heroes in a prison of ice. Simultaneously, the hostages reveal their true allegiance, ensnaring the enemy's subordinate. Their opponents realize they've been utterly deceived. The girl gloats, believing the odds have shifted to 4 against 2 in their favor. But our protagonist and his ally remain perfectly composed, merely donning sunglasses. This unnerving calm completely baffles their ambushers. A blinding flash of light suddenly erupts from the second crate. The psionic flashbang incapacitates everyone. He orders his team to secure the real hostages. Though blinded, the old man is far from defeated, his senses tracking their every move. He unleashes a storm of blazing slashes, forcing them back. The girl counters with a wide-area ice attack. Also fighting blind, her blizzard inadvertently freezes her own trapped comrades. They finally grasped the situation. The hostages were fake, and enemies were hiding in their rear. The old man launches a desperate flame crown impact from atop the cage. Our protagonist easily evades the attack, noting the old man's speed is impressive, but predictable. With all players now revealed, the true battle begins. A quick tactical analysis confirms the old man's immense power, but his allies are insignificant. One of the real hostages looks on, terrified. The enemy girl sees the hostage is her age, and her master's words about desire echo in her mind. The odds are against them. An enemy with immense spiritual power has them locked in his domain, but their attention is drawn to the strange boy accompanying the enemy. His vacant stare is unsettling, and one of them feels the need to retreat. The boy suddenly performs a strange ritual, conjuring an odd energy constructs. The entire team is baffled by this bizarre display. He then torments one of the captives with a water ability. He forms a large crystal heart, an offering for one of his targets, but she rejects the gesture with contempt, shattering the crystal with a single kick. The true threat has grown tired of these games. His killing intent flares, promising to annihilate them all. The protagonist senses the shift in power, preparing for the inevitable assaults. In a shocking turn, the strange boy attacks his own master with an ice fist. The boy turns to the protagonist, pleading for the girl's safety. His reasoning is simple, almost childish. He reveals his true naive motivation for his betrayal. In response, the girl unleashes a startling replication ability. The villain is stunned by the chaotic display, a perfect distraction. The boy is horrified by the crude nature of her clones. It was all a feint. The clones were an illusion to cover their true objective. Freeing the captives, the villain sees through the deception and unleashes his power, shattering their prison. His speed is immense, nearly cutting them down as a new alert blares. Their sensors confirm the worst. Their foe is at the peak of the cardiac period, but facing a peak-level master does not shake the protagonist's resolve. His team stands with him, ready to face the overwhelming power. Then he makes a calculated decision, giving the order to retreat. The villain scoffs, believing their escape to be futile, but something massive descends from the sky, casting a shadow over the battlefield. It's a colossal mecha, far larger than anything they've encountered before. Its weapon systems activate, unleashing a devastating volley of firepower. The team scatters, desperately evading the overwhelming assault. Far away, a high-level operative monitors the battlefield data. The order is given: eliminate the targets before a new player arrives on the scene. Meanwhile, another part of the plan unfolds elsewhere. A high-stakes psychological game is in progress. One player reveals a seemingly unbeatable hand, a final decisive move, but the agent refuses the gambit. This was never about the cards, it was about buying time. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks their location. The team is caught in the shockwave. The enemy's power is far greater than before. Doubt creeps in. His comrade asks if this chaos is still part of his grand design. He simply smiles. He never acts without absolute certainty of the outcome. A devastating missile strike obliterates the battlefield. The first wave of the assault is overwhelming, but their defenses are met with an equal terrifying force. A psionic blast rips through the air. The ultimate flame incinerator is unleashed upon them. There is nowhere to run from this attack. The shockwave alone is enough to turn bone to ash. Evasion seems utterly impossible, but in the last possible moment, Hang Shang appears. He moves with impossible speed to intercept. He risked everything to secure the asset. Her survival was paramount to the mission. He confirms her status. The immediate danger has passed, but they are not yet safe. From their control room, the enemy watches with amusement. They believe their victory is assured. He mocks the captured agents, enjoying their despair. Their resistance only fuels his cruelty. Their main operative remains focused, his concentration absolute. The control room is completely sealed. The technician grins, confident in his lockdown protocol. He believes his system is impenetrable. The order is given to eliminate the remaining hostages. There will be no survivors this time, but one of the captors hesitates, creating a distraction. This momentary chaos is an opportunity. The outburst creates a fatal crack in their discipline. The chain of command begins to break down. As they argue, the supposedly sealed door is breached. The impossible is happening. The technician frantically tries to re-engage the lockdown, but it is already far too late. He stares at the monitor in disbelief. The prisoners have vanished without a trace. His perfect system has been shattered. His failure is absolute and infuriating. The mission commander is enraged by his subordinates' incompetence. The hostages were their only leverage. He turns his attention to the remaining captive. She might still have some strategic value. He attempts to intimidate the prisoner, to break her will, but her defiance is unwavering. He resorts to brute force, a sign of his desperation. Suddenly, the other captive speaks. He reveals he is an awakened one, immune to such attacks. Believing the situation contained, the commander declares the operation over. They prepare to depart. He issues a final threat to the remaining prisoners. Any disturbance will be met with lethal force. The technician promises to return. He intends to extract whatever information she possesses. Meanwhile, the rescue team surveys the landscape. They have escaped, but are stranded. Returning to the enemy base is deemed too great a risk. They are cut off from support, but Hang Shang is never without a plan. He prepares to enact the next phase of his strategy. He unleashes a psionic flash, a move unseen by his enemies. It bypasses all physical barriers. Inside the prison, the team leader blames herself for the failure. She believes all hope is lost. In that moment of despair, Hang Shang appears before them. He has infiltrated the enemy's sanctum once more. She panics, thinking it's another enemy attack. She struggles to remain silent as instructed. The old guard stands watch, convinced his post is impenetrable. But even the most stoic veteran has moments of quiet reflection. He contemplates a past choice, a minor pain in the face of his duty. He believes enduring such trivialities is the mark of a true adult. Deep inside the facility, the true test is about to begin. The other participants are incapacitated, helpless before the automated defenses. He silences them, knowing that their powers are sealed and any sound is a death sentence. He gives a silent command to the machines, a gesture they seem to understand. She is horrified, realizing her spiritual abilities have been completely neutralized. He then presents a written message, an unexpected proposition. She immediately interprets this as a demand for betrayal. Before she can process it, he seizes her as automated turrets lock on. He then reveals his leverage, images of her comrades, seemingly defected. They are not prisoners, but appear to be living in harmony and peace. He shows her a vision of a future free from conflict. The psychological assault on her loyalties is meticulously crafted. His calculated maneuver begins to shatter her resolve. The final offer is presented, a choice with impossible consequences. She fights the logic of his proposal, refusing to become a traitor. Every option leads to ruin. A call for help means instant execution. The clock is ticking, and her time to choose is running out. The vision of a peaceful life floods her mind once more. She despairs, believing she will die branded as a traitor. Suddenly, an unauthorized sound breaks the tense silence. The defense systems activate, but their target is not the hostage. He shields her with his own body, absorbing the full barrage. The others can only watch in horror as the volley tears him apart. She cannot comprehend his sacrifice. It defies all reason. Even on the verge of death, his master plan continues to unfold. Her tears fall just as an unforeseen variable arrives on the scene. He reveals his true objective. Her survival was the only outcome that mattered. He unleashes a final blinding surge of psionic energy. The teleportation is a success, bringing them to friendly territory. But reinforcements find him collapsed, the price of his gambit paid in blood. The entire team is shaken, witnessing the extreme cost of his protection. His entire back was shredded, the wound catastrophic. His ally turns on the one responsible, ready for retribution. The captive pleads, revealing her freezing power can stop the bleeding. She insists their true enemies are their leaders, not each other. A cold voice agrees to release her, but warns she can eliminate him at any moment. The team gathers as she unleashes her cryo abilities on the grievous wound. The ice forms a temporary seal, stabilizing his condition for now. One of them recalls his contingency plan, a rendezvous with Makianyi, their transport rockets through the desolate landscape. Night falls over the city. The towering structures of the metropolis stand silent. Two figures wait in the shadows. One notes the other's return. He dismisses his partner and proceeds down the sterile hallway alone. Meanwhile, the captured operatives are bound and interrogated for treason. A high-ranking officer demands a full report on the mission's failure. The captives remain silent, their faces pale with fear. His gaze intensifies, a chilling reminder of his authority. The pressure becomes unbearable. A more sinister figure steps forward, offering to refresh their memories. His mechanical arm transforms into a horrifying instrument of persuasion. He moves closer, his voice laced with menace. Suddenly, the entire building is consumed by an explosion of light. Civilians below are blinded, calling it a beacon of hope. The blinding energy surges, overwhelming all sensors. Chaos erupts as everyone is incapacitated by the flash. Even the interrogator is stunned. A subordinate reports that Hang Shang has taken the hostage. He roars in fury, demanding the identity of his true adversary. Under the cover of darkness, their escape vehicle flies onward. The hostage is in prison but worries for her rescuer's safety. The day's events have left her utterly drained. A sudden noise awakens her. A dark figure stands in her cell. It is Hang Shang, covered in fresh wounds. He confirms her decision was correct. She recoils in terror, believing him to be an apparition. He tells her to ignore his ghastly appearance, but as he drinks, the water pours directly out of a gaping wound in his neck. The operative posing as a medic gives his grim diagnosis. He panics under questioning, revealing he is no doctor at all. The others are in disbelief. They saw Hang Shang moving just yesterday. Meanwhile, the observers analyze the team's reactions, noting a particularly convincing performance. The group descends into chaos, believing their leader is truly gone. The observers, however, sense that the display is too perfect, suspecting a deeper motive. His vitals are checked. There is no heartbeat, no breath. He is declared dead. Lu Xiaoyan shoves her away, refusing to accept the outcome. She screams in denial, her faith in the man she chose completely shattered. As the team fractures under the weight of despair, the reality of their unforgiving world sets in. One of them shouts that in this life there are no miracle, but then, an impossible surge of energy erupts from Hang Shang's body. The entire team stares in stunned silence, unable to process the event. A powerful, forgotten healing art begins to manifest around him. The ethereal light intensifies, mending his fatal wounds as he floats in the air. It's impossible, his heart had stopped, yet his spine and tissue are regenerating at an incredible rate. This man has consistently defied all logic and expectation. No matter the crisis, he always possesses a strategy to overcome it. In a world consumed by darkness, he represents a concept they had forgotten. He is the miracle they no longer believed in. Their reality is one of unending conflict and loss, yet he is the one variable who rebuilds, who grows, who offers them hope. As if waking from a simple nap, Hang Shang stretches and lets out a yawn. He sits up, his body completely restored from the brink of death. The team can only stare, their minds struggling to comprehend the resurrection. He looks at their shocked faces and casually asks what's wrong. Overwhelmed with relief, they swarm him in a desperate embrace. Even the observers are moved, though the suspicion of a traitor remains. The silver-haired girl's entire perception of him has been rewritten. He is the key. With his team restored, Hang Shang immediately rallies them for the next phase of his plan. But one of them realizes they've been swept up in his momentum. Forgetting their primary objective, the Red Rip leader gloats over his captive, mocking his depleted forces. But the prisoner's spirit is far from broken, his laughter echoing with defiance. Elsewhere, his subordinate realizes the situation is more complex than it appears. The team questions our protagonist's motives for saving a stranger from another group. He refuses to force a rescue, deferring to the will of his team. Their immediate response is a resounding rejection of the plan. However, the captive's subordinate insists her vote to save him must be honored. The protagonist simply concedes, acknowledging her point. He then proposes a formal vote, a move that infuriates his opponent. The results are clear. The neutral party holds the overwhelming majority. With the vote decided against the rescue, the girl is stunned by the outcome. She lashes out in frustration, unable to comprehend the political maneuvering. He calmly reminds her that this entire democratic process was her own initiative. The leader of the Red Rip group is defeated. A testament to his own group's disunity, the Ghost Flag group observes, noting their new, unparalleled strategic advantage. They immediately propose another vote, an alliance with our protagonist's faction. His allies recognize the move, a flawless provocation designed to test their loyalty. Unfazed, our protagonist agrees to another democratic decision. The Ghost Flag members celebrate, confident in their 3 votes for the alliance. They declare victory, a narrow margin that enrages the Red Rip remnant. But our protagonist reveals his own vote was against them, a calculated move of dissent. The final tally reveals their crushing defeat as the alliance is rejected. Internal conflict erupts within the Red Rip group as old tensions flare. He reminds her of her past betrayals, revealing the deep fractures within their own team. As the chaos settles, the protagonist is asked about his next move. His focus is singular, self-strengthening and acquiring new resources. Desperate, the girl makes an offer, a fortune in A-level treasures for their leader's rescue. Her own faction is stunned, but another group immediately doubles the offer. She scoffs, claiming such a treasure trove is impossible for them to possess. But the Ghost Flag member counters, revealing their source of immense wealth. They propose sending a message to retrieve the payment, a process our hero's team will oversee. The message is sent without incident, the terms seemingly genuine. The captive leader receives the request for a massive payment and a report of troop movement. But our protagonist reveals the truth. The message is a code, a hidden tactical report. The leader is baffled by the message's true meaning, a reference he cannot decipher. His own subordinate spells it out. It is a notice of betrayal and a demand for severance pay. The 2 faction leaders received a critical update simultaneously. Their rival's arrogance was infuriating. All their planning was for nothing. Inside his cell, one leader's rage began to fester, craving personal vengeance. His associate agreed. A simple death would be far too merciful. Their minds aligned on a single brutal outcome, relentless torture. The prisoner declared his intention to leave, but his captor simply scoffed. Suddenly, the cage erupted with a blinding electrical charge. It was a masterwork of containment, nullifying all spiritual energy nearby. Yet through the agony, a chilling smile formed on his face. He found it exhilarating. He mocked their primitive technology, meant for beasts, not a sovereign. With a roar, he gripped the electrified bars, ready to shatter their control. Immense power surged from him, battling the cage's overwhelming current. His captors watched, certain the cage would drain his very essence. While his allies feared the worst, the leader suspected a deception. For a moment moment his will faltered. Was this truly the end? A memory surfaced of unfulfilled promises made to his comrades. He recalled the man he was sworn to find, a figure who could change the world. His friend's voice echoed, promising to wait for his return, no matter how long. It was a sacred pact to rise up and reshape this broken era. Their combined will was a force that could topple empires. He laughed at his confinement. Did they believe steel could imprison a dream? With an earth-shattering roar, the cage disintegrated into dust. He calmly straightened his uniform, looking at them with utter contempt. He revealed his secret. He was a warrior long before the world knew of such power. His captor acknowledged his strength but was certain he could not escape. The facility's elite guard was summoned, their auras flaring with immense power. The protagonist simply dismissed them as utterly insignificant. He moved in a blur, a single strike sending the first guard flying. The power gap after reaching the Golden Core period is astronomical. It's a chasm that ordinary awakeners cannot comprehend. Upon entering this realm, one's spiritual world generates its own unique system. Each system is a universe of power, with its own rules and form. Some are built on emotional energy, others on raw spiritual accumulation. The most dangerous can manifest as libraries, recording the weaknesses of all creation. Once a system is born, its user becomes nearly impossible to defeat through conventional means. The enemy realizes Shentu must already possess such a power. He activates his own system, pouring all his resources into a single decisive strike. He unleashes a blast of pure annihilation, screaming for Shentu's demise. The world is consumed by a blinding purple light, but Shentu merely activates his own ability, the optimistic bubble system. The lethal energy warps around him, every single blast missing its mark. His enemies can only watch in disbelief as their ultimate attack is rendered useless. The antagonist realizes Shentu's accumulated system power is far greater than his own. Shentu reveals the source of his power, absolute focus, foregoing all worldly attachments. He maintains a state of perfect mental clarity, a state that fuels his strength. This immense discipline is the secret to his exponential growth. He has sacrificed everything for the sole purpose of becoming the strongest. A cataclysmic aura erupts from his body, shaking the very foundations of the city. His determination is so profound it carries an echo of immense sorrow. Miles away, his followers feel the tremor of their leader's true spiritual power. They know he is about to unleash his full might. The sheer pressure of his presence sends his opponents flying. His energy reaches a critical threshold, activating a forbidden martial arts technique. He unleashes the ocean-shattering roar, a technique of pure sonic destruction. The entire building is vaporized in an instant. The shockwave throws the surviving enemies back like ragdolls. Amidst the rubble, Shentu declares that no one can impede his path. A chilling grin spreads across his face. The real game has just begun. He departs, leaving his foe with a terrifying promise of future nightmares. Elsewhere, a new pawn enters the chessboard. Hang Shang receives an unexpected call from an unknown number. It is Shentu Yuquan, leader of the Red Rip group, personally contacting him. Before he can process this, another call comes through. The leader of the rival Ghost Banner group is also on the line, demanding to speak with him. Trapped between two titans, Hang Shang makes a calculated move. He pulls both faction leaders into a single unprecedented group chat. Then he simply waits, forcing their hands. The two rivals are immediately consumed with incandescent rage. Through his manipulation, Hang Shang has orchestrated their fated reunion. The enemy leader tries to maintain composure, assessing his losses. He declares that the situation is still manageable, an illusion of control, but a sudden notification shatters his confidence. Hang Shang has initiated direct contact, a move that is both a threat and an invitation. The negotiation begins, a cold exchange of value for power. The leader realizes he's not the only one being courted. Hang Shang is orchestrating a bidding war. Meanwhile, Hang Shang's own team can only watch his high-stakes game unfold. They begin to grasp the sheer audacity of his strategy. He continues to leverage one offer against the other, leading both factions for every possible resource. When asked where his loyalty lies, the choice is coldly logical. He will side with whoever provides the greatest advantage, a principle of pure self-interest. His enemies are left seething, outmaneuvered by his cunning intellect. Having secured his terms, he concludes the operation for the night. The scene shifts to the remote outpost of Haishui City. It is a fortified bastion against the wilds, standing alone in the darkness. On the walls, sentries keep a lonely vigil. One guard refuses a drink, his focus entirely on his duty. His comrade insists there is no danger here. Their sector's low energy concentration makes it an undesirable target for monsters. They laugh, oblivious to the fate about to befall them. But the vigilant guard remains uneasy, his senses on high alert. A low rumble breaks the silence, and he spots something on the horizon. Through his binoculars, an unthinkable horror reveals itself, a colossal army of monsters. Their path is a direct line to Haishui, having already bypassed the neighboring Tianlun city. A frantic call for aid goes unanswered. The line to Tianlun is dead. The chilling implication sinks in. The city has already been annihilated without a sound. The alarm is raised, a desperate message sent to their superiors. The guards are stunned by the unnatural sight. The lead sentry realizes these disparate monster species would never cooperate unless they were being commanded. Then they see it, a gargantuan beast leading the charge, its presence dominating the battlefield. This is not a random attack. It is a calculated invasion orchestrated by a single terrifying entity. Far away, a pair of crimson eyes watch the chaos begin, the true mastermind behind the destruction. Elsewhere, internal conflict rips another faction apart. Tensions over a simple card game escalate into fury. A warrior regrets saving his comrade, who has clearly betrayed their cause. He screams about loyalty and honor, but his words are empty. The confrontation ends in violence, as the group implodes from within, just as their enemy planned. Two opportunists spy from the shadows, noticing their target is now completely isolated, but their observation is cut short as the mad demon himself appears directly behind them. They quickly feign innocence, claiming they were merely concerned for his companion. Believing him to be alone, they secretly plot to seize this golden opportunity, but a terrifying aura erupts from him, a phantom dragon materializing from his sheer power. Their bravado shatters. They desperately try to pivot the conversation to his supposed treasures. He offers them a tantalizing proposition, the location of valuable monster cores in a high-risk zone. Terrified by the prospect of facing such dangers, they make flimsy excuses and flee. With the cowards gone, he turns his attention back to his actual objective. He approaches the young boy, sensing his unease. The boy claims to enjoy the quiet solitude of their surrounding, but his expression betrays a deeper conflict, revealing his guilt over being labeled a traitor. Hang Shang sees through the facade, reminding him that one cannot lie to their own heart. The boy's true feelings manifest, unleashing a unique replication ability. Projections of his former comrades appear, a manifestation of his inner turmoil. As a new day dawns, a new crisis begins to unfold. A call comes in from their leader. A high-stakes negotiation is being summoned. Hang Shang listens intently, processing the strategic implications of this new development. The call connects him to the leaders of two other major factions. The key players of the Ghost Flag group and the Red Rip group are now in discussion. The Ghost Flag leader states her demand, a territorial exchange to consolidate her power. She reveals her leverage. A colossal monster horde is advancing from the south. This apocalyptic tide threatens to annihilate an entire region and its civilian population. The rival leader questions her motives for revealing such critical intelligence. She frames it as a necessary act for humanity's survival, a means to her own strategic end. He correctly interprets her proposal, a temporary high-stakes alliance. She confirms the scale of the threat is beyond any single faction's ability to contain. She suggests a temporary truce, secretly plotting to use the chaos to absorb her rivals. Her smile hides a cold calculation. She plans to use the other factions as a disposable shield. Both leaders see this alliance not as a partnership, but as an opportunity to eliminate Hang Shang. But before they can scheme further, Hang Shang accepts the terms and abruptly ends the call. He immediately declares their new objective, a direct assault on the front lines. The three factions mobilize, their forces converging on the impending battlefield. They arrive at the Broken Sky Pass, a final bastion against the encroaching darkness. One of the captains assesses the situation. The sheer number of monsters is overwhelming. She accepts the grim reality of their mission, preparing to evacuate the civilians. But she makes a solemn vow to hold the line, to become the unbreachable wall herself. This is Jin Chen, the third captain of the Red Rip group, and this is her final stand. An emergency broadcast echoes across Broken Sky Pass. A monster tide is approaching, and the city has 1 hour to evacuate. The chaos violently awakens a man from his slumber. He opens his eyes to a scene of absolute horror and carnage. The city's main defense is Broken Sky Pass, a massive fortress. Its towering walls were built for exactly this kind of siege. Atop the fortifications, the seventh captain, Jin Chen, arrives. She gives the order to seal the southern gate and prepare for total war. A swarm of monsters darkens the horizon, a scale she has never witnessed. Suddenly, her men report a critical error. Citizens are trapped outside the gate. The situation is dire. The gate requires 15 minutes to reopen, but the first beast will arrive in 5. For the trapped civilians, it is a death sentence. Captain Jin Chen's eyes narrow, her resolve hardening. A monstrous wolf leaps from the horde, lunging toward a mother and her child. The woman braces for impact, shielding her daughter from the inevitable. But just before the creature strikes, it's consumed by a violent explosion. The captain now stands outside the walls, her fists wreathed in flame. Her subordinates are in shock, questioning why she left the safety of the fortress. She calmly reassures the terrified civilians. "Open a gate now," she commands. "I will hold this position." Inspired by her courage, her team joins her on the battlefield. Together, they form a defensive line against the impossible odds. The grotesque horde charges forward, a wave of claws and teeth. Jin Chen unleashes a torrent of fire to meet them. Her soldiers fight desperately but are quickly becoming overwhelmed. The monsters seem to be targeting the captain directly. She unleashes a devastating area attack. A pillar of hellfire erupts from the ground, incinerating everything around her. The raw power of the inferno is absolute. Her team can only stare in awe at the sheer scale of her strength, but the onslaught is relentless. Another wave of monsters attacks from their flank. The captain prepares her team for a prolonged, brutal engagement. Behind them are the citizens they swore to protect. Failure is not an option. Tens of thousands of creatures stand before them, and no reinforcements are coming. Meanwhile, two figures speed towards the battlefield. The protagonist smirks. For him, this cataclysm is not a disaster, but the perfect opportunity to harvest immense power. The survivors are reunited with their families, grateful for their rescue. But the celebration is cut short by screams of agony. On the walls, the defense team watches the slaughter below. The city's fortifications are holding strong, but the team leader Jin Chen senses a deeper threat. Specialized monsters with reinforced defenses are breaching the outer walls. She identifies high-level threats, coordinating the attack, and orders them to concentrate firepower. A storm of energy blasts rains down upon the horde. Jin Chen unleashes her own devastating area of effectability. From the smoke, a new commander emerges, leading an even larger force. Unfazed, she prepares to engage the enemy directly. Even amidst the chaos, she receives a call from her superior. The order is clear: retreat and sacrifice the civilians. She knows that a retreat means condemning thousands to their deaths. She flatly refuses the unethical command, unwilling to trade innocent lives. Her leader finds her defiance futile, but she has already formulated a new strategy. She declares that the core ideals of their organization must be upheld. With unwavering conviction, she prepares to execute her plan alone. The call ends abruptly. He receives a system notification. His control is slipping. Meanwhile, a high-speed aircraft cuts through the sky. A hidden mastermind observes the chaos, waiting for the perfect moment. His underlings praise his intricate plan to annex the entire city. Suddenly, the protagonist receives a frantic call from a child in terror. His composure shatters. Something has gone terribly wrong. He issues a chilling threat, realizing his third captain has been taken hostage. On the other end, the captor torments the child to provoke him. The psychological tactic works. The protagonist is enraged. He abandons his mission, ordering an immediate course change at maximum velocity. The battlefield rages on as he races against time toward the true target. The mastermind waits patiently, knowing his opponent is now playing right into his hands. The location of the trap is the highest floor of Qian City Hall. Deep within the building, the real hostage, his third captain, is imprisoned. The tactical map revealed a grim situation, with multiple forces locked in combat. Their vehicles sped through the wasteland, but time was a luxury they didn't have. Hang Shang revealed his ace. His psionic flash could bridge immense distances instantly. His companion was stunned by this power as he prepared to rush the battlefield. Meanwhile, at the broken sky pass, the defensive line was under siege by armored beasts. A lone soldier fought back valiantly, his energy blade slicing through the chaos, but the horde was relentless, and he was quickly overwhelmed and gravely wounded. His commander ordered him to fall back for treatment, but the soldier refused to abandon his post. Suddenly, the commander was impaled from behind. Just as a powerful flame wielder arrived, Captain Jin Chen addressed her battered troops, stating reinforcements were hours away. Inspired by her resolve, the soldiers watched her unleash a devastating inferno, but such power was draining her reserves. She was reaching her absolute limit. Her mission was critical, as civilians fleeing the wolf zone were being massacred. If her line broke, it would mean the annihilation of every last refugee. In the nearby wolf area, the evacuees were unaware of the closing threat. Their procession was halted by a corrupt official demanding personal protection. He declared his own life was more valuable than the students he was meant to protect. The bureaucrat even pulled a weapon on the guards, threatening their lives. His cowardice peaked as he aimed his gun at the innocent children. To force compliance, just then, monstrous creatures erupted from the earth below. The official's arrogance instantly dissolved into pure terror. Panic consumed the group as everyone scattered for their lives. In a despicable act of self-preservation, the man shoved a child into a monster's path. The small girl fell, helpless before the approaching beast. The others could only watch in horror, unable to intervene. The creature's maw opened wide, ready to deliver the final blow. In a blinding flash of psionic energy, Hang Shang appeared from nothing, teleporting the children to safety. The survivors were stunned by his impossible arrival. He calmly ignored the beast, ordering his team to proceed to the front lines. The rescued civilians stared in disbelief, wondering who these saviors were. The monster that had lunged at them began to convulse violently. An unnatural frost spread across its body, freezing it solid in an instant. His companion burst from the icy shell, neutralizing the threat and saving the fallen guards. The cowardly official could not comprehend what he had just witnessed. As more beasts emerged, his companions prepared for another assault. One commanded the frost while the other channeled raw, destructive energy. The bureaucrat tried to grab one for protection, but she was busy incinerating another monster. He was caught in the blast wave. His fate was of no concern to them. A soldier on the front line reported the arrival of powerful awakeners from the north. Captain Jin Chen was shocked as Hang Shang commandeered a motorcycle. Forging a direct path, she watched him approach, a single individual moving with unwavering and terrifying purpose. He used the vehicle for as long as it was useful, then discarded it without a second thought. The reinforcement squad arrived, bracing for a massacre, but instead of a battlefield, they found a marketplace selling fresh monster meat. The fleeing civilians were not screaming in terror, they were setting up food stalls. The captain was utterly bewildered by the impossible scene. Elsewhere, our protagonist was on the move, sprinting with purpose. He ran against the tide of evacuees, heading directly into the heart of the conflict. At the city's main gate, the defenders were on their last legs. The monstrous horde was moments from breaking through the final barrier. The soldiers desperately tried to hold the gate, their lives on the line. The commander ordered them to hold their ground, even unto death, but their strength failed. The gate was utterly destroyed. As the beasts poured through, a massive explosion ripped through their ranks. It was Captain Jin Chen, unleashing a torrent of fire into the breach. She stood alone, a solitary bastion against the overwhelming tide. Her soldiers watched in awe, but the captain was already succumbing to her wounds. A potent venom was coursing through her system, paralyzing her. With her spiritual power nearly exhausted, she knew she couldn't last. Facing the horde, she resolved to use a forbidden soul-burning technique. Her master had warned that it would grant immense power at the cost of her future. With no other option, she ignited her very soul. The pain was immense as her life force became a raging inferno. Her men watched in horror as she apologized for breaking her promise. She could not let millions perish for her own sake. "Die, all of you," she screamed, unleashing her final attack. Sentimentality was her greatest weakness, but she would use it to fuel her sacrifice. A colossal wave of fire erupted from her body, incinerating everything in its path. A single tear fell as she accepted her fate. Her power spent, her body plummeted from the sky. As she fell, a monster lunged to devour her. Suddenly a figure appeared, shattering the beast with a single, thunderous blow. The creature exploded as our protagonist stood unfazed. He caught the falling captain just before she hit the ground. She stared up at her mysterious savior, completely stunned. He glanced at the fading aura around her. "That soul-igniting technique," he said. "I will try it." His calm declaration of suicide left everyone speechless. The power coursing through him is immense, but his body is failing. His ally reveals the terrible truth. This is a self-destructive art, a forbidden technique. He asks how to stop the rampage, and she confirms his meridians are already too shattered to sustain it. She has no answer for how to control it. She's never witnessed such a reckless maneuver. Before he can recover, the next wave of monsters breaches their defenses. He ignores his critical state and leaps directly into the fray. His comrades can only watch, stunned by his unpredictable actions. The captain realizes her own power is gone. With her meridians destroyed, their survival now rests entirely on him. He unleashes a shockwave of raw energy, blasting the beast's back. With pinpoint ferocity, he strikes the alpha of the pack. He becomes a storm of martial arts, tearing through the horde with brutal efficiency. In moments, he single-handedly secures the entire gate against the onslaught. But this borrowed power comes at a cost, placing an unbearable strain on his system. With no other choice, he consumes priceless elixirs he had saved for his own advancement. The guards are speechless as he swallows legendary treasures like common candy. A new wave of golden energy erupts from his body, staggering the enemy lines. He unleashes a barrage of ultimate techniques, a vortex of pure destruction. They watch in awe as he becomes a grinder, a force the monsters themselves now fear. But just as the battle seems won, a scout reports a horrifying discovery. The enemy numbers have doubled. The defenders are thrown into despair at the impossible odds. The captain knows that no matter how strong he has surely reached his absolute limit. Ignoring them, he ascends to the highest point of the fortress wall. He recalls an old memory, a forbidden area of effect technique he once witnessed. Untested and lethally dangerous, he decides it is now time to unleash it. He begins to gather a terrifying dark energy, forming a miniature black sun above him. His allies try to intervene, but they are too weak to even approach the overwhelming pressure. The orb grows to a colossal size, a swirling vortex that seems to warp reality itself. The sheer scale of the attack leaves everyone breathless with terror and awe. Even the monstrous horde freezes, paralyzed by a primal fear they have never known. As the technique drains his very life force, his consciousness begins to fade. A memory surfaces, a master's lesson on the futility of defying fate. To change the era, his master said, is nothing more than a stone hitting an egg. But watching this display, his ally sees the truth. She realizes this man is not the stone, he is the cataclysm that shatters worlds. She screams for him to wake up, to unleash the attack before he collapses completely. With his last ounce of will, he hurls the orb of annihilation toward the enemy. The command center receives a dire report. A monster tide is crushing two separate fronts. Simultaneously, failure to hold the line means the entire sector will be annihilated. They believe Hang Shang is safe, operating in a distant, quiet zone. But on the battlefield leaderboards, the kill data reveals a shocking truth. Hang Shang's name is in the top 10. Deep within the carnage, unwilling to believe it, they assume the system is malfunctioning. Meanwhile, at the Great Wall, the siege is relentless. Hang Shang has collapsed, his body pushed past its absolute limit after unleashing a forbidden technique. The unit's captain is also in critical condition, her vital energy pathways nearly destroyed. Just as they falter, another wave of monsters surges towards them. With reinforcements on the way, the captain orders a last stand at a single choke point. Her subordinates refuse, urging their wounded leader to rest. They know she has sacrificed enough and step forward to hold the line. It is now their turn to protect her and the ideals they all share. With a final war cry, the Red Rip group prepares for their end. They charge headfirst into the overwhelming enemy horde. Every soldier fights desperately, knowing how short their lives will be. The captain recalls a past defeat, a chilling conversation with a powerful foe. He had claimed his brutal methods were for the true survival of humanity. In her weakened state, she feels she has failed her own group's cause. She resolves to use her final art, a self-detonation, to obliterate the enemy. But before she can act, a new class of elite monsters tears through their ranks. Her soldiers are slaughtered instantly. As a beast lunges for a survivor, it is suddenly vaporized from existence. The captain freezes, shocked by the impossible intervention. A new squad appears, the Ghost Flag Group, their commander sneering at the Red Rip's incompetence. He quickly issues tactical orders, initiating a coordinated assault. His elite operatives engage with blinding speed and overwhelming power. They effortlessly eliminate the monsters that nearly wiped out the defender. Their second-in-command approaches, telling the original squad to stand down and rest. The captain can only nod, relieved that the line will hold. She finds Hang Shang being cared for by his companions, but one of them glares, shielding him with a fiercely protective stance. The captain is taken aback by the girl's sudden hostility. Elsewhere, another section of the wall is breached by a lone powerhouse. The warrior boasts of his strength, but notices the monsters are ignoring him. He has foolishly created a second entrance, funneling the horde deeper into the fortress. The enemy's strategy was simple but brutally effective. With 2 gates destroyed, their forces converged on the last defenders. The commander screamed for support, his voice raw with desperation. An ice barrier materialized just as he unleashed a desperate counterattack. The line stabilized for a moment, but the cost was severe. The beasts were relentless, tearing into anyone who faltered. The command center could only watch the brutal snapshots of the failing defense. They were horrified, realizing how strong the enemy had become. Suddenly, a blur of motion swept across the battlefield. The monsters' eyes began to glow with a terrifying feral intensity. Their numbers were endless, their aggression escalating with every passing moment. A veteran soldier sensed a colossal power hiding within the smoke. A true nightmare emerged from the chaos. An A-class monster, the lion ape. The system confirmed the threat level was far beyond their capabilities. A desperate ice shield was erected. A futile gesture against such a titan. It shattered instantly, the shockwave blasting the defenders away. The creature let out a deafening roar, asserting its absolute dominance. Its cry drove the lesser monsters into a bloodthirsty frenzy. Another squad registered the massive energy spike, realizing the situation had escalated. On the front line, the support units were instantly incapacitated. The defenders were grievously wounded and scattered across the field. The report confirmed the worst. Gate A was facing an A-class threat. Enraged, the gate's commander unleashed his full power. He met the beast head-on in a brutal clash of raw strength. His allies coordinated their attacks, landing a critical shadow-based strike. The monster was knocked down, a feat that seemed impossible. But it was merely enraged. It swatted a soldier into the wall with contemptuous ease. The lion ape began its rampage, tearing through the exhausted lines. The grim news reached the command tent. The defenses had fully collapsed. One last warrior stood before the behemoth, her battle at its end. She had no regrets, only sorrow for her unfinished dream. On the other end of her comms link, her commander roared in absolute fury. The monster's claw descended, ready to deliver the final blow, but it was stopped cold. Ensnared by a strange, cracking purple energy, a new figure appeared within the void, effortlessly restraining the A-class beast. He revealed he was also planning to avenge the monsters. He turned his cold gaze to the lion ape. "Was it you who destroyed my sheep zone? Then it is time for you to pay the price." The strategist extends his hand, preparing his next calculated move. The beast's roar shatters his defensive barrier with pure force. He scoffs at such a primitive display, unleashing a barrage of precise energy blasts. He sacrifices a portion of his power, amplifying his next attack exponentially. The concentrated particle beam strikes true, piercing the monster's eye. As the creature screams in agony, he orders his pawns to press the advantage. The strategist closes the distance with blinding speed. He impales the beast, but receives a grievous wound in return. They both laugh, locked in a battle of attrition and sheer will. The exchange of blows continues, each strike shaking the battlefield. A final, explosive punch connects, shattering the beast's defenses. The resulting blast engulfs even his own men, a necessary sacrifice. He channels his remaining energy, preparing a final decisive strike. The second beam finds its mark, destroying the beast's other eye. The monster is now completely blind, thrashing in a mindless rage, but the strategist's power is depleted. He can no longer fight. Suddenly the beast's fury intensifies as a third eye opens on its forehead. Hope turns to despair. The monster's true power is revealed. The strategist can only try to buy time, knowing he must recover his strength. The remaining fighters realize the overwhelming gap in power. One by one, they are struck down, their efforts meaningless. It becomes clear that even with their sacrifices, victory is impossible. But then, a new figure appears on the battlefield. The protagonist apologizes for the chaos. Observing the fighter's broken states, he reveals that a short rest was all he needed for a full recovery. He surveys the fallen warriors, understanding the gravity of the situation. He walks forward calmly, declaring his intention to resolve this. With cold determination, he proclaims he will end it all. The exhausted strategist notices that the boy has finally awakened. The protagonist appears before the beast, effortlessly deflecting its attack, but instead of striking the monster, he lands a devastating blow on the strategist. Just then, reinforcements finally arrive to support their leader. They engage the beast, unaware of the shocking betrayal that just occurred. The beast responded to his words with nothing but pure fury. Its relentless pursuit was centered on him, a consequence of his initial attack, but this predictable rage presented a tactical opportunity. His ally, however, was paralyzed by fear. Unable to face such a foe, he explained that he needed time to accumulate power for a decisive strike. To buy that precious time, the protagonist began a game of misdirection. He effortlessly tracked the beast's movements, far beyond his ally's senses. The creature emerged, pulverizing the stone decoys in a mindless rage. He pointed to a new, seemingly impossible location, shocking his partner. With just enough power gathered, his ally was ready to unleash his ultimate technique. The monster instantly detected the massive energy spike. The grotesque clone served its purpose, drawing the beast's lethal attention. A brilliant flash of light engulfed the enraged creature. It roared in agony, bracing against the searing energy, but the monster raised a powerful defensive barrier, weathering the blast. Seeing the beast occupied, the other teams launched their own coordinated assaults. As the creature thrashed, he issued a new command: cripple its mobility. A teammate with a devastating chainsaw moved to execute the order. She struck deep into the beast's leg, aiming to sever its tendons. With the monster staggered, their true attack could begin. They synchronized their power, preparing a devastating joint technique. A colossal beam of energy erupted, striking the creature's cores. The sheer force of the blast left all onlookers completely stunned. The creature was momentarily paralyzed, its mind overwhelmed by the impact. The ally confirmed its primary defense was shattered. He launched his charged particle beam directly at the monster's wounded eye. The precision strike landed perfectly, a confirmed critical hit. The beast's head erupted in a blinding explosion of purple light, but its sheer resilience was unbelievable. The creature was still standing. In a shocking move, the protagonist leaped directly into his ally's attack stream. He ignited his own soul, preparing to channel the immense energy. Using his body as a conduit, he would amplify the attack beyond its limits. He commanded his ally to pour every last bit of power into the beam. Together they would obliterate this unkillable foe. Their combined power detonated in a cataclysmic final strike. The amplified cannon tore through the beast's final defenses, ending the threat for good. The colossal beast falls, its defeat shaking the very foundations of the pass. Amidst the chaos, Hang Shang's unconscious form plummets toward the ground. But just as he is about to be crushed by the monster's foot, a devastating shockwave erupts. With the primary threat neutralized, the remaining lesser beasts scatter in terror. The commander declares a hard-won victory for the defenders of Broken Sky Pass. She immediately orders all reserve medical supplies to be distributed to the wounded. When a medic questions sharing with the rival Ghost Flag group, she is resolute. She approaches their leader, offering a formal bow of gratitude for their critical assistance. He dismisses the gesture, stating that tangible rewards are far more valuable than words. Meanwhile, the medics are ordered to prioritize Hang Shang, but they find him unresponsive. To their utter astonishment, his body has already healed itself completely, showing no signs of injury. They are left speechless by this unprecedented level of regeneration. The 4-hour battle concludes and a temporary truce is forged between the two factions. Suddenly, the leader of the Red Rip group notices a strange glow emanating from the fallen A-level monster. The creature's corpse erupts in a brilliant flash of light, a rare phenomenon known as a spirit explosion. He explains this event releases the monster's residual spiritual power, a potent boon for the awakened. The Ghost Flag leader can only watch, realizing the immense fortune his rival has stumbled upon. The energy intensifies, gathering into a blinding light. The explosion culminates in a massive orb of pure power that stuns all onlookers. This energy then condenses, forming dozens of smaller, shimmering spirit orbs. The Red Rip leader cautiously inspects one, confirming its perfect condition. he consumes it, feeling an immediate and potent surge of power, strengthening his internal pathways. He warns his men to wait, but the power is too volatile. The immense energy overwhelms him, causing him to bleed from his mouth and nose. He collapses to the ground, his body unable to contain the violent surge. Having survived the ordeal, he quickly calculates the safe dosage for his men. He announces that every survivor of the battle is entitled to this A-grade treasure. Warriors from both factions rush to claim their reward, consuming the orbs eagerly. A veteran warrior appears, claiming their method is inefficient for true enhancement. He demonstrates what he believes is the correct way, devouring multiple orbs at once. The result is catastrophic. His body overloads and he collapses in violent convulsion. Meanwhile, Hang Shang awakens, having been unconscious for only 4 hours. He reflects on his Ignite Soul technique, a high-risk gambit that nearly destroyed his own meridians. He understands this power as a double-edged sword, demanding even greater control and fortitude to master. To achieve true strength, he knows he must push beyond all known limits. His allies bring him the spirit orbs, explaining they are a reward from the fallen monster. They warn him of the strict dosage limit, as exceeding it has proven disastrous for others. The two faction leaders observe from a distance, noting even the strongest warrior collapsed after consuming 14. The Ghost Flag leader advises his rival not to watch Hang Shang's attempt, but the Red Rip leader is intrigued, wondering if this newcomer could possibly surpass his own limits. Their shock is absolute as they witness Hang Shang devour nearly 100 orbs, his body becoming a vortex that passively absorbs all surrounding spiritual energy. The captain is stunned by his immense consumption of energy cores. Our protagonist is entirely unfazed by the ordeal. An invitation is extended to join their ranks. He coldly rejects the offer. His only priority is recovery. They wisely do not press the matter, asking him only to consider it. Just then, another figure steps forward to address him. She offers a deep, formal bow of gratitude for his intervention. She thanks him on behalf of her group, the Red Rip. At that moment, heavy reinforcements finally arrive on the scene. The newly arrived commanders realize 2 of their own were forgotten in the chaos. The abandoned soldiers remain imprisoned, their fate an afterthought. As the city's defenses are restored, a new power structure begins to form. He secures a temporary residence for his party to recover. The toll of the battle is evident on his companions. They await the processing of valuable monster cores. They settle into a nondescript apartment, a perfect urban hideout. But this moment of peace is destined to be short-lived. He allows his exhausted allies a moment of respite. From an adjacent building, their arrival has not gone unnoticed. A nosy neighbor has spotted the new occupant. She recalls the previous tenants were killed by monsters. Seeing an opportunity, she incorrectly assumes they are squatters and begins to plot against them. Her greed takes over as she schemes for a massive government payout. She commands her husband to confront the trespassers and evict them. His pathetic attempt at intimidation fails completely. He knocks on the door, but the person who answers is unexpected. Jin Chen, one of the protagonist's companions, appears before the startled man. He foolishly demands proof of ownership, which she calmly denies. His insolence is met with swift, overwhelming force. The couple escalates, believing the authorities will take their side. However, the agents that arrive serve a much higher power. The woman misreads the situation, thinking this is her chance to make an example of them. The agent walks past the insignificant couple, her focus solely on the apartment. A tense standoff ensues between the two powerful women. The neighbor continues her demands, utterly blind to the true hierarchy at play. Instead of punishment, the agent presents an offering, cases filled with wealth. The greedy couple is stunned into silence. Jin Chen is unimpressed. The agent then makes a simple request for the worthless house deed. With a single pen stroke, she rewrites reality and transfers ownership. The formality is complete. The deed is now theirs. Jin Chen remains skeptical of this gesture, questioning their motives. But the agent's objective is clear, to align with overwhelming power. She knows our protagonist represents the future, a force that cannot be stopped. She reveals her true motive to Jin Chen, a way to unlock her true potential. She proposes a powerful synergistic technique, a fusion of their abilities. A new alliance is being forged, one that could shift the city's balance of power. The guards stood ready, knowing a delicate procedure was about to commence inside. Xiaoyan had proposed a dangerous technique known as double repair, a method he himself was not certain would work. The Lord's meridians were so catastrophically damaged that any repair would be temporary, lasting only during the initial opening. The gap in power was immense. The odds were impossibly low. With her options exhausted, she placed her trust in him completely. He agreed without hesitation, his mind already calculating the variables. He explained the core problem. Her meridian walls were too fragile to contain his spiritual power. A new strategy was required, demanding precise contact and synchronization. He quickly realized a two-person repair was insufficient. A third power source was needed to stabilize the energy flow. This was no longer double repair. He was improvising a legendary technique on the spot, triple repair. The machine coach would serve as a conduit, mirroring his spiritual commands precisely. The initial energy transfer began, a strange sensation coursing through the Lord's body. He gave his final command. There was only one attempt, and failure was not an option. Stealing her resolve, she gave the signal to begin. His focus became absolute. The sudden influx of power was overwhelming, a volatile energy she could barely process. A superheated spiritual force flooded her system, far beyond what her own attributes could handle. He directed the machine coach to force open the meridian channels. The strain was agonizing, but she could feel the impossible happening. Her meridians were slowly being healed. Just as they reached the most critical phase, an external disturbance shattered their concentration. A call came through, a report from the front lines about a devastating attack on the city. He was incensed. The slightest interruption could cause the entire spiritual structure to collapse. The city was facing a crisis, with broken walls and insufficient materials for repair. But that disaster was nothing compared to the catastrophe that would unfold if this procedure failed. She quickly ended the call, urging him to continue, but the damage was done. Her subordinate was left in stunned confusion. The machine coach issued a grave warning. If they stopped now, her potential would be sealed forever. With everything on the line, she found a new reserve of strength, begging him not to stop. He pushed the energy flow harder, ignoring the frantic calls from the phone. Outside, the guards sensed the immense power fluctuation and braced themselves, vowing to protect the Lord with their lives. It was time for the final gambit. He initiated the ultimate technique, Ignite Soul. The three distinct psychic powers merged into one, a perfect integration of force and will. A new origin of power ignited within her, feeling like 1,000 needles rewriting her very existence. New roots of power began to grow, branching deep into her spiritual foundation. Her ruined body was being reborn from the ashes as a flame of unimaginable potential burned brightly once more. The triple repair technique was taxing, but it yielded incredible results for everyone. I can now use the Ignite Soul technique, while my meridians heal simultaneously. This process not only repaired Firegirl's core, but also greatly advanced my own spiritual power. The risky maneuver paid off, catapulting all three of us into the middle stage of the cardiac period. Our team's collective strength has now ascended to a new tier on the power spectrum. We now stand among the elites of the cardiac period, a realm few ever reach. With our new strength, it was time to acquire the necessary resources for the next phase. Our destination was the Broken Sky Metal Store, the only supplier capable of meeting our demands. The establishment was overwhelmed with fortification orders, a sign of escalating conflict. The staff, preoccupied with large military contracts, barely noticed our arrival. An attendant finally approached, unaware of the scale of our impending transaction. We requested K550 magic gold, an exceptionally rare and strategic alloy. The dealer stated it was only sold in bulk, a test of our financial power. I revealed our payment, requesting not 10 kilos, but half a ton of the priceless metal. The store's entire staff immediately bowed, their shock replaced by profound respect. After being escorted home by a private convoy, the coach began her modifications immediately. My next objective was to acquire rare alchemical treasures, so I contacted a trusted informant. He confirmed a new batch of artifacts had been unearthed from the lion ape's corpse. Meanwhile, the remnants of a rival squad returned, their ranks broken and their leaders missing. 3 days later, my contact arrived with the promised treasure. He had brought something that would fundamentally alter our combat potential. He presented the greatest magic nucleus, an A-grade artifact that amplifies spiritual power by 30%. An item of this caliber is not something that can be bought. It must be earned. With 6 nuclei for the 6 of us, our entire squad would receive a monumental power increase. The device bonds directly to the user's body, permanently catalyzing their spiritual energy. This explains the Ghost Flag Group's unnaturally rapid growth. They possessed a similar advantage. This treasure is a top-grade artifact, a true game-changer on any battlefield. It is more than just a tool, it is a symbol of our victory against overwhelming odds. The team was ecstatic, feeling the surge of newfound power coursing through them. They acknowledged that I was the architect of their survival and recent ascension. However, the so-called city lord declared that our business was not yet concluded. I addressed him by the codename I'd given him, a subtle reminder of his past failures. He bristled at the name, the memory of his defeat still a source of rage. He could not forget the absolute humiliation of our last encounter. He still perceived me as a lower-level cultivator, a critical miscalculation. Blinded by arrogance, he demanded a duel to settle their imagined score, but his companion realized the truth. My power level was no longer what it once was. The humiliated warrior recounts his defeat, claiming it was a dishonorable sneak attack. Meanwhile, footage of another failure spreads like wildfire, turning Zhao Jun into a public spectacle. After his recent victory, Hang Shang consolidates his power. He claims vast resources and expands his influence into Greenshade City. His former subordinates are now in a precarious position. Hang Shang's constant messages put them on edge. Du Qitian refuses to acknowledge them, but they insist he is still their leader. He reveals the harsh reality of their situation. Half of their cadres must go undercover on Hang Shang's side. Just then, a call is requested, a tripartite conference between the major powers. Hang Shang immediately mocks his rivals, reminding them of a past humiliation, but this is not mere taunting. He reveals he has conceived a strategic plan. He proposes a joint defense of Broken Sky Pass. This would create a buffer zone, making both sides safer. The two leaders exchange a look of deep suspicion. Sensing their hesitation, he cuts them off, claiming to have a solution for their internal strife. His plan involves a public display of reconciliation, a temporary truce where both sides can claim a political victory. They are stunned by the audacity of his proposal. This is no mere child, he is a master manipulator. He lays out the terms, emphasizing the mutual benefits of shared resources and exploration. Gi Chi-tian acknowledges the logic. This plan offers stability against the constant monster invasions. The Ghost Flag leader agrees, provided there are no hidden schemes, but they demand to know his angle. What personal profit does he derive from this alliance? He finally reveals his true objective. He needs an escort to Area C, as the journey is too dangerous alone. The plan is so perfectly constructed they cannot find a flaw. It is a masterful gambit. Gi Chi-tian is the first to concede. He agrees to the plan and is ready to move at any time. As the other leader agrees, Hang Shang stops him. There is one more condition. One of the operatives asks when they can return to their team. Gi Chi-tian agrees to arrange it, but to his shock they refuse. They will not pledge allegiance to the Ghost Flag group. Gi Chi-tian sees an opportunity in this defiance. He will send one of them to infiltrate Hang Shang's group. He selects Wang Mengmeng for the mission, giving her a chilling warning against betrayal. The operative arrives at the designated location, finding Hang Shang waiting for her. He explains that he anticipated her arrival, sending the others away so they could speak privately. The other operatives are left isolated, a necessary sacrifice for the larger mission to succeed. Back at the temporary base, one of the members offers a simple comfort, a moment of calm before the storm. Meanwhile, Gi Chi-tian has already infiltrated the group. He moves like a phantom among them. With supplies delivered, it is time to depart. He promises to find a cure for a comrade's injury. His actions have earned him unwavering loyalty. She pledges to use a self-destructive art if he is ever in danger. She now owes him a life debt, offering to fulfill any request he makes. He immediately puts her loyalty to the test, asking to witness the forbidden martial art she mentioned. The vessel charts a course for the heart of Zone C, the Black River. The students are captivated by the scenery, unaware of the dangers lurking below. Their trivial banter is a stark contrast to the tension in the air. An older instructor tries to lighten the mood, but his efforts are wasted. The ambient energy in this area is unusually potent, accelerating their cultivation. The red-haired girl realizes her rival has already surpassed her in power. She learns of a secret advanced training method she was never privy to. The revelation of this hidden technique leaves her completely stunned. Her peers offer to share the secret of their rapid advancements. The method is described as an intense but highly effective ordeal. They urge her to experience the power boost for herself. She remains skeptical, unable to comprehend the nature of this training. Her pride gets the better of her, and she vehemently refuses the offer. The conversation shifts to the team's powerful Ghost Flag treasure. Despite its low grade, it was instrumental in a recent high-level monster hunt. They recall defeating a Class A spiritual python and absorbing its immense power. But their victory came at a great cost, with most of their squad perishing. As they reflect, a new threat emerges from the depths. Suddenly, massive tentacles erupt from the water, ambushing the vessel. The crew is thrown into disarray as the creatures swarm the deck. The red-haired warrior immediately launches a counterattack. Our protagonist intervenes, effortlessly saving a comrade from the assault. The creature retaliates, spewing a viscous substance across the deck. One of the students is immediately ensnared by the adhesive fluid. The tentacles begin to constrict, attempting to crush the ship's hull. The horrifying maw of the deep-sea leviathan is revealed. Panic ensues as the beast begins to drag the entire vessel underwater. An instructor lands a powerful blow, but it has little effect. A calm, collected leader emerges, completely unfazed by the B-class threat. From his mechanized chair, he unleashes a devastating particle beam. The blast vaporizes the monster's head. He steps onto the corpse with disdain. He coldly informs them that such encounters are the norm in Zone C, but then he prepares a final devastating attack. His maniacal grin reveals a hidden, far more sinister agenda. He unleashes the attack, causing a cataclysmic explosion that engulfs them. Through all the chaos, our protagonist remains completely undisturbed, his plan proceeding perfectly. He feigned innocence, claiming it was all a misunderstanding, but Hang Shang was not so easily swayed, coldly weighing his options. With the tension diffused, the protagonist feigned relief, solidifying their fragile alliance. Their vessel cut through the water, approaching the Ghost Flag's territory. They finally arrived at the desolate shore of Area C. A formidable group of elites had assembled to greet them. The land before them was a ruin, a plain of despair with no signs of life. Hang Shang explained the grim reality of the zone, a wasteland overrun by high-level monsters. He then tested the protagonist's resolve. Speaking of a necessary execution, the target's death, he explained, was a tactical necessity that saved countless lives. In his eyes, the man's demise was not a tragedy, but a deserved fate. The protagonist simply listened, analyzing the cold pragmatism of his new ally. He then calmly questioned Hang Shang's previous hostile actions. Before an answer could be given, a colossal war machine erupted from the water. The amphibious mech was now in land mode, ready to transport them to Haishui City. The commander warned his subordinates to remain vigilant, as danger was everywhere. The world had seen monster riots before, but they were nothing compared to the cataclysms to come. In this brutal new era, history was irrelevant. Only the most logical choices ensured survival. From a distance, they saw their destination, Haishui City, a fortress still standing against the odds. Hang Shang decided they would enter first, planning a surprise visit for the city's leadership, but the city's defenses responded first, launching a missile at their mech. An enormous explosion engulfed their transport as the city opened fire on the unknown target. Their welcome was far more hostile than they could have imagined. Inside the walls, the city's garrison assembled with perfect discipline. It was a misunderstanding, and the citizens of Haishui now formally welcomed the Ghost Flag group. The commander, however, was clearly irritated by the entire ordeal. High above, the city glowed, a lone bastion in the encroaching darkness. But deep in the surrounding waters, a primordial entity began to stir. A mysterious woman, sensing his arrival, knew her moment had come. She deemed it the perfect time to make her move. Her long-awaited plan was finally set into motion. News of the Ghost Flag's decisive victory spreads across the region. The city celebrates the arrival of their new protectors. But this victory presents a new monumental challenge. Over 100,000 civilians now need to be relocated. The refugees, however, travel with few possessions. Their lives have been uprooted by conflict far too many times. Zhang Nao's technology is repurposed for the evacuation. His mechs become high-capacity transports for the populace. To ensure the operation's security, the Green Shade team will remain as a temporary garrison. With the situation stabilized, Hang Shang plans a supply run to Haishui City. His companions insist on joining him. The objective is simple: acquire new accessories and upgrade their equipment. Despite some initial reluctance, the entire team agrees to accompany him on the expedition. They arrive at a dilapidated market on the outskirts of the city, a place of grim desperation. This is the final opportunity for trade before the mass migration begins. They scan the stalls for anything of value. An unusual vendor captures Hang Shang's attention. He is selling what he calls space magic boxes. The merchant claims they are artifacts of spatial storage. Each box contains a pocket dimension within it. His companion scoffs at the minimal storage increase, but Hang Shang sees a far deeper strategic potential. The vendor senses his interest and names an exorbitant price. He demands a B-level treasure in trade. To everyone's shock, Hang Shang agrees without a moment's hesitation. He declares he will purchase the entire stock. As payment, he produces a B-class spiritual realm pill. It is a treasure capable of awakening a warrior's potential. The vendor is stunned into silence. He never imagined his bluff would be met with such a valuable artifact. Hang Shang offers the single pill for all of the boxes. The trembling merchant can hardly believe his fortune. His friend tries to protest the seemingly foolish trade. The desperate vendor fears losing the deal of a lifetime. The transaction is complete. The entire collection of mysterious spatial boxes now belongs to Hang Shang. His companion questions the acquisition. The boxes are cumbersome and their space efficiency seems incredibly low, but Hang Shang reveals the vendor's critical oversight. The boxes can be nested within each other. He demonstrates the principle, placing one box into the next. Each layer compounds the spatial compression effect. Dozens of massive crates are systematically condensed into a single 2-meter cube. Then he reveals the final piece of his masterful plan, a high-grade storage ring. The entire cube disappears into the ring. His friend is left speechless by this incredible display of foresight. He has just acquired a vast, almost limitless amount of mobile storage for a negligible price. His companion can only offer a weak joke, still processing the immense tactical advantage they just gained. Continuing through the city, they witness a grim scene. A family of beggars starves in an alleyway. This sector of the city is clearly destitute. The children are gaunt and weak from hunger. Without a word, Hang Shang approaches them, offering a tray of steaming hot food. The starving family devours the meal in an instant. It is the first kindness they have known in days. As he turns to depart, one of the young children grabs his sleeve, pleading. She begs him to help the others. There are 10 more orphans just like them, starving elsewhere. His expression remains cold, but his actions speak louder. He tells them to prepare to move. Overcome with emotion, the beggars begin to sing a song of gratitude for his charity. He silences their song. He has no time for thanks, only for action. The children bow in deep respect. He simply tells them to rise. He explains his simple philosophy to his friend. One must help when and where one can. Suddenly, their conversation is shattered by the screech of tires on pavement. A luxury vehicle plows through the street, striking one of the children without slowing down. The driver emerges, enraged. He is furious about a minor scratch on his car's paint. He screams at the innocent civilians, citing his status as a first-wave immigrant as a mark of superiority. Hang Shang does not tolerate such arrogance. He sends the man flying with a single precise kick. The infuriated driver attempts to threaten him. He boasts of his connections to the city's powerful families. Hang Shang has no interest in his empty words. His response is swift, silent, and brutal. The scientist panics, realizing the gravity of the situation. He just witnessed an attack on the Junyu family's heir, but our protagonist and his allies simply walk away. They instruct the witnesses to see nothing. Another party approaches, intrigued by the display of power. He offers a casual greeting. To divert unwanted attention, Hang Shang offers to buy food for the local orphanage. The provisions are delivered, a simple act masking a deeper strategy. Meanwhile, the third young master has been discreetly contained. He is a prisoner in a pocket dimension. The space is stable and non-lethal. The target is merely unconscious, a pawn in a larger game. Hang Shang considers modifying the prison. His companion is baffled by his casual demeanor. Suddenly, a ferocious growl echoes through the streets. Trouble has arrived. Members of the Junyu family appear with their prized asset, a hell sniffer dog. The beast strains against its chains, a weapon of pure aggression. From the vehicle emerges the family patriarch, Wang Jinyu. His presence commands authority. He immediately accuses them of kidnapping his son. He threatens a brutal death. The master claims to have witnesses from the orphanage, a foolish attempt at intimidation. His demand is simple: return his son, or face his wrath. Hang Shang remains unfazed by the old man's threats. The patriarch boasts of his creature's power. Its sense of smell is inescapable. The crowd recognizes the danger. They know the beast's bloody reputation. Whispers speak of its last victim, a minor offense that ended in a massacre. The master gives the order for the dog to confirm his suspicion. He commands it to attack, to rip the boy to shreds. The hell sniffer lunges forward as civilians flee for their lives. But as it approaches, it freezes. An overwhelming presence stops it cold. Hang Shang hasn't moved an inch, yet the air around him crackles with unseen power. The fearsome monster is reduced to a whimpering mess. It is paralyzed by pure terror. It turns and flees, its tail between its legs, completely broken. The patriarch is in disbelief. His ultimate weapon is terrified of this mere boy. He finally understands these two are not simple troublemakers. They are apex predators. Hang Shang seizes the momentum, his tone deceptively calm. The patriarch's arrogance vanishes, replaced by desperate negotiation. The protagonist lays out his terms. The family's emigration spot will be given to the orphans. At the immigration center, an official notes the Jinyu family's absence. He's informed that Hang Shang has intervened. The family's quota has been reassigned. The official smiles, amused by the protagonist's audacity. He lets events unfold. He has complete faith in Hang Shang's ability to control the situation, and that control is absolute. The Jinyu master now shares a cell with his son. Having established a temporary foothold in Broken Sky Pass, the team recovers their strength. New alliances are forged with the survivor. They confirm their shared objective, to safeguard what remains of humanity. It is a goal they all agree upon. With logistics secured, plans are made to relocate waves of civilians to this new sanctuary. Meanwhile, the protagonist begins his next operation in the desolate Haishui city. He reassures the captured family heads, promising a peaceful transition of power. When he emerges, his subordinate is waiting. The timing, as always, is perfect. Just as planned, they are immediately surrounded by the city's ruling elite. The leader of the Kuifei family steps forward, making his demand. He is joined by the head of the Shizuan family, who controls the city's power. The Jinhuang family, masters of the food supply, completes the blockade. They declare their unified control, intending to crush any outsider. The protagonist remains utterly unfazed by their local power games. He bypasses their authority entirely, issuing direct orders to their men. Enraged by this defiance, one of the leaders lunges forward to attack. With a flick of his wrist, all three are slammed into the ground by an invisible force. The remaining elders stare in absolute terror. A new player emerges from the shadows, a true master of the Karsiak period. Before she can act, another powerful entity appears, a magician named McJack. He reveals his formidable power level. Here to settle a score with the Jinyu family, the protagonist simply delegates the fight. He is all yours. Intrigued, McJack decides to display his power for the new arrival. He unleashes his signature illusion magic, but this is all part of the protagonist's plan to gauge the city's threats. McJack explains his wind attribute, a technique that can displace a target instantly. He traps his opponent inside a wind cube, confident in his victory. Suddenly his expression turns to one of pure shock. The spell activates, and the target vanishes, but not as he intended. The old family heads are completely bewildered by the event. Even his allies are left confused by the strange disappearance. The magician is left speechless, his ultimate ability having failed. He finds his target in a nearby bathroom, having already secured the two young masters. The entire confrontation was a diversion to capture the family heirs. The protagonist halts his team, stating he still needs the family heads alive. Suddenly, a child from the Ghost Flag group appears, radiating immense power. He instantly freezes one of the old men solid for a minor offense. With a single frozen fist, he demonstrates a terrifying level of strength. A frantic call comes through to the leader. She confesses to losing control and disrupting the city's delicate power balance. He calmly assures her it is of no consequence. Their corruption meant their downfall was already sealed. Her attention then turns to Hang Shang, curious about his current operation. The mastermind is giving a lecture to the city's former elite. One of the disgraced nobles expresses his outrage, questioning the boy's authority. Hang Shang responds with overwhelming force, a brutal but necessary demonstration. He explains the immigration plan to ensure efficiency. The terrified nobles now take meticulous notes. Back on the call, the leader is entirely unfazed by this report of extreme measures. The city begins its grand evacuation. Under his meticulous arrangement, the process is flawless. The weak are prioritized and protected. He seizes the dignitaries' assets, repurposing them as emergency supplies for the civilians. His flawless execution and quiet compassion earn him immense respect. As he departs, a small golden artifact falls from his pocket. He retrieves it quickly, stating its immense importance before vanishing. The evacuation proceeds as the trains depart on schedule. With the last of the civilians transferred, the team celebrates a mission accomplished. Night descends upon the now empty Haishui city. The last remaining residents, the former nobles, are left with nothing. The city's utilities have been cut. They shiver in the cold, their arrogance stripped away by hardship. One dreams of his past life of luxury, only to awaken to this desolate reality. Despite the grim conditions, they acknowledge the gratitude they received from the common people, but their pride remains. Suddenly, a silhouette appears in the darkness. Hang Shang has returned, bringing them simple, meager rations. They watch in disbelief as he eats the same food, showing no sign of superiority. It dawns on them that this outsider, a boy with immense power, came only to help. He departs without a word, leaving the fallen nobles to contemplate his actions. The final evacuation is underway. The last train is being prepared. He learns that the other squad leader is resting and will not be present. With all checks complete, the order is given for the last transport to depart. The dignitaries, humbled and weary, are finally permitted to board. The rest of the team follows, their long mission in this city finally over. The train accelerates, leaving the dark, empty city behind. Aboard the train, the nobles celebrate their escape from the desolate city. One of the elders reflects on his life of constant scheming and violent tactics. For the first time in decades, he feels a genuine sense of relief. Their thoughts turn to the architect of their salvation, wondering where he is. They find him resting in the back, seemingly exhausted from the operation. But his eyes snap open. He was never asleep. He rises and begins walking purposefully through the train car. The nobles watch him, confused by his sudden movement. Suddenly, alarms blare in the cockpit. The radar shows a terrifying anomaly. An emergency alert is issued. A massive horde of monsters is closing in fast. The operator realizes Hang Shang's intelligence was accurate, but the reality is far worse. The boy stands at the vanguard, his expression grim. He delivers the chilling truth. Among the horde are 2 A-level threats. The official is stunned by the new intelligence. 2 A-level monsters, he asks. Hang Shang reveals his analysis. The monster wave will intercept them in half an hour. Panic erupts throughout the train as the grim news spreads over the radio. The team despairs, admitting their current fighting force is completely insufficient for the threat. Reinforcements have been summoned, but they are over an hour away. The soldier dismisses any notion of luck and prepares to outline their dire options. Her first proposal is a grim one: sacrifice a group of fighters to cover the withdrawal. The second, more ruthless option is to abandon the civilians to increase the train's speed. The civilians overhear and begin to riot, pleading not to be left as bait. The soldier coldly insists it is the most logical solution, despite their protests. She argues that if they fail here, millions more will perish at the broken sky pass. The elders reject her cold calculus, declaring their lives are not numbers on a spreadsheet. As the situation deteriorates, Hang Shang steps forward, demanding a time estimate for the mission. The official confirms it will take an hour to reach the pass, but 2 hours for rescue to arrive. Stalling 2 A-level threats for an hour is deemed an impossible, futile sacrifice. But Hang Shang's expression remains ice cold. An hour? I can handle it. The others are shocked, accusing him of being reckless and emotional. He reassures the soldier that he fully comprehends the stakes. The decision is made. The civilians look upon him with awe, hailing him as their savior. His companions immediately volunteer to join him, but he refuses, citing the danger. He sees the unshakable resolve in their eyes and knows words will not work. He incapacitates them both with swift, precise strikes. Another ally steps forward to volunteer his service, but Hang Shang neutralizes him just as quickly, leaving no room for argument. He entrusts his unconscious friends to the official's care. The soldier gives him one last warning, reminding him of the impossible odds. He walks toward the edge of the train car. Protect yourselves. Don't worry about me. A silent promise forms on his lips. Die. The train car violently detaches, speeding towards safety. He stands alone on the tracks, a solitary guardian against the coming storm. The official reveals a final modification, a propulsion device to help him meet the threat head-on. The civilians cheer for their hero, promising to live lives worthy of his sacrifice. The train carrying thousands of survivors speeds toward the broken sky pass. Hang Shang waits in the desolate landscape, a lone figure against an overwhelming tide. But he is not alone. The soldier has remained behind, refusing to abandon him. He orders her back to safety, but she calmly states her choice is already made. She offers an alliance, a final stand to be made together. As their hands meet, a strange energy materializes between them. Suddenly, playing cards materialize out of thin air. His storage space reveals its hidden occupants, several masters waiting for their moment. The soldier is utterly bewildered by this impossible development. The train car lurches forward, racing towards the enemy horde. He realizes the truth. This attack is merely a diversion. The real battle is elsewhere. A powerful intuition grips him, a sudden moment of chilling clarity. He knows the answer to this entire conspiracy lies just ahead. She screams into the communicator, furious at the command structure. She overrides the call, declaring his survival is paramount for humanity's future. The coordinates are sent, but her destination is far from the battlefield. Elsewhere, reinforcements race to the scene, but their fastest arrival is 90 minutes away. Meanwhile, the high-speed train carrying civilians continues its desperate escape. Standing alone, Hang Shang watches as the monster horde approaches. His mind calculates the threat, multiple waves, culminating in two A-class monster. Conserving his spiritual power is the only path to victory against such overwhelming odds. The command center receives the terrifying update. The news of two A-class threats sends a wave of shock through the operators. Unfazed, Hang Shang leaps directly into the tide of monster. He lands with tectonic force, sending a shockwave to halt the ground assault. Expanding his senses, he instantly analyzes the composition of the entire enemy legion. The first wave is confirmed, low-level flying creatures, a mere distraction. He unleashes a precise spiritual beam, piercing through the vanguard with ease. The initial wave is culled, but he knows this is only a prelude. With a sweeping arc of energy, he carves a path through the ground forces. He becomes a whirlwind of destruction, systematically eliminating every beast in his path. Each strike is perfectly executed, clearing vast swathes of the battlefield. He unleashes an anti-particle explosion, a technique far beyond conventional power. The attack fragments into a meteor shower, devastating the enemy ranks. A heavily armored beast is shattered before a field of dark matter crushes its remain. He follows up with a crescent blade of energy, bisecting a larger monster completely. He moves like a phantom, a blur of fury against an endless tide. A colossal beast lunges, but is met with an impenetrable golden shield. The shield expands, a bastion of light protecting the escape route. The entire horde crashes against the golden formation, their assault rendered useless. A monstrous three-headed hound roars, as Hang Shang begins to channel immense heat. He unleashes a cataclysmic explosion, 1,000 suns burning across the field. The front lines of the monster army are instantly vaporized in the inferno. Behind him, the train continues its journey, its passage secured by his sacrifice. The commander watches the tactical display in disbelief, admitting he misjudged the boy. Overcome with emotion, he prays for the young hero's survival. He vows to honor his incredible bravery upon his return. The rescue team knows they are in a race against time. They debate his chances, knowing it's impossible to block two A-class monsters alone. But the captain smirks, for he knows Hang Shang is no ordinary warrior. He declares that if Hang Shang is to fall, it will not be in a skirmish of this scale. Yet this small scene is a sea of abominations stretching to the horizon. The strain is beginning to show, but his will remains unbroken. He clenches a bloodied fist, knowing the entire horde has focused on him alone. His eyes burn with golden light as he addresses the monsters with utter contempt. To face the coming storm, he prepares to unleash his ultimate power, soul ignition. He counters the icy assault with a devastating barrage of dark energy, but his spiritual reserves are dwindling faster than he can replenish them. Vicious predators emerge from the chaos, lunging at him from all sides. Their claws tear through his defenses, wounding him severely. Meanwhile, his allies are still en route, unaware of his desperate struggle. They analyze the situation from afar, noting the overwhelming odds against him. The power gap between him and the B-class monsters is immense. Even with his explosive power, observers predict his inevitable fall. The battlefield is already soaked in his blood. He is pushed to his knees, his body screaming in protest. Suddenly, a massive B-class Tyrannosaurus descends upon him. Its powerful jaws clamp down, threatening to crush him completely. With a roar of defiance, he channels his remaining energy into a single strike. The beast counters, preparing to obliterate him with a condensed energy blast. He meets the attack head-on, refusing to yield an inch. The resulting explosion shakes the very foundations of the earth. His attack proves superior, disintegrating the monster from the inside out. But there is no time to recover. Another B-class threat immediately appears. He finds himself trapped within its maw, his wounds taking a heavy toll. He knows continuing this assault is a calculated risk, preventing his own recovery. He decides to end it now, unleashing his power directly from within the beast. He pours every last ounce of his spirit into this final gamble. The Ignite Soul Bomb fist detonates with cataclysmic force. The backlash is immediate and his consciousness begins to blur. He fights against the encroaching darkness, refusing to collapse. His mission is not yet complete. The safety of his allies depends on him. But an even larger wave of monsters appears on the horizon. He erects a final defensive barrier against the incoming onslaught. The shield shatters under the relentless assault of the horde. His final defense crumbles into nothing. The beasts close in for the kill, their fangs bared. But then a colossal blue serpent intervenes, tearing through the enemy ranks. It unleashes a torrent of ethereal flames, incinerating all threats. A mysterious figure appears, cradling his broken body. She tells him to rest. She whispers that the true spectacle is only just beginning. Addressing him as her prince, she hints at a greater power she will reveal. An intricate unknown marking is visible on the back of her neck. He questions the fairy about the A-level elixir she provided. He demands to know her true motive for helping him so many times. Elsewhere, his summoned beasts observe his struggle, knowing he cannot succeed alone. The fairy simply explains that the human body is inherently fragile. Suddenly, his loyal dragon unleashes a devastating energy blast. He connects the recent monster tides to her, demanding to know if she orchestrated them. She reveals the monster's true target is a location far to the north, not him. She masterfully evades his suspicion, claiming her involvement is irrelevant. The incoming horde is not a threat. She calls them a delivery of resources. He finally understands she has been secretly manipulating events in his favor. She acknowledges his discovery with a cryptic, knowing smile. He rejects her aid, blaming her for the chaos as an explosion tears through the battlefield. Amidst the destruction, his dragon completes its evolution, ascending to A-class, but even this power isn't enough. A stronger ally is required for the coming threat. She hints that he already knows the identity of this powerful figure. The implication leaves him utterly bewildered. Before he can process it, two colossal A-class monsters emerge. He prepares for a desperate battle against impossible odds. The acid devourer and the titan spider. She commands him to ascend. His dragon surges into the sky, rapidly gaining altitude. It circles high above, positioning itself for a new strategy, but this height is insufficient to escape the senses of an A-class monster. She then proposes a different objective, hiding from his own father. He cannot comprehend the meaning behind her cryptic words. Far away, within a volcanic caldera, a cataclysmic power begins to stir. The mountain itself trembles as raw energy builds to a critical point. Deep within the molten core, a demonic figure awakens from its slumber. Its eyes glow with immense power, a being of pure destruction. It reaches out, gathering the ambient energy of the volcano. A blinding light emanates as it prepares a devastating attack. With a single motion, it unleashes this power, firing a beam into the heavens. The energy tears through the atmosphere, traveling at impossible speeds. It descends upon the battlefield, targeting the two A-class behemoths. The impact is absolute, vaporizing everything in a blinding flash of light. The resulting shockwave is so immense it can be seen from orbit. A blinding flash of energy erupted, signifying a catastrophic failure. A world-spanning grid materialized, a cage of cosmic proportion. He immediately recognized the technique, a colossal azure dragon. It was his father's exclusive martial art. The fairy confirmed his fears. The king of the different royal family was now hunting him. She revealed her purpose was to help him evade this coming disaster. He questioned her motives, but she claimed her reasons were a secret for now. This tracking art was ancient and relentless, a testament to his father's power. The king's search meant only one thing. His uncle's coup had failed. This was a flashback to that earth-shaking rebellion. In the past, the young prince confronted his uncle, who was caught mid-betrayal. He held a poisoned cup. His treacherous plan exposed. The uncle admitted that such simple poison was useless against the king, accidentally forging an alliance. The prince then revealed his own intricate plan to usurp the throne, a foolproof strategy built on his father's arrogance. A deal was struck between the two conspirators. The coup began, the timing perfect. The rebel army stormed the capital while the king was distracted. The prince, trapped in his quarters, demanded to be released to join the battle. He shattered his confinement, only to face the imposing shadow of his father. The king declared his brother a traitor, vowing to save his son with a fatal technique. The prince recoiled in terror, realizing this was no rescue, but an execution. The king's fist descended, a brutal, crushing blow aimed to annihilate him. The devastating double-strike combo connected with absolute force. The prince's soul was violently ripped from its human vessel. Back in the present, the planetary cage remained active. Months had passed, but now he had to face his father once more. He confessed the power gap between them was nearly insurmountable. Still, he refused to surrender, and she vowed to lend him her aid. She declared this an agreement spanning countless timelines and dimensions. He accepted her resolve, telling her not to worry. No matter the outcome, she swore to stand with him, even if the world itself were to end. Together, they would face the coming cataclysm. She questions his motives, a subtle probe into his newfound cautiousness. He admits the immense power gap, forcing him to prioritize his own growth. She gives him a strict deadline: reach the golden core period or be found by his father. That level, she explains, will only grant him the ability to sense the danger, not to fight it. The sheer terror of this revelation grips his companions. His father's search is on a planetary scale, and the Class A monster was merely a scout. She reveals she has her own critical tasks to attend to, and this will be their last meeting for some time. The sudden weight of their parting momentarily disrupts his composure. She calls him by his name, Hang Shang, her gaze intense. He is taken aback by her sudden familiarity. Her final request is simple: that he remember her name. As he processes her words, his allies begin their high-speed escape. The vehicle accelerates, putting distance between him and the mysterious entity. Inside, panic sets in as they demand ever-increasing speed. Arguments erupt over why he was allowed to leave, but the truth is, no one could have stopped him. The internal conflict escalates, threatening to tear the group apart. The driver silences them all, forcing their focus back on the immediate escape. His mind flashes back to her, and her question about her name. He recalls her saying that forgetting it would be a source of great sadness for her. He remembers the first part of her name, Hua, but the full name eludes his memory, a critical piece of information lost. He desperately searches his mind for the answer. She provides a final silent clue. The realization dawns on him: Liang Kaihua, 2 flowers. The memory triggers a powerful, overwhelming reaction from her. Meanwhile, the vehicle continues its desperate flight. His companions are still reeling from the recent events, blaming him for the chaos. The blame shifts to his protector, who is deemed useless for failing to intervene. The man tries to explain he was knocked out by Huang Shang's overwhelming power. He makes an absurd oath, swearing to be struck by a meteor if he's lying. The others mock his theatrical promise, finding it meaningless. One even jokes about launching him into the air to fulfill the oath themselves. Suddenly, a flaming object appears in the sky directly ahead of them. It's not a meteor, but a person moving at impossible speeds. Fate delivers on the oath as Huang Shang himself slams into the vehicle. The transfer of Haishui City's civilians was a calculated success. Their leader calls him the city's hero, a title he never sought. He dismisses the notion, stating the true savior was another, but she insists on celebrating their joint victory with a banquet. Suddenly, he remembers a loose end from his previous battle. He releases the powerful family heads he had sealed away. He explains their confinement was a necessary measure for their own survival. The elders concede, understanding the vast gulf in their power and intellect. Meanwhile, his intricate plan for civilian resettlement unfolds flawlessly. The other leaders can only watch, stunned by his foresight. A new sanctuary is being established, rich with resources. With the northern defense line secure, this area will become a bastion. His vision of a true haven for humanity is rapidly taking form. This is not just a shelter, but a new home. His followers look on, ready for the next phase of his plan. The celebratory banquet is now underway, but the 2 he subdued are still trapped in nightmares of their defeat. They are tormented by an unknown force, a consequence of defying him. That evening, the feast begins. A grand meal is presented to honor the victors. They gather to toast Huang Shang, the architect of their new reality. One leader attempts to force a bond of friendship. He pleads for past aggressions to be forgotten, a desperate move. His subordinate immediately strikes him down for his insolence. Huang Shang sees through their pathetic attempts to test him. They press him to drink, attempting to find a weakness. He calmly refuses, uninterested in their games. Even the homebrewed wine of Broken Sky Pass is of no consequence to him. An elder foolishly forces the drink upon him. They watch intently, hoping to see a crack in his composure. For a moment, he appears to be affected by the alcohol. He feigns intoxication, luring them into a false sense of security. Then he slams the cup down with force. His allies watch, knowing the facade is about to drop. His eyes clear, the act now over. He reveals a hidden truth. He is no mere survivor, but royalty. His comrades are stunned by his sudden mention of royalty. He feigns confusion, a calculated move to gauge their knowledge of his past. They whisper amongst themselves, unable to comprehend his true identity. They recall only his humble origins, unaware of the lineage he conceals. His erratic behavior is dismissed as simple intoxication, a perfect cover. The squad's technician tries to silence him, fearing he'll expose a critical secret. He continues the charade, demanding more wine to fuel his feigned delirium. He tests her further, referencing an arranged marriage tied to his royal status. To his surprise, she plays along, calling him prince as she pours the drink. He slams the cup down, the sound echoing with unspoken finality. The facade cracks as agonizing memories begin to surface. He mutters names of fallen kingdoms and a promise made to his father. The team watches, realizing this is a glimpse into a tragic past. A vow of vengeance escapes his lips, cold and absolute. He laments his current weakness, a temporary state he intends to shatter. He swears an oath before the mental strain proves too great. He falls into a deep slumber, his mind processing the torrent of information. His allies are left to ponder the massive implications of his words. Suddenly, the celebration is interrupted by a thunderous voice. The 6th Captain Su Da Hang makes his formidable entrance. He questions their idleness, having just returned from a brutal mission himself. He boasts of his own victory, a stark contrast to their quiet gathering. The captain had expected a triumphant return, a hero's welcome. Instead, he finds them attending to an unknown youth. Enraging him, the commander defends the boy, revealing him as the savior of their entire division. Sudahang scoffs, claiming the boy's methods caused unnecessary suffering. She warns the captain to stop, knowing he is dangerously ignorant of the truth. Her defense of an outsider wounds the captain's pride, fueling his fury. Ignoring all warnings, he marches toward the sleeping protagonist. He grabs the boy, attempting to wake him with brute force. He mockingly questions the boy's newfound status within the elite group. Without opening his eyes, the protagonist instinctively pushes the brute away. The captain is stunned by the boy's strange, half-conscious ramblings. He speaks of a rare allergy, a coded message only he understands. The captain of the Red Rip group rages over the sleeping protagonist's insolence. He vows to teach him a lesson today. His subordinates watch in alarm, questioning his sudden aggression, but the captain is consumed by fury, determined to strike. Suddenly, an unexpected figure intervenes. Pinning the protagonist down, Suda Qiao freezes, bewildered by this interference. His own commander questions the sniper's loyalty, but she calls him an idiot. With her rifle aimed true, she makes her threat clear. The captain quickly tries to defuse the situation, claiming it was a joke, but his allies are not convinced. Condemning his recklessness, the commander's eyes burn with contempt as he orders the captain to withdraw. Seething with rage, Suda Qiao retreats, reminding them of his connection to the leader. He smirks, confident his new achievements will secure his authority. The rest of the team can only watch, their expressions grim. They observe the volatile captain depart, leaving a trail of tension. They murmur amongst themselves, noting this dark change in their comrade's demeanor. Their attention, however, returns to the true mystery. They wonder about the secrets hidden behind the boy's closed eyes. Night falls, and within his mind, a battle rages. He runs through endless corridors, pursued by a relentless shadow. A sinister presence ensnares him, a nightmare from which there is no escape. He awakens with a start, the morning light a stark contrast to his inner turmoil. A teammate sits by his side, questioning him about words spoken. While he was vulnerable, she reveals a dangerous flaw. When his guard is down, the truth emerges. She asks about his crusade for a fallen kingdom, and the secrets he harbors. He remains silent, the weight of his past a burden he carries alone. She understands his hesitation and vows to find a way to help him, but she asks for a single promise in return. She pleads with him to stop fighting his wars alone and trust his allies. He considers her words and gives a silent, solemn agreement. Later, he is summoned to the group's headquarters. The leadership has a new mission for him, one of great importance. He is tasked with escorting a massive group of civilians through hostile territory. Despite the extreme danger, he accepts without a moment's hesitation. But the meeting is violently interrupted by the arrival of Captain Suda Qiao. The captain stops short, a predatory grin spreading across his face as he sees his target. This is the perfect opportunity to publicly humiliate the boy. He looms over the protagonist, demanding to know why he is silent. His provocations escalate, attempting to force a confrontation. The boy looks up, his gaze utterly dismissive. "I have no interest in you." This cold rejection shatters the captain's composure, sending him into a blind rage. An internal conflict threatens to tear the alliance apart. The brutish commander, Sudahang, arrives to boast about his latest prize. He presents a Class A treasure, a supposed token of loyalty to the Red Rip group. His leader, Shentu Yuquan, listens with a calculating silence. Shentu recognizes the man's foolishness. He has no idea what power he's challenging. The leader faces a dilemma, balancing his loyal old guard with the new, unpredictable variable. Sudahang continues his tirade. Fearing betrayal from within their own ranks, he openly accuses Hang Shang, labeling him a dangerous outsider. Shentu smiles, calmly dismissing the commander's concerns and telling him to rest, but in an instant, his entire demeanor shifts, radiating a terrifying pressure. A silent, suffocating command is issued, demanding absolute obedience. The entire room freezes under the immense weight of his killing intent. Thoroughly cowed, Sudahang can only submit to his leader's will. Shentu offers a final, chilling piece of advice about pride. The defeated commander retreats, his status firmly put back in its place. Outside, he lies to his men, fabricating a story of victory. His crew celebrates his supposed dominance, utterly oblivious to his humiliation. Internally, however, Sudahang sees this plotting his revenge. With the dissent crushed, the leaders quickly reach a consensus on the next phase. The operation involves a complex evacuation route through dangerous waters. Responsibilities are assigned, with the Ghost Flag and Green Shade groups leading the transport. The combined forces are now mobilized for the mission. Their transport ships, modified for mass transit, are ready for departure. These massive vessels stand as a symbol of their combined strength and preparation. The civilian evacuation begins under a guise of calm order. From a distance, the old guard watches the new generation depart. Su Dahang's gaze is fixed only on Hang Shang, his hatred burning intensely. His leader notices the obsession immediately. Shentu tests his subordinate's composure. He explains that Hang Shang is not a liability, but an asset of unimaginable value. As the ships prepare to leave, the final pieces are set in motion. Shentu cryptically states that with Hang Shang present, something incredible is bound to occur. Hang Shang simply watches the water, already anticipating the chaos to come. On cue, a massive Class B nightmare octopus erupts from the depth. The others see it as a disastrous stroke of bad luck, but before the monster can even attack, it's vaporized in a blinding flash of energy. The creature detonates in a massive, unnatural explosion. The crew is left in stunned silence. Such an event is statistically impossible. Shentu turns to his subordinate, completely unfazed. "Did you believe it now?" he asked. A massive B-class monster erupts from the water, overwhelming the fleet's defenses. The Vanguard crumbles under the immense pressure, her barrier shattering instantly. On another vessel, an officer questions the need for reinforcements against such a foe, but before they can act, Lu Xiaoyan descends, bisecting the beast with a single brutal strike. Her allies watch in shock, realizing her intervention was all that prevented a massacre. With the immediate threats neutralized, the army continues its relentless advance, but one of them, Hong, rushes to Xiaoyan, demanding to know the source of her newfound power. She had just witnessed the effortless execution of a monster that nearly wiped them out. Xiaoyan calmly reveals her spiritual power has ascended to a completely different dimension. Hong is stunned by this impossible growth rate, suspecting a treasure given by Hang Shang, but she recalls the treasure only offered a 30% boost, not the 50% Xiaoyan now claims. Xiaoyan offers no explanation, her expression cold and unreadable. The other members realize the boost they received from Hang Shang varies significantly. Hong discovers with dismay that her own power enhancement is the lowest of them all. Xiaoyan then reveals the hidden truth of the system. Hang Shang's ability doubles her own enhancement. The crew is left speechless, finally understanding the true gap between them and the protagonist's inner circle. Shaken by the revelation, Hong vows to overcome this deficit through sheer effort. Lost in thought, she turns and collides directly with an immovable object. It's Hang Shang, who barely registers the impact as she falls backward. The others look on as she scrambles to explain the sudden disruption. Elsewhere, within the command headquarters, a critical meeting is underway. Jin Chen reports on the influx of new personnel and the logistical challenges they present. Her leader, Kang Shu, delegates full authority to her, his trust absolute. She then admits that while Hang Shang restored her, her own spiritual core remains stagnant. Kang Shu offers a grim perspective on their new reality, where opportunity and disaster are one and the same. He dismisses her, urging her to focus on her recovery. His lieutenants remark on her seemingly improved disposition, but Kang Shu sees through the facade. Her recovery is not as simple as it seems. He reveals she is trapped in a downward spiral, her spirit slowly being eroded by despair. His subordinates are too naive to perceive the darkness consuming her from within. Kang Shu knows she is beyond his help. She needs a catalyst, an opportunity that only Hang Shang can provide. The temperature plummets, freezing the very river solid. But for a mechanical awakener of his caliber, this is a trivial obstacle. His vessel transforms, gliding effortlessly across the frozen wasteland. Meanwhile, others are not so fortunate in this unforgiving climate. Desperation sets in as they struggle to survive the encroaching frost. The elder holds onto a sliver of hope, refusing to abandon his post, but his companion has succumbed to despair, seeing them as worthless. Just then, a figure appears at their door, a leader from Ghost Flag City. They are stunned into silence. Their own leader has returned. He confirms his purpose, to lead them from this dying land to a new sanctuary. Disbelief turns to elation as their savior appears before them. He has returned to the frozen ruins of their former home. The mayor greets him, overcome with relief after fearing the worst. He offers a simple gesture of reassurance. The time for despair is over. The situation is grim. The city's food stores are depleted, and many have perished. The cataclysmic shift in climate claimed countless lives before they could react, but the leader came prepared, bringing vital supplies and a clear evacuation plan. Word of his arrival spreads like wildfire through the desolate streets. The citizens gather, their faces etched with newfound hope for the future. He calms the crowd, assuring them that provisions will be distributed systematically. The evacuation will be executed in phases, prioritizing the most vulnerable first. His decisive command restores order and morale. The people are united. With the logistics handled, Hang Shang departs on a personal errand. He seeks an item capable of reigniting the spirit of a fallen comrade. Within a quiet room, a lone flame flickers against the darkness. A visitor arrives, seeking an audience with the despondent Jin Chen. It is Su Dahang. He attempts to lift her spirits with a simple offering. She offers a polite but hollow reassurance, her mind clearly elsewhere. He presses further, inquiring about the source of her despair, her damaged meridians. He advises her to abandon her struggle, to accept the harshness of fate. His words are brutal, urging her to face a future without her former power. He pledges his protection, a gesture she acknowledges with cold courtesy. She requests solitude, a plea he seems intent on ignoring. Her patience exhausted, she dismisses him with a single word, alone. He departs, but his intentions are far from noble. He sees her despair not as a tragedy, but as a strategic opportunity. His cruel words echo in her mind, forcing her to confront her new reality. Memories of failure and accusation flood her consciousness. The voices of her past condemn her, telling her to abandon all ambition. Her spirit fractures under the weight of her perceived failures. She is left isolated, trapped within her own prison of despair. I was just an ordinary girl, with average looks and grades. My physical abilities were lacking, but I found solace in books. I was captivated by the biographies of legendary heroes. I resolved to be ready for my own moment of greatness. Then my brother was born. My mother devoted herself to him. My father carried the weight of the entire family. The pressure shattered their patience. My attempts to help were met with rage. He cast me out, severing our bond completely. A wall of silence grew between us. My mother focused solely on my brother's future success. Her words revealed a chilling truth. I was nothing more than a burden. The house grew cold and dark. I couldn't even read the books that were my only escape. Despair consumed me. There was nothing left. The days bled into one another, an endless cycle of neglect. I resolved to excel in my studies, to earn their approval, but my success only made me a target. My attempts at compromise were met with escalating violence. When the school finally intervened, I was blamed for my silence. My mother was furious at the inconvenience. She abandoned me to attend my brother's performance. The event was cancelled anyway. Some people, no matter how they strive, are destined for failure. I walked home in the storm. The cold and a subsequent infection nearly claimed my life. My recovery was an ordeal of physical and mental torment. I began to question why I was even saved from that nightmare. Why grant me hope, only to destroy it time and time again? And so I walked into the frozen wilderness. Two figures traversed the blizzard, their path uncertain, but one of them detected an anomaly. He reached out, amplifying the storm's fury with his own power. The ground fractured, revealing a brilliant light from the abyss. It was the source of the disturbance. A new power was awakening. They stand over the frozen expanse, surveying the aftermath of the previous battle. An anomaly below the ice captures their attention, a fire burning with immense spiritual power. He immediately announces his intention to investigate the energy source alone. Disregarding her warnings, he prepares for the sub-zero dive. His companion can only agree to assist by monitoring his route from the surface. He confirms he will descend first to assess any potential dangers. Without another word, he plunges into the frigid depth. The freezing temperature immediately begins to take its toll on his body. He descends further into the dark, silent abyss, navigating a maze of razor-sharp ice formation. He scans the darkness, searching for the glowing spirit he sensed. Suddenly, he detects movement from a cavern deep below. He unleashes a sensory technique to probe the area for threats. His pulse immediately reveals an entity of incredible power. An A-class monster, the Mountain Devourer, has been awakened by his intrusion. The colossal beast fixes its many eyes upon him. He realizes the creature is drawn to his spiritual power and quickly suppresses his aura. He spots a glowing cave entrance, his only path forward. Inside, the water grows warmer, confirming this is the source, but something is already waiting for him within the light. A primordial fire spirit, crowned with flames, materializes before him. The creature observes him for a moment, before erupting with furious heat. The temperature spikes to a lethal degree, threatening to boil him alive. He activates a powerful propulsion art to make a swift escape, but the cave's exit is now blocked by the massive eye of the Mountain Devourer. Trapped, he unleashes a furious two-fisted assault. The attack strikes the creature's eye, resulting in a concussive blast. On the surface, his companion loses contact and begins to panic. She remembers he cannot speak while submerged, recalling their emergency-coded signals. She sees 6 bubbles rise, the signal for extreme imminent danger. A horrifying shadow rises from the depths, and the ice cracks beneath her feet. From the icy depths, his silhouette emerged, radiating an immense power. He descended on a golden construct, a machine his ally had never seen before, but their reunion was cut short as a massive beast of pure ice erupted from the water. The A-level monster lunged, its maw wide enough to swallow the girl whole. Just as its jaws snapped shut, he snatched her from the brink of death. He struggled to pilot the device while securing his passenger, the balance precarious. Their escape was a chaotic, spinning descent, a desperate flight from the monster below. Meanwhile, a waiting retrieval team grew impatient with the delay. Suddenly, they spotted a bizarre shape speeding down the snowy mountain. Through their binoculars, they saw the girl, her face streaked with tears. She collapsed before them, pleading for them to save Hang Shang. They found him completely encased in a block of ice, a frozen statue. A foolish attempt to thaw the ice only made the situation situation more absurd. Elsewhere, in a fortified command center, a new power broker received a status report. The leader's pleasant demeanor shattered in an instant, revealing a deep instability. His subordinates dismissed the outburst, showing their clear lack of respect. A woman known as Jin Chen admitted to carrying her own deep regrets. Their meeting was interrupted by the arrival of a hulking warrior, Su Dahong. The leader was immediately hostile, questioning the man's unauthorized presence. Su Dahong announced he had abandoned a mission to support Jin Chen directly, but the leader asserted his authority, claiming the final decision was his alone. The warrior conceded, but demanded to be heard. He declared that none of them understood what Jin Chen truly needed. What she desperately craved, more than anything, was stability. Her mind fractured, revealing the source of her pain. Visions of blood and loss flooded her consciousness. She was haunted by accusations from a grieving mother, blamed for a death she could not prevent. The memory of that trauma was a wound that never healed. Even now, the thought of losing anything more terrified her. Enraged, another operative stepped forward to silence Su Dahong, a deadly energy gathering in his hand. The leader intervened just as the conflict was about to erupt. An incoming call had captured his interest. The caller ID showed a name that made him smirk. Hang Shang. He put the call on speaker for all to hear, a calculated move to sow chaos. Su Dahong recognized the leader's faction, his voice filled with contempt. From the phone, Hang Shang's calm voice cut through the tension, asking for Jin Chen. He declared he had found the very thing she needed most. Su Dahong roared, warning him not to reopen her old wounds, but Hang Shang simply stated the truth of what he possessed. It wasn't an item or a weapon, but something far greater. It was hope. In that moment, the light returned to Jin Chen's eyes. The opposition is furious, learning a Class A monster guards their objective. But on the other end of the line, Hang Shang's plan is already in motion. He simply states he has a feeling it will be useful, a calculated risk. The brutish warrior, Su Dahong, erupts in anger, questioning the insane logic. He knows an underwater beast of that rank is a guaranteed death sentence. The leader proposes a simple yet flawed strategy, a distraction. Su Dahong immediately sees through the irresponsible plan, calling it a suicide mission. The leader dismisses his concerns with a smirk, deciding to consult the girl directly. He puts the call on speaker, forcing her to make a choice. He pressures her for an answer, but Su Dahong exposes the truth. She is bait. He pleads with her not to sacrifice herself for their reckless ambition. The leader's manipulation continues, leaving the final decision to a conflicted Jin Chen. Su Dahong correctly deduces who would benefit most from her demise. His insubordination earns him a death threat from the leader's silent enforcer. Tensions escalate as the leader and the warrior exchange hostile words. The enforcer decides internally that this obstacle must be removed permanently. Su Dahong channels his power, ready to meet her challenge head-on. The leader finally intervenes, warning them both not to provoke him further. He once again shifts the burden of choice onto Jin Chen. Overwhelmed, she refuses the mission, unwilling to cause more harm. For a moment, the leader's plan appears to have failed. Su Dahong celebrates her wise decision to stand down. He reaffirms his own mission to protect the innocent. Seeing Jin Chen's despair, the leader dismisses the conversation for now. The group disperses, the conflict seemingly resolved. But just then, an unexpected variable enters the equation. It's Hang Shang. His arrival shocks them all. He ignores everyone else, addressing the fire girl directly. Jin Chen, defeated, tells him she cannot accept his offer. Su Dahong immediately intercepts, accusing Hang Shang of orchestrating her death. He warns the young strategist not to trifle with him. The warrior attacks, but Hang Shang evades him with impossible speed. In a flash, he seizes Jin Chen's hand, stunning the room. He tells her there is no time for explanations. Their window is closing. He pulls her away before anyone can react. The two of them depart, leaving chaos in their wake. He stops for a moment, forcing her to look at him. He presents her with a simple choice: trust him and follow. With absolute certainty, he promises he will help her succeed. He declares that breaking a promise is not an option for him. The abandoned leader and his subordinate can only watch, utterly powerless. His conviction reignites her hope. She agrees. Hang Shang's gambit has succeeded, securing his key piece for the coming battle. Time is running out, and she urges him to leave with her now. His entire team rallies behind him, volunteering for the dangerous mission, but a sudden emergency forces a change of plans. A new, urgent task is assigned elsewhere. The leader cuts straight to the point, questioning if Jin Chen can be trusted. Jin Chen deflects, turning the question of trust back onto the leader himself. The leader reconsiders, asking if he should personally intervene in the mission. Jin Chen rejects the offer. He declares he will retrieve his target without assistance. With a tense agreement, the plan is set, though not all parties are satisfied. Aboard the vessel, the mission parameters are laid out. Every second counts. He exudes calm confidence, assuring the team they will not be late. He begins to brief the team on his meticulously crafted plan. The strategy involves him locating the entity underwater first. He will then signal its position. Technological support is offered to extend his underwater operational time. A teammate asks for clarification on the nature of their otherworldly target. The distinction is explained. Monsters are simply creatures warped by a powerful energy source. He warns of the extreme danger posed by the underwater Class A threat. The overeager teammate is immediately shut down. His abilities are useless in this environment. Suddenly an alarm sounds. A hostile vessel is on an intercept course. On its deck stands the brash warrior from before, demanding to join their operation. His presence is an unwelcome and irritating complication for the team. Contacting command, they are given a green light to deal with the interloper permanently. Without warning, the enemy ship unleashes a barrage of cannon fire. Their vessel is hit, and the warrior's ego is bruised. He roars in fury. He prepares a devastating counterattack, ready to show them his true power, but his volley of missiles impacts harmlessly against an unseen energy shield. The winged operative reveals himself as the source, challenging the warrior's claim of superiority. The warrior attempts to de-escalate, shifting from bravado to cautious negotiation, but his opponent has no time for words. Unleashing a powerful particle beam without hesitation, the warrior is instantly neutralized, sent flying into the ocean. Amidst the team's scorn, his purpose served, the operative departs, leaving the mission in Jin Chen's hands. From the water, the defeated warrior accuses Jin Chen of orchestrating this internal conflict. He then tries to manipulate the fire user, dredging up a past she cannot bear to remember. His words strike a nerve, and her composure begins to crack. Jin Chen intervenes, commanding her to ignore the enemy's psychological warfare. He warns that dwelling on vengeance will only lead to greater suffering. He reveals a personal truth. His own path is fraught with even greater loss and pain. He questions the logic of abandoning a goal for fear of losing it. In a world that doesn't care for loss, one must always press forward. His profound insight resonates with her, shattering her doubt. The others are stunned by his wisdom. He quickly dismisses their concern, concealing his own history. The target's energy signature is located deep within the submerged ruins. His allies watch with concern, one issuing a dire warning to the others. He is equipped with a high-frequency transmitter to track his descent. Without hesitation, he plunges into the abyss. Above, his team marvels at the impossible city frozen beneath the ice. His life sign descends rapidly as the temperature plummets. The freezing conditions begin to affect the surface team's morale. One member uses their unique abilities to erect a temporary shelter. With their survival secured, they can only wait for a signal. Deep below, the pressure builds. Hang Shang navigates the silent, frozen ruins of a forgotten era. He finds the absolute silence unsettling. An apex predator has cleared this territory. Suddenly, the reason for the silence reveals itself. He reacts instantly, evading the crushing jaws by a mere fraction of a second. Though he escaped, the attack has drawn blood, leaving him wounded. The scent of his blood drives the creature into a frenzy. Miles above, his team remains completely unaware of the life or death struggle, but then a sensor specialist detects a massive energy spike. Panic grips the team, powerless to intervene at such a depth. One member offers to descend, but his power level is insufficient for the threat. As futile arguments erupt, their desperation grows. Just then a powerful figure arrives. Silencing the commotion, he declares his intent to help. Charging a devastating amount of energy, he unleashes the attack directly into the fragile ice sheet. His reckless solution is brute force on a terrifying scale. The beam of pure energy vaporizes everything in its path. Hang Shang is caught directly in the cataclysmic blast wave. The resulting shockwave obliterates the ice field above. The team's leader appears, apprehending the attacker for his catastrophic decision. His recklessness is met with immediate, decisive force. On the monitor, the protagonist's signal flickers and vanishes. A chilling realization dawns on his closest ally. The tracking device, now severed, sinks into the darkness. Hang Shang is gone. The Elder's fury erupts, demanding vengeance for the fallen warrior. Gudaning lies broken, bearing the full force of their blame. A specialist activates his earth-scanning technique, searching for a life signal. He can only detect the spiritual power of monsters below. The worst-case scenario is confirmed. Hang Shang has been consumed. The team's rage redirects to the man they deem responsible. They deliver a merciless beating, believing all is lost. An attempt is made to console Jin Chen, but the words are empty. Her world fractures, consumed by absolute despair. Meanwhile, a different group marches through the brutal, freezing wilderness. One by one, they begin to collapse from the extreme cold. The lone rescuer is overwhelmed by calls for help from every direction. Suddenly, his device dies, severing their connection to the outside world. From a command center, a technician monitors the rapidly dropping temperature. He offers his own specialized communication equipment to pierce the interference. But he reveals a grim truth. The temperature has not yet reached its lowest point. A superstorm is forming, and its epicenter will bring an unfathomable cold. His calculations are precise. Any civilians on the expedition will freeze to death. The leader demands to know the best-case scenario. Any alternate path? The technician's answer is chilling. What he described is the best they can hope for. His superior is stunned into silence by the brutal finality. The heating systems on the main vessel have failed, dooming everyone aboard. Back with the others, their monitoring screen cuts to static. The environment is too extreme. Their technology is failing. A young woman grabs an oxygen tank, resolved to find Hang Shang herself. She insists on following his plan, reserving the second tank for Jin Chen, but Jin Chen interjects, demanding they save Hang Shang at any cost. The group's strongest warrior steps forward to take the tank for the rescue mission. Jin Chen collapses, begging him to save Hang Shang's life. She pleads with everything she has, her voice filled with desperation. She will pay any price, so long as he is brought back. In that moment, a massive pillar of light erupts from the ice below. They immediately recognize the technique as one of Hang Shang's martial arts. He is still alive, fighting in the depths of the abyss. Jin Chen approaches the light, understanding this was his true purpose. A golden energy floods her vision, resonating deep within her. She feels a powerful warmth, her very soul connecting with the phenomenon. This is the power he spoke of, the key he left for her. It is a signal, a path for her to follow into the darkness. Her teammate warns her that the location is too deep for a single oxygen tank. Before they can argue, a second, more powerful blast of energy erupts. Hang Shang had fired again, ensuring his message could not be missed. An ally provides Jin Chen with high-capacity oxygen tanks for the deep dive. With a final resolve, she plunges into the freezing abyss. Her support team monitors the mission, watching the temperature drop to lethal levels. As she descends, other survivors above ignore their stranded comrades. Jin Chen focuses only on the path forward, refusing to be trapped by the past. She steels her resolve, vowing that this time, she will not back down. Suddenly, a colossal deep-sea predator lunges from the darkness. Our protagonist activates his spiritual energy, preparing for the assault. He unleashes a flurry of devastating strikes against the aquatic beast. A complex spiritual formation materializes, designed to ensnare the monster's essence. He then channels his power into a spiraling dragon of pure energy. The beast is torn apart from within, its life force obliterated in an instant. Having spent all his energy, he collapses on the ice. An order comes through from command: prioritize civilian evacuation at all costs. The team leader prepares her squad to depart immediately. A subordinate protests, arguing that Hang Shang's team has not yet returned, but the ship's heating system is failing. To wait is to condemn everyone to a frozen grave. The leader is given an ultimatum: make a decision in 5 minutes. Meanwhile, deep below, Jin Chen senses the artifact's movement. The target is getting closer, its power signature growing stronger. Her support team warns that oxygen levels are critical. She must return immediately, but she ignores their desperate pleas, pushing even deeper into the crushing depths. She understands that if she dies here, there will be no second chance. This opportunity was earned with a life, and she will not let the sacrifice be in vain. Back on the surface, a brilliant column of light erupts from the ice. Hang Shang emerges, his power amplified by an ancient martial arts technique. He turns to his bewildered allies, entrusting the next phase of his plan to them. His amplified energy summons the true Leviathan of the deep. The others panic, but their commander sees the tactical advantage of fighting on solid ground. However, the arrogant warrior Ma Qianyi recklessly charges the beast alone. He slams his fists directly into the fragile ice sheet. The entire frozen surface cracks and shatters under the immense force. The monster erupts from the depths. Enraged by the foolish attack, Ma Qianyi plunges into the freezing water as his comrades look on in horror. He sinks into the dark abyss, his consciousness fading. His team can only scream, powerless to stop his descent. The team establishes a foothold on the frozen water. Suddenly, the aquatic behemoth unleashes a devastating barrage. In the chaos, the son searches desperately for his father. He finds him incapacitated, drifting into the abyss. The young man is powerless as his father sinks away. Meanwhile, another combatant draws the monster's attention. His allies shout a warning as the beast prepares a new attack. A torrent of frozen energy erupts, shattering their platform. The survivors are thrown into the freezing water as its jaws open. In a single swift motion, the creature devours its prey. His teammate can only scream his name in anguish. They watch, paralyzed, believing their ally has been lost. But inside the beast's gullet, an unexpected variable appears. Refusing to be consumed, the veteran unleashes his true power. He declares the beast is a century too early to challenge him. The internal explosion sends shrapnel like ice flying. The battle yields a rare artifact, a Class A Devil's Fang. But the creature is not defeated, now enraged and poisoned. The protagonist calculates the perfect strike, weighing the cost. He authorizes the exchange as the beast lunges for its final attack. A particle beam of immense energy is unleashed. The blast rips through the monster's formidable defenses. The critical shot incapacitates the creature instantly. Mortally wounded, the behemoth sinks beneath the waves. The team believes the threat is neutralized, but she knows better. The beast is merely retreating, heading toward their true objective. Simultaneously, a critical equipment failure is detected. Deep below the surface, another operative is in grave danger. Her life support is failing, but her resolve remains absolute. She spots her goal, a light source within a deep-sea cavern. With her oxygen depleted, she discards the useless equipment. There is no turning back. The final answer is right ahead. The voices of the past echoed in her mind, a litany of rejection. To her own family, she was meaningless, an obstacle to be discarded. As her consciousness faded, she felt herself sinking into an endless abyss. The pressure was immense, yet a strange calm washed over her heart. But a memory surfaced, a hand reaching for hers, a voice urging her to look forward. It was a promise to move on, to escape the swamp of the past. A lifetime of unfulfilled desires flashed before her eyes. She wanted to build a future for herself, to become someone she could be proud of. In the darkness, a single tiny flame appeared before her. Her eyes fluttered open as she was pulled back from the brink of oblivion. She had returned, but she was not alone. A strange presence had found her in the void, a being of pure energy. It could sense her despair, her confusion, for they were one and the same. Their souls resonated on the exact same frequency. They needed each other. She reached out, embracing the warmth and accepting its power. Together they would forge a new destiny. A cataclysmic burst of light erupted from her being. She remembered the cruelty of the world, the struggles she had endured, but within that very cruelty, she found her reason to exist. She would value herself, forgetting those who hurt her and thanking those who believed. Her comrades had pulled her from the darkness time and again. She would carry the weight of their sacrifices and the warmth of their trust. With newfound clarity, her eyes opened. The dawn of a new era was upon her. A blinding light exploded from the battlefield, shocking her allies and enemies alike. The energy coalesced into a radiant sun, burning away the shadows. A celestial dragon wrapped around the pillar of light as her power ascended. The sheer intensity of her presence felt like the sun returning after a long, bitter winter. Her allies stared in disbelief, feeling an overwhelming spiritual pressure. Someone had achieved a breakthrough. From the heart of the inferno, a magnificent phoenix of flame emerged. This was no dream, but a rebirth through fire. Jin Chen had been reforged. She vowed to never be defeated again. She had ascended, reaching the golden core period as the sixth captain. Her comrades could only stare in awe. Jin Chen had truly been reborn from the ashes. She thanked them for their faith, but the monster was not yet finished. With a single gesture, she unleashed a wave of absolute destruction. Only lives that have burned brightly can leave behind brilliant memories. Her eyes, now glowing like embers, held an unshakable resolve. The light she commanded would be the fire that ends the long night. A colossal phoenix of pure flame tears a hole through the oppressive clouds. It soars directly towards the immense ice serpent. As the unnatural cold begins to recede, the serpent unleashes a beam of absolute zero. The sky is sealed once more, plunging the battlefield back into a frozen twilight. The beast reveals itself as the source of the climate disaster, whipping up a furious storm. The girl glares, identifying the true culprit behind the endless winter. Her spiritual power erupts, stunning all who witness its magnitude. She focuses this immense energy, preparing to end the conflict with a single strike. The serpent meets her challenge, condensing a sphere of pure frost energy in its maw. The two opposing forces collide, fire against ice in a cataclysmic blast. The very earth shatters from the impact of their ultimate techniques. Onlookers are thrown back by the violent shockwave from the dueling energies. The sphere of chaotic power is slowly being forced back toward her side. Her allies realize that a direct hit from this condensed power would mean annihilation. She knows she cannot retreat. Failure means this land becomes a permanent tomb of ice. Just then, a voice cuts through the chaos. Hang Shang appears, offering his support. He moves past her, deploying a golden shield to intercept the attack himself. He channels all his power into his hands, preparing for the impossible task ahead. Rocket thrusters ignite, pushing her to safety as he charges forward. His shield makes contact with the energy sphere and is instantly obliterated. He is consumed by the explosion, a calculated sacrifice to save his comrade. As the blast closes in on her, a system prompt appears in her mind. Without a moment's hesitation, she accepts the exchange for a state of immortality. The energy hits, and she is flash frozen in a tomb of solid ice. But within the ice, her will remains unbroken. She will not be a victim again. A blazing fire erupts from within, shattering her prison of ice. She knows there is only one path forward: absolute victory. The immortal phoenix rises again to face the serpent of winter. She casts aside all fear, her resolve forged into an unstoppable weapon. Her defiant smile shines, more brilliant and dangerous than any jewel. She smashes through the monster's ice magic with a spear of concentrated flame. She flies directly into the beast's maw, intending to purify the chaos from within. The creature's internal structure begins to violently detonate. A great flame self-explosion rips the monster apart from the inside. Her allies watch in horror, believing this to be a final suicidal act, but the flames converge once more, and Jin Chen is reborn from the ashes. Unharmed, the remnants of the monster sink beneath the waves. The battle is finally won. The sun's rays finally warm the frozen landscape as she stands victorious. She turns to thank Hang Shang, only to see him initiate a self-destruct sequence. He detonates in a blinding flash of light, leaving his allies completely stunned. The mayor and citizens awaken, safe and sound. They rejoice, realizing they have been saved from certain doom. Immediately, they rush out to find their savior. The mayor is desperate to meet the hero who saved them all, but the atmosphere they find is not one of victory but of mourning. The hero, Hang Shang, has fallen in battle. The mayor offers his deepest condolences on behalf of the entire city. He is told the hero died from a self-detonation after using a flawed technique. A heavy silence settles over the desolate landscape. A memorial is quickly arranged for the fallen warrior. They honor his sacrifice, vowing that his heroic spirit will endure, but one of his comrades recalls his impossible resilience. He had survived having half his body obliterated before. A senior officer reminds them that in this era, death is swift and unpredictable. The officials decide to depart, leaving the hero's team to grieve. One of his companions sits alone as the sun sets. She refuses consolation, needing time to process the loss. Another decides she must say a final goodbye to settle a debt of honor. Her eyes are filled with grim determination. She pushes through her grief, needing this closure. This would be her final farewell. She tells her small companion to be brave. Tears fall as she laments her inability to repay him now. She enters the dark room where his coffin rests. She knows the sight will be painful, but she must look. Her flashlight illuminates not a body, but the very much alive protagonist. Her mind short-circuits from the sheer shock. She lets out a terrifying scream, fleeing the room in a panic. Her teammates can't understand her incoherent shouting. She can only scream, completely overwhelmed. The machine ear coach enters, demanding to know who is there. She finds the protagonist, who simply asks where his clothes are. Her own composure shatters at the impossible scene. He calmly requests new clothes, and she agrees without hesitation. She sprints off, desperate to fulfill his command. In moments, she returns with a fresh set of clothes. She instantly regrets not taking a picture of the miracle she just witnessed. The protagonist is now dressed again. Just then, another group of his friends arrives to pay their respects. They stop dead, finding him at a table, eating a bowl of noodles. They can only stare, dumbfounded at their friend eating beside his own empty coffin. The fire spirit documents her recent transformation, a farewell to her past self. She owes her salvation entirely to Hang Shang, who pulled her from the depths of despair. Inspired by him, she now seeks to become a beacon of hope for others. But her new power is unstable, her spirit not yet fully integrated with her body. She seeks out Hang Shang, hoping he can explain this dangerous phenomena. He immediately recognizes the symptoms of meridian rejection, a critical stage in her evolution. He diagnoses the issue as a wave incompatibility. A forceful coordination is now required. The process will be excruciating, a trial by fire she must endure. She agrees without hesitation. He strikes, sending a precise shockwave of energy into her core to force an alignment. The concussive blast echoes through the building, startling Lu Xiaoyan in the adjacent room. Concerned, she calls out to check on Hang Shang's safety. He calmly explains the situation, describing it as a necessary meridian adjustment for his new ally. Lu Xiaoyan is skeptical. An adjustment for a golden core cultivator should not be this volatile. But the first attempt failed. Hang Shang detects a deeper spiritual blockage. He instructs her to focus her own power and shatter the internal barrier from within. An immense pressure builds as the untamed energy gathers inside her. She reports the blockage is located at a critical nexus, preventing the flow of power. He orders her to release the energy as a sonic blast, the only way to clear the path. Hesitation could be fatal. If the power remains trapped, it will consume her. With a final desperate cry, she unleashes a torrent of raw spiritual force. The sheer energy output jolts Lu Xiaoyan from her bed once more. The ongoing power surges are unlike anything she's ever witnessed, and she misinterprets the cause. She grows frustrated, unable to comprehend the nature of their secret training. The powerful spiritual waves make it impossible for her to rest. Her agitation grows with each passing moment. She decides she cannot simply stand by while such a momentous event unfolds. She bursts into the room, demanding an explanation for the immense power signature. She mistakenly believes they are performing a three-person cultivation technique. Without her, her mind races, imagining the exponential power they could achieve by synchronizing their cores. Enraged at being excluded, she prepares to force her way into the ritual. She unleashes her own spiritual energy, intending to join the volatile process. The sudden introduction of a third power source causes a catastrophic energy overload, creating a chaotic vortex. After returning to the city, the Red Rip Group's leader formally thanks Jin Chen for his aid. He acknowledges Jin Chen's new Golden Core status and offers him a substantial reward. The leader proposes making him a captain, but Jin Chen instantly rejects the offer. He counters with a demand far greater: leadership of the entire group. The audacity of his proposal enrages the others. However, the city's mayor intervenes, granting him permanent free access to all city resources. Jin Chen accepts the strategic alliance, knowing its future value. It's time to gauge the strength of his new associates. They gather around a spiritual power detector. The first member strikes, unleashing a powerful blow. The device maxes out at 999, much to his disappointment. The next combatant steps forward, delivering a far more controlled attack. His score shatters the previous limit, reaching 120. Another warrior demonstrates her psychic power. She scores a nearly identical 130, proving her rapid growth. The leader taunts the first member for his lackluster performance. Then, a hulking brute named Makiani lands a devastating fiery punch. His power level is an immense 1849, setting a new high score. The leader then turns to Su Sahang, the man who nearly died in the ice. He demands a specific item as repayment for his rescue. His threatening gaze leaves no room for defiance. Pressured, Su Sahang unleashes his own strike on the device. He surpasses the previous record with a score of 1996, shocking the onlookers, but that was only a fraction of his true strength. Activating a forbidden state, his aura explodes with dark energy as he strikes again. The reading skyrockets to a formidable 2333. Impressed, the leader turns his attention to Jin Chen, challenging him to try. Before he can, the mayor steps forward, unleashing her own Hellfire technique. Her attack registers a staggering 208.5d9, demonstrating true golden core power. The entire group is stunned by her overwhelming strength. She stands perfectly composed, the attack having cost her nothing. Finally, it is Jin Chen's turn. He delivers a casual, almost lazy punch. His score is a mere 1210, drawing immediate scorn from the others. He calmly explains that the side effects of his true power are too dangerous to reveal. They dismiss his words as the excuses of the weak. The leader offers him a chance to grow stronger at a perilous location, but only if he proves his worth. Jin Chen agrees instantly, warning them to prepare for the consequences. The group watches in tense silence. He closes his eyes, and a terrifying spiritual power erupts from his body. He activates the forbidden spiritual fortune art. His entire being is enveloped in golden energy as he prepares his attack. The resulting impact is blinding, his power doubling in an instant. This power is not his own. It is borrowed from a being called Big Iman. A desperate memory flashes through his mind, a promise to survive together. This is followed by a chilling vision of a future enemy, a monster who claims to have already devoured all his friends. An immense spiritual power erupts from his body, radiating pure, untamed energy. The spectators are in disbelief, while his opponent dismisses it as a mere bluff. But this is no illusion. He channels the inferno through his entire being. A devastating shockwave of pure force obliterates the arena floor. The blast is so powerful, the onlookers think he self-destructed to achieve it. The objective complete, his body enters a forced state of rest. The commander observes, intrigued by this display of reckless power. A monitoring system struggles to even quantify the energy he released. The final reading shatters all known records for a warrior of his rank. They realize he not only possesses an immortal body, but can replicate techniques perfectly. Lying amidst the wreckage, they wonder just how deep his true potential runs. The commander reveals their deal. Before collapsing, he requested the location of the most dangerous place nearby. Elsewhere, in the dead of night, a different conflict is brewing. A young woman argues with an unseen figure, her frustration growing. She is infuriated by Hang Shang's recent reckless action. Meanwhile, the commander recalls the moment their alliance was forged in victory. He dreams of their inevitable rise to power, a future of absolute conquest. But his dream is cut short as he awakens to an intruder in his room. It is Hang Shang, who has come to demand the fulfillment of their agreement. The commander warns him that no one has ever returned from the place he seeks. Hang Shang's resolve is absolute. His reasons are his own, and he will not be deterred. The pact is sealed under the silent watch of the moon. His destination is set, a district in the notorious Yongle city. The young woman scrolls through the news, shocked by the reports of his power. She realizes with dread that he is operating on a level she cannot yet comprehend. In another part of the world, things are deceptively calm. A strange tranquility hangs over the district known as the Sheep Area. We are now in Tianquang City, a place with its own dark secrets. Inside a hidden laboratory, an experiment has just failed. The lead researcher laments their proximity to a breakthrough. The patient's body rejected the treatment, creating a fatal immune reaction. With the city's cancer rates soaring, their failure carries a heavy weight. This is a problem that has plagued humanity for centuries. For now, all they can do is document the results and try again. A junior scientist moves to enter the data into the system, but suddenly the corpse's eyes snap open, blood pouring from them as an unnatural life returns. The horseman questions their sudden departure, but Hang Shang's plans are already in motion, aimed at a much larger prize. Even the horseman pledges his support, making it clear where his loyalties lie. The orders are given with swift precision. They will seize Ghost Flag City as a new base of operation. Their arrival is perfectly calculated. The once frozen wasteland is now a temperate strategic asset. Hang Shang immediately begins restructuring the region to his will. He renames it First City Huang, the foundation of his future empire. The city is a desolate ruin, stripped of all conventional resources. This is a test of true power, not wealth. His subordinate lists the impossible requirements for their fortress. The probability of success appears to be zero. Meanwhile, a different operation is underway. A lone operative speeds toward an unknown crisis in Amparilla district. In that very district, a prominent professor has missed a critical meeting. His colleagues sense that something is terribly wrong. Their call goes unanswered, the professor's phone lying shattered in a pool of blood. A flashback reveals a catastrophic lab accident. A patient complains of agonizing pain, but it's not from the disinfection. A terrifying mutation is spreading from the bite wound. A low, inhuman growl echoes through the night streets. The city's inhabitants are completely oblivious to the approaching doom. The transformation is complete, leaving only a blood-soaked monster. A new plague is now unleashed upon the unsuspecting city. The city descends into chaos as screams echo through the night. A desperate call for help is dismissed as a delusion, but the reality of the threat quickly dawns on everyone. Security security forces open fire, but their bullets seem to have no effect. The creature is inhumanly resilient till they realize its critical weakness. This is a calculated move, a gambit in a much larger game. The target is finally neutralized, leaving the guards in utter shock. They are stunned by the supernatural power they just witnessed. Suddenly, the captain recoils in agony. He brushes it off, unaware of the poison now in his veins. Elsewhere, a medical team fights a losing battle against the same affliction. The patient's organs fail. It's the same pattern as before. Panic grips the lab as the doctors realize their failure. The lead doctor connects the symptoms. Dreading what comes next, a silhouette rises from the gurney in the dark room. The patient is alive again, but something is terribly wrong. Raw terror fills the air as they witness the impossible. The infection continues its silent spread across the metropolis. The captain collapses, violently ill, as his men mysteriously heal. The loss of a single pawn is an acceptable sacrifice. The gambit was a success. 4 new pieces are now on the board. His eyes glaze over as the transformation begins. He lunges, sinking his teeth into his own subordinate. The soldier shoves him back, confused and terrified. The captain has lost his mind, the contagion spreading rapidly. One by one, the rest of the squad turns, their bodies contorting. Their humanity is erased, replaced by a vacant hunger. The last survivor gives the only possible order: extermination. Chaos erupts as the infected turn on their former comrade. A civilian dismisses the carnage, choosing willful ignorance. He moves to investigate the sudden silence outside. What he finds is not a riot, but an army of the dead. The night is far from over. A desperate report confirms the virus is transmitted through bites. The scientist describes the fatal immune storm just as it claims him. His data streams to a remote, unseen observer, but the mastermind is already aware of this information. He sits before his own board, every piece perfectly placed. He foresees the coming tide of blood and destruction. This is the retribution humanity deserves. Orchestrated by Hu Li, the instructor confirms a communications blackout with Tianquang City. For a full year, no one has known the truth of what transpired there. Some of the students still hold out hope for a savior, but others dismiss this as a foolish fantasy. They rationalize that their champion is too far south to even be aware of the danger. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, Hang Shang crosses the treacherous Crocodile Sea. Back at the training camp, the commanders prepare their cadets for the worst. The lead instructor stresses that they must always be ready for the unknown dangers ahead. The cadets steel their resolve, ready for the coming war. Their purpose is clear: to become the shield that protects this last bastion of civilization. She hopes their training will be enough when the real battle begins. They answer her call with unwavering conviction. Suddenly, an urgent transmission comes through for the commander. It is Emperor Li, the ruler of their district, demanding answers about Tianquang City. Commander Sui confirms the intelligence is accurate, but wants his assessments. She insists he dispatch a reconnaissance team to the northern region immediately. The infection is spreading, and if it breaches their borders, it will come from the north. The emperor scoffs at her concern, dismissing her as naive and inexperienced. He reveals his own intelligence, claiming the virus was a controlled lab experiment. He confidently states the scientists must have a countermeasure ready. Elsewhere, others speculate about this very possibility, a last hope for humanity. But that hope was a lie. The scientists were the first to fall. The emperor continues his arrogant lecture, believing the local awakened can contain the threat. He is oblivious to the terrifying truth. Even the awakened are being infected and turned. He places his faith in a system that has already crumbled. He believes his territories are impenetrable fortresses against all threats. But on the ground, the last remnants of command are being overrun. The leadership has already fled, abandoning their posts and their people. Tianquang City didn't just fall, it was consumed by fire and death without any resistance. The training camp remains, a lone island in a sea of chaos. Yet the emperor dismisses the catastrophe as nothing more than fabricated rumors. Commander Sui has had enough of his delusion and demands he take action. He argues that the city is too distant, that a simple river will halt the apocalypse. She presses him, her patience exhausted by his incompetence. But the infection does not respect borders or geography. A diseased creature falls from the night sky. It is immediately captured by a silent predator of the forest. The feline carries its tainted prize back towards the city lights. It watches over the unsuspecting populace from the shadows, and in its eyes a familiar crimson glow signals that the plague has already arrived. The hunting party is ambushed by a mutated beast. One of their own vows to end his life if the infection takes hold. The commander issues new orders. All personnel are to prepare for war. Reports confirm the worst. Tianquang City has lost all contact. Her command is absolute. In this crisis, hesitation means death. The squad stands resolute, ready to face the coming storm. They immediately begin strategizing a new defensive perimeter. A lone vehicle speeds through the wasteland. A desperate call comes through with terrible news. Tianquang City has completely fallen. The Hu family has made its move, seizing resources after unleashing a plague. The name of the man responsible is revealed, He Li. Before she can learn more, the line goes dead. Meanwhile, the protagonist assesses his companion's condition. His own abilities are on cooldown, leaving him temporarily vulnerable. He discovers a peculiar artifact among the bones of the desert. Using it, he attempts to establish a connection across the vast distance. His mount returns unexpectedly, its energy seemingly restored. He realizes he was moved without his knowledge. The destination remains far. A strange energy suddenly envelops him, originating from his companion. The creature seems disoriented, acting on an unknown impulse. It carries him across the barren sands. He understands he's no longer in control. In a quiet district clinic, a different horror is unfolding. Blood pools on the cold floor from a grievous wound. The infected soldier fights a losing battle against the mutation. He chooses the only escape left to him. He raises the weapon, his last act of defiance. But the infection is faster, seizing control of his body. His final moment of humanity vanishes as he collapses. The transformation is complete. His body begins to twist into a grotesque new form. An inhuman scream echoes through the empty building. A friend arrives, oblivious to the monster waiting inside. The door bursts open, revealing the horrifying truth. The night sky remains silent, unaware of the chaos below. A phone rings, a ghost from a world that no longer exists. But the recipient is lost in memories of a life now gone forever. The streets fell into a deathly silence as the citizens stared forward, their eyes completely vacant. Inside a remote shop, two men lamented their lack of customers, unaware of the approaching doom. Suddenly, a massive crowd appeared in the distance, a shambling tide of infected bodies. A city official received the panicked call. The Fuqiang district was completely lost. The arrogant Emperor Li declared he would handle the crisis personally, certain of his absolute power. Meanwhile, in a skyscraper overlooking the city, the true mastermind observed his plan unfold. He remained in the shadows, far from the chaos he had meticulously engineered. Suddenly, a figure storms into his office. "You did all this, didn't you?" he accuses. The man remembered the protagonist's terrifying power, the ability to create and control viruses. Hu Li simply identified the intruder as a follower of a past acquaintance. "Stop what you're doing," the man demanded, speaking of the sanctuary humanity had built. But Hu Li was uninterested, instead choosing to mock the man's devotion to another. The warrior's patience snapped. "Don't change the subject," he yelled. Hu Li's expression turned to ice. "What did you just say?" The man repeated his plea, speaking of protecting civilians from the monsters outside. "That's right," Hu Li conceded with a chilling smirk. "But they're all guilty," he continued, his voice devoid of emotion, "and they deserve to die." Elsewhere, an elite response team assembled to deal with the escalating crisis. Their commander briefed them on the situation. Fuqiang district was infected with a zombie virus. They had already formed an information network, a sensory grid to monitor the perimeter. A broadcast suddenly interrupted their briefing. It was Emperor Li announcing his intent to intervene in the disaster he couldn't comprehend. He boasted that as the peak of spiritual power, he would end the chaos himself. His arrogance was legendary, claiming that where he went, utter destruction followed. The tactical team could only stare at his grandstanding with utter disdain. Their commander ignored the broadcast and began formulating a practical strategy. Her subordinate confirmed that her advanced detector drones could reach the site in minutes. A drone was launched as the team began discussing tactical deployment. The map revealed the horrifying speed of the viral spread, forcing them to increase northern defenses. Their mission was to cut off the infected zone and deploy reconnaissance to gauge the true threat. As the drone approached the district, she ordered the video feed to be connected. The footage revealed a scene far worse than they had imagined. Thousands upon thousands of zombies. The entire horde was swarming a single point, a stage where Emperor Li stood alone. From their command center, the team watched the fool's final stand. He was immediately overwhelmed, his screams of agony lost in the roar of the horde. The team stared in shock. The city's strongest protector was infected in an instant. The commander's face hardened. "We need a new defense plan," she ordered. "The enemy is a far higher class than we predicted. The unthinkable has happened. Emperor Li himself has been compromised by the virus." They watched the monitor, witnessing the fallout of this disaster. On screen, the Emperor cries out in agony, his consciousness fading. The transformation is rapid and grotesque as his humanity is stripped away. He now stands before a horde of the infected, a puppet king for the apocalypse. The team is stunned by the bizarre spectacle unfolding before them. She quickly deduces the horrifying truth. A high-level awakened creates a more potent infected, yet their past selves are erased, replaced only by a primal viral instinct. He is now a beacon, drawing the infected to him and amplifying their rage. Meanwhile, the true mastermind watches his intricate plan unfold perfectly. He reveals his method, not direct control, but an amplification of their darkest impulses. She understands the weight of their situation. The choice to fight or fall is theirs alone. His rival cannot stomach this manipulation and erupts in righteous fury. The mastermind simply summons his enforcers, his voice laced with ice. "Eliminate him. Two deadly assassins step forward, their killing intent palpable. Huli knows her place is on the battlefield, not in this political game, but her exit is blocked. He demands she witness the consequences of inaction. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the city skyline. The attack has begun. The royal family watches in horror as chaos descends upon their city. The fallen emperor is now a mindless beast, attacking anyone in his path. Taking command, Huli orders all units to mobilize for immediate deployment. His rampage continues, spreading the infection through pure, unrestrained violence. Her forces converge on the northern district, establishing a defensive line. The virus uses him as a beacon, creating a synchronized frenzy among the infected. They gather like a grotesque court, ready to serve their new king. The defenders prepare for the incoming tide. The viral strain is highly contagious. The directive is brutal but necessary. Infection means immediate self-termination, but a local crime lord sees this crisis as an opportunity for power. Huli knows their only chance of survival is to unite all factions against the horde. She mentally calculates the city's combined military strength, assessing their odds. To finalize her strategy, she requires precise enemy numbers from her scout. Nisu activates her long-range scanners, surveying the entire district. Her face pales as she delivers the report. The enemy numbers over 5,000. An overwhelming sea of the dead stretches as far as the eye can see. At the vanguard stands the fallen emperor, leading his elite infected. A final battle is inevitable. The operation commences in Yongle City, the target zone now active. A massive horde of the infected approaches the defense line. The survivors flee in desperation, their blood staining the ground. The infected are relentless, driven by a singular horrifying hunger. The squad leader gives the command to activate the perimeter. Instantly, a colossal defensive wall erupts from the earth. A second layer of energy reinforces the barrier, sealing the survivors inside. But some of the infected manage to slip through the gap. A specialized team forms a choke point, a wall of flesh and steel. From above, the order is given to commence long-range attacks. Devastating artillery fire tears through the horde's ranks. Suddenly, reinforcements from other districts descend upon the battlefield. However, a mysterious black monolith materializes, blocking their path. A powerful strike connects with the strange object but has no effect. The force repels her as a cloaked figure warns her of the danger. The defenders maintain their barrage, oblivious to the new threat. The squad leader's attention is suddenly drawn to the bizarre structure. At its apex stands a figure they recognize with absolute horror. It's not a pillar, but a grotesque tower of intertwined bodies. To their shock, the Emperor at its peak speaks with terrifying intelligence. The artillery specialist unleashes her ultimate weapon without hesitation. The blast engulfs the tower of bodies in a massive explosion. The recoil from the blast severely injures the gunner. Her life hangs in the balance as her teammate rushes to her side. A healer immediately begins channeling restorative energy into her. The explosion, however, created a new gap in the horde's formation. The healer is now exposed, shielding her fallen comrade with her own body. Just in time, the commander activates a powerful defensive art. She declares that no enemy will step foot into their land. Her resolve ignites the fighting spirit of the others, but in a moment of madness, one defender tastes the infected blood. The infection spreads rapidly as one of the general's own men turns on him. He barely dodges the attack, the creature's teeth scraping against his armor. A younger man watches in horror as his own father succumbs to the virus. The memories of his childhood are corrupted by the monstrous transformation before him. As the creature lunges, another soldier is forced to strike it down, but the threat is far from over. As more infected appear from the rear, the commander orders her troops to form a defensive line and contain the outbreak. Amidst the chaos, a new figure emerges, held aloft by his corrupted followers. It is Emperor Li, laughing maniacally at the destruction he has orchestrated. The commander confronts him, questioning if any shred of his former self remains. He merely babbles, feigning insanity to mock their desperation. Elsewhere, a previous battle has concluded with a decisive loss. The defeated warrior kneels, unable to comprehend his opponent's immense power. A cold voice orders his subordinate to stand down, sparing the man's life for now. The warrior is enraged by this mercy, but is immediately bound by a powerful restraint technique. The mastermind simply turns away, his plans already moving to the next phase. He confronts another captive, his chilling presence promising only pain. Back on the main battlefield, the defenders are being overwhelmed by the horde. The commander desperately tries to hold the line, screaming at the Emperor to stop this madness. She taunts him, trying to break through his facade of insanity. Her words strike a nerve, and the Emperor's rage finally boils over. She smirks, having proven that his mind is still his own. Dropping the act, he unleashes his true power, summoning a massive sphere of dark energy. He declares that none of them will leave this place alive. The heroes recognize the attack, realizing it's even more powerful than before. The Emperor gloats, knowing their usual savior is nowhere to be found. He hurls the sphere of annihilation towards them, but just as all hope seems lost, a figure descends from the sky on a massive bird. The Emperor freezes, his attack plan instantly shattered. The newcomer effortlessly nullifies the catastrophic blast with a single gesture. The soldiers on the ground stare in disbelief at their unexpected salvation. Enraged, the Emperor screams his rival's name, refusing to accept defeat. He unleashes his ultimate technique, a concentrated beam of destructive energy. Our protagonist calmly dodges, correcting the villain's petty insult. He then activates his own technique, repurposing the energy into propulsion jets under his feet. The Emperor is left utterly speechless at this unprecedented maneuver. His own sacred martial arts were just weaponized against him in the most disrespectful way imaginable. As the enemy stood triumphant, a new figure entered the battlefield. His allies watched in stunned silence. Their leader had finally returned. He was warned of a virulent contagion, but he simply acknowledged the danger. The enemy monarch was already reeling, unable to process the strike he had just suffered. A single explosive punch had sent him hurtling through the air. The blast wave tore through his personal guard effortlessly. On the ground, the king seethed with fury and disbelief. The sheer display of power left everyone speechless. He couldn't fathom how a mere mortal could match his spiritual pressure. Unfazed, our protagonist began a strange, meticulous ritual. He donned a mask, his focus sharpening to a razor's edge. The king watched, baffled by the blinding speed of his hand movements. An ally recognized the technique and advanced medical procedures. This blatant disrespect in the face of combat enraged the monarch. He channeled his own life force, preparing a counterattack. A dark, swirling shield of energy erupted around him. This was his ultimate technique, a barrier of corrupted blood that turned anyone it touched into a zombie. His companions saw the trap, but the protagonist remained utterly calm. Shielded by his power, the king goaded him from a safe distance. He dared him to approach the impenetrable, infectious fortress. In the next instant, the strategist appeared directly beside him, inside the barrier. Before the king could react, a second devastating blow connected. The impact shattered his senses completely. He suddenly found himself in a strange white room, utterly alone and confused. His allies were astonished. A spatial storage ring capable of imprisoning living beings was unprecedented. The protagonist revealed his plan to quarantine his foes until a cure could be found. With a snap of his fingers, he began transferring more subjects into the dimensional prison. One by one, he selected the next inmates for his pocket dimension. Inside, chaos erupted as the king's new cellmates materialized from thin air. The monarch realized they were zombies and plotted to use them to escape. He observed his new potential army with renewed purpose. However, his undead minions were completely preoccupied with a game of mahjong. The sheer absurdity shattered his composure, and he attacked the zombies in a blind rage. The horde immediately turned on him, their numbers overwhelming. The once mighty king was brutally dismantled, his reign ending in utter humiliation. Hang Shang confirms there is a path forward, but it will require a sacrifice. His team follows the first step, creating a massive diversion with a powerful explosion. To focus the horde, an irresistible lure is required. A human bait is deployed. The lone figure stands exposed, drawing the attention of every creature in the vicinity. Overwhelming terror sets in as the undead masses turn their gaze upon the offering. As the survivors reach the edge of the chasm, Hang Shang prepares the next phase of his plan. He unleashes a second precise blast, not at the enemy, but at the very ground his allies stand on. The cliff face shatters, sending his own people tumbling into the dust below. The gambit works perfectly. The entire horde now fixates on the single, isolated target. With the trap set, the bait is extracted from the kill zone just moments before impact. A massive reinforced barrier slams down from above, encasing the entire swarm in a steel tomb. The operation is a success, but the director confirms their work is far from over. Hang Shang coldly orders his team to prepare for the next wave, ignoring the pawn he just used. Elsewhere, a vehicle comes to a screeching halt in a desolate urban landscape. A lone figure steps out, surveying the unsettling silence of the street. She has arrived in Tianquang City, but the expected populace is nowhere to be found. She proceeds with caution through the eerily empty parkways. Her attempts to contact her allies fail. She is completely on her own. This residential park should be bustling, but an unnatural quiet hangs in the air. Ascending the stairs, she gazes down into a horrifying sight. An ocean of people. A closer look reveals their blood-stained faces and vacant, hungry eyes. Her heart freezes as the truth of the situation dawns on her. The entire horde turns in unison, their collective scream shattering the silence. She is spotted. Her position is completely compromised. Realizing these are not people but monsters, she immediately turns to flee for her life. She cuts down the closest pursuers with a swift attack, buying herself precious seconds. Her superior agility allows her to evade the initial wave, vaulting over obstacles. But she feels a dreadful certainty. They are not just chasing her, they are hunting her. Unknown to her, her every move is being broadcast on a screen in a dark room. Her pursuer watches with amusement, knowing agility alone will not save her from his pawns. His strategist considers the situation, contemplating how to close the net. With cold finality, the order is given. The price of failure in this organization is steep and brutal. A wounded subordinate can only weep, having failed his master's expectations. On the monitor, the girl remains the primary target, unaware she is caught in a mastermind's game. Hong stands alone, a silent sentinel against the undead horde. His face is a mask of blood and resolve, his eyes devoid of fear, but instead of fighting the zombies, he lunges directly at his own ally. The ground shatters from the force of his blow, his fury now unleashed. A dark energy emanates from him, his eyes weeping blood. From a hidden control room, observers note the sudden betrayal. They realize his attack lacks true killing intent. The puppeteer smirks, amplifying the mind control to its absolute limit. Huang screams, his mind assaulted by an unbearable force. Yet through sheer will, he breaks through, urging her to escape. His resistance shocks the controllers. Their puppet is cutting his own strings. He unleashes a torrent of energy, a final act of defiance. Unwilling to lose their asset, they prepare for immediate recapture, but a new threat emerges, blocking her only path to safety. Suddenly, arcane shackles materialize around her wrists and ankles. She is violently slammed to the ground, completely immobilized. Trapped and powerless, she can only demand answers from the shadows. A familiar figure steps into the light, a chilling presence she knows all too well. He greets her with a predatory smile, addressing her as his sister. The name escapes her lips in a whisper of dread. Huli. He looms over his captive, stating that her release is not an option. This reunion, he explains, has been a long time in the making. He analyzes her vitals, sensing an anomaly in her response. She recoils from his invasive examination, lashing out in fury, but her defiance means nothing. He simply prepares a mysterious syringe. This is not a simple capture, it is an experiment. He tells her she knows nothing of the true darkness that governs their world. Her elevated heart rate is a variable he finds particularly interesting. He declares his objective to extract all information on Huang from her mind. Activating his unique power, the virus space pupil, he begins the mental dive, but her consciousness is not unprotected. He finds himself instantly trapped in ice. He recognizes the location within the memory, deducing Huang's proximity. The memory distorts, showing a chaotic and nonsensical scene. He tries to make sense of the fragmented data, but the memory fights back. The absurdity of the vision momentarily stuns the psychic intruder. He questions what he is even witnessing. He spoke of a past he wished to understand. He asked about his aunt, a kind person from a forgotten time, but that kindness was extinguished from the world. The memory of his mother's death fueled an inferno of vengeance. The girl suggested he target the Hojia group, but his ambition was far greater. He would make the entire world pay for its injustice. She recoiled from the sheer murderous intent radiating from him. He recalled the moment he gave his mother false hope. Seeing her desire to live, the thought of her final moments became an unbearable weight, suffocating him. He dismissed his own pain, deeming it irrelevant to his grand design. His expression hardened, his path now absolute. The girl could only watch in terror. He had accepted his fate was to lose everything. Therefore, he chose to become the agent of total destruction. He held a syringe, the maximum dose of a specialized virus. He was about to test the limits of his creation. If he couldn't possess what he cherished, then no one would. He administered the injection without a moment's hesitation. The serum coursed through her veins, a torrent of agony. Her body was racked with violent convulsions. The transformation was excruciating. She fought against her restraints, her humanity slipping away. Finally, her body went limp on the cold floor. His cold eyes observed the final stages of her mutation. A new being rose from the ashes of the old. The experiment was a success. He explained how the virus rewrites the mind, leaving only primal aggression. He then asked his new creation what it desired most. A silence hung in the sterile air between them, but her response was not what he engineered. Her primal instinct was not for destruction, but for another person. For the first time, the mastermind's perfect calculations had failed. An unknown variable had just shattered his entire plan. The doctor contemplated his next move, a sinister strategy forming in his mind, but a sudden premonition caused the stone in his hand to disintegrate. He now understood the true threat. Hang Shang had to be eliminated. Meanwhile, his brainwashed sister was awakened, her mind consumed by a single directive. The doctor watched in horror, his creation now an unpredictable variable in his grand design. Far away, Hang Shang's own plans were reaching completion. The awakened zombies were neutralized, encased in impenetrable ice by his overwhelming power. He was asked about his future ambitions, a plan to rebuild civilization itself. His allies were stunned by the scale of his vision, but Hang Shang's focus was not on glory, but on the source of the world's corruption. He issued his orders with absolute authority, dispatching his forces to scout the perimeter. They would prepare for the next wave, now under his unified command. He agreed to return with them, as his home base was still a strategic asset. His former companions reflected on his impossible rise to power in mere months. The gap between them had become an uncrossable chasm. Hang Shang confirmed their fears, stating the difference in their strength would only continue to grow. His brutal honesty left them speechless and unnerved. The convoy departed, leaving the frozen battlefield behind. Inside one of the vehicles, the driver felt a palpable tension. He tried to make conversation, hiding his own deep-seated envy. Hang Shang sat silently in the back, a silent storm of power between his two companions. The driver's resentment festered, but he dared not speak it aloud. Deadline, deadline, deadline. As night fell, a new threat was already mobilizing under the pale moonlight. An urgent report came in. Tens of thousands of zombies were moving with unprecedented speed. The news was rushed to the regional director, who was deep in strategic planning. The gravity of the situation was so immense, she hadn't even noticed her own state. A messenger was dispatched into the night. It flew across the city, carrying a desperate warning. The news spread quickly, met with disbelief and shock. A painful memory surfaces. The day that monster forced him to abandon his host, Chen. Now he has arrived in Yongle City, the first piece on his grand chessboard. He already knows the enemy's plan. A massive zombie wave will strike from the north. The city's negligence will be their doom, but for him it's a perfect opportunity. On the train, he identifies a key component for his strategy. Without warning, he seizes the girl, creating a necessary public disturbance. The other passengers react with predictable outrage, all part of the plan. He extracts his asset from the chaos, leaving behind a bewildered bystander. Speeding towards their destination, his route takes them directly to the Nanchi district. They approach a quarantine checkpoint, a minor obstacle in his path. With her new identity established, the girl is granted entry into the isolated zone. She walks through the desolate streets of the city, now designated a sheep zone. Her mission is simple. She scans the crowds for her designated targets. Her eyes lock onto the first one, an awakened individual named Hituaye. She initiates the protocol, feigning distress to lure him in. The arrogant fool takes the bait immediately, blinded by his own confidence. She leads him away from prying eyes, down a secluded alley. The hunt continues. She identifies another target, a high-level awakened. He too is easily manipulated. Following her into the shadows, two more powerful figures are spotted, completely unaware they are being targeted. They foolishly agree to assist, sealing their own fate. One by one, the district's strongest defenders are systematically removed from the board. Meanwhile, his allies receive troubling news. The Nanchi district is under a massive assault. The situation is far more critical than anyone had anticipated. They are being pincered from the north and south. The city is on the brink of collapse. Desperate, they seek out Hang Shang, who has been preparing in isolation. He appears before them, his calm demeanor unshaken. He will handle the northern defense. They are stunned by his declaration. He intends to face 10,000 zombies alone. She warns him that this new horde is different. They are intelligent, living weapons. He finds this even better. An enemy without morals is an enemy without weakness. He dismisses their offer of help. Their presence would only get in his way. His words are a calculated insult, leaving them utterly speechless at his audacity. The enemy commander's face flashes across the city screens, a calculated taunt. His subordinates see these, realizing their attack has been anticipated. Suddenly, a massive horde of creatures swarms the streets. This was the surprise he had prepared for them. The invaders immediately open fire, unleashing a massive explosion into the approaching legion. But the blast radius is far greater than they expected, catching their own forces in the inferno. The enemy strategist is stunned. His ambush was not only predicted, but perfectly countered. His elite soldiers are forced into a desperate close-quarters battle against the relentless horde. They are completely overwhelmed, their formation crumbling under the sheer weight of numbers. From a high vantage point, a woman observes the chaos. She addresses the enemy leader directly. The surprise was not for them, but a trap they willingly walked into. She reveals their entire northern flank is also accounted for, showing complete strategic dominance. Refusing to answer any questions, she watches as the subordinate uses a unique ability to escape. She calmly notes his destination. He is heading north to find the true mastermind. The northern sector appears quiet and sparsely defended. Here, a monstrous commander receives a report from his own psychic network. His intel confirms the enemy committed all their strength to the south. He questions their strategy. Believing the north is abandoned, he sees a golden opportunity to strike. But as he prepares his army, he finds a single man waiting for him. It's Hang Shang. The intel was a lie. The entire northern defense consists of just one person. The creature's commander approaches, demanding to know his identity. Hang Shang calmly confirms it, asking if his opponent is the one in charge. The monster leader confirms he is the mastermind. Satisfied to have found his target, Hang Shang begins his psychological assault, inquiring if the horde are all brothers. The taunt hits its mark perfectly. The creature erupts in pure rage. Hang Shang feigns a misunderstanding, further unsettling his opponent with his unnerving calm. He continues the act, a deliberate ploy to shatter the monster's composure. The monster furiously explains these are not his kin, but genetically engineered weapons he created. They are merely replicas, copied from a single source gene, a technology he is proud of. A cold smirk appears on Hang Shang's face. He is also quite proficient at copying. He raises a simple whistle to his lips, confusing the creature completely. From the shadows, an army begins to march forward in perfect unison. Their footsteps echo across the barren landscape, an unnerving display of discipline. The monster watches in disbelief as the soldiers come into view. They all have the same face. Hang Shang stands before an army of his own clones, turning his enemy's strategy against him. The monster is utterly broken by the revelation. His own tactics have been weaponized against him. Since awakening his ability, one question consumed his thoughts. What was its ultimate purpose? He maintained a low profile, dedicating himself to intense study and research. Through meticulous preparation, he mastered all available knowledge. The future was now his to command. The other king, possessing supreme martial arts, pondered the same question of purpose. He too kept a low profile, but his study was one of peace and cultivation. Soon there was nothing left for him to learn. His future was already within his grasp. The scientist's power was insidious. He could command viruses to rewrite the very code of life. He pushed beyond human limits, creating artificial life. But it was not enough to achieve his goals. The martial artist's path was different. He could split his soul, creating perfect combat clones. By altering their essence, he could amplify their power. But this too was insufficient for his ambition. Through relentless growth, the scientist forged a legion of his own. It was an army of killing machines, designed to assimilate everything in its path. The martial artist's calculations were swift. He could generate nearly 20,000 clones in a single day. He faces his rival's army, unimpressed. "You call this an army? It is a rabble of mindless beasts." The scientist counters, explaining his will can freely move between hosts, controlling them perfectly. His creations share a single consciousness. Finding the true body amidst the horde is impossible, but the martial artist's strategy is far more direct. His clones are perfect imitations of himself. This makes tracking the original among the identical duplicates an exercise in futility. The creature's leader grows agitated, realizing the psychological trap being laid. He dismisses it as a stalling tactic and unleashes his enhanced legion. The modified bodies, covered in killing weapons, descend upon the clones. But the martial artist's clones are different. They carry only a single devastating martial skill. A brilliant light emanates from the first clone. As it meets the charge, it detonates with catastrophic force, a technique of pure self-destruction. The monster leader is stunned. A martial art based on clone self-explosion was unthinkable. The martial artist's expression is cold. The one underestimating his enemy is you. His clones advance, a unified chorus of destruction. Charge! An endless wave of living explosives swarms the enemy commander. The battlefield erupts in a chain reaction of devastating detonations. The attack is relentless, targeting the weakest points of his genetically modified body. An officer orders her subordinate to monitor the developing situation on the front lines. The battlefield is already a storm of explosions. The conflict appears completely one-sided. The observers wonder if they should intervene in the chaotic battle, but they quickly realize Hang Shang holds the overwhelming advantage. His strategy is simple, yet brutally effective, deploying an army of living explosives. Each one detonates with devastating force upon contact with the enemy. An endless wave of self-destructing clones marches forward into the horde. The genetically modified creatures are being systematically torn apart. Their commander is enraged by this unorthodox tactic. His elite forces are being neutralized. But this was all part of the protagonist's calculation. He had already analyzed every variable. In his grand strategic overview, no opponent could possibly pose a threat. The enemy leader fumes, seeing this endless wave of clones blocking his path to victory. He watches as another group of his soldiers is instantly vaporized. The commander realizes his forces are dwindling. A prolonged battle is untenable. Yet he suspects a flaw in this relentless assault. There must be a weakness to exploit. Another massive detonation confirms the simple, brutal nature of the attack. He finally understands. The explosions themselves are not the true threat. He realizes the protagonist has been hiding in plain sight among his own decoys. As long as they evade the blast radius, the clones are useless. He orders a full-scale charge. His genetically engineered creatures possess superior agility. They begin weaving through the explosions. The commander sneers, believing he has uncovered the final layer of the strategy, but our protagonist merely smirks. The real plan has yet to begin. He activates a new technique, instantly doubling his clone army. The enemy is stunned. He clarifies that these are not mere explosives. They serve a far more insidious purpose. Upon contact, the new clone unleashes a blinding flash of psychic energy, overwhelming the creature. Their enhanced senses become their greatest weakness. He states calmly, "You cannot evade what you cannot see." With the enemy blinded and disoriented, he gives the final order to his explosive units. A chain reaction of detonations engulfs the helpless creatures. The commander can only watch in fury. He finally grasps the terrifying truth. The protagonist's entire skill set is a perfect counter to his own. Our protagonist then reveals the true nature of his power, a martial art based on quantum principles. Each clone exists in a superposition. Will it detonate, or will it emit a blinding flash? The enemy has no way of knowing until the moment of impact. It is the perfect tactical trap. The commander dismisses the theory as absurd, but the results on the battlefield are undeniable. He is trapped in an endless, infuriating cycle of misdirection and destruction. A virus is merely a simple biological structure, a parasite that replicates to survive. But after I awakened the ability to control it, I ascended beyond mortal limits. With this power, I can be a savior, or a demon who plunges the world into hell. I have the heaven-defying ability to control this world. To my enemies, I am a specter of the underworld, a force that drives them to madness. The creature knows reinforcements are approaching. It moves to eliminate the girl quickly. Suddenly its consciousness synchronizes with the host's body. Now fully in control, the entity faces him. It mocks his apparent inaction. He narrows his eyes. "If you don't come, then I will come to you." He surges forward, meeting her ferocious charge. His duplicates suddenly retreat from the battlefield. She questions his sudden change in tactics. "Where did your arrogance go?" she screams. "Why did you run away?" He evades her frantic assault with ease. She realizes he is far from exhausted. She summons her monstrous guards to overwhelm him. He remains completely unfazed. With a single gesture, he unleashes a torrent of water. A prison of solid ice encases her instantly. She scoffs, believing such a simple trap is useless. The ice shatters as she breaks free. The modified bodies are far too powerful. He analyzes the situation. Is the consciousness of the original owner still present? The virus confirms his theory. The host's heart is in agony, filled with guilt for this battle. He processes this critical new information. The entity mocks him, attempting to provoke an emotional response. His eye glows with cold fury. It continues its psychological assault, detailing the host's inner suffering. The virus despises what it perceives as the girl's weakness. He sees an opening. He offers his arm, a calculated risk to draw the enemy in. The virus hesitates, sensing a trap. "There is no deceit," he states calmly. The bait is taken. The entity sinks its teeth into his arm. The infection attempts to spread, but his own viral control stops it cold. A perfect stalemate. But this was his objective all along. He can now access the spiritual power within its body. The entity's consciousness begins to blur. It realizes its fatal tactical error. The connection is severed. The sister's true self finally regains control of her body. Overwhelmed by the trauma, she begs for an end, but he refuses to abandon her. He urges her not to give up so easily. "Trust me," he insists. "You will be fine." He declares that no matter what happens, she will always be his most important partner. He calmly places a hand on the feral girl's head. Beginning his intervention, she instinctively bites down on his arm, drawing blood. Unfazed, he explains his ability to control the spiritual power coursing through her. He promises to eradicate the virus, telling her to wait for his return. To sever the infection, he detonates his own hand in a controlled blast. As she panics, he cuts her off with a single command. He coldly informs her that she now owes him a life debt. This debt will be collected when he faces a future catastrophe. She immediately agrees, and a pact is formed between them. With the transfer complete, he confirms her consciousness is stable. An unexpected observer interrupts. Enraged by their private exchange, she demands he return the girl's original body, but he flatly refuses. The entity possessing the body shrieks, claiming she will never relinquish control. She threatens to destroy the vessel entirely rather than give it up. The entity laughs maniacally, eager to see her plan unfold. He simply reminds her that he can neutralize the virus at any moment. She scoffs, underestimating the gravity of his threat. In her arrogance, she unleashes her final trump card, a horde of viral minions. The creatures merge, forming a grotesque abomination of flesh and eyes. As its power surges, she warns him that he will die here. The beast looms over them, a towering monument to her madness. He turns his back on the monster, carrying the girl to safety. With a single leap, he evades its earth-shattering strike. He calmly tells the unconscious girl to rest. His mission far from over, the monster screams in rage, its attack having failed completely. Suddenly, a targeted explosion rips through the creature's form. As planned, his elite reinforcements arrive to secure the area. The monster roars, realizing it has been cornered. He hands the girl to an attendant for immediate medical care. He instructs the director to eliminate the monster, leaving a clone to assist. With the lesser threats contained, he prepares to leave for his true target. A cold fire burns within his eyes. He is going to find the mastermind orchestrating this chaos. The city's defenders hold the line against a grotesque biological horror. Hang Shang's clones join the fray, a calculated move to overwhelm the beast. With the clones providing a critical distraction, the commanders see a path to victory. A blinding flash grenade detonates, momentarily stunning the creature and its allies. Far from the battle, a lone healer tends to a grievously wounded fighter. She recognizes the patient, the very assassin who once tried to eliminate Hang Shang. The woman is barely clinging to life, suffering from catastrophic internal injuries. Her sheer will to survive is almost incomprehensible. The healer can only watch in awe at such impossible resilience. Meanwhile, Hang Shang travels at blinding speed, a drone struggling to keep pace. He inquires about the drone's maximum velocity, already calculating his next move. He then reveals he has yet to use his full power, and his aura explodes into a fiery inferno. He becomes a crimson comet, shattering the sound barrier as he races toward his destination. Elsewhere, the rival king, Hu Li, awakens from a forced recovery. His subordinates are surprised, believing the immediate threat was over, but Hu Li delivers a chilling warning. The true enemy is now approaching. He predicts their arrival within days, deciding to conserve his strength for the final confrontation. His loyalists can only obey, leaving their leader to his preparation. Hu Li lies down, the weight of the coming war pressing down on him. He assesses his own weakened state, his injuries still a major liability. The mere thought of Hang Shang's existence disrupts his focus, a constant source of irritation. As he rests, his reconnaissance familiar is activated across the continent. The mystical bird scans the terrain, searching for any trace of its target. It tries to pinpoint Hang Shang's location based on his last known speed, but it's shocked to find its quarry moving at twice the expected velocity. Hu Li's consciousness smirks, believing this pace will leave Hang Shang completely depleted. Indeed, Hang Shang appears to be pushing his physical limits. His operator questions his stamina, remembering the severe wounds he recently sustained. But Hang Shang simply gathers ambient energy, initiating a forbidden healing art. An impossible surge of light erupts from his hand, blinding the drone's sensors. His arm is regenerated in an instant, defying all logic and horrifying the spying familiar. He coldly states that even the explosion was part of his plan to conserve his resources. He ignores his depleted spiritual power, knowing he possesses reserves his enemies cannot fathom. With a flick of his wrist, he traps the spying bird in a pocket dimension. The familiar is cast into a prison of starving beasts, becoming their next meal. The psychic link is violently severed. Hu Li feels the echo of his familiar's demise. He screams in agony as the psychic backlash overwhelms him. The defensive line shatters under the unending assaults. The city's only hope now lies in a final desperate gambit. Suddenly, an unexpected combatant enters the fray, shocking everyone. A bizarre, modified monster turns the tide, providing monstrous, long-range support. Meanwhile, two of Lord Hu Li's elite operatives finalize their own mission. A plan is already in motion. Full-range surveillance is active, ready to encircle the target, but his partner expresses doubt, fearing their target's unknown abilities. He dismisses her caution, confident their superior power guarantees an easy victory. She questions his haste, reminding him that their lord never ordered a reckless assault. He twists her words, equating her doubt with a lack of faith in their master. She cuts through his flawed logic, stating he is not qualified to make these decisions. He accuses her of ignoring his counsel. She clarifies she only ignores foolish suggestion. Her sharp words finally strike a nerve, a clear provocation. But just as quickly, she diffuses the tension with a laugh, claiming it was all a test. He asks if she was mocking him, and she confirms it without hesitation. Annoyed, he tables the argument. They have until tomorrow to prepare their ambush. Then, in a flash of light, an impossible figure materializes directly before them. The newcomer calmly asks for the location of the zombie king. They stare in utter disbelief. Their target has appeared out of thin air. The agents are bewildered by the mention of a zombie king, but he remains unfazed, claiming he will locate it within the hour. He calmly sips his drink, displaying absolute composure. His pursuers realize they are dealing with something far beyond their understanding. He turns to leave, but one of the agents suddenly lunges forward. It's a surprise attack, a fist aimed directly at his head. The blow connects with the ground, shattering the very pavement. The resulting shockwave obliterates a nearby vehicle with raw force. But the protagonist has already vanished, unscathed by the destruction. He reappears several meters away, having dodged with an impossible burst of speed. The agent identifies the technique as a spatial teleportation art. He deduces the boy's spiritual power is draining rapidly. Faced with a superior opponent, the protagonist sees only one viable path. He turns and flees, a strategic retreat that catches his enemies off guard. The agent orders his partner to remain behind while he gives chase. She defies the order, recognizing his flawed judgment. He dismisses her insolence with a single word. The city becomes a hunting ground. The agent relentlessly closes the distance between them, but a chilling smile spreads across his face. This was all part of the plan. He intentionally provoked his partner, ensuring she would stay behind. His true purpose was to isolate his target and claim the kill for himself. Now, with no one to interfere, he can unleash his full murderous intent. He believed his partner was a fool, operating on a lower level of tactics. In his mind, he was the Grand Master, orchestrating everything from the 5th floor. The scent of battle is an irresistible call, like blood to a predator. His bloodlust surges, threatening to consume him completely. He leaps through the air, ready to begin his glorious feast. But as he closes in, he sees the target's expression is not one of fear. The healer's spiritual energy is nearly exhausted. She desperately asks for pills to replenish her power. The patient must endure until Hang Shang returns. As if on cue, he appears from the heavens. The hunt begins now, but the enemy, Hu Ning, was waiting in ambush for this exact moment. He unleashes his attack, expecting an easy victory. He sits calmly, anticipating the intruder's suffering. An opponent of this level shouldn't pose any real threat. Suddenly, a voice speaks directly behind him. Hu Ning's confidence shatters in an instant. A blinding flash of light envelops the entire area. He is suddenly submerged in a prison of water. The space is completely sealed. This is an execution. Underwater, his techniques are useless as his oxygen fades. The protagonist appears, watching his opponent's life drain away. Elsewhere, another pursuer realizes he was chasing a mere clone. He rushes to Hu Ning's location, enraged at being deceived, but he finds the area empty. The intruder has already struck. He frantically searches the grounds, calling out in frustration. He stalks down a darkened hallway, his patience wearing thin. A single door stands open, glowing with an ominous light. He bursts through, demanding his target reveal himself. What he finds is a sight of absolute humiliation. The enemy's top lieutenant is suspended in a viscous fluid, completely neutralized. His ally watches helplessly, trapped by the protagonist's overwhelming power. He cradles his fallen comrade, her last wish a desperate plea for vengeance. But the protagonist shows no sympathy, stating that even against a common foe, weakness will be purged. Enraged, the man unleashes a hunting mark, a curse that guarantees a lock on his target. He sneers, knowing the protagonist's clone and teleportation abilities are now completely useless. His patience exhausted, he unleashes his fury, vowing to destroy the one who outmaneuvered him. He closes the distance in an instant, his fist glowing with destructive energy. The blow connects with devastating force, sending a silhouette flying through the air. But it was only an afterimage. The true protagonist appears behind him, ready to strike. Their attacks collide in a brutal display of close-quarters combat. The man smirks, revealing the mark allows him to predict every single move. He believes he has seen through the protagonist's entire martial strategy. The clash of their powers creates a massive shockwave, leveling the battlefield. The protagonist calmly assesses his foe's shield. He cannot afford to waste energy on this pawn. As the man taunts him to come out of hiding, a blinding light erupts from an unforeseen source. The sudden flash stuns the opponent, who shields his eyes in agony. An ancient robed figure has been summoned, a technique the man has never witnessed. The spectral entity screams in rage, demanding to know the location of its true target. The protagonist informs the summon that its quarry is not here, a calculated misdirection. But the opponent hears the voice and instantly recognizes the deception. He turns, spotting the protagonist, just as an ice trap springs at his feet. Knowing he's been played, he unleashes his final, most powerful attack. A massive sphere of dark energy forms, threatening total annihilation. The attack misses its intended target, striking the summoned entity head-on. The ancient warrior absorbs the full force of the blast, its body cracking under the strain. Having served its purpose as a shield, the summon collapses into dust. The protagonist recalls his pawn, the gambit a complete success. His opponent, battered and broken, demands to know the identity of the monster who defeated him. The protagonist simply offers a mocking title, a final strategic taunt. This final psychological blow completely shatters the man's will to fight. The subordinate roars in defiance, blood streaming down his face. But my fiery martial arts overwhelm his defenses completely. I surround him with an army of identical clones, leaving no escape. He realizes his fatal mistake. He has been marked for termination. My clones descend upon him, a synchronized barrage of devastating strikes. He can only watch as my true form stands untouchable in the distance. A final bone-shattering blow connects, a technique he recognizes far too late. As his life fades, his final thoughts are not of himself, but of his master. He remembers a simpler time, a childhood friendship forged in loyalty, a bond that endured even through hardship and family illness. They awakened their powers together, vowing to remain inseparable allies. They pledged their strength to the Hu family, seeking a greater purpose. But betrayal shattered their path, and now his journey ends. His last wish is a singular burning command, vengeance. Miles away, Lord Huli's eyes slowly open. He awakens from his restorative slumber. His spiritual power has returned, far faster than anticipated. A full day has passed. The viral outbreak in the city has been contained. He attempts to contact his two remaining subordinates, but there is only silence. He activates his tracking system, using the virus he implanted in them as a beacon. His psychic familiar is dispatched to their location immediately. It finds them at an amusement park, a reckless decision in these tense times. With the main threat still days away, their behavior is illogical. Perhaps it is simply a moment of respite from the crushing stress. The familiar hesitates, remembering they are the last of its comrade. Suddenly, a vortex of sinister energy erupts from their position. It finds them ensnared in a dark sacrificial ritual. The psychic feedback screams directly into Lord Hu Li's mind. A wave of pure, unadulterated fury consumes him. In Yongle City, tens of thousands of infected are trapped within the containment pit. Each one was once human, with families and dreams, now lost to the plague. This catastrophe has ravaged the world, leaving only ruin and sorrow in its wake. Countless lives were shattered, their identities erased by this unending nightmare. He walks toward the final confrontation, a single figure against the chaos. His resolve is absolute. He will end this tragedy, no matter the cost. The enemy watches from afar, baffled. He's approaching the epicenter alone. He cannot comprehend how a mid-tier warrior dares to challenge such overwhelming power. The observer smirks, confident in his own strength. The gap is insurmountable. Any trick is useless in the face of absolute crushing force. He analyzes the protagonist's aura, detecting a strange signature but no obvious ploy. Suddenly, his spiritual power begins to surge uncontrollably. He boosted his energy by a third in a single instant. This defies all known logic. This level of power manipulation is unheard of. Is he a legendary saint? But the protagonist isn't finished. He activates another technique, Ignite Soul. His spiritual pressure explodes once more, reaching a staggering 90,000. The observer stares in disbelief. The power gap has been completely erased. He realizes the horrifying truth. The protagonist is manipulating the very system that governs their world. With his power now matching his foes, he unleashes his ultimate attack. He channels the immense energy into a devastating flame cannon. The observer can only watch in horror as the cataclysmic blast approaches. The protagonist's gaze is cold, unwavering, and focused on total annihilation. Through his lens, he sees not a man, but an instrument of judgment. The attack vaporizes his observation post, a direct counterstrike against the hidden puppeteer. Finally, the two masterminds at the heart of this conflict meet face to face. This is not just an ending, but the beginning of the final decisive war. The enemy stands defiant, ensnared by his own corrupting power. My control of microbes is absolute, rendering your clones useless. The protagonist states. The villain sneers, dismissing these advanced tactics as simple tricks. From the floor, a swarm of diseased tendrils erupts, seeking to consume him, but he counters with an instantaneous blast of pure energy. The villain is forced to admit his reaction speed is impressive. He then notes the immense strain this power puts on the protagonist's body. Do you feel it now, he taunts, the cold touch of true powerlessness? He speaks of his own descent into darkness, a world drained of all meaning. Everything he once cherished lost all reason for existing. This is my despair, he declares. Can you possibly comprehend it? He recalls a memory of the one person who mattered. A precious life was extinguished amidst the ruins of their world. This pain shattered his soul, twisting his perception of reality. In his madness, he came to one conclusion: this world must be destroyed. But the protagonist coldly rejects this philosophy. Your reasoning is selfish and flawed. He equates the villain's grand plan to a petty criminal lashing out at innocence. Enraged, the villain screams that his suffering is different, that it's beyond comprehension. The protagonist poses a final piercing question, shattering his opponent's composure completely. As the villain reels, our protagonist reveals his true move. He has copied the enemy's own technique. A golden sigil of immense power materializes from his palm. This is the very essence of his enemy's ability, refined and perfected. The board is now even, he states calmly. We are now hunting each other. The villain's arrogance shatters, replaced by pure, unadulterated terror. Using the data from fallen kings, I've engineered a unique virus. At present, it is a dormant agent. Its true purpose conceals. My opponent mocks my techniques, calling them worthless distraction. Enraged by my defiance, he unleashes a binding attack, but I remain unmoved, holding the key to my true objective. He cannot comprehend my motivations. Lost in his own arrogance, I make a simple, undeniable declaration of my victory. My confidence catches him completely off guard. He scoffs, reminding me that I have yet to land a single blow. I reveal that I too have been holding back my true power. The revelation sends him into a spiral of manic laughter. He claims it has been a decade since he was this amused. He demands that I show him everything I am capable of, but I control the pace of this battle, telling him the time isn't right. He foolishly lets his guard down, daring me to attack. I accept his invitation, preparing to unleash a minor technique. A small orb of spiritual energy materializes and flies toward him. He dismisses the attack as a useless, repeated trick, but it was a feint. Multiple clones suddenly appear around him. Before he can react, a blinding flash of light erupts. The energy rapidly expands, consuming everything in its path. The true attack connects, and my overconfident foe is annihilated. The dust settled, revealing the final stages of his meticulous plan. The defeated opponent could only curse his unorthodox tactics. This was a strategy designed only for you, he replied coldly. Fueled by rage, the enemy swore to destroy everything the protagonist held dear, but his threats were met with a chilling question about his own loved ones. The psychological assault began, invoking the memory of his mother. Do you think she would be proud seeing you like this? He pressed. Each word was a calculated strike against his opponent's sanity. If I were your mother, I would be deeply disappointed in you. The enemy's mind finally shattered under the immense pressure. The protagonist watched the emotional breakdown with a cold, analytical gaze. The same mental trap had worked flawlessly once again. The man was consumed by a brilliant light, his rage sealing his own fate. The winged creature pursues him relentlessly, screaming in rage. It plummets after him, determined to capture its prey. They fall from an impossible height between the city's skyscrapers. He impacts the ground with cataclysmic force, shattering the concrete. Ignoring his pursuer, he immediately searches for the hidden objective. The scientist panics, realizing his ultimate weapon is the target. He finds the forced entry point into his secret laboratory. He enters the secure vault, believing he's finally cornered his quarry. The control room is his sanctuary, a supposedly impenetrable fortress. But the protagonist was already there, waiting for him. Trapped and defeated, the scientist reveals his final insane plan. He intends to launch his most potent virus missiles, a plague designed to eradicate all life in Yongle City. Vials containing the deadliest pathogens known to man are armed and ready. With a bloodied hand, he smashes the launch button. The final countdown begins as he descends into madness. This is precisely the outcome our protagonist engineered. He moves with impossible speed, striking from all sides. The scientist sneers, convinced that destroying the console is futile. Suddenly, a flash of light warps the fabric of reality. The scientist is horrified to find they are now inside the missile itself. His mind breaks as the countdown continues within his own weapon. The protagonist slams his head into the payload of deadly viruses. The vials shatter, releasing the concentrated plague upon its creator. With the trap sprung, our hero teleports back to the control room. The scientist realizes the destination was secretly changed to the empty sky. He's kicked back into the launch chamber, his final escape route cut off. The blast doors seal shut, entombing him with his own poison. The missile launches, a self-contained execution carrying a single passenger. On the ground, allies watch the unexpected streak of light ascend. Choking on his own virus, the scientist desperately tries to abort the launch. But high in the atmosphere, there is no signal. A message appears, a final cruel twist of fate. His own subordinates congratulate him on the successful launch. The news spreads among his crew, who realize their leader launched himself. The battle appears over, but the monstrous flower begins absorbing its fallen master. Suddenly, an unknown object streaks across the sky, catching their attention. A vortex of energy tears through the clouds, descending upon them. It's not a monster, it's a high-tech a missile, diverted from Tianquang City, now locked onto a new target. The mastermind behind the virus demands to know how his location was compromised. But our protagonist only offers a chilling smile, calling the target an unforgettable place. The missile impacts with devastating force at the reincarnation shoal. A cloud of toxic green energy erupts from the blast zone, saturating the entire shoreline. The explosion leaves a massive crater, a scar upon the earth. At its epicenter lies the very core of the virus he sought to protect. The antagonist survives, barely shielding himself with his last reserves of power. His body is ravaged, the virus now coursing through his own veins. He is completely paralyzed, unable to act or defend himself. The slightest movement will tear his body apart from the inside. From the shadows, another watches, seeing the tyrant's crippled state. A flicker of satisfaction crosses his face. He believes he can finally rest, allowing the poison to finish its work. But a sudden sound cuts through the silence. The immobilized man's eyes snap open. Hang Shang emerges from the dust, seemingly unharmed. His enemy stares in pure disbelief, having just seen him near death. The protagonist mocks him, stating his own recovery will be far faster. He reveals his apparent weakness was a feint, a perfectly executed trap. Now he ignites his life force for one final strike. The villain attempts a desperate bluff, threatening a permanent plague upon the world. Hang Shang's response is a single word and a clenched fist. His foe can only scream in denial as oblivion approaches. A pillar of pure energy erupts, pulverizing the ground and his target. The smoke clears, leaving only silence. Hang Shang stands over the body before collapsing from exhaustion. But then, a strange energy pulse emanates from the crater. The antagonist finds himself floating, alive and intact. He opens his eyes, utterly bewildered. He is not dead. He has returned to life. He realizes he is back at the moment, just after the missile strike. He recalls seeing Hang Shang dying just moments ago. The intense battle must have been a vivid, stress-induced hallucination. He was so certain of his own demise. Now he can finally rest and recover properly. Then he hears it again, a faint rustle. His blood runs cold as his eyes snap open in terror. Hang Shang stands before him, an identical scene playing out. The antagonist can only stare, paralyzed by fear and confusion. The protagonist leans in, his gaze piercing through his enemy's soul. He asks a simple, terrifying question. Did you just say I lost? The protagonist unleashes a torrent of incandescent energy. The blow connects, creating a devastating explosion of force. He channels his ultimate technique, the super iron cannon fist. The enemy's face is completely obliterated by the sheer impact. His form disintegrates, only to pathetically reform moments later, but the shockwave from the attack shatters the very dimension around them. The antagonist is trapped. This is nothing more than a perpetual death cycle. He realizes with horror that his opponent's recovery rate far exceeds his own. He must escape before the next attack lands. He had countless opportunities to win, but he realizes he was a fool. His escape attempt is a failure. He crawled directly into the path of his own demise. Utterly defeated, he lies motionless on the ground. The true source of the plague emerges from his body, a parasitic entity. I've had enough, he pleads. Let's talk. But the protagonist's expression remains cold. Negotiations are not an option. His eyes burn with resolve. He hasn't had enough. The antagonist's face twists in terror as he realizes his fate is sealed. Another fist wreathed in solar fire descends to deliver the final judgment. Meanwhile, on the outside world, the cursed lotus flowers begin to shift. The infected warrior's life is fading fast. The virus is overwhelming her. The healer is in a panic. Her spiritual power cannot keep up with the destruction. She begs her to hold on, hoping for Hang Shang's return. Suddenly, the fatal symptoms vanish. Her condition stabilizes instantly. The healer is stunned. The virus simply disappeared on its own. The battalion commander cannot comprehend what she is seeing. Across the battlefield, the zombies are all reverting to their human forms. Their consciousness returns, faint but undeniably present. The squad can only assume this means Hang Shang was victorious. The newly cured citizens stand in a daze, free from the viral plague. The warrior thanks the healer, knowing the true victory belongs to Hang Shang. They resolve to find him and offer their support immediately. Suddenly, a hand gently rests on her head. Hang Shang has returned. He calmly states that he has recovered her power. He looks utterly drained, admitting he is about to collapse from exhaustion. But he leaves them with a final chilling warning. A new monster has been attracted by the battle. A horrifying abomination with countless eyes appears, radiating immense pressure. "Good night," Hang Shang says, his consciousness finally fading. His allies are frozen in terror. This new threat is a golden core stage monster. Their faces are masks of pure, unadulterated shock. The defenders rallied, facing an insurmountable threat, but the creature's power was absolute, tearing through their ranks with ease. Its roar alone was a weapon, shattering their resolve. The sheer pressure of its aura incapacitated the soldiers. Yet amidst the carnage, the asset remained completely undisturbed. His allies knew their mission: secure him at all costs, for he was their only hope. Lesser beasts began to regenerate on the battlefield, only to be instantly annihilated by the primary monster. Despair began to set in among the remaining forces. The commander made a difficult choice, ordering a full civilian evacuation to the south. She then commanded her own soldiers to retreat with the asset. Her subordinate protested, but her order was final. She claimed their presence would only interfere with her true power. With no time to argue, they reluctantly complied, spreading the order to evacuate. The commander stood alone, a final line of defense against the approaching doom. She gathered all of her remaining energy for a single desperate strike. A brilliant beam of light erupted, striking the creature head-on, but from their vantage point, her soldiers saw the horrifying truth. It was a feint. She had no hidden power. She was merely buying them time. She had successfully held the line. But the monster began to gather a terrifying amount of energy, preparing to erase everything. Her final thoughts were not of herself, but of protecting the key to humanity's future. With her last breath, she stood against the tide of destruction. Suddenly, a powerful figure descended, intercepting the cataclysmic blast. He landed with the force of a meteor, shattering the ground beneath him. The commander could only watch in stunned silence. It was Makiani, a former commander they thought long gone. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The energy detonated in a blinding explosion, engulfing the battlefield in light and fury. Just as all seemed lost, the soldiers who had retreated returned to the front lines. At the same time, an entirely new squad appeared on the scene. Their timing was impeccable, but their objective was singular. The commander questioned their motives, pointing to the still raging monster. The new arrivals revealed their purpose. They were here only for Hang Shang. Dealing with the monster was another's task. As if on cue, a pillar of fire erupted in the distance. A warrior of immense power had arrived, one they recognized with shock and awe. The men are stunned, recognizing Jin Chen despite his disguise. Another figure appears, a powerful coach they all know, but their focus is forced onto the colossal beast looming over them. One of Jin Chen's allies doesn't recognize the newcomer, learning she was a notoriously strict instructor. A tense history is revealed between the two women, a past rivalry resurfacing now. The multi-eyed abomination watches them, calculating its next move. It lets out a horrifying roar, charging a beam of pure destruction. The coach steps forward, intending to face the golden core monster alone. She gathers a vortex of flame, confident in her power. The creature unleashes its devastating energy blast. In response, she creates a massive firewall, shielding her allies from the attack. The two opposing forces collide with incredible power. The impact creates a blinding explosion that rocks the landscape. Through the smoke, the monster is still standing, wreathed in dissipating flames. Her initial assault was not enough to fell the beast, but she stands calmly amidst the destruction, her expression unchanged. She reveals she was holding back to prevent collateral damage to the city. Without such restraints, she claims the creature would already be dead. The others realize her power vastly surpasses the monster's. She finally unleashes her full potential, activating a legendary technique. Her body is enveloped in a golden phoenix-like aura as she rises into the air. The monster shrieks, sensing its imminent demise. Yunfeng declares her flame will purify everything. The beast makes one last futile attack. Overwhelmed by her sheer power, the monster's core destabilizes and self-destructs. The explosion tears across the battlefield, far greater than before. The immense shockwave throws Jin Chen's companions to the ground. They desperately shield their leader as deadly shrapnel rains down. Seeing him in peril, two of his protectors rush to his side. They arrive just in time, forming a last-second barrier. In the aftermath, Jin Chen lies unconscious, surrounded by his loyal allies. As the dust settles, tensions rise between the different groups, with unknown loyalties and immense power now in play. The situation has become dangerously complex. The city of Yongle is now secure. The missing have been recovered. The team rests, but their leader remains unconscious after the battle. His vital signs are stable. The strain of his strategy was immense. The world outside his room continues on, unaware of the battles he wages. He finally awakens. 3 days have passed in a state of deep recovery. His allies gather, acknowledging him as the architect of their victory. They ask how he defeated the seemingly invincible Huli. Surrender was not an option for such an arrogant foe. A different solution was needed. He trapped Hu Li within a pocket dimension, a prison of infinite, repeating time. His team struggles to comprehend the concept of such a weapon. This dimension could be used for rapid advancement, but escape is impossible. He reveals the chilling truth. He subjected Hu Li to endless cycles of death. They are stunned by his ruthlessness. The enemy died hundreds, perhaps thousands of times. This mental torture continued for 3 entire months inside the dimension. They ask if he finally managed to eliminate the threat for good. He calmly reveals a far more strategic outcome. The enemy was not destroyed, but contained. The storage ring was never just for items. It was modified with a specific trap. He then explains the ring's true, hidden functionality. Entry isn't based on power level. It is based on absolute loyalty. Hu Li's will was completely broken. He is now a prisoner within the artifact. His companions are shocked. Forcing loyalty from such an enemy seems impossible. He confirms the subject is pacified, but he will remain isolated for now. The depths of his plans remain a mystery to them. He shifts focus to the next objective, finding a technology specialist. His initial choice for the mission is immediately met with resistance. Several candidates vie for the position, each claiming to be the best. To ensure fairness, they decide the outcome by a random drawing. The first member is chosen. Another spot on the team is offered up. The final selection is made, settling the roster for the next operation. With the team decided, he gives the order to prepare for departure. The group mobilizes, ready for the challenges that lie ahead. Even on a critical mission, old rivalries and tensions persist among the crew. The commander watches the students depart, questioning the boys' reluctance to leave Lu Xiaoyan. The others felt her coldness, viewing her departure as a sign she never cared for them. He confirms this, explaining she was always an outsider with no stake in their city's fate. The boy is confused, so the commander clarifies that she was found gravely injured after being surrendered by her former allies. Shui reported that she was mentally unstable, obsessed with finding a particular person. She was searching for someone with a specific mark, something she described as a symbol of humiliation. The boy is stunned, realizing Lu Xiaoyan's past is far more complex than he ever imagined. Elsewhere, the remaining students prepare for their own journey, discussing the need for supplies. The news that all fees are waived at the Broken Sky Pass causes a wave of excitement. Maisu takes charge, organizing the group to procure mecha parts, medicine, and other essential. The protagonist agrees to the plan but makes one simple request for himself: new clothes. He is immediately stopped, informed that he can only acquire goods from specifically authorized location. Meanwhile, 2 high-ranking officials discuss his next move, confirming he will head south with Hang Shang. The female commander sees this as an opportunity, suggesting they add an insurance policy to his team. The other commander seems hesitant, tired of the boy's chaotic methods, but she insists, calling the man her most reliable asset for this kind of operation. He deflects the compliment, urging her to focus on the younger generation instead. At that exact moment, the protagonist enters. Having overheard their entire conversation, the commander notes his new attire as he demands information about the dangerous mission she alluded to. She explains that the planet's aura is not uniform, with certain zones having immense concentrations of power. The strongest monsters are drawn to these dark areas, making them incredibly hostile. She shows him a map pointing to the uncharted territories in the south where he is being deployed. This, she warns, is where the true desperados test their limits, and he must be fully prepared. His response is a calm, unwavering oak. With their supplies gathered, the team assembles on the helipad, ready to depart. He assures the commander they will report any new developments from the south. One of his allies wishes them well, reminding them that Broken Sky Pass is their firm support. Misu gives a cold farewell as the helicopter lifts off. Those left behind watch as the aircraft vanishes into the sky, marking the start of a perilous new journey. The blonde woman reflects on her own path, finding happiness in her new life, protecting others. She hopes her escaped comrades can also find their own peace. She recalls the mark that once defined her, now just a memory of a past she has finally overcome. From the ashes of the old world, a new city rises. Hang Shang has claimed this territory, naming it Huang's first city. His vision extends beyond mere conquest. He plans a fortified sanctuary, a bastion against any threat. His mind races with complex blueprints and strategic layouts. He describes a fortress with automated defenses and labyrinthine passages, a masterpiece of tactical architecture. The sheer scope of the project is daunting, but his follower is ready to assist. However, another member immediately objects, challenging the chain of command. Hang Shang silences the dispute with a single command, forcing the rivals to collaborate. He immediately delegates tasks, forming specialized units for construction and resource acquisition. With the city's development underway, he leads a small team into the dangerous wilds. He warns them that the environment itself is hostile, pulsing with a volatile energy. A quiet exchange reveals a shared past between Hang Shang and the team's medic. This revelation sparks a brief, but misplaced, flicker of excitement from their companion. They press deeper into the immense primordial forest. To expedite the mission, Hang Shang orders the team to separate and cover more ground. Left alone, one of the girls expresses her anxiety about their location. Her companion's expression shifts, a predatory look replacing her usual demeanor. She then makes a flimsy excuse to leave the other girl behind. Now Zhang Yukong stands completely isolated in the wilderness. She realizes the gravity of her situation, a lone target in enemy territory. A rustle in the undergrowth confirms her fears. She is not alone. An aberrant creature emerges, brandishing chainsaws for arms. It charges relentlessly, forcing her into a desperate retreat. From the shadows, her companion watches with a malevolent smirk. The monster is a disguise. The disguised assailant closes in, ready to eliminate her target. The medic's terrified screams echo through the trees. Unheard by any allies, she shuts her eyes, bracing for the inevitable end. But the final blow never lands. The attacker is frozen in place, her disguise falling apart. Utterly bewildered, Zhang Yuqing questions the bizarre assassination attempt. The attacker scoffs, disgusted by her target's naive nature. At that exact moment, the forest's true predator strikes, sinking its teeth into the would-be killer. The T-team leader fought desperately, her chainsaw a blur against the onslaught, but a fatal blow landed, severing her throat and arteries. She choked on her own blood, the realization of her imminent death flashing in her eyes. Her teammate rushed to her side, urging her to remain calm against all odds. She unleashed a powerful healing art, channeling the very earth to stabilize the wound. Then she followed with a second, more potent ability, Angel's Kiss. The light cauterized the damage, allowing the team leader to draw a ragged breath. But this was only a temporary solution. They had to escape immediately. She carried her leader, fleeing through the perilous forest. Her resolve was absolute. Saving her comrade was her only mission now. She swore that as long as she drew breath, her team leader would not perish. This vow seemed to reach the wounded warrior, whose eyes widened in surprise. Just as another monster lunged from the shadows, a figure intercepted it with blinding speed. Hang Shang obliterated the creature with a concussive blast of pure energy. He turned to the injured operatives, offering his aid for the treatments. But when he attempted to use his own healing skill, it yielded no result, a strategic anomaly he noted for later. A flash of light signals their return to base. Elsewhere, two other members of the team debriefed, finding the situation more complex than anticipated. One questioned the other's high aptitude for understanding team dynamics. The conversation revealed a deep internal fracture. Their own ally, Lu Xiaoyan, had tried to eliminate them. The red-haired girl declared that a true alliance with someone like Lu was impossible. Just then, the door slid open, and the returning party entered the room. They confirmed the group's worst fears. Lu Xiaoyan was indeed the perpetrator of the ambush. The crisis, however, had forged an unbreakable bond between the two survivors. This sudden shift in allegiance was too much for the red-haired girl, who fled in disbelief. The protagonist calmly declared they would rest before resuming their hunt. The two rescued women began their recovery, their newfound trust evident to all. The scene shifts to the quiet city skyline. Two others discuss their preference for a life of peace, away from the constant conflict. That tranquility is shattered by the appearance of a grotesque, red-eyed creature. Its unnatural posture was a terrifying display of power, meant to intimidate them. The creature's feral rage exploded outwards. It rampaged through the area, a mutated beast of pure aggression. The team engaged immediately, executing a pre-planned assault. The B-class monster fell, its essence crystallizing into valuable loot, but the weaker members questioned the strategy. The leader coldly explained that without growth, they are nothing more than a liability. They asked why one member was exempt from this trial. She was designated as critical medical support, a non-negotiable asset. A strategic overview confirmed the current power hierarchy within the team. Each member has their purpose, and their unique tendencies must be managed for mission success. The spoils from the hunt were significant, a massive gain in resources. But the mission wasn't over. He decided to scout for a greater challenge. With inhuman speed, he vanished into the treetops. Suddenly, a massive avian creature snatched him from his path. As he was carried away, he remained utterly calm, analyzing the situation. His team could only watch, powerless, from below. The creature flew him far from the designated hunting grounds. He gave the beast one chance to release him, but it refused. With a single devastating strike, he neutralized the threat and sent it plummeting from the sky. He landed gracefully, the colossal creature defeated at his feet. He found himself in an unfamiliar, hostile territory. In the distance, a serpent of unimaginable size lay dormant. He stood at the edge of a great chasm, a scar carved into the world. He descended to investigate the unnatural formation. The clean cuts in the earth were a testament to terrifying power. This level of destruction surpassed the capabilities of even high-level cultivators. His eyes narrowed, calculating the identity of the being responsible. He detected a hidden presence and called out the observer. The protagonist feigned concern for the lost civilian civilian, his senses already screaming deception. The moment he turned his back, the assassin struck. A foolish and predictable move. The attacker's plan had already failed before it even began. The child pleads for his life, his act of desperation almost convincing. I explain the unforgiving nature of this world. Survival is a zero-sum game. He immediately changes tactics, shifting to flattery and praise. He attempts to forge a connection by creating a common enemy, a primitive yet predictable maneuver. The boy's manufactured loyalty is almost amusing. I play along with his charade, letting him believe his deception is working, but his true nature cannot be concealed from me. He will not escape. I return to base with my new captive in tow. My team greets me, questioning the strange prisoner I've brought back. The boy, calling himself Wang Moyang, begins his infiltration attempt. He immediately tries to integrate with my allies, a foolish gambit. My second-in-command is unimpressed by the performance. She sees right through his innocent facade. Her analytical gaze misses nothing. She proposes a direct method of information extraction, complete decomposition. I confirm his purpose. He was never a person, only a potential asset. I grant him a single opportunity to provide the truth willingly. He is placed under the spotlight. His final chance begins now. His defiance is short-lived, a pathetic attempt at resistance. Faced with immediate consequences, his will shatters instantly. He begins spinning a tale of a secret organization and a monster attack. An A+ level monster. The story is intriguing, if convenient. He elaborates on the overwhelming power of the beast that supposedly wiped out his unit. I step aside. The time for words is over. My specialist begins the true interrogation. She gives him a simple command, her voice leaving no room for argument. He must reveal the mark he is hiding. His refusal is met with decisive action. The chainsaw's engine roars to life. She tears away the final layer of his deception, and there it is. The unmistakable star symbol of the organization. Her eyes widen in recognition. She knows that Mark intimately. The boy is paralyzed with fear. He realizes she is an escapee just like him. Another member of the team enters, witnessing the brutal truth extraction. Jin Chen recognizes the captive instantly. He escaped from the Latent organization. She warns the group that the organization is too powerful. They must avoid the south at all costs. As she threatens the boy, Hang Shang intervenes, securing the captive in his ring. She then reveals a chilling truth. She also escaped from that experimental base. It is a place of unending torment, a road of judgment lined by the wailing abyss. Inside, everyone is forced into desperate training, their spiritual growth constantly measured. To force this growth, they are injected with an unknown and dangerous substance. If their growth rate drops below the required 90%, they are deemed failures. Those who fail are dragged into the abyss, beginning a new nightmare. They suffer endless torment, their bodies slowly warped into monsters of the abyss forever. The instructors were Golden Core masters, yet the organization's true leadership remains a mystery. Hang Shang grasps the severity of the threat, ordering his companions to never approach them. He assures Jin Chen that he understands the stakes. Suddenly, a priority transmission comes through from the Red Rip group. An agent reports that a group of powerful monsters moved into an unsurveyed area. These monsters grew to an A+ threat level, but were then annihilated suddenly and strangely. The sensors were also destroyed, but the impact signature points to a powerful unknown faction. The agent displays their symbol, warning that anyone who sees it must retreat without engagements. The group is stunned when Jin Chen immediately names the Latent organization. She reveals that Hang Shang just captured one of their escapees. The agent on screen panics, screaming for them to release the person and flee immediately. Jin Chen pleads with Hang Shang not to challenge such a foe, but he simply smirks. He then makes an insane declaration. He wants to join them. His team is thrown into chaos by his impossible demand. Hang Shang then plays his trump card, revealing the agent herself is also an escapee. Both women are stunned by his accidental yet perfectly timed revelation. He coolly states that since two members are present, they should facilitate his entry. If they refuse to speak, he will simply extract the information from the captive boy. Inside the storage ring, the terrified escapee immediately surrenders, promising to tell him everything. Meanwhile, another captive, Wang Muyang, sits silently within the same prison. He has been observing the entire exchange. A cold glint appears in his eyes as he laments how boring his confinement is. Three new figures arrive, declaring the situation is far more serious than he knows. One of them mentions the notorious Latent organization. The blonde operative confirms she is a defector from that very group. She describes it as a hellish abyss where failure meant certain death. When questioned about her own metrics, she reveals an unprecedented growth rate of 98%. Her companion is stunned by this impossible number. A rate that high isn't just talent, it's the sign of a transcendent genius. The organization, for all its power, was nearly wiped out by a wave of high-class monsters. She warns that they are still a formidable force and should not be challenged. The protagonist, however, is unimpressed by their story, sensing no real power from them. She explains her escape was only possible during the chaos of an S-rank monster invasion. A small mecha pilot pulled her onto the beast itself, their only path to freedom. The pilot knew a darker truth, that human hearts were far more terrifying than any monster. As the colossal creature rampaged, their pursuers were thrown into the abyss. The mecha clung to her, using the monster's flight to clear the organization's walls. She viewed this mysterious pilot as her savior. After weeks of wandering alone in the ruins, she was finally rescued. She attempted to settle into a new life, but was abducted by a corrupt commander. She was thrust into a conspiracy, caught between factions and their lies. Her harrowing story concludes with one final desperate warning, then a stunning revelation. The woman in the headset declares she also escaped that incident. The blonde is in disbelief, realizing her savior, the mecha pilot, has been here all along. The protagonist connects the pieces. Their pasts were intertwined by this shared tragedy. Now possessing crucial intelligence, he gives a single cold command: take me there. The scene shifts to a vast and ancient forest. He approaches a hidden settlement, shrouded in mist and mystery. A powerful cultivator stands before giant remains, consulting an artifact of destiny. It shows him the path forward, a place where catastrophe and opportunity coexist. The choice must be made. He walks toward the forest, stepping unflinchingly toward his fate. An A-level monster appeared without warning, forcing the students into a desperate retreat. Hang Shang had overextended himself, using a forbidden technique with severe consequences. The beast unleashed a cataclysmic blast of energy, leveling the surrounding forest. The team was scattered, their reinforcements still minutes away from the battlefield. The creature loomed over them, its victory seemingly assured. Suddenly, a new predator descended from the canopy. The bizarre creature morphed into a colossal serpent, its presence dwarfing the first monster. In a brutal display of dominance, the serpent tore the other beast to shreds. The students were frozen, unable to capitalize on the chaos. The serpent's immense, unblinking eyes locked onto its new prey. They were paralyzed by sheer terror, their escape routes cut off. The titanic beast towered above them, ready to strike. At the last possible second, a pillar of pure energy descended from the heavens. The force of the impact threw the students back like ragdolls. The beam pierced clean through the serpent's skull, ending its reign instantly. The shockwave sent them tumbling through the air. A lone figure stood atop the slain monster, his power absolute. He turned to them, his voice cold. "This is not a place you can go." The students could only stare, stunned by the sudden turn of events. The man's eyes narrowed, spotting a detail among the group. It was a symbol of the infamous Kelade organization. This was the very group Hang Shang sought to infiltrate. They quickly fabricated a story, claiming they were merely lost explorers. The man seemed to believe them, warning them to leave the high-level zone at once. Just then, their backup arrived in a torrent of flame, demanding to know where the monster was. The two powerful cultivators faced each other in a tense standoff. The man's gaze sharpened again, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. The fire user was also stunned, identifying his organization immediately. "Why do you look so frightened?" She quickly masked her fear, feigning awe at his golden core power. He dismissed their presence as insignificant. He was searching for someone important. He urged them to leave before his organization arrived to arrest them. But then Hang Shang made his move, presenting a single piece of paper. The girls watched in horror as their plan was seemingly thrown into chaos. The man's cold facade shattered. "Hold on," he commanded, his voice filled with a new, dangerous intensity. He calmly proposes an exchange of information. The enforcer rejects the offer, his killing intent flaring. He proclaims that escape from his organization is a death sentence. Suddenly, the protagonist appears directly before him, his companion stunned by the impossible speed. He reveals two critical pieces of leverage. He holds the clue the man seeks, and he knows about his organization. The enforcer is silently enraged by this brazen audacity. Dismissing the man's thoughts, the protagonist reveals a detection device, stating he can find the targets himself. The enforcer mistakenly assumes his allies are also organization members. He clarifies they are under his protection, not part of the deal. The enforcer lunges, but his target vanishes in a flash of light, saving his allies from the attack. He instructs his companions to observe from a safe distance. He intends to face this master-level opponent alone. The two powerhouses stand off, the air crackling with energy. The enforcer makes his final demand for the information. The protagonist's gaze is absolute, his power igniting in defiance. Negotiations have failed. The battle begins as a dark power swirls around him. The enforcer unleashes a flurry of high-speed strikes. The initial blow connects, sending him reeling, but he instantly vanishes once more. The enforcer scans the forest, searching for his elusive target. He suddenly senses an immense pressure from above. An unexpected illusionary technique assaults his mind. The momentary distraction creates the perfect opening, allowing the protagonist to close the distance. He counters with the enforcer's own signature move. The enforcer recognizes the copied martial art but believes his superior power makes it useless. Their techniques collide in a blinding flash of energy. However, the protagonist's strike begins to overpower his opponents. Forced onto the defensive, the enforcer activates his own system. The protagonist calmly identifies the energy signature of another system user. A strange symbol materializes on the enforcer's forehead, signifying his system's activation. The enforcer is enraged by his opponent's cold analysis. He channels a torrent of destructive energy into his fist. He then launches an unavoidable homing attack, certain of his victory. The bastard emperor's power is absolute, reducing his foe to a bloody mist. The blast obliterates the surrounding forest, leaving only a corpse. Jin Dan observes from a distance, analyzing the overwhelming force. He calculates that a direct confrontation would be fatal. The prediction god scoffs, using a subordinate as a mere pawn. He effortlessly contains Jin Dan's companions within a barrier. This predictable technique again, he sighs, unimpressed by the display. His true power lies in something far greater. His system divine prediction allows him to foresee the future. Correct predictions grant him power, while wrong ones weaken him. But even as the famed prediction god, Jin Dan's actions are a complete enigma. The boy's unpredictability is costing him precious system points. He has already lost a significant amount of power due to these miscalculations. He decides to make a definitive prediction to regain control, but Jin Dan immediately shatters his logic, appearing instantly from the shadows. The system registers another failed prediction, draining more of his energy. Enraged, the prediction god activates a trump card, boosting his accuracy to its absolute limit. He predicts Jin Dan will refuse to surrender his allies. To his shock, Jin Dan calmly presents the very people he was meant to protect. The move is completely illogical, defying all tactical sense. A smirk plays on Jin Dan's lips as the system awards his opponent points for the correct guess. It was all a calculated gambit to manipulate his enemy's confidence. The prediction god boasts about his automatic counterattack system. Any direct assault will trigger an inescapable and lethal response. Jin Dan acknowledges his own inferior combat power, seemingly admitting defeat. The prediction god now anticipates the next logical move, a sneak attack. He feigns a moment of vulnerability, creating the perfect opening for his trap. He knows his system's passive defense is flawless. He stands there, waiting for the final foolish strike. Jin Dan slowly closes the distance between them. His companions watch in confusion, unable to comprehend his bizarre expression. The prediction god internally begs him to attack, to spring the trap, but the attack doesn't come from Jin Dan. It erupts from behind him. The so-called hostages unleash a cataclysmic barrage of energy. The prediction god never saw it coming. He predicted the mastermind, but not the consequences of his own pawns turning against him. A blinding flash of light consumes the battlefield. The aftermath reveals a crater. The enemy neutralized after expending all his power. The order is given to secure the captive, for he is too valuable to eliminate. He awakens, disoriented and immediately hostile. Bound and surrounded, he scoffs at the situation, underestimating his captors. He calls them naive, shattering his restraints with a burst of energy. He foolishly believes he holds the advantage, but they have already planned for this. He sneers, confident in his own power, mocking their position, but a far deadlier trap has already been sprung. A flame bomb now resides within him. He tries to leverage his organization's secrecy, but that card is worthless. A second contingency is revealed. A debilitating virus now courses through his system. The toxin activates on command, and the warrior is instantly crippled by internal agony. His bravado melts away, replaced by excruciating pain as his body is no longer his own. The torment is calibrated precisely. He's offered a choice between cooperation and suffering. Defeated, he concedes, calling their tactics dishonorable. A laughable claim from a terrorist. The pain is momentarily suspended as the interrogation is about to begin. Now compliant, he is questioned about his organization's ultimate conspiracy. He reveals their twisted ideology to create an ultimate human to lead the new world, but this goal requires immense sacrifice, using a dark substance to fuel their project. This material accelerates the evolution of the awakened. Its extract known as Awakening Red. The process is monstrous. They harvest this essence from the weak to empower the strong. This brutal cycle of elimination continues until only one remains, the ultimate leader. The team is shocked by the revelation, but the captive mocks their insufficient qualification. He explains the impossible odds. Even a 99% qualification is considered utterly mediocre. The sheer scale of the organization's standards leaves them speechless. They press for more information on the current strongest candidate, but he has no answers, revealing he is merely a disposable mentor marked for elimination. He only knows that the organization's core has far greater ambitions than he was privy to. The protagonist then produces a familiar vial, asking if this is the Awakening Red. The man confirms it but clarifies it's a low-level version for weaker individuals. This new detail is critical. The substance he possesses is only the beginning. His interrogation complete, he moves on, a new plan already forming in his mind. The newcomers are attempting a reckless maneuver they cannot comprehend, but he intervenes before they can cause irreparable harm. He questions the girl, pointing out her foundational weakness. His vision pierces through the veil, analyzing the flow of her spiritual meridians. He presents a custom-forged elixir, the only solution to her flawed cultivation. The girl hesitates, sensing the volatile power contained within the vial. Impatient, her teammate forces her to consume the concoction. An unknown potent energy immediately courses through her veins. Her body erupts in a feverish heat as the elixir takes effect. With perfect timing, he surges forward. Enveloped in a vortex of power, he strikes a precise nexus point on her back, forcing the energy to circulate. The sheer power overload is almost too much for her system to handle. He then orders the rest of the team to consume their own elixirs. Without question, they obey, drinking the volatile fluids in unison. His true plan is revealed as he commands them into a specific formation. They link hands, creating a conduit for a massive energy transfer. He unleashes his power, sending a purifying shockwave through their entire circuit. The sensation is agonizing as their bodies are forcibly remade. For some, the overwhelming force nearly shatters their consciousness. Their minds go completely blank from the excruciating process. The commotion inside the hut attracts unwanted attention from outsider. Two onlookers, disturbed by the sounds, decide to investigate the source. Inside, the protagonist prepares for the final, most critical step. He will infuse his own spiritual essence directly into their channels. The team braces for the final wave, determined to endure the pain for power. The curious outsiders approach the door, completely unaware of the ritual within. The team can only scream as their spiritual pathways are violently expanded. Suddenly, two guardians appear, blocking the entrance to the hut. They warn the intruders that the master's practice must not be disturbed. Ignoring the warning, the outsiders attempt to force their way inside. The guardian effortlessly repels them with a single overwhelming blast of energy. The intruders are no match for the sentries he placed. They can only stare in utter disbelief, their minds unable to process the event. The elder fumes, believing the student's cultivation is ruined forever. But Hang Shang is unconcerned. He states they've all broken through to the next realm. The others are skeptical, but one of them confirms the impossible truth. The first student awakens, feeling a surge of new power and clarity. The elder's senses confirm it. She has reached the heartbeat stage, a feat he deemed impossible. Her mind is suddenly flooded with advanced schematics and combat data. The breakthrough has unlocked a new level of intellect, granting her profound insights. The elder is still in disbelief, but Hang Shang merely confirms what he already knew. He realizes this wasn't a mere advancement, it was a fundamental evolution of her being. One by one, the others begin to awaken, each radiating the aura of a new realm. Her senses are heightened, perceiving the world in a way she never could before. The chain reaction continues as the third student begins to stir from his deep slumber. He has also achieved the breakthrough, his core completely transformed by the process. Though the method was agonizing, Hang Shang reminds him that the results are undeniable. Finally, the last member of the group awakens. The elder is stunned. It's a perfect success. Like the others, her mind has expanded, granting her access to deeper knowledge. She tests her newfound power, channeling a healing art with unprecedented speed and potency. Her amplified abilities can now purge even deep-seated internal injuries and afflictions. Even severe trauma that would cripple an ordinary cultivator is now trivial to mend. The team's synergy has skyrocketed, their combined tactical potential now far greater than before. The elder contemplates the source of this power, a simple elixir with world-altering potential. He confronts Hang Shang, demanding to know the origin of such a monstrous talent. But the protagonist's gaze remains cold and unreadable, a veil over his true intentions. Hang Shang deflects, turning the tables on the elder. He implies the organization holds the key. The elder's suspicion grows. He realizes this boy intends to manipulate the organization itself. His companions are terrified by the implication. Challenging the organization is a death sentence. He poses a simple question: is their ambition greater than their fear? They see the logic in his high-risk, high-reward strategy. The allure of power is undeniable. Emboldened, they demand more resources from the elder, who scoffs at their audacity. Hang Shang ignores the outburst, his mind already on the next step. He requires a tracking device. The elder refuses, knowing that aiding this boy would be an act of high treason, but Hang Shang reminds him of his precarious position. The organization has already used him as a pawn. A chilling aura emanates from the protagonist, a silent threat more potent than any words. He attempts to store the elder in his spatial ring, a subtle test of intent. The test fails, confirming the protagonist's suspicion. The elder's loyalty is insufficient. The verdict is delivered to the team. The man cannot be trusted and must be monitored. A failsafe is devised. A poison strain will be implanted, linked directly to his subordinate. The plan is set. The slightest deviation will result in the elder's immediate termination. With the targets identified on the tactical map, the team prepares to mobilize. They move out, beginning the hunt. The elder's handler is assigned a silent overseer, ensuring absolute compliance. Every move is scrutinized, every action analyzed for the slightest hint of betrayal. As their targets are eliminated one by one, the tension begins to mount. The overseer then makes an audacious demand, a blatant test of the elder's submission. The elder's pride is shattered, his fury erupts. He lets out a roar of pure indignation. A powerful aura explodes from his body, but his keeper remains utterly unimpressed. The elder cannot believe the sheer audacity of the command. His keeper calmly clarifies the stakes. Displease him, and the remote poison will detonate. The elder is trapped, his power rendered useless against this cold, calculated threat. Meanwhile, the main team surveys the aftermath of a colossal battle. The field is littered with the corpses of immense beasts. The newer recruits are shaken, barely comprehending the scale of the conflict they survive. Their instructor reprimands them, stating they lack true battlefield awareness, but a far greater power suddenly materializes behind the unsuspecting teacher. Before the students can react, a blinding explosion engulfs their instructor. They can only watch in stunned silence. The protagonist now stands before a new group of hostiles. He instantly locks them down with a ring of absolute zero ice. Their spiritual powers are completely nullified as he summons a miniature sun above them. The resulting blast obliterates everything in the vicinity. He collects the spoils of his victory, spotting another enemy patrol nearby. Without hesitation, he repeats the process, trapping them in an inescapable prison of ice. Their abilities are severed by a field of dark matter, and they too are erased by overwhelming firepower. From a distance, enemy scouts watch their forces vanish from the radar. The protagonist smirks. To him, this isn't a threat, it's a harvest. Back in the forest, the elder has been thoroughly subjugated, forced into servitude. He deduced a pattern from the missing trainees. This was no accident. Someone was hunting the awakened. The corpse bed held the key to unmasking them. He examines one of the fallen. A non-lethal attack. The entire squad was neutralized, but left alive. This was a message. Suddenly, a containment field erupted, sealing their spiritual power. It was a sophisticated trap, but his team had their own countermeasures. It was time to see if their opponent had any power left. The strain of the battle was immense. Even his allies were nearing their limits. A moment of calm descended upon the forest. The instructor was stunned. Their team had acquired resources far exceeding any other group. He cautioned the protagonist against expanding his covert operations. A new directive was issued. He was to gather his former elite unit. His allies declared themselves ready for the next phase of his plan. The protagonist departed, leaving the others to contemplate his next move. Deep in the woods, a cabin pulsed with overwhelming energy. The onlookers were shocked by the sheer intensity of the power radiating from within. He emerged from his secret training, the exertion having pushed him to his absolute physical peak. He mentally reviewed the power hierarchy of this realm. He saw the path to the top. According to his analysis, a significant rest was required to assimilate such rapid advancement. His allies were astonished. His growth was already eclipsing their own masters. He inquired about more advanced catalysts. The standard red pills were now obsolete for him. The instructor confirmed their existence, but admitted their location was a mystery. A new plan began to form, a risky gambit to lure out their true enemy. The instructor provided a crucial clue. High-ranking mentors were stationed near the headquarters. They were located on islands to the southwest, a region teeming with high-level demons. The map revealed the target zone. The most dangerous area was exactly where he needed to go. This archipelago was a crucible, perfect for his purposes. He confronted a rival group. He knew they were responsible for the recent demonic incursions. His eyes narrowed. He had finally located the source of the organization's corruption. The instructor tried to deflect, feigning ignorance of the situation. But the protagonist was not interested in excuses. He would fulfill his promise once the medicine was secured. His cold resolve sent a shiver down his companion's spine. She was stunned by the sheer audacity of his declaration. The group surveys the open sea from their vessel, discussing the mission ahead. The elder Gao Zhanyuan questions the invitation, suspicious of their intentions. Our protagonist reveals his contingency. He's rigged one of the elder's men to self-destruct. This cold, calculated threat leaves the others speechless. The team's tactician notes their odds are low against such formidable opponents. Their plans are interrupted by an approaching shadow as a massive vessel looms over them. They have been discovered by a force far more organized than anticipated. The protagonist activates his trap, and the elder is racked with crippling pain. A voice booms from the warship, demanding to know if Gao Zhanyuan is aboard. The elder is cornered, questioned about the unsanctioned personnel on his boat. He panics, begging the protagonist not to activate the explosive he mentioned earlier. Forced to comply, Gao Zhanyuan puts on a performance, claiming they are merely his trainees. He feigns confidence, trying to de-escalate the tense situation. He attempts to dismiss the protagonist's group, but it's too late. The warship's commander issues a new directive, conscripting the elder for a new mission. Trapped, Gao Zhanyuan has no choice but to agree. The protagonist signals his team to follow. Seeing this as an opportunity, they approach the colossal ship, entering the heart of the enemy's operation. Aboard, the commander immediately chastises the elder for his appearance. He reveals an obsession with cleanliness, a psychological flaw to be exploited. Gao Zhanyuan grits his teeth, submitting to the commander's authority. Meanwhile, our protagonist begins his infiltration, mapping the entire vessel with his unique perception. He identifies key personnel, their power levels, and a hidden prison deep within the ship. Inside, their captured comrades are being held in squalid condition. One of his allies reveals another hidden card, a monitoring virus planted on their allies. He confirms their vitals are stable, astonishing the others with his foresight. The ally then reveals the virus's true purpose, indirect physical control. A demonstration begins, forcing a captured ally to grovel before a simple meal. Gao Zhanyuan is also a puppet. begging the mastermind to release him from his agony. The commander watches from his monitor, intrigued by this bizarre display of control. The protagonist calmly interrogates the elder, using pain as his tool for information. He addresses the elder with absolute contempt, reminding him of his powerless position. Suddenly, the commander himself doubles over in agony. The protagonist's control extends far beyond what anyone imagines. The captives wait patiently behind bars, their boredom a mask for the storm to come. Their intel confirms the threat, two masters in the Golden Core formation. While they strategize, the other prisoners remain completely oblivious to the unfolding plot. Elsewhere, a tense negotiation begins. The superior questions the sudden interest in these specific awakened individual. He presses his subordinate, asking why procedure was suddenly broken. The true prize is revealed, a high-level red awakening potion, a reward of immense value. Jungguang Ming, however, shows nothing but disdain for the rare artifacts. The superior then makes a chilling proposition: eliminate the two female practitioners and declare them casualty. His depraved motives for capturing them are made sickeningly clear. As the man's corruption is laid bare, Jungguang Ming's expression remains like stone. He declares that even he has limits he will not cross. Rejecting the order, he demands to leave the vessel, but is met with a smile of pure malice. The superior dismisses the tension as a mere test, a facade of camaraderie. The mask drops instantly as he unleashes a devastating strike. The force of the blow obliterates its target in a blinding flash of energy. Standing over the fallen man, Gao Zhanyuan mocks his subordinate's futile defiance. Confident in his absolute victory, he proceeds down the sterile corridor. He enters the women's cell, announcing his new role as their instructor. His predatory gaze reveals intentions that are anything but educational. The captives can only look on in terror, realizing the true danger they are in. But the battle was not over. Zheng Guangming strikes back with overwhelming force. He reveals his true purpose for being on this ship. He's searching for Wang Yuyang. Suddenly, a crimson energy slash erupts from the shadows, striking him down. A new power enters the field, the leader of the Dao Qi organization, complicating the entire situation. The commander stared in disbelief, the report defying all logic. A single low-level cultivator couldn't possibly have caused this chaos. He replayed the initial assault in his mind, the sheer force of it. A blazing projectile soared across the battlefield, aimed at the command vessel. The blast tore through the ship's hull with ease. His subordinate, a pyrokinetic, had merely used a fraction of her power. She prepared to unleash her full incinerating wrath upon the target. A meteor shower of pure flame descended upon the man, but suddenly a strange field nullified all spiritual energy in the area. Two mysterious figures appeared, effortlessly disabling the surrounding fighters. An order echoed from an enemy ship: eliminate all unauthorized personnel. A young brawler rushed forward with a ferocious attack. Her assault was casually deflected, her power utterly insignificant. Enraged by her allies' retreat, she screamed in frustration. The fleeing group was immediately pursued by elite soldiers. They were quickly cornered, their escape route cut off, but the lead soldier stumbled, as if tripped by an unseen force. A new guardian emerged from the shadows, his power manifesting as dark tendrils. The soldiers noted he was alone, a fatal miscalculation. The guardian's counterattack was swift and utterly devastating. Catching his breath, he stood resolute in the aftermath, his eyes narrowed with cold determination. Suddenly, a warning cry rang out as an enemy began to glow with immense power. The man screamed, his body overflowing with raw energy. A pillar of light erupted, signaling a terrifying transformation. The onlookers could only watch in shock as he achieved an instantaneous breakthrough. They searched the ruins, wondering where the newly ascended master had gone. He reappeared in the sky, his target already in his grasp. The victim's identity sent a wave of terror through the crowd. The horrific creature before him was once his friend, Ma Lu. From afar, the orchestrator of this tragedy simply smiled. He saw no reason to hurry their demise. He gloated that on this isolated vessel, escape was impossible, but his monologue was cut short by a thunderous blow. Ma Tianyi, fueled by rage, lunged into the ocean to save his son. His comrades watched in horror, knowing he couldn't swim. The villain merely laughed, forming a barrier to block any rescue attempt. Elsewhere on the deck, another fierce battle raged on. The chaos was escalating rapidly. The mastermind effortlessly repelled the group's assaults. His very arrogance was a weapon, amplifying his power with every taunt. His overwhelming strength made avoiding critical hits a monumental task. But Hang Shang had a plan. He unleashed his own burning soul energy. He clashed with the enemy, whose power far exceeded his current formation. The enemy retaliated with a blinding beam of destructive light, but the attack was a feint, perfectly anticipated as a dark power ensnared the true target. Hang Shang turned to his exhausted ally. Dunan, can you still fight? Dunan confirmed he was weakened, but their victory was impossible without him. They quickly formed a new strategy, a coordinated assault to save their friend. Their opponent was infuriated by their blatant scheming. This was exactly the reaction Hang Shang wanted. They charged forward into the rage. The villain roared, his sanity fracturing as he forbade them from passing. He unleashed a devastating blast of pure energy from his core, but Hang Shang's mind operated on a higher level. He had already deciphered the attack's nature. As predicted, Dunan's shadow technique struck the villain's true body. The villain sneered, convinced their momentary victory was meaningless. Hang Shang then activated his ultimate trump card. A system martial art instantly materialized, binding all of his enemies in place. Even the mastermind was caught completely off guard by this sudden reversal. The technique then hurled all of them into the unforgiving sea. With the main threat captured, the situation seemed resolved, but Hang Shang knew he had to push his body beyond its limits, risking permanent damage. Just as he was about to sacrifice his future, a different consciousness took control. Its eyes opened, glowing with a terrifying crimson light. A new power had awakened. The observers stare in disbelief at the monstrous aura emanating from the boy. They realize he single-handedly annihilated a golden core expert, completely reversing the flow of battle. Ma Lu's father erupts in pride, while the boy's eyes remain locked on his remaining foes. The surviving combatants tremble, admitting this entity is far beyond their comprehension. They immediately prostrate themselves, begging for their lives, but the others know it's too late. These men have witnessed something they were never meant to see. The leader desperately pleads, promising to do anything to be spared. Ma Lu simply stares, his silence more terrifying than any threat. Then, his eyes glow a sinister crimson as he delivers their sentence. A wave of pure terror washes over the leader. He can't fathom the level of power this child possesses. He screams at his subordinate to check the readings, but the device is malfunctioning wildly. The spirit energy signature is an incomprehensible, chaotic scrawl, unlike anything they've ever recorded. The leader makes his final desperate command, a full-speed retreat. As their vessel turns to flee, Ma Lu raises a single hand, his voice cutting through the air. "Did I agree to let you go?" The entire ocean tilts unnaturally as a colossal force lifts their ship from the water. Panic erupts as the crew is thrown across the violently shifting deck. A massive wave, commanded by the serpent, rises like a titan to crush them. The leader realizes their fate is sealed. At sea, they have no chance against this master of water. In a final act of cowardice, he hurls his own man toward the beast as a distraction. He then sprouts wings of light, using a forbidden art to escape. He flies at maximum velocity, leaving the chaos behind him, but Ma Lu's voice stops him cold. "It doesn't matter who I am. You only need to know, I am the one who will take your life." With a single chilling phrase, he seals the man's fate. The man's desperate screams are cut short as the serpent's jaws clamp down, ending him instantly. The colossal beast returns to its master, the ocean now calm and silent. The onlookers are speechless. 3 golden core masters have been utterly erased. Only Ma Lu's father celebrates the overwhelming display of power. One of them notices a fundamental shift in Ma Lu's aura. They no longer recognize the boy, only the horned sovereign standing before them. His crimson eyes survey the aftermath, cold and detached from the slaughter he just orchestrated. The battle is over, and a new predator now rules these waters. A disorienting spiritual wave had stunned the entire crew. The 3-headed python's psychic assault was neutralized just as quickly. As a reward, they collected 10 vials of advanced red awakening. This was enough to elevate the entire team's combat potential, but their narrow escape from death was not the focus. All eyes were on Ma Lu. He stood apart, gazing into the endless ocean, his mind clearly elsewhere. His father figure approached, concerned. He asked if the boy's injuries were truly healed. The tension between them was palpable as they locked eyes. Ma Lu assured him he was fine, but admitted to hearing voices. The rest of the crew listened, perplexed by his confession. He described a powerful voice, ancient and impossibly distant. It was a summons, a call to uncover some incredible long-buried secret. The old man placed a steadying hand on his shoulder. He confessed his own feelings of inadequacy, believing he'd failed him, but Ma Lu's expression remained firm, his resolve unshaken. "Life is fleeting," the man advised. "Do not hesitate to seize your destiny." His voice was filled with a rare paternal pride. He urged him to pursue his true purpose, without reservation. The weight of these words settled upon Ma Lu. The others watched the profound exchange in silence. Without another word, he walked to the edge of the vessel. His decision was made. He plunged into the deep, unforgiving waters below. The crew cried out in shock, unable to believe he was gone, but his father remained calm. "It is his choice," he stated. "He is his own man now." His comrades argued, desperate to get him back. As the ship began to pull away, a sense of loss filled the air. Their future was now uncertain, the path ahead unknown. They sailed on, wondering if they would ever meet again. Suddenly, a violent lurch threw everyone off balance. A colossal wave was propelling the ship forward. They realized it was Ma Lu's power. He reappeared on deck, a calm smile on his face. The departure was merely a test. His eyes burned with newfound clarity and power. He declared his true desire was to remain with them all. Overcome with relief, the old man embraced him tightly. Propelled by his immense power, the ship cut through the ocean waves. He then requested a new designation from his peer. The name given was La Shul, a word that struck him with the force of a forgotten memory. Ma Lu lies in a coma, the dragon horn gone from his head. He simply exhausted his spiritual energy during the battle. His body is recovering, but his spirit spiritual energy signature is now highly unusual. The elders confirm this. Ma Lu's power operates on a completely different system. The last battle was won by a narrow margin. They must all elevate their inner state. He reflects on the fight's critical moment. A precise calculation secured victory. His focus is absolute, a state his allies dare not interrupt. Hang Shang declares she is ready to begin, but he halts her advance. His own reserves are not yet restored. Her impatience draws mockery from another, but the situation is delicate. The man in the mask offers to assist with his higher inner state. Suddenly, an urgent call arrives from an operative in the field. Misu reports from the front. Her mission is proceeding flawlessly. With Wu Neng's new abilities, they can establish a new citadel in the sea. Overwhelmed by the constant scheming, he delegates the rest of the plan. The mental and physical strain finally takes its toll. He too succumbs to the exhaustion of battle. Meanwhile, a new threat is already on the move, tracking their location. He seeks to eliminate traitors who stole a large quantity of awakening potions. He has already identified 2 of the targets on his vessel's monitor, but 2 of the traitors were once his own students. Their fate is sealed. They will be treated as mere material for his plans. A flashback reveals the brutal conditioning his students endured. Now he looks out at the sea, vowing this separation will be permanent. Back with the team, their transport arrives at a deserted shore. The new team leader immediately begins asserting her authority. She orders the weakest member to carry the wounded, a harsh display of hierarchy. The others discuss the aftermath of their first real combat experience. The conversation turns to Lu Xiaoyan, whose true nature remains an enigma. She reveals she also escaped the organization, but her ordeal was different. Lu Xiaoyan was subjected to torture beyond human endurance. The team is stunned to learn of her horrific past. She escaped an abyss worse than death, but her lifespan is now critically short. Hang Shang silently contemplates the weight of this revelation. The team leader questions what freedom even means in such a state. Hang Shang is left speechless, her perspective completely altered. She turns to the team leader, offering a sincere apology. She understands now that everyone carries unforgettable burdens. Her sudden solicitousness is met with immediate suspicion. The others can only watch the strange dynamic unfold. The tension breaks, but the gravity of their situation remains. Meanwhile, their pursuer has arrived, discovering the abandoned vessel. His expression is cold, his resolve to hunt them down absolute. The transport vehicle tears across the desolate landscape. Inside, the team rests, completely unaware of the approaching conflict. Their new captive attempts to bargain for his life, but the decision is not theirs. His fate rests with Hang Shang. The man's bravado shatters, revealing his deception was born of fear. An agent probes deeper, questioning the organization's ultimate goal. He reveals their objective, to engineer the strongest awakened being. But when asked about the final step, he admits he was merely a pawn. Their journey continues, taking them deep into a dense forest. They finally reach the coastline, where a strange vessel awaits them. A large contingent of personnel is already assembled on the shore. The protagonist, however, senses a dark presence from the deep woods. Monstrous entities lurk within the shadows of the trees. He steps forward, telling the others to stay back as flames ignite. A torrent of cleansing fire erupts from his hands. He watches, unbothered, as his enemies are incinerated. The sheer display of power leaves the others utterly stunned. One of the younger members awakens, having been knocked unconscious. A report confirms it. Hundreds of pursuers were annihilated instantly. They are facing an opponent of unprecedented, terrifying strength. The protagonist stands alone amidst the smoldering ruins he created. His gaze is cold, already calculating his next tactical move. He closes his eyes, activating a formidable new technique. Multiple flame after images materialize, each a perfect replica. While his true body meditates, his clones begin the hunt. The fleeing enemy squad is scattered, hunted from all directions. Their tactical sensors show the net tightening around them. Escape is futile. If a clone finds them, the original will descend. The enemy's systems struggle to even analyze the flame after images. With their leader gone, a new commander desperately calls for backup. But suddenly, Hang Shang moves out, abandoning his position. He vanishes in a blur of motion, leaving his team behind. He rushes into the forest, backed by an army of his own duplicates. The entire battlefield is a chessboard, and every piece is being tracked by command. With new intelligence received, the commander's expression turns predatory. He storms into the briefing room, his subordinate demanding answer, but there is no time for explanations. The enemy is a Golden Core expert. They deploy immediately, soaring above the metropolis on a spider-like craft. Far away, the bait for the trap moves with incredible speed. She stops, unleashing a massive energy pulse to reveal her pursuers. The hunting party is instantly exposed, their stealth compromised, but in the shadows, another player has been watching, his crimson eyes open, having calculated every possibility. The hunters find their path blocked, realizing they were lured here on purpose. The protagonist's expression is one of utter indifference to their shock. The decoy appears, revealing that she orchestrated the encounter, but he sees sees the deeper strategy. She is merely a distraction for another team. They try to stop her from leaving, but it's useless. She disappears in a blur of motion, far beyond their reach. The group can only watch in frustration, feeling the sting of her hateful energy. With his theory confirmed, the protagonist enacts the next phase of his plan. He activates a lightspeed technique, vanishing from his location. He rematerializes instantly before his true targets, unleashing his fire afterimage art. The spectral clones move to engage, causing panic among the enemy ranks. Their attacks are useless as the after images simply phase through them. His true form declares his objective. He has located the traitor and will take him now. The sheer spiritual pressure he emits is overwhelming, terrifying his opponents. He gives them one final chilling warning before the battle begins. As the confrontation erupts, the commander is still racing towards the conflict zone. An ally watches the events unfold, a cold sweat beading on his brow. The tactical display shows all forces converging on a single point. A clash between high-level combatants is now imminent. The challenger unleashes his domain, the dark matter force field. Abyss. From the shadows, spectral entities rise to bind their target, controlling both his energy and his movement. His allies coordinate their assault, preparing a massive spiritual orb. They synchronize their attacks, unleashing a pressure fist and an energy wave at maximum power, but their opponent simply smirks, his own power beginning to manifest. He erupts in an inferno, a colossal beast of pure flame incinerating everything in its path. The coordinated assault is instantly vaporized. The resulting explosion rips through the landscape, leaving nothing but a smoldering crater in its wake. On the phone, he gives his next command. The 3 awakened subjects were to be taken away. Elsewhere, another group flees for their lives. A calm voice instructs them, having activated their adrenal glands to grant them supernatural speed. But even this enhancement is not enough. Their pursuer closes in, a living comet of fire. The fiery energy coalesces, revealing the hunter's form. He lands directly in the path of their youngest member. The protagonist identifies him instantly, a traitor and a student of Gaozhan. The boy panics, recognizing the legendary figure before him. He desperately clings to the belief that they need him alive, that he is safe from execution. He is tragically mistaken. As the protagonist reveals a fraction of his true form, the boy is paralyzed by the sheer pressure of his spiritual energy. His entire world dissolves into a blinding sun, the absolute certainty of death approaching. The overwhelming aura suffocates him, his body refusing to obey his commands. The protagonist delivers his final verdict. Traitors are not forgiven, they are repurposed as material. He makes a single dismissive gesture. His eyes are utterly devoid of emotion. A swarm of dark constructs erupts from his body, a tide of microorganisms designed to deconstruct his target. Suddenly, 2 powerful figures intervene, blocking his path. The protagonist pauses, intrigued by their unique martial arts. Instead of a threat, he sees only opportunity. More high-quality material has presented itself. The elder concedes that this strange martial art ignores defense, but the sheer difference in spiritual energy makes any resistance futile. Chen's gaze remains cold and unforgiving. Useless. All of you will be taken away. A blinding light erupts from the elder's desperate final attack. He unleashes a torrent of explosive fire force, a final act of defiance. The blast consumes everything, a futile attempt to secure an escape. When the smoke clears, Chen stands unharmed amidst the devastation. Already taking a call, the survivors can only stare, their minds unable to comprehend his immense power. He receives a report from another team. "You were ambushed?" he asks calmly. On the other end, his subordinate screams in panic as their own operation is compromised. Chen instantly processes the new variable. It must be the work of that boy he let escape. He now regrets not eliminating the threat when he had the opportunity. Far away, the fleeing squad feels a terrifying presence approaching. A crimson meteor streaks across the sky behind them. Chen is closing in at impossible speeds. He unleashes a devastating sphere of light and power upon his targets. The blast wave sends the entire team scattering like dolls. The attack's energy then vanishes, causing them to plummet from the sky. They crash into the woods below, discovering their spiritual power has been completely sealed. They realize it's his ability. They've been perfectly trapped. From a distance, Chen confirms their location. The hunt is concluded. He appears before his original targets, who are now utterly helpless. The father and daughter plead, desperately trying to shield each other. Their sentiment is met with cold contempt. "What a pitiful face," he scoffs. Suddenly the boy from before intervenes, wielding a blinding sun-like power of his own. The captured pair watch in horror as a new player enters the field. The young prodigy stands before Chen. They have met again. Chen shows a flicker of irritation. Surprised, the boy managed to catch up, but the boy ignores him, unleashing a different technique upon the 2 captives. They vanish in a flash of light as Chen silently observes. The scene shifts. Chen now stands on the deck of a ship, looking out at the ocean. A massive vessel has just arrived, its appearance marking the next stage of his plan. The boy is also present, and Chen reminds him of their agreement not to fight. The boy simply waves farewell and teleports away in a flash of light. A tactical overview reveals the current state of the operation. Chen's clone is in pursuit of one target, while several others have been neutralized. All vectors point to the enemy headquarters, where the final target has been cornered. The enemy leader realizes realizes he has been completely outplayed, his face twisting in pure fury. He awakens from his coma, immediately sensing the grave danger. His companion weeps, revealing that Lu Xiaoyan is gone. The devastating news shatters his composure. Their pursuer grows tired of the game, deciding to end it now. He unleashes a terrifying blast of raw power. The others watch in horror as the enemy closes in at impossible speeds. But the protagonist steps forward, his mind already calculating the battlefield. His eyes glow with crimson light as he orders his friends to run. He intercepts the attack, beginning a powerful summoning ritual. With a single command, he calls forth the element of water. A colossal wave erupts from the dry earth. He manipulates the torrent into a defensive vortex around himself. The enemy counters with a searing plume of fire. With eyes burning with rage, he demands to know his comrade's fate. The hunter is intrigued. Sensing a chaotic and profound spiritual energy, he recognizes the protagonist's power as exceptionally high-quality material. The two elemental forces clash in a storm of destruction. The enemy gathers a miniature sun, preparing to incinerate his target. In response, the water coalesces into a monstrous leviathan. The hunter is stunned, unable to believe a monster would aid a human. He effortlessly dispels the summon, entirely unimpressed. He scoffs that mere beasts are helpless against his flames. He threatens to turn the creature into a meal, a fatal miscalculation. A cold, tactical resolve hardens the protagonist's expression. This was merely the first move. 3 new spirits are summoned. The hunter is baffled by this bizarre new technique. One of the spirits unleashes a disorienting sonic attack. He cannot comprehend the nature of this strange ability. He quickly deduces this is simply a strategy to buy time. He moves to shatter the strange barrier with a single punch, but as he strikes, his spiritual energy is completely nullified. The hunter's confidence shatters as he understands the true purpose of the trap. This was never about stalling, it was about creating the perfect stage for an execution. A torrent of azure energy erupts from the mysterious boy. His spiritual power is sealed, rendering his techniques useless against this A-rank threat. The enemy is a mere child, yet he commands monstrous beasts with absolute authority. With cold crimson eyes, the boy orders a second, more powerful volley. The attack connects, tearing through his defenses with brutal force. He can only endure the searing pain of the assault. A barrage of explosions follows, leaving him utterly incapacitated. The smoke clears, revealing the boy standing over his defeated form. Another more terrifying creature materializes, crackling with electrical power. Beaten and broken, he is left completely at his enemy's mercy. He feigns weakness, pleading for his life as a last resort. The boy's monsters loom, ready to deliver the final blow. He reveals his final gambit, a hostage sealed within his own martial arts. The boy's calm demeanor breaks, demanding an explanation. He explains the seal was a contingency to retrieve a rogue apprentice. He offers a trade, his life in exchange for the girl's freedom. The boy's eyes narrow, processing the new information. He weighs the tactical implications of this unexpected variable. He states he never intended to kill him, only to free his friend. He lectures him on interfering with the destinies of others. The deal is struck. He will spare him if he releases the seal. The protagonist seems to concede, extending a hand in surrender. But it's a trap. He unleashes his true power in a desperate final attack. The golden beam of light skewers the unsuspecting boy. The child is engulfed in a fiery inferno, his shock palpable. His summoned beasts are obliterated in the massive explosion. With his spiritual power finally unbound, he savors his victory. He looks down on his foe, his voice laced with contempt. A cruel, triumphant smile spreads across his face. Ji Chen demands a report on the enemy's location. Their objective had been simple: eliminate all threats, but his subordinate tearfully explains that Lu Xiaoyan sacrificed herself for their escape. A cold fury glimmers in Ji Chen's eyes as he asks about Hang Shang. The team resolves to return to the burning forest to find their lost comrades. The battlefield was a maelstrom of destruction, orchestrated by a single entity. They realize even the powerful summoned beast was captured in the assault. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the chaos. It's Hang Shang, exhausted and wounded. He learns the horrifying truth. He and the small group are all that remain. He reveals he intentionally endured the attacks to buy his team more time. The internal damage from his gambit becomes brutally clear. Overcome with rage, he tries to rush back, but Ji Chen blocks his path. The commander admonishes him, stating that raw emotion is a fatal flaw in battle. Hang Shang screams that his comrades are irreplaceable. He cannot abandon them, no matter the cost. Ji Chen strikes him down with a single precise blow. He explains that a mind clouded by rage cannot make tactical decisions. The others watch in stunned silence. Ji Chen calmly states that the time for a counterattack has not yet arrived. Elsewhere, at a secure coastal facility, the enemy regroups. Their commander reports the mission's success. The targets were captured, and valuable assets were secured. He dismisses his men to tend to his own wounds. His subordinates are shocked. They have never seen him suffer such serious injury. The toll of the battle is evident as he retreats. Despite the damage, he analyzes his gains. The spoils of this battle are unprecedented. This victory will allow for a quantum leap in his own power. A deceptive calm settles over the region. Back in the forest, Ji Chen briefs his remaining squad for the next phase. He asks them a single critical question. Are they prepared to die? They respond with zealous excitement, eager for the coming conflict. Their confidence is absolute, believing the enemy has no comprehension of their true power. Ji Chen issues the order. They will wait for Hang Shang to recover. Then they strike. Together they will achieve absolute victory, or face total annihilation. Though his body was recovering, a crimson energy was eroding his life force. He had a single desperate gambit left to play. Ignoring his severe injuries, he gives a quiet command to his subordinate. It was time to execute his final high-risk plan. He reveals a forbidden elixir, the Red Awakening potion. He consumes the volatile substance, shocking his allies. An overwhelming wave of pure despair floods his system. The raw, destructive energy threatened to tear his very soul apart. But through sheer force of will, he conquers the agony. From the crucible of pain, a new, transcendent being of immense power is born. His allies combine their strongest healing arts, a desperate gambit to save him. But Hang Shang's eyes gleam with cold calculation. He has another plan. He assures them he can persist through the agonizing treatment. He knows the immense toll it will take, but it's a necessary sacrifice. Unleashing his celestial spirit technique, he pushes his power to the absolute limit. The raw energy backlash immediately incapacitates his two supporters. The treatment fails. He hemorrhages blood as his body begins to break down. Just in time, his reinforcements arrive, ready to share the immense burden. They all link their power, enduring the overwhelming spiritual pressure together. The commanders hesitate, torn between joining the effort and protecting the perimeter. One makes a decision, channeling her own energy into the formation. The instant she connects, the sheer force of the energy nearly shatters her consciousness. The others are recovering, but their skills are sealed, leaving them vulnerable. Hang Shang's condition is now critical. He is on the verge of death. A commander gives the final order. Save him at all costs. They join the circuit, channeling their own power into the desperate gambit. The two are instantly gripped by the agonizing energy feedback, but their sacrifice works. The girls regain control of their spiritual power. With a blood-soaked grimace, Hang Shang commands them to resume the treatment. This time he isn't just healing. He's transferring his entire power reserve. The sheer volume of energy pushes his allies to their absolute limits. They endure the excruciating process, trusting his strategy completely. The disturbance is perceived as a massive, chaotic anomaly by outsider. The combined power becomes so immense it defies gravity itself. This was his true objective. He prepares to unleash his ultimate power. A blinding sphere of golden energy envelops them all, converging into a singularity. The energy detonates, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave across the battlefield. His allies scour the battlefield, searching for any sign of him. They find him unresponsive, his spiritual power completely extinguished. His meridians are shattered. He is now no different from a common mortal. His fate is now in their hands. They decide to transport him back to the organization's headquarters. Meanwhile, his opponent reports the successful neutralization of the target. He coldly dismisses his men, needing to be alone. Once behind closed doors, his facade of strength finally crumbles. The true price of his victory suddenly comes due. He collapses, his body racked with devastating internal damage. His own lifeblood spills onto the floor, the battle having pushed him past his limits. He is on the verge of death himself. His mind flashes back to the fight, recalling his enemy's terrifying tenacity. He contemplates the sheer destructive potential his foe would wield upon reaching the next realm. The threat has been contained. For now, he submits to his exhaustion, his own survival uncertain. Far from the conflict, a new stage is set on Boboli Islands. A heavily guarded fortress stands as the next key location. An eccentric captain and his aide approach the perimeter, demanding entry. Ignoring the guards, the captain forces his way through the checkpoint. His subordinate desperately tries to de-escalate the situation, but the captain's intentions are clear. He is here to provoke a conflict. He roars a challenge, designed to flush out a hidden adversary. The commotion immediately puts the entire base on high alert. An unknown powerhouse steps forward, answering the challenge with fury. The captain is enraged that an unknown variable has interfered with his plan. The situation instantly spirals out of his control. The newcomer unleashes a devastating attack, shattering the main gate. The entire island is shaken by the sudden eruption of power. A new conflict has begun. Elsewhere, his companions can only watch and wait with grave concern, but deep within his coma, a miracle is taking place. His shattered essence is not merely healing, it is being completely reconstructed. Entirely new systems of martial arts and forbidden techniques are being unlocked within his soul. An invitation arrives from the highest authority. Shi Fanghua proceeds without hesitation. He is led deep into a restricted high-security industrial complex. His escort's clearance ends here. The reason is simple. Shi Fanghua has been promoted to the organization's top rank. His expression remains cold and unreadable. He is granted access to a chamber few have ever seen. Before him lies the inner sanctum of power. The legendary four elders await his arrival. They praise him for his unparalleled achievement. He calmly acknowledges the rumored leadership council. They reveal the material he provided advanced their primary objective by nearly 40%. His contribution was a monumental leap forward. Their final goal is now within reach. To complete the project, they demand he acquire more of these materials. The source is a dark secret, energy forcibly extracted from human subjects. It is a brutal but highly effective process. He agrees without a flicker of emotion. Meanwhile, an alert sounds as an enemy force raids their territory. The entire invasion consists of a single, overwhelmingly powerful individual. He mocks the defenders, finding their efforts insufficient to even be a warm-up. Their elite formations are shattered instantly by his assault. Panic spreads through the ranks as they call for all available units. A subordinate questions his commander's brazen, head-on attack strategy. The attacker dismisses his concerns as cowardice. He continues to carve a path of destruction through their defenses. An elite soldier in advanced power armor is deployed to stop him. The invader recognizes the technology and prepares to activate his own system, but in a flash of light, his own power turns against him, leaving him stunned and confused. He activated the conspiracy system. His true objective finally revealed. His target was instantly overwhelmed by an inexplicable power. The effect spread to the other captain, leaving their adversary utterly confused. They quickly understood this transformation was a calculated byproduct of the system. The armored enemy was enraged by their sudden, incomprehensible change, but their new forms held a hidden, immense power. The behemoth unleashed a cataclysmic blast, expecting total annihilation. The entire battlefield was consumed by a torrent of raw energy. Convinced they had fled, the Titan surveyed the crater he had created. His underlings began to cheer for a premature victory. Unscathed, the captains reappeared to analyze their new parameter. The true advantage was revealed. Their martial skills no longer consumed any energy. Far from the battle, within a storm-racked fortress, a dark experiment was rapidly approaching its conclusion. The final power threshold was about to be crossed. A grand machine thrummed with forbidden, world-altering energy. The mastermind behind the device awakened. His grand design was finally complete. Back on the battlefield, an eerie calm settled over the area. Reinforcements arrived. Having heard rumors of their captain's overwhelming might, they surveyed the absolute devastation, trying to locate their leaders. Two figures were spotted standing tall within the smoke and debris. It was the captains, radiating an entirely new and formidable aura. The arriving soldiers were struck speechless by their leader's transformation. The captain calmly explained it was a temporary side effect of the system's power. Their bizarre new appearance left the troops completely stunned, but fear turned to fanaticism, pledging their lives to their newly empowered captain. The two captains analyzed their new forms, noting the temporary nature of this power-up. The key to unlocking their true potential lay in manipulating the emotional state of a specific asset. The protagonist applied a calculated psychological trigger, a precise stimulus to achieve the desired effect. The subject immediately transformed, granting them an immense tactical advantage for 5 minutes. With their new power secured, he surveyed the heavily fortified islands and dismissed any notion of stealth. He had grown tired of inaction and ordered an immediate division of their forces for a swift assault. The strategy was simple. 2 elite teams would strike simultaneously, while a third unit provided cover. As they approached the objective, a massive surge of energy confirmed the enemy's presence. An enormous ice wall erupted from the ground, a futile attempt at defense. The enemy refused a direct confrontation, instead launching a massive bombardment from behind their walls. The barrage of explosions filled the air, a desperate show of force. It was then his allies understood the chilling truth. They were merely bait for a far greater plan. The true attack was unleashed, a concentrated beam of energy that located and annihilated the enemy's conspiracy. With the path now clear, the protagonist spearheaded the assault himself, cutting through the remaining defender. Panic consumed the enemy command center as reports flooded in. Their primary fortress had been breached. The high command could only stare at their monitors, watching the shadow of their destroyer loom over the ruins. They zoomed in on the figure, witnessing not a man, but an avatar of pure, overwhelming power. The organization's leaders revealed their hand, offering an artifact of immense power. It was a single-use regenerative cell, capable of restoring the body to its absolute peak. Their true fanatical ambition was summarized in a single word: immortality. The very concept sent a shock through his system. This was the final power that dynasties chased, an attraction no mortal could refuse. But this gift was conditional. He was tasked with a new mission to acquire high-quality fuel for the organization. He accepted the command without a second thought, his eyes fixed on the target zone. Area D. He was not the only one mobilized. The organization had summoned its most powerful masters for this singular purpose. Addressing his own forces, he laid out the grim reality of the operation. Absolute obedience was required. Across the continent, rival powers sensed against the massive convergence of energy, realizing a major offensive was underway. The pieces were in place. The most violent meat grinder in history was about to begin. In a desolate, snow-swept city, a young girl worries for her long-absent brother. The matriarch of the family offers comfort, reminding her of the difficult path he walks. The girl scoffs, dismissing his quest for the elixir of life as a fantasy. But the old woman smiles, finding solace in the girl's presence. A brief moment of pride crosses the young girl's face. She declares herself far more reliable than her missing brother. Far away, the family matriarch can only hope her son has remained on a righteous path. Meanwhile, Ji Chen briefs his new team on a critical mission. Immediately, dissent erupts from a defiant operative. She arrogantly questions his authority, claiming she can handle the objective alone. His subordinates are furious, suggesting she be disciplined for her insubordination. Amidst the tension, another operative remains silent, observing. Then he makes an unusual request to undertake the mission by himself. Ji Chen's gaze is cold and analytical as he demands an explanation. The man reveals a desperate need for a promotion to save his ailing family. He claims countless lives depend on his success, but Ji Chen exposes the flaw in his plea. Everyone here needs this victory. The operative's face falls, his deception seemingly exposed. Suddenly, the man reveals his true nature, activating a powerful system ability. The entire team is instantly ensnared by glowing green tendrils of energy. The betrayer mocks them, twisting their forced compliance into a noble sacrifice. They discover in horror that their own systems and abilities have been completely sealed. He declares his intent to monopolize the mission's rewards, giving them a 10-minute countdown. Using a teleportation art, he vanishes and reappears with an entirely different squad. His strategy is to neutralize any potential interference. Before claiming his prize, he activates his system again, instantly binding the new arrival. The second squad is caught completely off guard, utterly immobilized. The strain of using his power is immense, but he pushes forward with his plan. With both teams secured, he begins to teleport them all away to an unknown fate. Their commander is enraged, realizing the massive tactical advantage his teleportation provides. The traitor proclaims their sacrifice will fuel his rise to greatness. The captured warriors can only watch in disbelief, their expressions a mix of shock and despair. A single name is called out in the chaos, Ji Chen. As if in response, a blinding flash of light erupts from one of the captives. The bindings shatter instantly, freeing everyone from the paralyzing art. The commander's eyes burn with renewed hope. Ji Chen has made his move. A powerful entity of pure flame unleashes its overwhelming power against their captor. A brilliant golden core ignites, activating her ultimate transformation. Her comrades plead for release, but her focus is on the threat. A momentary lapse in judgment, she is unsure how to break their bonds. She resorts to her newfound power, attempting to burn the ropes directly. The attempt fails spectacularly, scorching her allies instead of freeing them. The enemy smirks, revealing his power is an absolute system that only he can neutralize. He belittles her spiritual power, demanding they become sacrifices for his goals. Her eyes narrow, her resolve hardening against his insane demands. He cannot comprehend her resistance, believing sacrifice is the only logical path. With a cry of twisted judgment, he unleashes a powerful technique. The blow lands true, a brutal impact that sends her reeling. His assault is relentless, each strike pulverizing the very earth beneath her. The aftermath is a devastating explosion. He is furious at her defiance. He shows no mercy, pressing his advantage against the fallen warrior. She is slammed into the ground again as her captain screams for her to retreat. He rants about his need for sacrifices, labeling their survival instinct as selfish. The brutal punishment continues, his warped ideology fueling every blow. He feigns reluctance, blaming her supposed selfishness for forcing his hand. Bloodied but not broken, she questions his warped definition of the word. Her captain erupts, defending her friend's honor against the villain's lies. The man scoffs, dismissing her heartfelt defense as mere subjective opinion. In his eyes, refusing to be a pawn for his ambition is the ultimate crime. She rejects the order to retreat, preparing to face her end. She declares she will not stand by and watch her comrades be sacrificed. He mocks her conviction, challenging her to claim she's never acted for personal gain. With unwavering eyes, she makes a powerful declaration of her own principles. The question hangs in the air, turning his own twisted logic against him. Enraged by her words, he unleashes the full might of his judgment fist. A colossal explosion of volatile energy erupts from the point of impact. As the smoke clears, her allies stare in horror at the crater. He believes justice has been served, that she deserved her fate. But their shocked expressions aren't for the crater. They see something else. A figure emerges from the dissipating smoke. A new player has entered the field. It is Hang Shang. His eyes are open and he is fully aware. The villain turns, sensing the new presence that has interrupted his victory. He recognizes Hang Shang, noting his sudden advancement to the Golden Core period. Before the villain can react, Hang Shang is upon him, his foot crushing his face. He questions why someone so powerful would protect such cowardly people. The opponent sneers, mocking Hang Shang's meager attack power. His allies watch with concern, knowing the vast difference in their cultivation levels. The man sits, condescendingly offering him a moment to devise a plan. His companions are infuriated by this blatant disrespect. The captain knows that against such a foe, Hang Shang cannot even inflict a serious injury. She desperately asks what system he acquired upon his breakthrough. He reveals a stunning truth. He has no system, but he can perceive the systems of others. They are completely shocked by this unprecedented ability. He begins to demonstrate, revealing the first system which grows stronger through adversity. He then points out another, an optimistic system that thrives on positive thinking. Finally, he exposes the conspiracy system, designed for subterfuge and critical strikes. His allies are astounded by his perception. Hang Shang then turns his analysis on their true enemy. He reveals the man's system is not charity but selfishness, growing stronger through self-serving acts. The opponent's supposed generosity is just a ploy to regenerate his system points. His true nature exposed, the man erupts in fury. He quickly regains his composure, smugly stating that this knowledge is useless against his superior power. Hang Shang coldly dissects his ability, calling it a stupid system that relies on deception. The tense atmosphere shatters as the enemy's rage boils over. Hang Shang unleashes a meteor shower, a diversionary tactic. The attack has no effect, but it fuels his opponent's burning hatred. He decides against a quick victory, preferring to inflict absolute despair upon Hang Shang. The constant irritating attacks begin to break the man's focus. Hang Shang has already predicted his next move, the activation of his moral binding lock. The captain screams a warning, knowing the skill seals both one's energy and system. It is far too late. The enemy grins, certain of his victory. He unleashes his ultimate technique, designed to completely neutralize any foe. But Hang Shang was prepared, activating a counter skill of his own. A golden shield erupts around him, intercepting the attack perfectly. The enemy laughs, convinced his technique is absolute and cannot be stopped, but the attack is reflected, slamming back into its originator with immense force. His own power binds him, leaving him completely helpless. He panics, realizing his system is locked and he cannot break free. Even without his powers, he screams that he will tear Hang Shang apart. But from the shadows, new figures emerge, their intentions lethal. The enemy commander noted Hang Shang's influence had vanished completely. The protagonist had neutralized a Golden Core master in less than 10 minutes. This outcome infuriated his subordinate, who was denied the kill. From afar, they reassessed the situation. The opponent's power was grossly underestimated. Their intelligence was a catastrophic failure. The enemy force was double what they anticipated. On the protagonist's side, they also sensed the shift in the battlefield's power. The forest grew silent, a quiet prelude to the coming storm. His allies, however, were still confident in his abilities, but their commander understood the gravity of their situation. She questioned if he had somehow learned to manipulate the system itself. He explained it was a unique art, one that could reflect any attack back at its source. This technique operated outside the known rules of martial systems, a perfect counter. She demanded to know the extent of his arsenal. He calmly revealed he possessed 6 of these reality-defying arts. Each ability is unlocked as his own power grows, a constantly evolving threat. The first is a sacred healing art, granting him passive regeneration. The second allows him to perceive and even learn the secrets of his foe's energy. A third art grants control over ambient spiritual energy, creating a defensive field. His fourth creates explosive clones, an insidious trap for the unwary. The fifth stores vast amounts of power, doubling the might of his next attack. His final art reflects any martial skill, ignoring the opponent's realm entirely. His team was stunned into silence. This wasn't a skill, it was an exploit of reality itself. He coolly revealed these were simply countermeasures, designed to survive his own father's power, but such immense ability came at a cost, and his energy was dangerously low. Seizing this perceived weakness, the enemy strategist prepared her move. She had already pinpointed the protagonist's location. Her plan was insidious, manipulate the very air they breathed to induce a coma. The enemy commander gave the order to proceed, but the protagonist was already executing his own counter-strategy. He requested access to his commander's system, which held the most raw power. She agreed without a moment's hesitation, trusting his judgment completely. He now possessed her core ability, a guaranteed critical strike. He prepared to merge this borrowed power with his own martial arts. Dark energy coalesced in his palm. The perfect, unavoidable attack was now ready. As his team watched in awe, his senses suddenly detected a new threat. An enemy was approaching, preparing to launch a surprise attack. He focused his perception, locking onto the hidden assailant. Suddenly, one of his allies was violently launched into the sky by an invisible force. The enemy had struck first, successfully isolating a member of his team. The enemy strategist revealed herself. Gloating over her ambush, she activated her wide-area disabling art, confident in her victory. A woman reels back, demanding to know who struck her. The protagonist calmly states it was simply an experiment with a new martial art. Having gathered the necessary data, he turns to leave. The enraged woman unleashes her power to stop him. He analyzes the results of his strike. A guaranteed critical hit was achieved. He deduces her martial skill manipulates the very air around them, a dangerous ability indeed. His companions realize the terrifying implications of this power. The technique rapidly increases oxygen concentration to a lethal threshold. Inhaling the enriched air leads to oxygen poisoning, a cascade of system failures culminating in a swift, agonizing end. The enemy faction possesses techniques that can kill without a direct confrontation. He immediately orders a full retreat, but the enemy has already begun her assault. A vortex of immense power begins to form around them. The deadly tornado is a wide-range, suffocating field. There is no escape. Their attempts to breach the wind wall are useless. They are completely locked in. The effects are immediate as his team begins to choke, pleading for him to teleport them away. The caster focuses her will, confident her prey is trapped within the storm. After a moment, she believes the battle is over. Her targets should be incapacitated. Her tornado wall is also a sensory field, and she detects no spiritual energy within. Their scout had used a perception skill to pinpoint the group's location, but the assault team sent to the coordinates found nothing. They were completely deceived. The caster is furious, insisting her technique is flawless. The coordinates must have been faulty. Her commander recalls an earlier encounter, a lone teenager who interfered with their advance. The scout confirms the boy's description, recalling his unique presence. They realize in an instant, the boy with the arrogant demeanor was their true target. The caster scans the battlefield one last time. The area is empty and her wall prevents any teleportation. Infuriated by the deception, she takes her anger out on her subordinates. The grunts are forced to march, complaining about their incompetent leadership. One of them, Chang Yongfen, bears the brunt of her frustration. He laments his miserable existence, forced to follow foolish orders. He has always lived an unremarkable life, constantly bullied and overlooked. His only hope was to stumble upon some legendary treasure by chance. Just then, a faint glimmer on the path catches his eye. It's an ornate golden ring. This could be the opportunity he has been waiting for. He resolves to seize this chance and alter his destiny. The ring is a system item, a legendary tool that could grant him unimaginable power. A furious commander demands a status report from his underlings. They can only report failure. Their target remains elusive. The commander's gaze intensifies. This mission is critical. Blame is quickly assigned, but the commander holds the entire team responsible. He issues a chilling ultimatum: find the target or be repurposed as raw material. The weight of his threat silences them completely. Meanwhile, our protagonist is already executing his own plan. Addressing his forces, he divides his elite squads, creating a perfect search grid and deploying a clone. When his strategy is questioned, he gives a single cold command: obey. His true objective is revealed. The heavily fortified Kili Tay organization headquarters. The stronghold is located in the continent's treacherous northwest region. It's a fortress surrounded by deadly traps and monsters, thriving in the severe weather. Their defenses are not just physical. A spiritual energy system detects any unregistered presence. Golden Core protectors patrol the perimeter, with powerful reinforcements ready to deploy instantly. The new office was constructed as an impenetrable wall, with no detail overlook. Entry requires multiple security checks, including biometric scans to prevent infiltration. Even authorized members must pass 21 different security screening. The mission's secrecy is paramount. Inside, wanted posters are everywhere. The organization is hunting 4 extremely dangerous targets. The target, blissfully unaware, relaxes in his private quarters, examining a storage ring. He wonders about its contents, speculating it could hold a treasure of immense power. Suddenly, his room is invaded. He recognizes the intruders instantly from the wanted posters. Our protagonist appears, calmly taking the ring from the startled man's hand. With the objective secured, his team assembles behind him, their infiltration a success. The target, now cornered, demands to know their purpose. The protagonist simply tells him to relax. His fate is no longer his own concern. In an instant, they vanish, leaving the man alone in stunned silence. He puzzles over the cryptic final words, completely misunderstanding the warning. Suddenly, his door erupts in a massive explosion as the organization's forces arrive. He can only look on in pure terror, caught in a war he never knew existed. The city is engulfed in fire and chaos as the invasion begins. He issues a calm but critical order to his subordinate. She is warned that the reinforcements are all Golden Core cultivators. The commander scoffs at this, dismissing such weak opponents. He reminds her that her rank is too low for his powerful artifact. As the city burns, a chilling declaration is made: the universe will be erased. The outer guards are trapped, unable to breach the inner city defenses. They are caught in a field of devastating traps they never knew existed. A powerful protection class seals the city, with every door locked tight. They scream for access, but the protection officer is unreachable. The entire command structure is off duty, a calculated and fatal flaw. An officer watches in fury as intruders breach their defenses with ease. He asks Shi Fanghua if she requires a transport for her return. She refuses, revealing she can teleport back using a clone at headquarters. He watches the city burn, urging her to return before it's too late. The commander sees an opportunity in the chaos. They must strike before the enemy forces can regroup and overwhelm them. A crimson blur cuts through the battlefield. The guards spot Shi Fanghua's return, warning her of the traps. She simply phases through the defensive barrier, completely unaffected. With a single move, she shatters the entire protection field. A storm of explosions erupts from her position. Her eyes narrow. Her moment of confrontation has finally arrived. Across the battlefield, his gaze meets hers. She descends, her focus entirely on her one true target. Her eyes glow red with power. She has found him. Her resolve is absolute. She activates her combat system, preparing to capture the enemy chief. Her transformation of Shadow's magic lunges forward, but he counters perfectly, activating a defensive technique. Her immense attack is caught and redirected with flawless precision. He stands calmly, containing the cataclysmic energy in his palm. The onlookers are stunned. Their powerful ally has vanished into thin air. His trap worked perfectly, teleporting her to a remote, isolated location. She stands alone in a strange forest, completely disoriented. Suddenly, her senses are overwhelmed by a terrifying presence. A monstrous being, driven mad with bloodlust, appears before her. It unleashes a torrent of pure, murderous energy. She is trapped with a monster far more dangerous than her original target. Yejung Yan, you, come back and pick me up. The response is pure fury. I asked you for a lift, and you just left me? With a scream of frustration, he smashes his phone and begins to run. Rage consumes him. Damn it, this is all because of Hang Shang. He vows with cold certainty, I will definitely cut him into pieces. Elsewhere, a grim facility holds a mountain of desiccated corpses. Two imposing figures survey the scene, completely unfazed by the carnage. Suddenly, more bodies fall from a pipe, followed by a sphere of explosive energy. Inside, prisoners are held captive. An officer sees them as a mere stepping stone to a promotion, but his ambition is cut short. A massive projectile smashes through his ranks. The attacker merely smirks, catching the heavy sphere with one hand. He crushes the metal like paper, mocking their pathetic display of force. With contemptuous ease, he eliminates another guard with a single brutal kick. Nearby, a rescue team finds their comrades, critically injured and tangled in machinery. Their search is interrupted by a massive explosion. The enemy is closing in. Two powerful guardians arrive, splitting up to secure the area and engage the threat. The purple-haired imposter grins, eager for a real battle to begin. Master Ma Tian unleashes his full power, his physique swelling with immense energy. The imposter is unimpressed. Is brute strength all you have to offer? Ma Tian wastes no more time on words, launching a devastating punch. The imposter catches the blow effortlessly, a predatory gleam in his eyes. He unleashes a counterattack, a blast of dark energy that sends Ma Tian flying. The villain reveals the source of his power, a sinister aura coalescing in his fist. This, he declares with absolute confidence, is the punch of a true man. Ma Tian can only stare in disbelief at the overwhelming difference in their power. The shockwave from the blow rips through the air. Meanwhile, Hang Shang is tasked with rescuing the injured allies. He confirms his expanded spatial storage is more than capable of holding them. His gaze is steady, focused solely on the mission. One by one, he gathers the wounded members of the team. They are transported to a hidden high-tech medical bay for immediate treatment. The facility is pristine, with recovery pods ready for use. The rescued men are stunned, realizing this operation is far more complex than they imagined. They stare with a mixture of suspicion and awe at their mysterious savior. The commander screams at her subordinate to stand and fight. Focus your mind, she commands. Find their weakness, and you will prevail. But his concentration shatters completely, his mind filled with terror. The resulting hesitation earns him a devastating blow to the face. Elsewhere, the city burns under the enemy's assault. A lone operative moves through the smoke-filled streets. Undetected, she analyzes the situation, searching for a way to disable the enemy's defense grid. Another agent operates in the chaos, his stealth being his only shield, but his invisibility is instantly pierced by a blinding flash of energy. He collapses, utterly baffled, as his spiritual signature should have been masked. A shadowy figure looms in the distance, its critical strike rate absolute. The commander realizes the situation is dire. She cannot counter this new threat alone. Her forces desperately rescue the wounded, but their primary targets remain elusive. Deep within their sanctum, the enemy's leadership assesses their dwindling resources. They have a contingency, two powerful individuals marked as living sacrifices. The true mastermind reveals his endgame, for the entire headquarters is a spiritual energy siphon. On the battlefield, a wounded warrior begs for death, but his comrade refuses to abandon him. The trap is sprung, the healing energy reverses, violently draining the man's life force. His body erupts in golden flames, his own power turned against him. The same horrific fate befalls another nearby, reduced to a burning skeleton in seconds. The commander understands the terrifying truth. Any injury in this area is a death sentence. A new player arrives, observing the enemy's central command post. Suddenly, a system-wide alert declares all defenses have been inexplicably cancelled. The protagonist and his team descend from the sky in a calculated, decisive strike. His eyes burn with crimson light. The time for strategy is over. He lands before the enemy commanders, his presence alone a declaration of war. The enemy leader scoffs, believing this to be another insignificant ploy. but the hero's team stands united, ready to end this with overwhelming force. The mastermind laughs maniacally, revealing his power grows with every casualty. The protagonist responds not with words, but with an earth-shattering wave of pure energy. A subordinate grabs the commander, trying to hold him back from the fight, but his eyes burn with a singular chilling purpose: to find Hang Shang. Without warning, he unleashes a devastating blast of pure energy at his own ally. The commander grabs him, bewildered by the sudden betrayal. He counters with a brutal strike, sending the commander reeling back in a spray of blood. The commander, however, seems to enjoy the challenge, urging him to continue the fight. Deep within the facility, the situation is being monitored. The strategists discuss their overwhelming advantage. A warrior of the highest Golden Core period can completely suppress any lesser combatant. Yet, reports from the front line paint a different picture. The protagonist is not being suppressed. He is fighting his high-ranking opponents on equal footing. The battlefield erupts as multiple enemies launch coordinated, high-level attacks. An ally summons a massive spectral warrior, desperately trying to erect a defense. A colossal barrier of ice forms, momentarily shielding them from the onslaught, but the combined power is too great, and the ice wall shatters into a million pieces. The force of the attack was terrifying, nearly wiping them out in a single blow. An urgent command is given. They must buy 2 minutes at any cost. The commander intercepts the protagonist, deploying a powerful energy shield to block his path. The resulting impact creates a massive explosion, throwing the commander back but holding the line. The protagonist instantly analyzes the technique, a system-based shield capable of blocking Golden Core attacks. With reinforcements imminent, the team knows they are out of time, but the protagonist remains unfazed. 1 minute is enough, he declares. He begins channeling a forbidden art, forcing his spirit into a state of ascension. The raw power tears through his body, causing him unimaginable agony. His energy signature skyrockets, climbing to levels that defy all logic. His allies watch in horror, knowing his meridians are cracking under the strain. He borrows their systems, overriding their very essence to fuel his ascension. He screams not in pain, but in raw, unadulterated power. A pillar of light erupts from his body, annihilating everything in its path. When the dust settles, only he remains standing in a crater of his own making. He looks down at the defeated commander, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. He is not here for victory, but for information. Your system collects the desperate value of those it defeats, he states. His voice drops to a menacing whisper. Answer me. A wave of terrifying pressure washes over the commander. She trembles, unable to comprehend the being before her. All she can see is his glowing red eye, a vortex of absolute power and judgment. The legendary warrior clone manifests, his power shaking the very foundations of the battlefield. The team realizes a direct confrontation is suicide. A flanking maneuver is their only option. Their adversary scoffs, revealing this is merely a clone at its highest power level. He is certain this single entity is more than enough to annihilate them all. After the initial clash, Hang Shang observes a critical weakness in his opponent, but he himself is on the brink of death, his own life force fading rapidly. His allies discover the true horror of this domain. The very air leeches their energy. Even the celestial spirit of magic is powerless here, its essence dissipating into nothing. They question the nature of this terrible place, designed to render their abilities useless. The warrior clone roars, challenging anyone foolish enough to stand against him. His next attack is a storm of pure destruction, sending his opponents flying. They confirm their fears. Their enchanted tools are being drained, rendering them inert. With their primary advantages nullified, retreat becomes the only logical course of action. They have already rescued their comrades in thinned enemy ranks, but the enemy commander will not allow it, ordering his subordinate to prevent their escape. The subordinate eagerly accepts the mission, vowing to hunt them down. He begins a summoning ritual, drawing upon a hidden reserve of power. Hang Shang's allies watch in horror. They cannot possibly face another high-level threat. As the summoner prepares his ritual, Hang Shang sees his opening. The enemy is about to recall an eternal Holy Spirit, but he is suddenly interrupted. Hang Shang unleashes a devastating slash, striking the summoner at the critical moment. The enemy's eyes widen in terror. The energy has already been transmitted. The recall spell activates, but the interference has corrupted the ritual itself. The summoner stares at the scroll, bewildered by the unfamiliar result. A completely different entity materializes, wielding a bizarre and powerful weapon. The ground freezes and shatters under the newcomer's immense chaotic power. Hang Shang and his allies recognize the summoned girl instantly. The Lubu clone is confused by her presence, but she tells him to get out of her way. Her summoner tries to assert control, but she coldly informs him that she follows no one's orders. Her gaze sweeps across the battlefield, finally landing on one person, Eposop. She sees the wounded Hang Shang, and her entire demeanor changes in an instant. Enraged by this insubordination, the summoner screams for her to attack his enemies. She responds by turning her weapon not on Hang Shang, but on the fool who summoned her. A wave of absolute zero energy erupts from her position. The Lubu clone is stunned. She betrayed her master in less than 10 seconds. He processes this unexpected turn of events, absorbing the strange new data. The battle has taken its toll, but his resolve remains unbroken. The remaining fighters reel from their losses. The enemy's power was beyond their calculations. A spectral figure appears, introducing herself as Lu Xiaoyan, but this is impossible. The others are overcome with emotion, believing their fallen comrade has returned. Their joy quickly turns to confusion and disbelief. She is a spiritual entity, a being that can bypass physical barriers. Her very nature makes her an untouchable phantom, yet she can interact with the world. They recall her sacrifice, a memory that still haunts them. The entity simply listens, her expression unreadable, but she denies any heroism, claiming she was merely focused on her own escape. One of the captains decides to reveal a critical piece of information. He describes how their leader, once a bastion of calm, unleashed pure fury after her supposed death. The entity named Xiaoyan processes this, understanding the weight of her existence. They reach the heart of the enemy stronghold, a place overflowing with immense spiritual pressure. The subterranean complex is vast, a labyrinth designed to conceal its secrets. Their path is blocked by a formidable guardian. He will not permit them to pass. The guardian unleashes a torrent of pure energy, a devastating primordial attack. The assault is met with an equally powerful counter, a blast of concentrated force. But the guardian's power is overwhelming. The team is ordered to fall back. The captain refuses to yield, engaging the ancient warrior in close quarters combat. He breaks through the old man's guard with a brutal combination of strikes. Pinning his opponent, he prepares to deliver the final blow. The guardian retaliates with a desperate point-blank energy beam from his eyes. The captain is caught directly in the blast, taking the full force of the attack. He withstands the immense pain, refusing to be incinerated. Despite his tenacity, the captain is seemingly neutralized by the guardian's power. His squad can only watch, realizing the true strength of their high-ranking foe. Though battered, the captain rises again, defiance burning in his eyes. However, the guardian reveals his true trap, an army of identical clones. An endless legion of powerful warriors emerges from the shadows. They are not mere illusions. Each one possesses the full strength of the original. Just as despair sets in, the protagonist senses a familiar energy signature. He activates a specialized sensory technique, piercing through the deception. He locates his true targets, hidden behind the clone army. The team steels themselves for a final, impossible battle against the Horde, but Xiaoyan stops them. A direct assault would be a waste of precious energy. She commands them to stand aside. With a single motion, she unleashes an incomprehensible power, an ultimate slash technique. The entire clone army is annihilated in a single silent instant. Her allies are left stunned by this display of Golden Core stage mastery. They find their captured comrades, suspended in an energy prison by the true mastermind. The enemy commander smirks, his plan having reached its final stage. Suddenly, one of his own men detonates in a shower of blood. A horrific chain reaction begins, as the clones violently explode one by one. The commander is bathed in the remains of his own loyal soldiers. This isn't an attack, it's a ritual sacrifice. The commander absorbs the life force of his fallen army, his power surging. He is channeling their energy through one of the captives, amplifying his strength. He reveals his gambit. He lured them here to serve as the final components. With their combined life force, he has forcibly ascended to the peak of the Golden Core stage. He mockingly asks for their final words. The protagonist's expression hardens. This is a forbidden martial skill, a system exploit he cannot allow to exist. His eyes burned with cold fury, a reflection of the carnage to come. The old general basked in his newfound power, feeling the peak of the Golden Core stage. The sheer force of his aura sent his opponents staggering back in disbelief. He condensed the dark energy into his fist, preparing a devastating strike. The captain's eyes widened as the dark heavy hammer descended upon her. The impact shattered the very ground she stood on. She was struck down in an instant, the blow too fast for anyone to perceive. The team realized his spiritual energy was unlike anything they had ever encountered. He wasn't a mortal man, he was a spiritual body unbound by conventional limits. He declared his intent to absorb all of their power to achieve his ultimate ambition. Another blitz of attacks rained down upon them, a storm of phantom fists. He stood unchallenged, demanding his next victim step forward. Suddenly the protagonist appeared, manifesting spatial constructs out of thin air. The general instantly understood the source of their infiltration, a spatial storage ring. He lunged forward, aiming to crush the boy with a single blow, but the protagonist moved like lightning, countering with a blinding flash of spiritual energy. He calmly revealed his own martial technique, allowed him to perceive and counter the general's movements. Seizing the opening, another ally entered the fray with a massive energy weapon. She brought the blade down in a devastating arc, but the weapon shattered against the general's defense as her own power began to fade. While the general was distracted, the protagonist used his ring to fully restore a fallen ally. Enraged by the interference, the general unleashed a pinpoint energy blast aimed directly at the ring. An ally intercepted the beam, but it deflected harmlessly off his golden aura. But the man simply smirked. He was never the intended target. The redirected blast struck 2 other combatants in the background, neutralizing them instantly. The general's fury reached its zenith at being outmaneuvered. With his plan in motion, the protagonist ordered the final charge to rescue their captured allies. The old man unleashed his ultimate technique, a crushing wave of despair and decay. The entire team was caught in the blast, thrown to the ground and critically wounded. He mocked one of the fallen, creating an immense water bubble to finish him off. But as the man was engulfed, the general stared in horror at what was happening inside. Within the torrent, a dormant power began to awaken. He erupted from the prison of water, a being transformed by pure rage and vengeance. With a final surge of power, he shatters his confinement. The old man and his allies watch in utter disbelief. The boy screams as the volatile energy erupts from his body. Simultaneously, monstrous leviathans emerge from the depths, causing mass panic. The creatures storm the shore, heading directly for the organization's headquarters. The commander realizes this is all part of the boy's calculated assault. His opponent simply stares back, his eyes burning with cold resolve. The villain deciphers a critical weakness. The boy's regeneration is tied to water. He prepares to strike again, ignoring his subordinate's warning. He lunges forward, but the boy unleashes a freezing wave of energy. The commander's spiritual power instantly begins to crystallize. His entire arm is encased in ice, his power completely neutralized. Seeing an opening, he lands a devastating counterpunch, sending the boy flying. The boy's allies immediately rush in to intercept the immortal old man. He dispatches them effortlessly, only to find his primary target has vanished. Hang Shang has already secured the captain and is preparing their escape. The lesser soldiers scatter in terror as the villain's cold gaze locks onto the fugitive. He appears before them instantly, having already predicted their escape route. He lands a crushing blow, incapacitating Hang Shang in a single strike. But it's a feint. The blue-haired boy grabs the villain, sacrificing himself. He screams for the others to retreat, promising the summoned beasts will clear a path. The villain laughs, revealing his true goal, absorbing the boy to achieve his own evolution. His power level skyrockets, nearing its absolute peak. Suddenly, Hang Shang offers him a new source of power, a sphere of pure spiritual energy. The villain is stunned by its potency, a perfect fusion of cosmic yin and yang. This was the protagonist's true gambit. Blinded by greed, the old man absorbs the orb without hesitation. He feels an incredible surge of power, his body contorting into a new form. The power gauge shatters as it hits 100%. He roars in triumph, believing he has finally achieved transcendence. But his allies know better. Hang Shang's plan has entered its final lethal stage. The scientist's mad experiment reaches its climax. The system signals 100% completion. The birth of his so-called eternity has begun. He revels in his moment of triumph, his goal finally achieved. He has created what he believes is the perfect essence for humanity's evolution, a power that will rewrite the very fabric of life. But within this new creation, a hidden variable exists. The scientist gloats, revealing the protagonist's energy was a crucial component. The final essence materializes, a condensed orb of immense power. But this was all part of the plan. He now has a direct link to the core. He unleashes a burst of energy, moving faster than the eye can see. The scientist is caught completely off guard by this sudden assault. He declares an end to this monstrous experiment, but the augmented villain retaliates with overwhelming force. He sneers, believing the boy is merely relying on cheap tricks. A devastating strike shatters the ground, but the target is already gone. The protagonist is wounded, but the scientist knows this is far from over. He reveals his last attack sealed the protagonist's spiritual energy. He acknowledges the boy's incredible abilities, far exceeding any of his creation. He sees the potential for a true sovereign within his opponent, and for that very reason, he must be eliminated. To ensure no interruptions, he's erected a lethal barrier around the room. He taunts his powerless foe, eager to see his final move. The scientist begins his final transformation, ascending to a new stage of power. He proclaims this is the dawn of a new era. With him as its master, the essence descends, the final key to his immortality. He opens his mouth to consume the fruit of his life's work, but the protagonist watches with cold, calculating eyes. Everything is proceeding as he has foreseen. The embers of the explosion settle. The old man is left screaming in sheer agony. He can't comprehend how his opponent is even standing. I simply offer a final dismissive gesture. Enraged, the man unleashes a monstrous transformation. He vows to annihilate every last one of his foes, but I remain entirely unmoved by his display of power. Your organization's experiments were a success, I'll admit. For that, I will give you a 5-star rating. The taunt hits its mark, driving the beast into a frenzy. A strange energy flows through me. It seems I'm feeling youthful again. His patience shatters as he lunges forward. He plans to turn me into a pool of blood. He unleashes his ultimate technique, the dark devouring strike. But I meet his full-powered assault with a single hand. The resulting shockwave shatters the very ground beneath us. He is paralyzed by disbelief. His strongest attack was stopped. It seems he has forgotten the chasm between our power levels. I deliver a swift, precise counterattack. His monstrous form offers no defense against my strike. Standing over his broken body, I begin my final lecture. Your ideals were always based on sacrifice. Mine are not. His arrogance evaporates, replaced by primal fear. He begs for his life. I will give you one chance, a simple riddle. He tries to stall, to explain his circumstances. But my patience is a resource he has completely exhausted. He finally hazards a guess. The descending mountain tiger. Regrettable. A wrong answer. He panics, desperately changing his guess to the ascending tiger. Still not correct. His time is up. I unleash my own technique, the mountain tiger's roar. My fist descends, an unstoppable force of nature. The impact is absolute, reducing him to nothing. The world itself seems to distort from the sheer power. His remains are launched into the sky, a monument to his failure. The onlookers can only stare in shock at the spectacle. They wonder about the meaning of the riddle. Neither. I was born in the year of the rooster. With my enemy eliminated, I turn my gaze forward. The once mighty villain lay broken on the ground, his body a ruin. He lamented the loss of his original form, clinging desperately to his remaining genetic material. With a surge of adrenaline, he forced himself to his feet, but his ravaged body immediately gave out, collapsing into the dust. The assembled warriors could only stare, wondering what force could inflict such devastation. Seeing them, a dark thought entered his mind. He could absorb their spirits to regenerate, but a calm voice cut through the smoke, shattering his delusions of survival. The group turned, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. Standing before them was Shentu, the architect of this victory, apologizing for his late arrival. For one warrior, this moment was overwhelming. He remembered a time when he was helpless, surrounded by beasts and facing certain death. It was Shentu who had appeared then, a beacon of hope in the darkness. He had promised that he would not let him die. A vow Shentu intended to keep, no matter the cost. That memory of selfless sacrifice flooded his mind. He realized his own past cowardice and how Shentu's actions had sparked a change within him. He reached out, hesitating for a moment, fearing he was still a liability, but Shentu grasped his hand firmly, reaffirming his promise. As long as I'm here, you will not die. The warrior was overwhelmed by this unbreakable bond, a treasure more valuable than any gold. He was then struck by Shentu's appearance, which had reverted to that of a young man, a physical manifestation of his renewed power and vitality. The captain shouted his name, overcome with relief. He leapt forward, embracing his returned leader. It was a reunion of warriors, forged in the crucible of battle, a moment of reprieve after a long and brutal conflict. The others gathered, inspecting Shentu's transformation with disbelief. His youthful features confirmed their victory was absolute. The entire team watched the profound reunion unfold. The captain, a hardened veteran, was moved to tears for the first time. Shentu's own son noted how his father now looked his age. It was a moment of connection. With the son aspiring to his father's newfound strength, with the reunion concluded, their attention turned back to the real problem. The defeated villain begged them to listen to his motives, but his words fell on deaf ears. They had no interest in his pathetic excuses. They were united in a single purpose: to end this nightmare now. Shentu confirmed the target was incapacitated, his energy completely depleted. He then offered the final blow to the one who held the deepest grudge. Each warrior had a claim, but Shentu simply smiled, enjoying their fervor. Suddenly, they noticed the villain was still breathing. Shentu then revealed his true chilling objective. He was keeping the enemy alive to study his martial techniques. The machines are destroyed and all captives have been rescued. With the enemy leader eliminated, the operation is complete. The commander approaches, asking the young man's true identity. He calmly confirms his name is Makiani. The others are stunned. They knew an old master by that name, but this warrior is a youth. Makiani turns to Hang Shang. He expresses his gratitude for being saved from certain death. His allies inquire about his newfound power. They question if he truly reached the nascent soul realm. He confirms their suspicion. His body has ascended to a new plane of existence. All his spiritual energy now revolves around a core within him, a nexus of immense power. It is a strange but profound sensation, a feeling of nurturing an incredible new potential. He resolves to observe these changes carefully. The full extent of his evolution is still unknown. A critical question is posed: what kind of system does he possess? He reveals he has none. They are shocked. To reach this level without a system is to break the fundamental laws of their world. The AI companion chimes in. She too lacks a system, a consequence of not having a physical form. Regardless, the rescue mission was a complete success. That is the only thing that matters. But the battle isn't over. The soldiers outside are still locked in a desperate fight for survival. They had forgotten the forces kept occupied outside. The question of their fate now looms. The commander urges caution. Many of the enemy soldiers were conscripts, forced into servitude. This presents a tactical problem. How can they distinguish the loyalists from the unwilling? Outside, the soldiers are being slaughtered by a colossal monster. Their lines are breaking. A gateway of light appears. They believe reinforcements from headquarters have finally arrived. But it is not their allies who emerge. It is the very invaders who destroyed their leaders. The remaining loyalists panic. Their command has fallen, and they are now trapped. The conscripts, however, see this as liberation. They throw down their arms and surrender. The protagonist observes the chaos with cold calculation. The enemy has divided itself for him. The aftermath is swift. Those who fled were consumed by monsters, while the surrendered were secured. With the last remnants neutralized, the entire Kili Tede organization is now history. But amidst the victory, the AI companion looks at her hand. It begins to fade into light. Her form is becoming unstable, the particles of her existence slowly dissipating. She knew this moment would come, the inevitable price of her temporary form. She had hoped for more time, but now accepts her fate is sealed. Her only wish is to leave Hang Shang with the memory of her smile. Hang Shang senses the shift in her energy. He turns, his expression hardening. He sees her form disintegrating. Tears stream from her eyes as she fades away. She whispers that she can't bring herself to smile, not at this moment. He instantly diagnoses the problem. Her spiritual energy is diminishing at a fatal rate. She is touched by his perception. He understands her pain without a word. He extends his hand. He will not allow her to disappear. A surge of pure spiritual energy flows into her, stabilizing her dissolving form. With the immediate crisis averted, he asks what she was trying to tell him. She denies it was anything important. Her naive wish to see him grieve for her now seems foolish. Hang Shang's forces had suffered greatly in the previous battle. They took refuge for the night in a seemingly abandoned organizational base. The fortified location appeared secure, nestled deep within the mountain. But they were not alone. Glowing red eyes watched from the darkness. A shadowy figure breached their perimeter with incredible speed. The scout was quickly cornered by a spectral entity demanding answers. Overwhelmed, the man collapsed, unable to process the paranormal encounter. Soon after, another intruder was captured, but this one was defiant. He sneered, vowing that his clan would soon exact their revenge. The captive then revealed his capture was merely a diversion. On cue, the compound was rocked by massive explosions. An entire clan of warriors emerged from the dust, ready for battle. The tied-up scout could only apologize. These new enemies were far too powerful. He accused our protagonist's group of heinous crimes, mistaking them for the base's original owners. Our hero calmly corrected the misunderstanding, stating they had already purged this base. This revelation completely stunned the invading clan. As irrefutable proof, he presented an image of the organization's fallen leader. With the truth revealed, the hostilities ceased instantly. The warrior introduced himself as Wang Taidan of the Fang clan. The name of his clan drew confused looks from the protagonist's allies. He scoffed at their perceived weakness, declaring that they were too frail to join his ranks. The clan stood proudly, boasting of their status as a superior warrior race. One of our hero's subordinates countered, mentioning their leader's recent advancements. Enraged by the challenge, Wang Taidan demanded a show of their power, but with a single effortless blow, she sent the warrior flying. His clan members rushed to his side, utterly defeated. Humbled, the Fang clan leader admitted they still had much to learn. As a gesture of gratitude, he offered a map to their village. The map was crude, detailing a path through a treacherous unknown region. Before they parted ways, the team inspected the spoils of their earlier victory. These were awakening medicines created from the sacrifice of other humans. One of the commanders argued that assets seized from evil could be used for good. Wang Taidan agreed, vowing to use this dark power for a righteous cause. The final preparations for the mass empowerment ritual were complete. The organization's strongest fighters gathered, their anticipation palpable. Following his instructions, they formed a chain, linking their spiritual energy levels. Dozens of cultivators joined hands, their expressions a mix of hope and uncertainty. The lines of warriors stretched across the entire chamber. The leader explained the final step. Connect to the man at the front. As the final link was forged, their combined energy surged. At the epicenter, he activated the Supreme Emperor's technique, channeling their collective power into himself. The sheer scale of the energy network was breathtaking. With his heightened senses, he could now perceive every flaw in their bodies, but this would not be a gentle process. He lunged forward, striking the first warrior without warning. His next blow sent another flying, shattering their internal blockages with raw force. The elders watched in shock as he began his brutal purification process. He moved like a phantom, delivering precise, devastating strikes to each member. The participants were overwhelmed by the sudden influx of power. He unleashed torrents of refined energy, purging their impurities. The warriors could only cry out as their bodies were violently reforged. His assault was relentless, a whirlwind of calculated destruction and rebirth. Finally, pillars of light erupted from every single person in the room. Only one operative had been excluded from the ritual. He explained her immense power would have destabilized the entire formation, a risk he could not take. Another high-ranking officer, however, was eager for his own enhancement. The protagonist agreed, demanding a specialized conduit for the next phase. He presented the officer with a chainsword, ready to channel an even greater power. The weapon roared to life, unleashing a blinding wave of energy. The sheer pressure of the ritual intensified tenfold. The raw power flowing through the room was enough to alter reality itself. Their ascension reached its absolute peak, threatening to tear the very building apart. A cataclysmic explosion of golden light erupted from the headquarters. Remnants outside could only watch in terror, witnessing a power beyond their comprehension. The fires of battle die down, leaving only the silence of victory. The Fang clan expresses their gratitude. Now bound by a significant favor, they declare their intent to return and secure their own territory. A mystical seashell is offered as an emergency communication device. As they depart, their colossal war beast surfaces from the depths. A final warning is issued about the artifact's immense and dangerous power. However, not everyone is leaving. One warrior intends to purge the hidden base. He correctly deduces the protagonist's plan to seize the organization's research data, but his severe injuries prevent him from intervening. An announcement echoes through the ruins. The organization is officially dismantled. The freed individuals are given a choice: return to their old lives or stay and assist. A young warrior petitions to join the protagonist's elite team. His true intentions are immediately questioned by the group's strategists. The foolish request is met with a swift and decisive rejection. The seashell is returned, a silent understanding passing between the two parties. With alliances settled, the factions part ways, returning to their respective territories. Their journey across the Sea of Mist is swift and unimpeded. He senses a profound danger lurking in the abyss, wisely choosing to avoid it as they reach their destination. Upon arrival, they are led to a new secret chamber hidden in the city's abandoned sector. The entrance is protected by a disorienting labyrinth to thwart any pursuers. Deeper still, advanced defense systems guard the final vault. Inside lies Hang Shang's spatial ring, now modified beyond all recognition. The consciousness within has achieved remarkable progress in mastering the spatial domain. The ring's internal world has expanded, evolving into a nascent pocket kingdom. Meanwhile, in a distant, snow-covered part of the city, another plan unfolds. The new medicine works flawlessly, restoring his mother's ability to walk, but with this cure comes a farewell note, revealing his irreversible path into the shadows. His family is forced to confront a difficult truth. They resolve to stop their search, understanding he cannot return. His sister accepts his fate, knowing he must now navigate his own perilous journey. The tour of the new headquarters began in the cafeteria, featuring automated food dispensers. The protagonist noted the efficiency, ordering more to be constructed as they moved on. Next was an advanced laboratory, perfectly equipped for researching medicines and supplements. They then entered the forge, a high-tech facility for crafting powerful equipment. A vast library was revealed, a repository for countless cultivation techniques and secret manuals. Even the resting rooms were meticulously designed for optimal recovery. The guide then presented the healing area. The team was ecstatic, realizing the strategic advantage of rapid recovery. With advanced medical staff and diverse recovery plans, the warriors felt invincible. Finally, they arrived at the largest chamber, a cultivation room made for him alone. The space was immense and completely soundproofed, designed for intense training. This pleased him. It meant he could finally unleash his most aggressive cultivation methods. The guide explained there were also themed rooms for specialized training. The options were tailored to suit any individual's needs. The variety included environments from a forest to a roller coaster. He analyzed the tactical implications, noting how each environment could stimulate spiritual energy. While his subordinates were confused, some found the unique designs appealing. A blueprint showed the base's current layout, with vast sections still undeveloped. The interior was massive, but the unexplored areas remained dangerously unstable. The guide shifted focus to external security. In the event of an overwhelming crisis, the entire city was armed with defensive cannons. An elaborate contingency was also in place, a strategic misdirection to ensure their escape. Even if their most powerful enemies attempted to pursue, the plan was designed to be flawless. With the preparations complete, the protagonist gave the order to depart. The entire mobile fortress launched towards its destination. An anti-seismic device ensured perfect stability as they traveled towards the rendezvous point. They arrived at the Green Shade district, where their allies were already waiting. He revealed his true appearance, shocking one of the commanders. Before he could explain, a vision of a past tragedy flashed before their eyes. He notes her constitution is uniquely suited for cultivating spirits. She is stunned by his complete transformation, demanding to know how this is possible. He calmly reveals this is his true appearance. He claims his previous actions were due to a cognitive affliction, a calculated apology to secure her allegiance. She remains skeptical, but his explanation is just plausible enough. She observes that his new form is a powerful tool for manipulation. "I won't deceive anyone," he states, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, the camp commander interjects, questioning their private conversation. He pulls the protagonist aside protectively, learning that this woman saved him in the past. The commander is baffled by the protagonist's ability to forge such alliances. With the misunderstanding cleared, a temporary calm settles between them. She is caught off guard by the importance he placed on her opinion. He confirms it, further locking her into his sphere of influence. Then he shifts back to his old form in an instant, a display of effortless power. He explains this form is more energy efficient, a purely tactical decision. He mocks their shock, questioning if his shapeshifting system is truly so impressive. His allies reveal such abilities are becoming common among their ranks. The others demonstrate their own bizarre transformations, a testament to their rapid evolution. Their strange powers are a clear sign they are no longer bound by human limitation. Under his guidance, they gathered the awakened cores, synchronizing their spiritual growth. The results of his plan are staggering. His entire faction has ascended to a new level of power. Many have reached the formidable Golden Core realm, with some even approaching its advanced stages. One of his technicians presents a new invention, a battery that absorbs and stores spiritual energy. The device is a breakthrough, promising to solve their energy consumption problems in the field. However, to create superior versions, they require rare, high-grade materials. A distant expedition is planned, providing the perfect opportunity to acquire these resources. The commander sets their destination, the infamous Dark Zone C. A wave of dread washes over the group. Few who enter the Dark Zone ever return, but their newfound power changes the equation. With an army of Golden Core cultivators, the risk is now acceptable. She turns to the protagonist, assuming he too has reached the Golden Core stage. He reveals the truth. He is not Golden Core. He is in the nascent soul stage, a realm far beyond their comprehension. An urgent alert interrupts them. The Heavenly Gate is under siege by a massive demonic horde. The order is given. They are to mobilize immediately and crush the invading force. He smiles faintly. This crisis is the perfect test for his newly forged army. They were once mere trainees. Now they are beings who can alter the very fate of humanity. Their potential is now limitless, their destiny stretching to the heavens. The commander watches them depart, a look of awe on her face. They are humanity's miracle. The newly deployed sentry guns immediately open fire. Their overwhelming firepower shredded the C-grade monsters with ease, but this was merely a test. The protagonist knew far greater threats loomed ahead. His destination was the Heavenly Pass, a place of immense danger, and his companions resolved to follow. As expected, a formidable beast emerged from the dense woods. One of his allies met the challenge head-on, unleashing a devastating fire attack. The blow landed true, staggering the colossal creature. Another warrior followed up, cleaving through the beast with an otherworldly slash, but the forest held more than one guardian. Suddenly, a far greater power intervened, decapitating the lesser monster in an instant. The sheer scale of this new combatant shocked the onlookers. This was not a mere monster, it was a true apex predator, a force of nature. They could only watch, powerless to interfere in this clash of titans. While the others were paralyzed by the spectacle, the veteran fighter remained utterly unfazed. The younger warrior, however, was eager for a challenge, ready to prove her own strength. But amidst the chaos, a much smaller creature darted through the underbrush. It moved with impossible agility, using larger monsters as stepping stones. Effortlessly, it dodged a fatal blow, turning the attack's momentum to its advantage. It became a living projectile, bouncing between foes with disorienting speed. Finally, it came to a halt, finding itself before an unknown figure. The young warrior had caught the strange creature mid-battle. The group gathered, observing the unusual specimen found on the battlefield. The creature itself seemed utterly perplexed by its situation. Despite its strange origins, the others saw it as a potential companion. She attempted to tame it, but the creature was feral and hostile. Its aggressive display only seemed to intrigue them further, though their leader remained skeptical. She presented the strange beast to him for inspection, but proximity to the creature triggered a violent, unforeseen reaction within the veteran fighter. Meanwhile, the true battle raged on. The protagonist, wounded but resolute, gave a final command. The group debated the creature's true nature. One warrior, possessing the highest cultivation level, moved to eliminate the potential threat. His companions reacted in alarm, knowing the destructive power he wielded. A single sneeze unleashed a cataclysmic blast, tearing the landscape apart. The small creature, however, was completely unharmed by the devastating attack. The warrior noted the immense spiritual energy required for such a display. Malu simply observed the human's bizarre behavior with cold detachment. The creature's gaze held an intelligence that belied its simple appearance. Another warrior noted his own evolution had rendered his former weaknesses irrelevant. The team's strategist was perplexed. Malu was somehow communicating with the beast. The creature responded with a series of sounds, which Malu effortlessly translated, revealing key strategic information. His allies questioned this sudden and impossible new ability. Recognizing a new asset, they pressed him for intelligence on the origin of the monster tides. The creature reacted with visible agitation. Malu, however, was not a tool to be used freely. He demanded compensation for the information. They immediately applied pressure, threatening the life of his new informant. The team was divided, holding a vote to determine the creature's fate. Malu delivered a cold ultimatum. It would provide the intel, or face eradication. The creature named Shu Li began its tale. It originated from the Mai Li kingdom. This technologically advanced human stronghold was once besieged, and on the verge of collapse. Their salvation came from a miraculous mineral discovered in a nearby mine. This ore, a conduit to another world, pulsed with unimaginable spiritual energy. It became known as the Myli Spirit Ore, the foundation of their power. The name was unfamiliar, but its implications were clear to the team. The information was processed in silence. Empowered by this new energy, the kingdom repelled the monsters and flourished, but their greed led to disaster. They delved too deep, breaking a seal to another dimension. A new wave of far more powerful monsters emerged, plunging the kingdom back into chaos. When all hope seemed lost, a mysterious woman appeared on the battlefield. She single-handedly drove the monsters away, forcing them into a mass exodus to the north. The team leader immediately interrogated the creature about this unknown variable. Malu relayed the confirmation. The woman's power was described as beyond imagination. She moved through the battlefield completely untouched, an ethereal and terrifying presence. Wherever she walked, the very environment bloomed with life, a sign of her immense power. The description of this unknown woman triggered a violent, furious reaction from one of the warriors. An uncontrollable rage builds within the old master. He screams for the location of the mysterious woman, vowing to end her life. When questioned, he admits the source of his fury is unclear. Her very memory ignites a fire in his soul, a sign of deep manipulation. But the small feline creature interjects. It declares the woman is its savior and cannot be harmed. The old master dismisses the creature with a forceful sneeze, uninterested in its pleas. His objective is clear. He points towards the horizon, demanding they locate this woman at once. A fragment of a memory surfaces for the protagonist. He recalls his father speaking of the stranded shoals. The blue-haired boy connects the pieces. The flower at the shoals is diverting the monster tide. His companion questions the strategy. Redirecting the tide would plunge the Amali kingdom into absolute chaos. The feline confirms their fears. Only through chaos can its imprisoned comrades be freed. With a new dangerous objective in mind, the group prepares to depart. The creature is suddenly confused. The mission has shifted from finding a flower to hunting a person. In its panic, it speaks perfect human language. The group realizes they've been deceived. They surround the creature, demanding it reveal every secret it holds. Cornered, the creature attempts to bargain. It offers information for the rescue of its allies. The protagonist simply turns away, calling the creature's bluff. It breaks, promising to confess everything. It admits the mysterious woman had already found it and given it a mission. In a flashback, the woman tells the creature to find allies it could understand and follow. Only by doing so could it ever hope to rescue its comrades from their prison. The team is unconvinced. They have no obligation to this creature or its mysterious benefactor. The protagonist cuts through their debate with a chilling fact. The woman has a name, and she is lethally dangerous. He commands them to remember it. Liang Kai Hua, a name not to be forgotten. His team is stunned. For him to remember a name means this woman is an extraordinary threat. A map reveals their path to the stranded shoals. It is a conspiracy they must now unravel. They depart from the relative safety of the Likai zone, heading into monstrous territory. As they drive, the sky turns dark prematurely. An unnatural twilight descends at 4 p.m. A colossal shadow looms behind their vehicle. It's a living cloud, a monster of immense size. Suddenly, a massive serpent strikes from the darkness, tearing the cloud creature apart. The team can only watch as the serpent devours the A+ level monster in a single bite. A wave of dread washes over them as they witness the sheer scale of the new predator. Then the horrifying truth is revealed. The serpent is not a monster, but merely one tentacle of a godlike entity. The protagonist's aura flares to life. He will not back down from this impossible foe. He gives a silent command to his small companion. The battle is about to begin. He warns the others of the creature's shape-shifting abilities, adding another layer of danger to the encounter. The city-sized monstrosity roars and charges forward. There is no escape, only survival. The team is immediately overwhelmed by the monster's relentless assault. Their intel confirms this is an A++ ranked threat, capable of leveling a city. He assures them there will be no mistaking their true target. Suddenly, an explosion rocks their convoy. A momentary lapse proving costly, a new threat emerges from the chaos, a colossal serpent charging directly at them. One of the fighters unleashes a devastating flame-based attack against the beast, but it has no effect. In desperation, they attempt to reason with the monster. Another warrior moves in, delivering a powerful kick with focused energy. The blow connects, sending the serpent reeling back through the ruined cityscape. His companions are stunned by the sheer force of the counterattack. However, this victory is short-lived. The real threat remains, and its tentacles will soon close. They now face an impossible tactical situation, trapped before the primary target, but the protagonist detects a massive energy source within the creature. He proposes a truly audacious plan. His team visualizes the grim reality of such a strategy, certain death and digestion. Yet one points out that their understanding of these entities is incomplete. Some monsters don't digest, but sustain themselves through other means. But if this creature relies on conventional digestion, its stomach would be an inescapable inferno. Unfazed by the risk, he formally asks for volunteers for this suicide mission. 2 among them are considered entities beyond normal comprehension, uniquely suited for this task. The first warrior steps forward, confident in his own defensive capabilities. The second volunteer is the girl in her soul state, rendering her immune to physical damage. He then turns to the fire user, requesting access to her powerful phoenix state transformation. She reveals a critical and highly unusual activation requirement for the technique. He presses for clarification, understanding the tactical importance of this condition. With the conditions met, she instantly transforms, erupting into a being of pure flame. The sheer power of the transformation leaves the others momentarily speechless. Now the specialized infiltration team assembles, ready to execute their impossible mission. Below, the creature roars, sensing the immense power gathering before it. They present themselves as bait, shouting a direct challenge to the behemoth. Even its subordinate serpent joins the bizarre psychic chorus, demanding to be consumed. The remaining ground team can only watch, their minds unable to process this insane strategy. Even the A++ monster itself is utterly bewildered by their actions. The protagonist stares it down, his cold gaze silently issuing the final command. The group is trapped inside the colossal beast's gullet, surrounded by pure energy. The immense pressure threatens to crush them instantly. My nascent soul shield is already cracking under the strain. My companions lack the ability to fly, making them easy targets in this hostile environment. The beast's anatomy shifts constantly, a disorienting and lethal maze. Between its teeth are the skeletal remains of its previous victims. After a grueling journey, a light appears in the distance, but it emanates a crimson glow, carrying the stench of acid and decay. They found the creature's stomach, a boiling cauldron of digestive fluids. The horrific smell alone is an assault on the senses. One of the men suggests they charge forward immediately. He theorizes they can pass through the creature's digestive system to escape, but I have no intention of taking such a dishonorable and unpredictable route. My analysis told me this creature was merely a vessel. I sense an immense spiritual energy reaction deeper inside, the true core of this monster. The others watch in disbelief as I move toward the source. We push through the fleshy corridors of the beast. We finally arrive at a horrifying chamber, revealing the monster's true nature. At its center is a massive, grotesque brain, with human bodies fused into its surface. It appears this creature is not a single entity. It's a composite being, a horrifying fusion of monster and man. The others recoil, questioning what they are even looking at. One of my companions notes that the brain is not the sole core of a being's identity. Her theory is that the humans are not in control. The entity is merely using their brains as processors. The essence of this life form is not individuality, but a terrifying form of collaboration. Just as cells form a body, these humans have become components of a larger advanced life form. From this perspective, our definitions of human and monster are entirely subjective. These are simply living beings, operating on a level of existence we can barely comprehend. But philosophical debates are a luxury we cannot afford. Suddenly, a massive tentacle erupts from the brain, seizing Makianyi. Outside, his summoned dragon is being overwhelmed by a faster, more lethal creature. His allies can only watch in horror, completely powerless. The situation has escalated beyond their control. As the beast's life force fades, Hang Shang begins to absorb its very essence. His companion shouts, unable to comprehend the brutal efficiency of the act. He launches a desperate final assault on the colossal creature. With a roar, he unleashes his strongest martial arts technique directly into its flesh. The monster wails in agony. He foolishly believes the battle is won, but he is immediately warned of a fatal flaw in his plan. His son lacks the defenses to survive the impending self-destruction sequence. Trapped within the beast's core, they are engulfed by a lethal wave of energy. The very flesh around them transforms into a volatile spiritual bomb, ready to detonate. While the others panic, Hang Shang remains perfectly still, analyzing the chaos. In an impossible display of control, the rampant energy is suddenly silenced. Hang Shang calmly holds the monster's core, its immense power now his to command. His team can only stare in disbelief. He has dominated the very soul of the beast. He reveals this is the power of the Divine Emperor's technique, a skill beyond their comprehension. The power he wields is so absolute it defies all known logic and classification. Hang Shang merely bestows a new designation upon his subordinate, his expression unreadable. Outside, the city watches as the gargantuan monster finally collapses. Its reign of terror ended. The support teams below can hardly believe the A++ level threat has been neutralized. They see the small team standing atop the colossal corpse, absolute victors. The sheer scale of the defeated creature dwarfs the city, a testament to their overwhelming power. Their mission complete, the group departs for their next mysterious objective. They arrive at a desolate shore, searching for a rare specimen mentioned in their intel. To survey the barren landscape, they ascend a nearby hill for a strategic viewpoint. There, they find their target, a flower of impossible size and otherworldly beauty. As they get closer, they realize the specimen is far more menacing than it first appeared. A strange notice board stands before it, indicating this is no natural phenomena. A message appears, a direct challenge to Hang Shang from a hidden enemy. Without a moment's hesitation, he recalls the key name from his vast memory banks. But his answer triggers a massive explosion. It was an intricate and deadly trap all along. Emerging from the devastation, battered but unbroken, his gaze is fixed on the true enemy. The team reels from the flower's sudden energy discharge. Its power is far greater than anticipated. Hang Shang steps forward, his expression unreadable. He declares that his own power is superior. One of his companions unleashes a devastating blazing inferno cannon, but a system notice suddenly materializes. Any damage dealt will be returned fivefold. The massive fireball impacts the strange flora, a critical miscalculation. His companion realizes her fatal error far too late. The flower absorbs the energy, amplifying it into a fivefold counterattack. The resulting explosion tears the landscape apart. She is engulfed by the flames, her body disintegrating. Only her phoenix immortality state saves her from complete annihilation. The team is trapped, unable to formulate a strategy against such an opponent, but one of them approaches Hang Shang. He has a plan. He asks if the junior captain can unleash an attack at the nascent soul realm. Hang Shang then gives a simple yet terrifying command: use your strongest attack. The captain hesitates, knowing the fivefold counterattack would mean certain death, but Hang Shang's confidence is absolute. Don't worry, I'm here. Trusting the strategist, the captain agrees to the plan. He warns the others to maintain their distance, preparing to unleash his full power. A torrent of raw energy erupts from his body. The others are in disbelief, questioning the sanity of this suicidal gambit. A companion simply states the truth. Hang Shang's mind operates on a different level. Hang Shang watches, entirely calm. Everything is proceeding as he envisioned. The captain's eyes glow with immense power. He focuses all his energy for a single decisive strike. He unleashes the tiger-penetrating mountain roaring fist. The full force of a nascent soul expert slams into the monstrous plant. The flower shudders under the immense impact. It begins to channel the energy, its leaves twisting into colossal fists. The team watches in horror as the fivefold counterattack prepares to launch. The amplified fist hurtles back towards its originator, but at the last second, Hang Shang moves, an orb of golden light forming in his palm. He activates his true technique, the divine mirror's heavenly rebound. He meets the fivefold attack head-on, not to block it, but to redirect it. The attack is reflected back again, now magnified to 10 times its original strength. The team can only stare in awe at this masterful manipulation of power. The flower begins to wither under the force of its own reflected energy. They believed it was over, another one of Hang Shang's impossible victory. But Hang Shang knew this wasn't the end. It was only the second phase of his plan. The flower's ability triggered again, creating a final 50-fold counter. This time, the gargantuan attack crashed down upon the flower itself. The creature is obliterated, forced into a spectacular self-destruction by his strategy. He stands amidst the carnage, his expression cold. The problem has been solved. The AI explains that when he was on the brink of demise, the flower activated a temporal healing technique. His shattered essence was reassembled, a process too horrific to recall. One of his allies remarks on the strangeness of the situation. During his 2-hour regeneration, the fortress they defended was besieged by a monstrous horde. The wave included A+ level entities, barely repelled by 2 elite squad leaders. Now they are trapped by this colossal flower, a strategic dead end. Chuya materializes, stating she needs to return to the real world for a moment. The team regroups, but their predicament is unchanged. He reveals he was lost in a spatial rift, returning only through sheer force of will. They are stumped, unable to identify the flower, which seems to be the key to their escape. Suddenly, a notice board appears, offering them clues to the puzzle. Chuya immediately deduces the flower itself pre-programmed this entire encounter. It's not a simple beast, it's a sentient warden, and this is its test. The system confirms her theory. It's an interactive game. The board presents difficulty options. The others naively suggest the easy mode. Chuya notes that she had figured out he was alive, but he didn't respond. He simply states that he was shattered into pieces and couldn't. He decides to test the system, speaking a name to test its parameters. The system confirms one of the characters in the name is correct. 2 characters remain a mystery. The puzzle is more complex than it appears. His companions suggest guessing randomly, a foolish and inefficient strategy. The system reveals that 10 incorrect guesses will trigger a punishing electrical shock. He realizes this mental battle is far more draining than a physical confrontation. After a moment of calculation, he correctly identifies the 3rd character. The flower cheers them on, a disturbing and deceptive display. He sees through the charade, recognizing the despicable nature of his captor. With cold precision, he provides the final correct character, completing the name. Their victory is fleeting. The space-time flower begins to destabilize as a new message appears. His perspective is suddenly ripped away, flying across the vastness of space. He witnesses a massive prison vessel under heavy assault. Alarms blare as guards mobilize to contain a prison break. Elsewhere, the entity behind the flower is shocked he solved her puzzle so quickly. She gazes at a device displaying the very name he just uncovered. The name was the key to her prison. Her expression twists into one of cold fury. The prison ship explodes. She concedes that he continues to exceed her calculations. She issues a final threat before vanishing, as our protagonist stands ready for the next move. Within the galaxy's most notorious prison, the guards boast of their perfect record. An ironclad fortress mobilizes its entire force to hunt a single intruder. Their target is identified on the central monitor, a lone girl who breached the perimeter. The warden, a man known for his cruelty, relishes the thought of the coming pursuit. His men eagerly prepare for the hunt, their bloodlust stoked by their leader. Whispers circulate about the warden's depravity, a predator who rules his domain through terror. His private chambers are a testament to his sadism, a place from which no one returns intact. Suddenly the alarms blare as a distant explosion rocks the facility. Multiple sectors report system failures. Under attack by strange, aggressive flora, the warden dismisses it as a simple diversion, but the true mastermind's plan is far more complex. Believing he's one step ahead, the warden leads his elite teams into the chaos. They charge headfirst into the compromised zone, unaware of the trap being sprung. The guards are immediately swarmed by carnivorous plants, releasing debilitating toxin. Yet the warden grins, believing the dense foliage confirms he is on the correct path. He orders his men to incinerate the obstacles, their arrogance blinding them to the real threat. Amidst the confusion, one guard separates from the group. He watches them run into the ambush, a smirk playing on his lips. He is no guard, he is an infiltrator, using the chaos for his own objective. Elsewhere, a corrupt officer uses the distraction to approach a high-security cell. He bypasses the security, intent on claiming a high-value prisoner for himself. Inside, a terrified young woman with jade-green hair backs away from the door. She is a figure of elegance, trapped and powerless. As the officer closes in, a plant suddenly erupts from his chest. He is consumed in an instant, a pawn removed from the board. From the shadows, the pink-haired girl emerges, offering the captive an escape. The prisoner stares back, weighing the sudden offer of salvation. Moments later, a ship streaks through the cosmos, leaving the prison far behind. Inside, the two women sit in the cockpit, their escape a success. The rescued woman offers her gratitude, but her rescuer's reply is cold and calculating, hinting at a deeper motive. She reveals the woman's true identity, not a refugee but Princess Yundi of a fallen kingdom. Her final question connects everything back to the mastermind behind the entire operation. The team sighs in relief, thinking the flower has finally been shut down. From headquarters, a voice crackles over the comms, asking if the demon waves have scattered. She confirms that his intel was, once again, completely accurate. One of the androids even threatens the small creature, whose information was their only guide. But just as they relax, the deactivated flower erupts with an intense blue light. The team braces for an imminent self-destruction sequence as a beam of pure data projects outward. The static coalesces, forming a distorted image within the light. A mysterious figure emerges from the digital noise, her smile serene and unnerving. The protagonist freezes, recognizing the face of Liang Kai-hua, a ghost from his past. The hologram congratulates them on their success, revealing itself as a pre-recorded message. It then issues a new directive: they must escort the cat, Su Li, to the kingdom of Amai Li. One of the party members scoffs at the command, questioning their orders from a mere hologram. The apparition acknowledges their apprehension but insists they have no other choice. She reveals the grim stakes. Another ally's life is tied to their success through a delicate energy balance. To stabilize her, they must secure a red spirit ore from a fortified city. The hologram warns them of an impending search by a powerful enemy, an event she cannot help them evade. As an incentive, she promises an artifact that can predict the enemy's movements upon completing the mission. With her message delivered, she bids them farewell, leaving the choice in their hands. The hologram dissipates, leaving behind only silence and a critical decision to be made. With no other viable path forward, they resolve to undertake the perilous new mission. Just before they depart, the protagonist is stopped, but he has his own questions that need answers. Their journey begins, their armored vehicle speeding toward the chaotic Tan Kuang city. One of the girls mourns her past, a casualty of the very conflicts that ravaged these lands. The conversation turns dark, recalling that this city was the very source of the zombie plague. Suddenly, an intruder appears inside their vehicle, his presence chilling the air. He accuses them of being the true villains, claiming his virus was a gift of evolution. The cat, Su Li, offers a somber perspective on the hypocrisy of human justice. She declares that true coexistence between humans and monsters is an impossible dream. The protagonist listens, processing this harsh truth as they drive past a field of graves. The philosophical debate is cut short by a tactical update regarding their lack of resources. The girl apologizes for interrupting the heavy discussion. In that instant, a deafening explosion engulfs their transport, sending it flying. A monstrous S-class creature emerges from the dust, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. The protagonist coldly looks to the cat, ordering it to prove its theory of coexistence. The creature's attempt at communication is met with a devastating counterattack from another teammate. The colossal monster is felled in a single decisive blow. He walks past the creature's corpse, explaining the harsh reality of their world. Strength isn't for ideals, but for survival, to protect yourself and those you value. The cat is left speechless, its entire worldview shattered and rebuilt by his profound logic. It can only look on with absolute admiration for his strategic mind.